Mom, I'm not going into that Feng newlywed room with that urban youth bride. I've thought it through. I don't want her anymore. Sure, Gu Yuxi is pretty, but in times like these, bow tie's the least useful thing. She's a delicate intellectual who can't lift a finger. If I marry her, I'll end up doing all the work myself. The young man declared firmly. Let my cousin Fu Mingyan go into the room and consummate the marriage with the educated youth instead. An older woman raised her voice in desperation. Xiangzi, how can you say that? We already agreed Gu Yuxi doesn't have to work anyway. Her family sends money and ration coupons every month. They're rich. If it weren't for your cousin Mingyan saving her life, do you think she'd be marrying into our family? For the sake of their wealth alone, you should take her. Her son shouted back even louder. Mom, I heard from someone that her family is in trouble now they were publicly criticized in the city. If we marry her, our whole family could get dragged down. I only wanted her before because she was beautiful. Now I've come to my senses. I can't marry this woman. I want my original fiancée, Lin Xiaofang. A deeper voice interrupted. Xiangzi, are you sure about what you're saying? Dad, why would I lie? The more I think about it, the better Xiaofang seems. Lin Xiaofang is the village chief's daughter. A farmer like me should just work hard, face the soil, and back the sky. And with the chief as family, once policies open up again, life will definitely get better. Meanwhile, Fu Mingyan lay on the bed, his body burning with alcohol he couldn't metabolize yet. His headspun was young again, his body weak from years of aging, but his soul remained sharp, decades ahead of this time. There was no electric light in the room, only a dim kerosene lamp flickering beside him. He stared at the flame dancing inside the glass shade, using its glow to study the room around him. The walls were painted white lime, adorned with red paper wedding characters. Beside them sat a pair of green liberation shoes patched with worn-out cloth. This was rural China at the end of the 1970s. He looked down at his hands, no missing fingers, no scars from years of labor. His palms were calloused, but his skin was smooth, youthful. Fu Mingyan clenched his fist, feeling the strength return to each fingertip. So it was true, he had really returned. He turned toward the voices, the direction where his cousin Fu Wuqiang and his mother argued. If he wasn't mistaken, Fu Wuqiang had almost slipped up and mentioned reform and opening up, which hadn't happened yet. That meant his cousin had also been reborn. Fu Mingyan remembered the last time he saw Fu Wuqiang in the future. Back then, he had just sent his ex-wife Lin Xiaofang off to Myanmar to chase after a lover. He felt oddly relieved thinking about how she might end up having her kidneys cut out. At a street corner, he ran into Fu Wuqiang. Normally, Fu Mingyan didn't care much for his cousin, but that day, he was in a good mood and invited him to dinner. Initially, Fu Wuqiang had been respectful, though envy flickered behind his eyes. But after a few drinks, his tongue loosened. Brother, if I got another chance, I wouldn't steal your wedding night. My first wife was named Gu Yuxi. You probably don't remember her. At the time, you were supposed to sleep with her on your wedding night. Everyone told you it was a mistake because you were drunk, but it wasn't. I worked with the family to get you drunk on purpose. You ended up in Lin Xiaofang's room, and I went to Gu Yuxi's. In the end, you married Lin Xiaofang, and I married Gu Yuxi. Fu Mingyan lit a cigarette, letting the smoke curl between his fingers as memories drifted back. He barely remembered Gu Yuxi's face, only her bright eyes, shy, soft, looking at him with quiet affection. After a moment, he said slowly, now that you mention it, I saved her from drowning, right? It was summer. She said since I held her, I had to take responsibility, and that's how we ended up married. With prompting, Fu Mingyan finally recalled the events of 1977. Fu Wuqiang had originally been engaged to Lin Xiaofang, the village chief's daughter, while Fu Mingyan had rescued Gu Yuxi and planned to marry her. Both weddings had been combined into one ceremony. He was supposed to marry Gu Yuxi, but due to being drugged and misled by his family, he ended up in Lin Xiaofang's room instead. What he once believed was an accident, he now knew was orchestrated by Fu Wuqiang, who had fallen for Gu Yuxi and manipulated everything. Thinking of Lin Xiaofang, Fu Mingyan's eyes darkened with fury. That was decades ago. Why bring it up now? He muttered. Fu Wuqiang slammed his thigh and shouted, because I met a fortune teller. He said Lin Xiaofang has the fate of bringing fortune to her husband. That's why you became so successful. Bringing fortune to her husband? Fu Mingyan sneered. That bitch Lin Xiaofang brought him nothing but ruin. He remembered the early days right after the wedding. They were assigned teaching jobs at a school. Easy work. But Fu Wuqiang? He had gotten stuck with Gu Yuxi, who refused to let him touch her at first. She threatened him with a knife, warning she'd stab him if he came near. Thinking patience would win her over, he waited. Then the news came: college entrance exams were restarting. Fu Wuqiang had gone mad with hope, but Gu Yuxi immediately broke things off with him. She gave him 300 yuan and left all her dowry behind, claiming it was compensation. 300 yuan may seem like nothing now, but back then, it was a small fortune. Gu Yuxi was an educated youth, no dowry required. In reality, Fu Wuqiang lost nothing. Yet he blamed every failure in his life on Gu Yuxi. Now Fu Wuqiang pointed the conversation back at Fu Mingyan. And you? Back then, you had a stable job. You had a son. And after the reform era began, thanks to Lin Xiaofang's connections, you made a fortune. Fu Mingyan almost laughed out loud. Lin Xiaofang? It turned out her father had caught her secretly sleeping with a male, educated youth in a cornfield. When he rejected that lazy city boy, he remembered an old promise and forced her into the Fu family. Looking back, maybe the Lin family never truly wanted Fu Wuqiang, they wanted Fu Mingyan himself. On the very first night, they took advantage of his drunken state and claimed they had already slept together. When he tried to take the college entrance exam later, Lin Xiaofang stole his acceptance letter and gave it to her lover. How valuable was a college spot back then? He missed the opportunity because of her scheming. And when he started his business, she sabotaged him constantly. He drank until his stomach bled, trying to cope. Even worse, she had a son. Only years later did Fu Mingyan discover the truth through a blood test. He had raised another man's child for his entire life. When he found out, he dug deep, reported the thief who stole his future to the discipline committee, got him fired, and sent Lin Xiaofang to Myanmar to suffer the same fate she helped cause. Their hatred was eternal. And now Fu Wuqiang had the nerve to say his success came from Lin Xiaofang's fortune-bringing fate? Fu Mingyan laughed bitterly. He didn't bother arguing anymore, stood to leave. But Fu Wuqiang staggered after him, drunk and furious. Bloodshot eyes locked onto him like a madman's stare. You, and I should have switched lives. Fu Wuqiang screamed. I should be the big boss now. You should be the one without a wife, kicked out of your home, living in misery. I should have married Lin Xiaofang wife. Kids, warm Kong bed, and a listed company in my name. Fu Mingyan saw the madness in his cousin's expression and knew something was wrong. He didn't want to argue with a drunk man, but Fu Wuqiang wouldn't let go. As a truck roared past, Fu Wuqiang suddenly lunged forward, crashing into Fu Mingyan's stomach. Both men tumbled beneath the wheels of the speeding vehicle. And so, because of his cousin's reckless actions, both Fu Mingyan and Fu Wuqiang were thrown back to 1977, right before their double wedding night. 2 men, 1 bride, 1 night that changed everything. Now, they had a second chance to undo the past or rewrite the future. Chapter 2. The bride Gu Yuxi. If only the time of rebirth had occurred a little earlier, Fu Mingyan would undoubtedly have chosen to remain unmarried. Lin Xiaofang was nothing but a wretched woman, a disgraceful creature he would not even deign to touch, akin to a worn-out shoe. As for Gu Yuxi, Fu Mingyan could only recall her strikingly bright eyes, utterly forgetting her physical appearance. Given the peculiar era they were in, he imagined Gu Yuxi must have sported 2 unrefined braids, her figure as slender as a reed, and perhaps her features were also gaunt and unappealing. Fu Mingyan aspired to gain admission to university in this lifetime, hoping to find a girlfriend there. However, if he were to enter the new abode of Gu Yuxi, it would suffice. After all, news of the college entrance examinations resumption would soon spread. As long as he refrained from consummating the marriage or registering it, he anticipated that Gu, the educated youth, would eventually flee. The scent of alcohol lingered in Fu Mingyan's nostrils, yet his mind grew increasingly clear. As footsteps approached, he squinted and recognized that it was Fu Wuqiang coming toward him. Upon discovering his own rebirth, Fu Wuqiang was elated. In his previous life, he had married Gu Yuxi but had never truly enjoyed the companionship of this wife. Gu Yuxi had fled after tossing him 300 yuan, leaving him humiliated. In a fit of anger, he resorted to playing cards to vent his frustration, only to find himself reported for his actions, resulting in several months of imprisonment. After his release, he sought a new wife, one reputed for her industriousness, but she proved barren and ultimately succumbed to poison. His third wife, though capable of bearing children, gave birth to a daughter after considerable turmoil. Once she had regained her health, he believed a son was necessary, and to his shock, she initiated divorce proceedings, casting him aside. When Fu Wuqiang encountered his cousin Fu Mingyan, he had just left his daughter, who had informed him that he still possessed the ability to work, and that once he lost that capability, he would receive a meager monthly allowance. Fu Wuqiang was incensed. Even a few hundred yuan were begrudged to him. In stark contrast, his cousin Fu Mingyan appeared resplendent in a suit, and Fu Wuqiang's sharp eyes caught sight of his diamond watch, clearly indicative of a life well lived. After marrying, Fu Mingyan indeed thrived. While others labored in the fields, he was teaching at a primary school. Shortly after the reform and opening up, Fu Mingyan contracted a fish pond, supplying a state-run restaurant, amassing wealth that incited envy. Later, he began importing goods from Guangzhou to sell clothing in the county, even acquiring a clothing factory owned by Lin Xiaofang's relatives, resulting in a booming business that earned him the title of Big Boss. As Fu Wuqiang reflected on Fu Mingyan's accomplishments, his heart surged with warmth. He had been reborn, while Fu Mingyan had not, still languishing drunkenly upon his bed. Thus, the dismal fate he had endured in his previous life was destined to change. He was meant to marry Lin Xiaofang, while Fu Mingyan should wed Gu Yuxi. Everything would return to its rightful place. From this moment onward, everything Fu Mingyan had experienced would belong to him. Unable to contain himself, Fu Wuqiang softly declared, "Cousin, Gu Yuxi was initially your wife. I shall return her to you. From now on, Lin Xiaofang will be my wife, and in the future, I shall be the one who triumphs in life." Fu Mingyan remained silent, merely continuing to snore gently. Although Fu Wuqiang has brought himself the opportunity for rebirth, Fu Mingyan also recalls the harrowing sensation of being crushed beneath a heavy truck. Had it not been for the divine intervention granting him a second chance, he would have undoubtedly met his demise. Lin Xiaofang is a loose woman, a wretched individual, and at this juncture, she remains infatuated with that dandy youth. Let Fu Wuqiang entangle himself with Lin Xiaofang. Fu Wuqiang, brimming with excitement, rubbed his hands together and assisted Fu Mingyan, who was reclining awkwardly, to sit up. His cousin's family of 3 had gathered, and his uncle Fu Jun stepped forward to lend his support, while his aunt Yuli stood to the side. "Have you made up your mind?" Fu Jun inquired in a hushed tone. "If we take your cousin to the new residence of Gu Yuxi, you will have no choice but to marry Lin Xiaofang. You still have time to reconsider. I do not regret it. I am absolutely certain." Fu Wuqiang's heart burned with fervor. "I shall marry Lin Xiaofang." Yuli nodded in agreement and joined her husband in assisting. Fu Mingyan, supported by his uncle and aunt, could only see a woman clad in a light blue floral shirt as she opened the door. She wore crystal-colored sandals, exuding a distinct flavor of the 1970s. "Excuse me, uncle and aunt, is Mingyan drunk? I cannot carry him." The woman's voice, though soft, was gentle, and she spoke Mandarin with a slight capital accent. It was clear this was not Lin Xiaofang, but rather Gu Yuxi. "Gu Yuxi, could you please make some room? My husband and I will place him on your bed," Yuli remarked. Once Fu Mingyan was laid upon the bed, he listened to the conversation between Gu Yuxi and the two. "Thank you, uncle and aunt. Enjoy your wedding night," Fu Mingyan heard Gu Yuxi say, though he did not catch her response. He knew well that with the impending college entrance examinations, there was no necessity for such festivities that evening. As Fu Mingyan began to drift into a light slumber, he suddenly felt a warm towel being wiped across his face. Opening his eyes, he realized that perhaps the light accentuated the beauty before him. Gu Yuxi possessed a delicate oval face, her dark eyebrows arched like distant mountains, and her almond-shaped eyes, deep and glistening, resembled 2 black crystals resting in clear water. Her petite nose complemented her full, luscious lips, reminiscent of rose petals. She indeed wore 2 braided pigtails, the ends bound with a red silk ribbon, defying Fu Mingyan's previous notions of her being unrefined. Instead, a fresh and innocent aura enveloped her. Fu Mingyan found himself questioning whether this was truly Gu Yuxi. If she were so enchanting, why did he only recall her striking eyes, with no other details remaining in his memory? Noticing Fu Mingyan had awakened, Gu Yuxi softly spoke. "I have prepared the water. Can you stand? Otherwise, you may wash up by yourself. I have already cleaned up." Gu Yuxi's skin was fair, and now, in September, with the summer heat still lingering, her cheeks were flushed, her eyes sparkling with a hint of shyness. Fu Mingyan grasped the underlying meaning in Gu Yuxi's words. She was ready for their wedding night. He slowly rose, supporting himself against the bed frame, and maneuvered past the 18-year-old youth to wash up. Had he not been aware of the reinstatement of the college entrance examinations, Fu Mingyan might have considered consummating his marriage with this young woman. As the imminent news of the college entrance examination approached, the hearts of the youth across the nation fluttered with anticipation. Yet, Fu Mingyan held little regard for such fleeting sentiments. Unwilling to retain a young woman simply through the bonds of matrimony, did he truly lack a spouse? Fu Wuqiang envied the life of his predecessor. Despite the challenges he faced in carving out his own destiny, Fu Mingyan, though modest in his possessions, had no desire to secure a bride through the act of consummation. After a brief morning routine, Fu Mingyan approached the bedside, where Gu Yuxi lay beneath the covers. Her hair, once styled in braids, tumbled down like thick seaweed across the crimson double happiness pillow, framing her delicate face, which bore a faint flush akin to the finest rouge. She was cocooned in the quilt, revealing only her charming visage. Chapter 3. The pillow on the bed. Fu Mingyan reached the edge of the bed. "I've had too much to drink. Let us refrain from any actions and retire early," he declared. Gu Yuxi's heart skipped a beat at his unexpected words. Biting her lip, she revealed a hint of embarrassment, having already shed her garments, now clad only in scant fabric. Understanding her unspoken intentions, Fu Mingyan, at the tender age of 19 and driven by youthful desires, felt a strong physiological urge. Had there been 2 beds in the room, he would have insisted on sleeping separately. However, with only one bed available, he deemed it necessary for Gu Yuxi to don her clothes once more. Otherwise, he would be the one to endure the consequences. "I shall fetch another thin quilt," he said, but instead, he wandered back to the area where he had just bathed. Gu Yuxi hastily dressed, and upon noticing Fu Mingyan's absence, softly murmured, "All set." Returning to the bed, Fu Mingyan did not search for a quilt. Currently, he was borrowing his uncle's house for the occasion, and the room was starkly empty, with only Gu Yuxi's dowry taking up space. There were no quilts to be found. Lying down, Fu Mingyan, untouched by the effects of alcohol, soon succumbed to slumber. In his dreams, a myriad of fragmented thoughts swirled around, all revolving around the affairs of the Fu family. His grandfather, Fu Dashi, and grandmother, Wang Zhaodi, had 3 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest, Fu Jun, the second son, Fu Ping, the youngest, Fu Wen, and their youngest daughter, Fu Xiaoyan. Fu Jun was the hope of the family, while Fu Wen was the cherished youngest son. In contrast, Fu Ping, as his name suggested, remained unremarkable, despite laboring tirelessly and enduring the most hardships, often overlooked by others. Although Fu Xiaoyan was the youngest and spoke sweetly, garnering much affection, Fu Ping toiled like an old workhorse in silence for the family. It seemed he had little chance of marrying. Once, Fu Ping had a childhood sweetheart, but their union faltered due to the bride price demands from her family, which were slightly higher than those of others. Having harbored feelings for her, Fu Ping lost all desire for marriage after their engagement fell through. The elderly matriarch and patriarch of the Fu family, not wishing for their second son to wed, readily dismissed all matchmaking proposals under the pretext of Fu Ping's heartache. Thus, the eldest son married and had children, the younger son secured a respectable job, and even the youngest daughter was engaged, yet Fu Ping remained a bachelor. Eventually, Fu Ping entered into matrimony, not for the sake of dowry, but rather in pursuit of a secure abode. His wife, He Pingping, the mother of Fu Mingyan, was once the spouse of a coal miner. After her husband's untimely demise, she found herself expecting another child. Due to her fragile health, He Pingping sought the counsel of an esteemed traditional Chinese physician, who confirmed that she was carrying a daughter. After considerable contemplation, He Pingping decided to allocate the miner's compensation entirely to her late husband's family. And with her burgeoning belly, she approached Fu Ping with a proposal of marriage. Upon hearing her request, Fu Ping was initially taken aback. Although he had yet to marry, his circumstances did not dictate that he should wed a woman with a child. The matriarch and patriarch of the Fu family learned of He Pingping's plea and promptly resolved that Fu Ping should marry this woman who sought no financial gain. "You are already 30, and He Pingping is a good woman," they urged. "She has calculated that the child is a girl, which entails minimal expense. Her affection for you is genuine, and since she is willing to bear your children, you should take her as your wife. If it's a boy, he will surely be raised by the Li family. Raising a little girl at home is hardly a loss." The entire family rallied around Fu Ping, encouraging him to accept He Pingping's hand. Compounded by village gossip and He Pingping's desperate attempts at self-harm, rumors began to circulate that the child she carried was, in fact, Fu Ping's. Ultimately, Fu Ping wed He Pingping, and shortly thereafter, she gave birth to a daughter named Fu Xinyan. It was many years later that Fu Mingyan learned that his mother, He Pingping, still harbored lingering thoughts of her late husband. The reason she married again, while carrying a child, was to ensure the Li family would better care for her younger brother, Li Jun. Her former husband was named Li Yan, and the true significance behind her daughter's name was a heartfelt remembrance of him, though it was later changed to Xinyan during the registration process. After giving birth to Fu Mingyan, He Pingping no longer desired more children and urged Fu Ping to undergo a vasectomy. However, due to a mishap during the procedure, 2 years later, Fu Mingyan's sister, Fu Mingzhu, was born. He Pingping, already in poor health, became increasingly domineering towards Fu Ping, who, out of concern for her well-being, tolerated her whims, leading He Pingping to believe she had complete control over her husband. Fu Mingyan, however, was not the child He Pingping favored. Fu Mingzhu, whose name suggests a precious gem, held the lowest status within the household. Due to the presence of his sister Fu Xingyan, Fu Mingyan fell victim to several misunderstandings. Struggling to forge a bond with his seemingly favored sister Fu Mingzhu, unaware of the grievances she had endured over the years. It was only when Fu Mingzhu faced a dire situation that she finally confided in Fu Mingyan, revealing, "Mother has never liked me. She always says I cannot compare to my sister, that I am as foolish as a pig, and has uttered many hurtful words. Brother, it was I who achieved the high school entrance examination scores. How could I possibly be as foolish as she claims? Brother, I harbor not a trace of affection for my current husband, do you understand? In truth, there was someone I cherished deeply, a person of noble lineage. My mother, however, yearns for me to wed Li Jun solely because he is the brother of Li Yan. Brother, you may not yet be acquainted with Li Yan, but he is our mother's first husband, you see. She has always held a fondness for Li Yan, disregarding our father." Through my sister's words, Fu Mingyan realized that she had long been aware of their mother's lingering feelings for her ex-husband. My sister, having faced constant criticism from our mother, felt an overwhelming sense of shame, believing she had let everyone down. She even took the perilous step of becoming a surrogate test-taker for our elder sister, Fu Xingyan. Fu Mingzhu attempted the college entrance examination twice. The first time was for her sister, and only the second time was for herself. She eventually gained admission to university. Yet her tragic fate was intertwined with He Pingping. After graduating, Fu Mingzhu was manipulated by He Pingping, who coerced her into marrying Li Yan's ineffectual brother. When Fu Mingyan encountered Fu Mingzhu again, she appeared as though she were several months pregnant. He presumed she was with child, unaware that she had been beaten by her husband. Contemplating his sister's tragic fate, a fiery indignation ignited within Fu Mingyan. Tossing and turning, he suddenly felt a soft and warm pillow beside him. He instinctively embraced the cushion with his legs and wrapped his arms tightly around it. Chapter 4. The stirring of Gu Yuxi's heart. Once Fu Mingyan's breathing had settled into a rhythmic pattern, Gu Yuxi, who had been feigning sleep beside him, cautiously opened her eyes. Confirming that he was indeed asleep, she gently shook the blanket, causing it to spread over both of them, pulling the blanket up to her eyes. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes sparkled with emotion. For reasons unknown to her, prior to entering the bridal chamber, she had a premonition that something would go awry. Her husband could not possibly be Fu Mingyan. Gu Yuxi's heart raced with trepidation as she clutched the dagger hidden in her pocket. But as she gazed intently at Fu Mingyan's face, she cast the dagger aside. Now that Fu Mingyan lay beside her, his steady breathing instilled a sense of reality within her. What was she even contemplating? The man she had been betrothed to from the very beginning was Fu Mingyan. How could there be any misfortune? Turning to face Fu Mingyan, Gu Yuxi found herself pondering what dreams might occupy his mind, for his striking brows were tightly knit. Now that she was his beloved, it seemed appropriate to do something. A blush spread across her fair cheeks as she delicately traced his features with her fingers, hoping to smooth away the tension in his brow. Gu Yuxi exhibited remarkable patience, repeatedly softening Fu Mingyan's furrowed brow, and after what felt like countless attempts, his handsome features finally relaxed. Her heart and gaze were entirely consumed by thoughts of Fu Mingyan. In truth, it was during her time in the countryside that Gu Yuxi had fallen deeply in love with Fu Mingyan at first sight. At that time, Fu Mingyan was hurrying with an ox cart to fetch the educated youth. He was clad in a long-sleeved shirt of a sturdy fabric, with the sleeves rolled up, revealing his well-defined biceps. The shirt was somewhat oversized, and as he squatted down to move the luggage, his robust chest became visible. Gu Yuxi had never encountered a man exuding such sexual tension during her time in the city. His brows were sharp like swords, his eyes glinted with intensity, and his strong physique quickened her heartbeat. The other female educated youth accompanying her, like Gu Yuxi, were unable to tear their gaze away from Fu Mingyan. Wow, I thought rural folks were all about toiling in the fields. How can someone look so good? He's even more handsome than the most attractive guy in our previous class. What a pity he's from the countryside. No matter what, he has no future. Such a shame. If only he were from the city. He would be striking enough to star in films. Stop looking. You can't squander your youth on a rural man. Although opportunities to return to the city are scarce each year, they still exist. No matter how handsome he is, he can't put food on the table. Marrying a villager means a lifetime of being a farmer's wife. Hearing such remarks about Fu Mingyan around her, Gu Yuxi felt a slight discomfort in her heart. After leaving a lasting impression the first time, their second encounter occurred when Gu Yuxi was late in changing tools and was dragged into a cornfield. Fu Mingyan saved her. She had no idea who he was. He had a tattered bag with 2 eye holes and had forcefully pulled her to the ground, rendering her strength insignificant against his overwhelming force. As the man panted and advanced, it was then that Fu Mingyan appeared. At that moment, as Fu Mingyan contemplated pursuing the man, Gu Yuxi cried out, "Fu Mingyan, I'm scared." She feared that if he chased after that man, she might be dragged away by others in the dark. It was a night of a crescent moon, the sky was dim, and the night felt like a monstrous beast ready to devour her. Gu Yuxi believed that Fu Mingyan was her only source of hope in that moment. She trusted no one but him. Thus, Fu Mingyan refrained from chasing after the man and stayed by her side. "Do you know who he is?" Fu Mingyan inquired. "I don't know," Gu Yuxi replied, clutching her collar, her voice laced with tears. He had covered his face and had yet to speak. "Thank goodness you came," she said. Fu Mingyan affirmed. "If we can't catch him, just pretend this incident never happened. Indeed, nothing occurred. Did he tear your clothes? Let us head near my home, and I'll lend you some needle and thread to mend it." As Gu Yuxi, trembling with fear, could hardly move, he effortlessly carried her. Upon reaching the vicinity of his home, Fu Mingyan instructed her to hide while he fetched needle and thread for her to repair her garment. Only then did he carry her back to the educated youth station. Upon arriving at the entrance, Fu Mingyan said, "Remember, nothing happened tonight. Forget about this incident. I will not speak of it to anyone." Gu Yuxi was renowned at the educated youth station for her affluent background. Her family had sent her numerous items. She wanted to repay Fu Mingyan by offering him some of her things, but he declined. "I merely did what I ought to do. There is no need for you to feel indebted, Gu Yuxi." Gu Yuxi, having been saved by Fu Mingyan, found herself irresistibly drawn to him. However, she recalled her family's words, promising to return to the city when an appropriate opportunity arose, and thus she stifled her burgeoning feelings. Love at first sight blossomed into deeper affection, especially after Fu Mingyan rescued her once more when she was pushed into the floodwaters. Their initial encounter had already sparked a fondness within her, and with the addition of 2 life-saving acts, Gu Yuxi could no longer contain her feelings. She felt that her very life was a gift from him. She admired his upright character and believed she would never encounter another man so pleasing in both demeanor and appearance. Convinced that fate had intervened, Gu Yuxi, who had always been resolute, made a simple phone call to her family, clearly articulating her intention to marry him. The Gu family, however, disapproved of such a union, viewing marriage to a rural man as a forfeiture of her future in the city. Yet, Gu Yuxi was determined. She did not wish for her foster sister to move to the countryside, and since she was of age and had yet to begin working, she volunteered to take her place. Unable to sway her, the Gu family ultimately acquiesced to her wishes over the phone. With her family's consent secured, Gu Yuxi sought a matchmaker to finalize the arrangement. As she contemplated this, a radiant smile graced her face as she gazed at Fu Mingyan's handsome features. Just as she was about to drift into slumber, she was suddenly enveloped in a warm embrace. Her cheeks flushed as Fu Mingyan not only held her close, but also intertwined his long, strong legs with hers. Her heart raced at being held by the man she adored, her body yielding to the overwhelming sensation, her heartbeat echoing like thunder. Though she yearned to push him away, her strength faltered, and not wishing to awaken him, she remained motionless in the intoxicating embrace of Fu Mingyan. Perhaps it was the scent of alcohol that lulled her. Soon, she succumbed to slumber in his arms. Chapter 5. The appearance of Lin Xiaofang upon waking. Fu Mingyan furrowed his brow at the sight of a young woman in his arms. As he rose, the blanket slipped away, revealing his wrinkled cotton shirt, while she wore a distinctly vintage cotton top. Rubbing his temples, he grappled with the surreal blend of dreams and reality. Realizing he had somehow returned to the night before their wedding, he was perplexed as to when he had embraced Gu Yuxi. Considering the conservatism of women in this era, he found his thoughts drifting to his previous wife, who had engaged in indiscretions before marriage with a male youth. Yet, he pondered, what kind of woman Gu Yuxi was ultimately did not concern him. Craving a cigarette, he remembered that his youthful body had yet to be tainted by nicotine. And he need to cultivate such habits anew. Gu Yuxi's long eyelashes fluttered, and as her eyes opened, she met Fu Mingyan's gaze fixed upon her. Flushed by the intensity of his stare, she stammered, "Good morning. I will go prepare breakfast." Fu Mingyan regained his composure and declared, "No need. Just a quick wash and tidy up, then I will return home." Gu Yuxi blinked, her mind solely focused on making a good impression on her future in-laws. And she completely overlooked the matter of borrowing the new house. In rural areas, families typically remain undivided as long as the elder generations are alive. Yet the Fu family was an exception. He Pingping, burdened with one child and raising two others, was not only struggling financially, but also attempting to send money to the Li family, which led her to persuade her husband to engage in the illicit trade of selling vegetables in the black market. During this challenging era marked by scarcity of resources, with supply and marketing cooperatives imposing purchase limitations, urban dwellers found themselves unable to utilize their tickets and money, giving rise to the black market, predominantly dealing in vegetables, meat, and grain. The whispers of poverty echoed daily, and aside from Fu Xinyan's slightly rounder face, Fu Ping's biological children appeared emaciated, having endured hunger himself. Fu Ping could not bear to see his children suffer, prompting him to take a perilous risk for their sake. Engaging in black market vegetable sales was fraught with danger, as one could easily fall prey to the authorities. After a year of this risky endeavor, Yi Pingping proposed a division of the household, and Fu Ping acquiesced. Soon, he took the initiative to approach his parents about the separation. Fu Ping, with his honest and unassuming nature, found his proposal met with fury from the two elders. How can a family divide while the parents are still living? Wouldn't he that invite ridicule from the villagers? We thought Yi Pingping was a good choice. But who knew she would incite such division? If we had known, we would never have allowed you to marry her. The elders cited the words of prominent leaders, emphasizing the importance of unity in achieving great things and questioned the rationale behind division. Initially, they spoke to him with earnestness, invoking the leader's wisdom, but Fu Ping, steadfast in his resolve, replied, "I still wish to separate. Though rare, there are cases of division in the village, and I am determined." The elders, resorting to harsh words, could not sway his decision. Understanding the clandestine nature of his vegetable sales and the potential repercussions for his family, Fu Ping remained resolute in his desire to separate. Ultimately, the household was successfully divided. The elderly couple moved in with their eldest son, while the youngest had already sought employment in town. The assets were divided, with the main household acquiring the courtyard. Fu Ping, not the favored son and having initiated the separation, incited great ire in his parents, who provided minimal support for the second son's new home, offering only a small amount of grain and some daily necessities. Due to limited resources, the house Fu Ping constructed was modest, comprising a combined kitchen and storage area, a separate toilet, and a total of 3 rooms excluding the living area, the master bedroom, Fu Xinyan's room, and a shared room for siblings Fu Mingyan and Fu Mingzhu, separated only by a bamboo curtain. In the main household, Fu Wuqiang began to develop feelings for Gu Yuxi, encouraging the family to hold the wedding at the ancestral home, justifying that the second son's dwelling was insufficient. The ancestral residence boasted more rooms and ample space, making it convenient for hosting guests and serving as a new home. Before the rebirth, the Fu family's main branch had indeed achieved their objectives, and after the rebirth, Fu Mingyan's new bride was replaced by Gu Yuxi. Considering the circumstances of the Fu family, Gu Yuxi promptly said, "Please wait a moment. I will be ready shortly." Fu Mingyan and Gu Yuxi quickly completed their morning routines. Upon discovering that all the towels belonged to Gu Yuxi, he diligently wrung them out and packed them away. "I have 2 more pieces of clothing," Gu Yuxi announced as she retrieved her suitcase and efficiently organized her belongings, neatly making the bed she had slept in the previous night. Once Gu Yuxi finished tidying up, Fu Mingyan casually picked up the suitcase. "Allow me," he stated succinctly, lifting the bag effortlessly, while Gu Yuxi suppressed a smile behind him. As Fu Mingyan and Gu Yuxi exited, they coincidentally encountered Lin Xiaofang just stepping out of her room. Upon seeing Fu Mingyan, Lin Xiaofang's eyes widened in disbelief. "What is happening? Why is Fu Mingyan with Gu Yuxi?" Lin Xiaofang harbored affections for a young intellectual named Yu Shuwen, who was not only handsome but also possessed remarkable knowledge. She had fallen deeply for him after he recited a poem that resonated with her soul, not seeking to share a bed for a lifetime, only cherishing the fiery bloom of youth. Lin Xiaofang recalled the verses, each line igniting her heart, burning, burning, burning. Her heart had been set ablaze by Yu Shuwen, and the two had shared a harmonious bond, but an unforeseen circumstance arose. Her menstruation was delayed, leading her family to discover her pregnancy. Had Yu Shuwen been an ordinary young intellectual, the Lin family might have reluctantly accepted him as a son-in-law. Yet his situation was different. He had a relative who had departed the mainland with another military faction. Yu Shuwen had previously enjoyed a stable life in the city, thanks to a mother who was audacious enough to create a scene. The Lin family, feeling their roots were strong and unyielding, could not associate with Yu Shuwen. Thus, they turned their attention to the marriage proposal from the Fu family. Disregarding the second branch's Fu Wuqiang, they set their sights on the first branch's Fu Mingyan. The Lin family invested considerable effort to persuade Lin Xiaofang to accept Fu Mingyan as her husband. After all, Fu Mingyan possessed a high school education, good grades, and handsome looks, qualities that Lin Xiaofang could accept. If her newlywed husband had been Fu Wuqiang, she would have found it unbearable. Fu Wuqiang had been spoiled by his family, rendered almost useless, and was often ridiculed for his acne as he chased after Gu Yuxi, likened to a toad. How could she have ended up with a toad? In an era when rural households had yet to be electrified, Lin Xiaofang had mistakenly believed that Fu Mingyan was the one who had entered her room last night. Still reeling from the sorrow of losing Yu Shuwen, she had not wished to consummate the marriage. But her overly enthusiastic husband compelled her to at least engage in the act to conceal her pregnancy, resulting in an unanticipated outcome. To her shock, Fu Mingyan was now seen with Gu Yuxi. How could you emerge from here? Lin Xiaofang's voice rose in disbelief. How is it possible? How can my husband? Before Fu Mingyan could react, Fu Wuqiang behind him had already turned an ashen hue. He stepped forward and wrapped his arms around Lin Xiaofang's waist. My dear wife, we were married last night. My cousin and his wife also tied the knot. Of course, it's about them. As Fu Wuqiang spoke, he caught sight of Gu Yuxi's face. Gu Yuxi, with her twin braids, possessed a visage that rivaled the movie starlets of the future, her eyes sparkling with vitality, and her youthful skin so delicate it seemed capable of yielding moisture. Is this Gu Yuxi? Is this the bride he chose to reject, Gu Yuxi? Chapter 6. Bringing her home. Fu Wuqiang's gaze was overly intense, causing Gu Yuxi to instinctively recoil towards Fu Mingyan, her hands lightly clutching her new husband's clothing. Observing this, Fu Mingyan stepped forward, entirely shielding the slender Gu Yuxi from view and obstructing Fu Wuqiang's line of sight. Cousin, Gu Yuxi is my wife. Your new bride is Lin Xiaofang. Last night was a moment of priceless intimacy, and your sister-in-law is right beside you. Is it appropriate for you to gaze at my wife like that? Fu Mingyan pointedly referred to the deep bruises adorning Lin Xiaofang's neck, a clear indication of a passionate encounter between Fu Wuqiang and Lin Xiaofang the previous night. Mention of Lin Xiaofang reignited her sense of reason, and she was filled with fury. Had she married Fu Mingyan as planned, she could have manipulated him into a blunder over the bride, thereby gaining the upper hand. But now, Fu Wuqiang had entered her chamber, and everything was lost. She, Lin Xiaofang, was now bound to a man with acne and a height of merely 1.70 meters. No, they had already consummated their marriage. The previous night's encounter with Fu Wuqiang, though somewhat enjoyable when his face was obscured, now filled her with a wave of revulsion upon seeing him clearly. How could she have married such a toad? Lin Xiaofang was infuriated, and witnessing Fu Wuqiang fixating on Gu Yuxi directed all her anger towards him. What are you staring at Gu Yuxi for? If you wish to marry her, why did you enter my chamber last night? If you never intended to marry me, why did you come to my family to seek my hand? Am I, Lin Xiaofang, so desperate for a husband? Do you think I will let your eyes wander? If you are dissatisfied with me, we shall divorce. In her rage, Lin Xiaofang kicked Fu Wuqiang. He dodged, but she reached out to scratch him. Initially, Fu Wuqiang could have evaded her, but upon hearing the word divorce, he suddenly froze. He felt that his past failures stemmed from losing Lin Xiaofang, a woman destined to bring prosperity. How could he have relinquished her to his cousin? Gu Yuxi may be beautiful, yet should he dare to attempt another wedding night, she would surely retaliate fiercely. With the college entrance examinations approaching, this stunning young woman would inevitably return to the city, treading the same path as in his previous life. However, marrying Lin Xiaofang was a different matter entirely. Lin Xiaofang possessed an oval face, her large, round eyes radiating purity and beauty at under 20 years of age, far surpassing the youthfulness of his second wife in his past life. Moreover, Fu Wuqiang recalled that in his previous life, his cousin had struck gold, and on that fateful night, Fueled by youth and vigor, he had indulged with Lin Xiaofang not once, but twice. Lin Xiaofang undoubtedly possessed a constitution conducive to conception. And at this moment, her health was robust, unlike in later times when she would extend compassion to fallen women. She was currently unencumbered by vices such as smoking and drinking, leading one to believe that she would surely bear a son. Upon witnessing Gu Yuxi's beauty, Fu Wuqiang felt a twinge of regret for his choice made the previous night. He recalled Lin Xiaofang's fortune-bringing aura and the success of Fu Mingyan in his past life. Thus he held Lin Xiaofang tightly in his embrace. The disparity in strength between men and women was immense. Once Lin Xiaofang's arms were restrained, her ability to resist was nullified. Fu Wuqiang gazed affectionately at Lin Xiaofang, declaring, "My dear wife, it is my fault. I am now married, and my entire being belongs to you. Let us not speak of divorce. Such discussions are too heart-wrenching. I promise to treat you well." As Lin Xiaofang looked at her own face, marked by acne and reminiscent of a round pancake, she felt the discomfort of early pregnancy in her stomach and suddenly vomited. Fu Mingyan reached out, grasping Gu Yuxi's wrist and guiding her forward, steering clear of Lin Xiaofang's distressing situation. They proceeded cautiously to avoid stepping into the unpleasantness on the ground. Gu Yuxi, disregarding any sense of nausea, was simply aware of Fu Mingyan's warmth as he led her away. Upon exiting the dining hall, they encountered Aunt, who inquired, "Are you leaving already? Won't you stay a while longer?" As she approached, the kitchen door remained ajar, and the lingering aroma of last night's feast wafted through the air. In these times of scarcity, the banquet's dishes had been particularly rich, and Fu Mingyan felt a pang of hunger. In his past life, he would never have indulged in such gluttony, but with decades of experience from the future, he felt emboldened. However, he glanced back at Gu Yuxi, who appeared almost like a shy bride, and feared that if he were to partake in the meal, any sour remarks from his uncle and aunt might embarrass her. Given her delicate sensibilities, Fu Mingyan pondered the challenges Gu Yuxi faced as a young girl transitioning from the city to the countryside, where her family background afforded her a comfortable life, sparing her from the disdain of his own kin. "No need, my family awaits my return. I shall head back now," he replied. Aunt smiled warmly, saying, "Indeed, your parents must see how beautiful their new daughter-in-law is." As Fu Mingyan stepped through the doorway, he released Gu Yuxi's hand. She felt the lingering warmth of his grip on her right wrist and discreetly touched the spot where he had held her. Lost in thought, Gu Yuxi fell a few paces behind. Sensing her absence, Fu Mingyan turned to look at her. Gu Yuxi hurriedly caught up, positioning herself beside him, and flashed a sweet smile. Her almond-shaped eyes twinkled like crescent moons, glistening with the allure of honeyed light. Fu Mingyan's heart skipped a beat. The sight of such a vibrant beauty stirred him profoundly, igniting a flurry of thoughts. He recalled that Gu Yuxi had excelled in her college entrance examinations, securing a place at Peking University, aligning perfectly with his criteria for a partner of scholarly pursuits. Yet, ultimately, Fu Mingyan averted his gaze from Gu Yuxi. Fu Mingyan had perused numerous works of scar literature. Indeed, some educated youth had genuinely formed bonds in the countryside. Yet the overwhelming temptation of returning to the city could swiftly transform heartfelt connections into mere memories, relegating them to a corner of their hearts. The educated youth were destined to return to urban life. Moreover, the stark contrast between rural and urban household registrations was glaring. Possessing an urban household registration was a matter of pride, while being from the countryside seemed to imply an inherent inferiority. Fu Mingyan was reluctant to be looked down upon, especially considering that in his previous life, amidst a calamitous start and the burden of others, he had managed to carve out a niche for himself. With the wisdom gained from past experiences, he was certain he could achieve even greater success now. He withdrew his gaze from Gu Yuxi and turned towards the lush fields. The weather in the 1970s was splendid, with the air imbued with the subtle scent of grass and earth. The familiar home lay at the end of the road. Prompting Fu Mingyan to quicken his steps, he yearned to reunite with his still-living father and sister. Chapter 7. Marriage does not count upon entering the courtyard. Fu Mingyan found his mother, He Pingping, feeding the pigs. Upon seeing Fu Mingyan and Gu Yuxi, He Pingping was momentarily taken aback. How had Fu Mingyan married Gu Yuxi? Indeed, He Pingping was aware of the plans of the eldest branch, having learned through her daughter Fu Xinyan. Fu Xinyan had once been the most captivating girl in the village. Not only did He Pingping dote on her, but she also influenced her husband and their other children to shower Fu Xinyan with affection. "Fu Ping, it's acceptable for me to endure some hardship, but for Xinyan, who lacks a father. You must compensate for the love she has missed. Your sister is different from both of you. You still have the love of your father. But Xinyan does not. If you two do not cherish her, what will become of her? Among the 3 children, Fu Xinyan, despite being the eldest, was the most cherished. She had never done any manual labor, her skin nurtured to a fair complexion, her lips red and teeth white, speaking with poise that captivated the village's attention. Young men in the village all vied for Fu Xinyan's affection. However, upon Gu Yuxi's arrival in the village, attention swiftly shifted to her, capturing the focus of both villagers and educated youth alike. This was compounded by the fact that those who admired Gu Yuxi often belittled Fu Xinyan. Observing closely, one could note the disparity. Fu Xinyan's eyes lacked the size and allure of Gu Yuxi's, and indeed, Fu Xinyan's features appeared somewhat less refined. Furthermore, Gu Yuxi possessed a more aesthetically pleasing mouth, while Fu Xinyan's lips seemed rather thick, and her teeth were slightly misaligned. The most significant shortcoming, however, stemmed from Fu Xinyan's impoverished background. No matter how well she dressed, she could not measure up to Gu Yuxi, who enjoyed a far superior family situation, receiving parcels from her family each month. Such remarks infuriated Fu Xinyan, leading her to weep on several occasions to He Pingping about the disparagement she faced. He Pingping, deeply affectionate towards Fu Xinyan, would comfort her, all the while harboring an unfavorable impression of Gu Yuxi. When Gu Yuxi was to marry Fu Mingyan, Fu Xinyan felt a fleeting joy, relishing the thought that a female educated youth was marrying a rural man. It was akin to a goddess descending into the mire, becoming sullied and unable to shake off the dirt. However, Fu Xinyan soon felt increasingly unsettled. During his student years, Fu Mingyan was quite popular, possessing not only striking looks and excellent academic performance, but also a diligent nature and amiable personality. If he were to marry Gu Yuxi, he would undoubtedly treat her with great kindness. Fu Xinyan, unwilling to let her brother show affection towards Gu Yuxi, deliberately sowed discord at the dining table. With Gu Jiqing's family being so well off, what reason was there for her to remain in the countryside? Once they returned to the city, who would know about the unpleasantness of village life? I believe she relies on her family's affluence and lacks motivation in work. Once she marries my brother, she certainly won't be a diligent worker. The young people in the city are pampered, and among the female intellectuals, Gu Yuxi is the most arrogant. When she comes into the family, dear brother, do not indulge her too much. Household chores will need to be assigned to her. Our Mingzhu has worked hard, and once a sister-in-law enters the household, she must bear some burdens as well. Fu Xinyan, who had been chattering incessantly, suddenly fell silent one day. He Pingping sensed something was amiss and inquired about it. Fu Xinyan discreetly revealed to her mother what she had overheard. The Fu family's main house intended to arrange a match between Fu Wuqiang and Gu Yuxi, while Fu Wuqiang's original fiancée, Lin Xiaofang, had fallen into Fu Mingyan's embrace. Fu Xinyan gleefully remarked, "Let Gu Yuxi wait to marry that toad Fu Wuqiang. Mother, you mustn't tell my brother about this. I absolutely do not wish for Gu Yuxi to become my sister-in-law." He Pingping, harboring her own dislike for Gu Yuxi due to her daughter's sentiments, thought that having Lin Xiaofang as her daughter-in-law would be quite agreeable. To her astonishment, Fu Mingyan ended up with Gu Yuxi nonetheless. Could it be that Fu Mingyan was accompanying Gu Yuxi to collect her dowry? With this thought, He Pingping said, "Mingyan, are you accompanying her?" He Pingping intended to leave some room for dialogue. Fu Mingyan found her expression amusing, realizing that she was aware of the matchmaking situation. The corners of Fu Mingyan's mouth twitched, but there was no hint of amusement in his eyes. Was this truly the mother who bore him? His mother's heart seemed solely occupied with his sister and brother. He harbored intense resentment towards her. "I despise her, I truly do. I do not wish to live this way, nor do I wish to die. Do not show her any filial piety in the future." The words of his younger sister, Fu Mingzhu, echoed in Fu Mingyan's ears as if they were a final farewell. "What can be done? Bring my wife home," Fu Mingyan stated. "I will take her to the room first." Gathering her courage, Gu Yuxi called out to He Pingping, "Mother." Upon finishing her words, Gu Yuxi's face flushed. Before He Pingping could process her reaction, she witnessed her son taking Gu Yuxi's hand and leading her inside. Fu Mingyan led Gu Yuxi to the room, which was divided by a large curtain made from stitched fabric. The inner space belonged to Fu Mingzhu, while the outer sleeping area was designated for Fu Mingyan. Originally, Fu Mingyan's space was limited, and now it was further cramped by Gu Yuxi's belongings. The once vacant area held 2 large trunks, a thermos, and a triangular basin rack-topped with 3 pristine enamel basins. Fu Mingyan set down Gu Yuxi's bag and began to hang up a towel. After Gu Yuxi had dried the towel, she retrieved a small key from her person, preparing to organize her belongings. The female comrade with whom she previously shared a rental spoke in a tone tinged with sarcasm, prompting Gu Yuxi to bring all her belongings without leaving a single item behind for her. Observing Gu Yuxi's intent to pack, Fu Mingyan intervened, advising her to pause and not rush the process. He contemplated discussing the reinstatement of the college entrance examination with her, considering that she might eventually need to move her things back to the youth station. Thus, there was no need to unpack just yet. Gu Yuxi nodded and carefully repacked her items. Fu Mingyan circled the room, confirming that his sister was absent. He opened the door, positioning himself to see anyone who might pass by. With a commanding presence, he settled onto the bed and gestured for Gu Yuxi to join him for a conversation. Curiosity sparked within Gu Yuxi as she wondered what news her newlywed husband would convey. However, she was unprepared for the heart-wrenching words that followed. "We are not officially married. We did not consummate our union last night, so this marriage can be considered null and void." Chapter 8. The scheduled marriage registration. Gu Yuxi exhibited no immediate reaction, lowering her gaze as tears welled up in her eyes, cascading down her cheeks. She opened her palms, cradling 2 warm, damp tears. Having believed herself to be the happiest person in the world upon returning home with Fu Mingyan, she now faced the shattering realization that her dream was swiftly unraveling. Fu Mingyan was abandoning her. Unaware of Gu Yuxi's tears, Fu Mingyan continued, "I visited the city recently and overheard 2 individuals in Zhongshan suits discussing the restoration of the college entrance examination. I have heard that your academic performance is exceptional, and you could pursue the examination route back to the capital. Once you return, no one will know about your past here, and given your esteemed family background, you should be able to marry a man of equal standing." The whispers of the examination's reinstatement had already circulated in the capital. When Gu Yuxi insisted on marrying Fu Mingyan, her family had cautioned her that if it did not resume this year, it certainly would the next. The Gu family vehemently opposed her marriage, yet their distance from the capital rendered them powerless to intervene. Otherwise, they would never permit her union. Gu Yuxi clenched her teeth, resolutely refusing to marry anyone but Fu Mingyan. Did he truly wish to cast her aside? Despite the lack of consummation, they had spent the night together in bed, with Fu Mingyan holding her close, and she had noticed his reaction. Defiantly, Gu Yuxi lifted her gaze to meet Fu Mingyan's, asking, "Do you have someone you love?" Upon hearing her voice, Fu Mingyan recognized her tears. He stood to fetch a handkerchief, gently wiping her cheeks. Yet, Gu Yuxi's tears only multiplied, her eyes brimming as she looked at him. "I do not," Fu Mingyan replied. "What is wrong with me? While in the capital, many admired me. And even in the countryside, there are still those who hold affection for me." Unable to contain her emotions any longer, Gu Yuxi threw herself into Fu Mingyan's embrace, clinging to him with all her might. Having never engaged in such audacious actions before, Gu Yuxi's body began to tremble, yet she dared not release Fu Mingyan. She feared that if she were to let go, her husband would abandon her. After much effort persuading her family to allow her to marry him, what would she do if he no longer wanted her? No, in truth, her family had not entirely consented. If Fu Mingyan were to truly reject her, her relatives would be more than willing to erase this marriage from their lives. Gu Yuxi wished to prove to her family that her judgment was sound. Although Fu Mingyan was but a rural man with nothing to his name at present, he would surely become her support. Little did she expect that despite their ceremonial union, he still contemplated leaving her. Fu Mingyan attempted to push Gu Yuxi away, only to realize that her seemingly slender figure held surprising strength. He felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. After all, he had experienced a reaction upon awakening that morning, with a stunning beauty in his embrace. How could he remain unaffected? Though he had suppressed his earlier response, the embers of desire flared anew within him. His throat parched. He found himself entirely capable of taking liberties with the woman in his arms. As his hand rested upon her shoulder, originally intended to create distance, he noticed her trembling frame. Reluctantly, he uttered, "You are wonderful." Gu Yuxi sought to uncover the reason behind Fu Mingyan's apparent hesitation, stating, "When you rescued me for the first time, I was almost bullied, but you saved me. Do you find me distasteful?" Fu Mingyan shook his head, replying, "It was I who saved you. I am fully aware that nothing untoward occurred. How could I possibly find you repugnant? My parents, my brother, and my younger sister are all in the capital, unable to come here. Do you think my family does not value you enough, or that my dowry is insufficient? Noticing her stubbornness, Fu Mingyan insisted, Gu Yuxi, listen to me. I do not wish to abandon you. It is simply that if the college entrance examination is reinstated, you can return to the city. You are a city girl, and there is no need for you to remain in the countryside with me. Your prospects are bright. How could I ever disdain you? Gu Yuxi replied, you once told me that if the college entrance examination were reinstated, you too would participate and move to the city. Are you deceiving me? Do you intend to remain in the countryside for life? Fu Mingyan recalled their previous conversation when Gu Yuxi had nearly been bullied, during which he had shared his aspirations of attending university. I am not lying. I too will sit for the examination, he affirmed, having already set his goals. Then do you have someone you like? Gu Yuxi asked, her voice tinged with tears. Is it your intention to cast me aside for her? Is it Lin Xiaofang? Did you marry in the old house to force me to wed Fu Wuqiang, so you could be with Lin Xiaofang? The peculiar behavior of Lin Xiaofang that morning suddenly sparked a realization within Gu Yuxi. Had Fu Mingyan genuinely intended to marry Lin Xiaofang instead of her? Seeing Gu Yuxi trembling uncontrollably, her face streaked with tears, Fu Mingyan gently patted her cheek, wiping away her tears with tender care. Listen to me. Fu Mingyan furrowed his brow and said, do not conflate me with Lin Xiaofang. I have no beloved. I initially intended to marry you. But upon considering the reinstatement of the college entrance examination, I do not wish to hinder your return to the city. I merely offer you a more favorable choice. Gu Yuxi, with tearful eyes, felt a surge of anxiety at the thought of possibly marrying Fu Wuqiang, her body trembling with an overwhelming urge to retch. Fu Mingyan noticed her distress and couldn't help but reflect on the events of his past life. He had always seen himself as a victim in this marriage exchange and had never considered that Gu Yuxi might be one as well. With this realization, his heart softened towards her. Gu Yuxi, your attributes are remarkable, and you possess a striking beauty. If you do not harbor regrets, we shall proceed to obtain our marriage certificate. However, should you have any second thoughts, I shall release you. Gu Yuxi was about to affirm her unwavering commitment, but Fu Mingyan covered her mouth, preventing her from uttering further words. I shall grant you 7 days, and after that, you may decide. He was acutely aware of the impending meeting regarding the reinstatement of the examination, which would undoubtedly unsettle the hearts of the youth in the village. While Gu Yuxi might desire to marry now, would she maintain this sentiment when others face separations or divorces? Fu Mingyan felt uncertain about her potential choices. If you wish to leave at that time, I will not impede your departure. Should you choose to marry me? His thoughts drifted to the memories of his first wife, whose experiences had etched themselves deeply into his soul. There was not a hint of warmth in his gaze as he continued, I must remind you, should we wed, I will not tolerate any form of betrayal. Yet Gu Yuxi was not frightened by his cold demeanor. Instead, she responded, the responsibilities and obligations between spouses should be reciprocal. I shall strive to be a good wife. And you will be a good husband, will you not? The sincerity in her youthful eyes radiated like a flickering flame, capable of igniting everything around it. Indeed, Fu Mingyan replied. Gu Yuxi's tears transformed into a smile. This affirmation was all she needed. She feared he might hold affections for another, that he might not truly care for her. It mattered little that he did not love her at present, as husband and wife. She would have a lifetime to nurture that bond. Trusting in his character, she had already fallen deeply for him before he even realized his own feelings. If she could not marry him, she would rather remain single for eternity. In a moment of affection, Gu Yuxi leaned in and kissed his cheek. Seeing Fu Mingyan's eyes widen in surprise, she shyly brushed her plate, unable to meet his gaze. Pretending to be occupied, she said, although we will officially register our marriage in a week, please do not call me Gu Yuxi anymore. Drop the surname and simply call me by my name, all right? I wish to call you Mingyan Gu. While others could address her as Gu Yuxi, she did not want Fu Mingyan to do so. Fu Mingyan nodded, very well. After a brief pause, he added, Yuxi. His voice resonated with a magnetic allure, causing her ears to flush with warmth as she instinctively touched the tips of her ears. Fu Mingyan remained oblivious to his new wife's shyness, as someone else had arrived. A slender figure appeared at the door, a girl whose face was no larger than a palm, her features reminiscent of Fu Mingyan. Her hairstyle, cut by He Pingping, featured heavy bangs that hung over her brows, and coupled with ill-fitting clothing, obscured her beauty, rendering her less appealing. He Pingping consistently belittled Fu Mingzhu in all her endeavors. You look rather dull-witted. Are you aware that you've spoken out of turn? Speak less from now on. She was truly unlikable, and it was best if she remained in the corner, with only the hope of contributing in some manner. However, Fu Mingyan understood that once Fu Mingzhu entered university, she would unveil her true beauty, akin to a gracefully standing lotus flower. Yet, like the lotus, her fate was similarly fleeting, plucked too soon from life. As she passed away before reaching the age of 25. Reflecting on his sister's demise, Fu Mingyan lowered his gaze, concealing the turmoil within his eyes. Fu Mingzhu softly announced, "Brother, sister-in-law, dinner is ready. Mother asked me to call you both." Gu Yuxi was rather fond of being addressed as sister-in-law and replied, "Oh, Mingyan and I will be there shortly. Thank you, dear sister." After delivering the message, Fu Mingzhu turned and left. Once she was gone, Gu Yuxi retrieved a key and opened a box. "What are you doing?" "I must prepare gifts for the family," Gu Yuxi replied. "Rest assured, I have not only prepared something for your sister, but also for your elder sister. I know your family cherishes her dearly." Gu Yuxi was well aware of the Fu family's dynamics. They all held Fu Xinyan in high regard. Therefore, although it should have been Fu Xinyan giving her a gift, Gu Yuxi, considering the family's financial constraints, did not expect to receive anything in return. Instead, she aimed to present gifts to both Fu Xinyan and Fu Mingzhu. "Do not take them," Fu Mingyan intervened, halting Gu Yuxi's actions. Remembering their agreement to obtain their marriage certificate in 7 days, she promptly stated, "Then I shall give them both gifts when we officially register our marriage in 7 days. Fu Mingyan, still skeptical about Gu Yuxi marrying him after the upheaval in the village following the college entrance exam results, replied, "Let us discuss this again in 7 days." Gu Yuxi's cheeks puffed out. She was earnest in her desire to marry Mingyan, wishing to be his wife and accompany him through life's journey, no matter the hardships they might face. If Fu Mingyan insisted on waiting a week, then she would wait. Chapter 9. Dinner. Fu Mingyan led Gu Yuxi to the main hall, selecting a seat for her. "You sit here, I will serve the dishes." "I'll do it," Gu Yuxi volunteered. "No need," Fu Mingyan said, gently pressing down on her shoulder. "The first task as my wife is to obey." Afraid of failing to become Fu Mingyan's wife, Gu Yuxi immediately sat up straight, her hands resting neatly on her knees. This obedient demeanor caught Fu Mingyan off guard. Gazing into her large eyes, his heart softened. He thought that if her family background were not so distinguished, perhaps he could truly envision a future with her. During dinner, "Whatever my mother and sister say, just smile and don't engage. Only take action when my father, my sister, or I give you instructions." Gu Yuxi blinked, initially believing that the Fu family was harmonious. However, from Fu Mingyan's words, it appeared otherwise. In her mind, Gu Yuxi swiftly delineated the members of the Fu family. On one side stood Fu Mingyan, Fu Ping, and Fu Mingzhu, while on the other were He Pingping and Fu Xinyan. Considering that someone might arrive at any moment, Gu Yuxi refrained from further inquiries and simply replied, "All right." She did not ask many questions. This morning's breakfast was surprisingly sumptuous. Fu Mingzhu had prepared hand-pulled noodles, with cabbage thrown in, and 2 perfectly poached eggs floated atop the dish. Fu Mingyan could easily deduce the ownership of the eggs. One was for the newly welcomed Gu Yuxi, and the other for Fu Xinyan. Yet, the household had more than just 2 eggs. The reason he and his sister did not have separate rooms was that one had been converted into a chicken coop. He Pingping insisted on raising chickens at home, which required his sister to clean up after them every morning and evening, thus minimizing unpleasant odors. However, these chickens were tended by his sister, and yet, it was Fu Xinyan who enjoyed the eggs. What a perplexing situation. Fu Mingyan deftly placed the noodles into 6 bowls, distributing the vegetables accordingly. 2 bowls had more vegetables than noodles, each topped with a poached egg. He decided these eggs were meant for the 2 of them. Given the scarcity of oil in this era, he prepared fried eggs for his family. With efficiency, Fu Mingyan boiled water in the pot, coated it with oil, and fried the eggs. After serving the noodles to He Pingping and Fu Xinyan, Fu Ping returned home. Previously, Fu Mingyan had wondered why his father always bore dark circles under his eyes. The villagers joked that Fu Ping indulged excessively. But now he understood that his father labored in the fields for work points during the day and sold vegetables in the black market at night. His father's rest time had been severely curtailed, leaving him utterly drained, a condition exacerbated by He Pingping. Fu Mingyan stepped forward to take the hoe from his father's hands and turned to the already standing Gu Yuxi. She immediately greeted Dad. "Oh," Fu Ping replied with a smile. "If there's not enough to eat later." Fu Ping suddenly noticed the bowls on the table, each containing eggs, and remarked, It's good to have some eggs. They stave off hunger. Seeing that He Pingping and Fu Xinyan had not yet arrived, he pulled out a red cloth bag from his pocket. This is something I unearthed before, he said, revealing a jade bracelet and several small pieces of gold and silver. This is just for you. Take good care of it, and don't let it be known. Gu Yuxi instinctively glanced at Fu Mingyan, only to see him step forward. Opening the red brocade bag, inside were the jade bracelet and the gold and silver pieces. Both the bracelet and the precious items were familiar to Fu Mingyan, having seen them on Lin Xiaofang's vanity. At that time, he had merely picked them up, and Lin Xiaofang had promptly stopped him. What are you doing? These belong to the Lin family. Even if you face difficulties in starting your business, you cannot sell my belongings. I intend to keep them for the children. Fu Mingyan had never coveted the possessions of others. Upon hearing Lin Xiaofang's remark, he promptly returned the jade bracelet. At that time, Fu Mingyan had already embarked on his business ventures and had developed a discerning eye, recognizing the exceptional quality of the jade. As he caressed the bracelet, he inquired, "Father, is this piece part of a pair?" He had a recollection of seeing a matching pair of bracelets at Lin Xiaofang's place, with more gold and silver embellishments than those currently in his bag. "Ah?" Fu Ping murmured softly, "Yes, it is indeed a pair of jade bracelets. And the gold and silver embellishments also come in pairs, 6 pairs in total. I wish to reserve half for your sister as a dowry when she marries, if you desire them." Fu Ping's brow furrowed, his expression betraying a hint of conflict. Ultimately, he conceded, "If you wish to have them, that is acceptable. You can collect them from my place later. Your sister will need her elder brother's support once she is married. Considering the value of these items, I must ensure that you treat her well. Although I did not unearth many treasures, I intend to leave something for you and Mingzhu. Please do not mention this to your mother or Xianyan." When Fu Ping discovered the treasures, his initial thought was to divide them equally among his 3 children. However, both the jade bracelets and the gold and silver embellishments were pairs, which posed a dilemma: either pass them down to one child or divide them between 2. For the first time, Fu Ping, a man of integrity, felt a pang of greed, wishing to keep these fine items solely for his own bloodline, unwilling to share with Fu Xinyan. Thus, he concealed the treasures, planning to allocate one to Fu Mingyan and another to Fu Mingzhu. Feeling a twinge of guilt for engaging in such behavior, Fu Ping's face flushed, a stark contrast to his usual teachings to his children. Fu Mingyan stored the items away, saying, "Father, please also give me the portion you intended for my sister. Do not mention this to mother or my sister. I assure you, I will keep it confidential." Concerned about leaving the items with his father, fearing they might fall into He Pingping's hands, he added, "I will hold on to them for now and will present them to my sister when she marries. You can rest assured." What could Fu Ping possibly fret about? Fu Mingyan had always been a source of comfort for him. With this assurance, Fu Ping was confident that the items would eventually reach Mingzhu. It was indeed preferable for him to entrust the treasures to his son, alleviating his worries about when He Pingping might discover them. After washing the mud off the pair of bracelets, Fu Ping's immediate instinct was to reserve them for his 2 children, for the jade was both translucent and lustrous, a clear indication of its quality. At that moment, He Pingping entered with a smile, followed by Fu Xinyan, whose pouting lips resembled those of a kettle. He Pingping called out, "Xinyan, summon your sister-in-law. Let us not refer to her as Gu Yuxi. We are family now. You may simply call me Little Gu." Gu Yuxi wished to reserve the most intimate title for Fu Mingyan. Little Gu. Traditionally, one should present a gift upon first meeting. However, as you can see, our family's circumstances are modest, so we shall forego that formality. Let us eat. I have prepared hand-pulled noodles for breakfast, along with some water eggs. He Pingping began, only to realize that 2 bowls contained water eggs while the rest were fried eggs. He Pingping raised her eyebrows, while Fu Mingyan noticed his sister Fu Mingzhu shudder slightly. "Our family raises chickens. There's no need to be so frugal," Fu Mingyan remarked. "So I went to the kitchen and fried a few eggs. 2 poached eggs are already done. Otherwise, I believe it wouldn't hurt to skip the egg portion for elder sister." Fu Mingyan glanced at his elder sister, Fu Xinyan, and continued, "I heard someone say that elder sister is getting as fat as a pig. It would be wise for her to eat less." Fu Xinyan's mind nearly faltered at the remark. What does it mean to be as fat as a pig? Regardless of era, be it ancient or modern. Even in this peculiar and fervent time, women are often conscious of their weight, particularly for Fu Xinyan, who already felt she had gained weight and had been wanting to eat less lately. It was her sister He Pingping who had been coaxing her to eat more. Fu Xinyan, not believing her brother would lie, felt her eyes welling up with tears. Gu Yuxi blinked in surprise, taken aback by her husband's biting words. "I want to eat anymore," Fu Xinyan exclaimed, tears brimming in her eyes as she fled. "Just divide her noodles. Keep her portion of the eggs in mine," He Pingping quickly instructed before rushing after her sobbing daughter. Having lived through the years of famine and nearly unable to marry her first husband due to her emaciation, He Pingping did not consider her daughter to be overweight. In fact, she thought her daughter looked better with a little more plumpness. Moreover, as a married woman, she understood that a bit of softness in a woman's body is often more appealing to men, making it easier to retain their interest in the bedroom. He Pingping consistently advised her daughter against relying on starvation to lose weight. Now that her daughter had run off, she knew she wouldn't touch that mound of noodles, so it would be best to have someone else finish it. As for the poached eggs, He Pingping planned to persuade her daughter to continue enjoying them. Once the two had left, Fu Ping hesitated, feeling guilty for not sharing the food with Fu Xinyan, especially since his son had spoken so harshly. After much internal conflict, he quietly said, "Why speak to your elder sister like that? I spoke the truth. Her buttons are about to burst, and she needs new clothes, so of course she should eat less. Otherwise, how will she get married?" Fu Mingyan said, placing a poached egg into his father Fu Ping's bowl. "Dad, you eat the eggs. Leave the eggs for Xinyan. Your mother just instructed that," Fu Ping replied. "I see elder sister wants to lose weight, and eating less is the most effective way." Gu Yuxi quickly sided with her husband, saying, "Dad, if it truly comes down to it, just fry another egg. You should eat it." As it is also a gesture of filial piety from Mingyan, Fu Mingyan glanced at Gu Yuxi, thinking that had the time between their wedding and the restoration of the college entrance examination not been so close, he would have loved to be a real couple with Gu Yuxi, appreciating her intelligence and understanding. After portioning out Fu Xinyan's noodles and vegetables, Fu Mingyan efficiently concluded the meal and watched as Fu Mingzhu began to clear the dishes, frowning slightly. "I'll take care of it," Gu Yuxi immediately interjected. "Since my sister prepared the meal and will be preparing future dishes, I will handle the washing of the dishes and utensils." After making her statement, Gu Yuxi flashed a sweet smile at her husband. Fu Mingzhu softly protested, "It's all right. I'm used to doing these chores. I can manage." Fu Mingyan remarked, "Stop pushing back and let Gu Yuxi handle it." Rising to his feet, he addressed his father. "Come on, let us fetch the items." He entered his father's chamber and, after collecting the remaining bracelets and gold and silver ingots, he urged his father to rest. "No need. No need. I shall go to work. You rarely have a 3-day break." Fu Ping was genuinely fatigued. After Fu Mingyan insistently removed his shoes and pressed several acupoints on his soles, he soon fell into a deep slumber. Covering his father with a light blanket, Fu Mingyan returned to his room. Fu Mingzhu had already raised the curtain and was engrossed in a book. Not wishing to disturb her sister-in-law, Gu Yuxi signaled her husband to step outside. Once they were outside, Gu Yuxi said, "Shall we not keep everything in my care?" She noticed that Fu Mingyan's side was quite empty, lacking any locks, and her husband was currently wary of He Pingping and Fu Xinyan. Storing the items with her was undoubtedly the wisest choice. "Very well," Fu Mingyan nodded, handing the items to Gu Yuxi. "I am off to work. You will work for father? Shall I accompany you?" "No need," Fu Mingyan replied. "Later. My sister will need assistance, so please lend her a hand." After saying this, Fu Mingyan glanced at the delicate Gu Yuxi. "Is that agreeable?" Gu Yuxi, who had only recently arrived in the countryside, had indeed been untouched by manual labor, but she had managed to develop some skills through her limited farming tasks. "Rest assured, I can certainly help." Fu Mingyan went to the fields to work for his father. His spirit had long been distanced from agricultural labor, yet his youthful body, well acquainted with toil, quickly found its rhythm. Suddenly, a figure approached him, smiling as he spoke. "A moment in spring is worth 1,000 gold, Fu Mingyan. Do you still have time to toil in the fields?" Looking over, Fu Mingyan recognized the voice belonged to an old acquaintance, Hisu, a youth from the village. Hisu had arrived in the countryside a year before Gu Yuxi. When Hisu first came, he wore black leather shoes and even styled his hair with a bit of mousse, presenting a dandy appearance that had once graced the pages of a newspaper with his poetry. Coming from Shanghai, he immediately captured Fu Xinyan's attention. Fu Xinyan had once considered marrying him, bringing him eggs and pancakes, even taking on some of his tasks for Fu Mingyan to complete. In their youth, Fu Mingyan had helped due to the comments made by He Pingping's family. Unexpectedly, after several months of flirtation with Fu Xinyan, Hisu encountered the newly arrived Gu Yuxi. What was to be an engagement with Fu Xinyan was postponed, and within 2 months, Hisu realized that Gu Yuxi's family was affluent and influential. The Gu family sent supplies to the village each month, allowing the youth to endure little hardship in the countryside. Although Hisu was indeed a genuine Shanghai native, he was not an only child. He had an elder brother who was born with a brain injury, resulting in paralysis. This brother's existence placed a heavy burden on Hisu. While others in the residential compound were devising ways to remain in the city, he, despite being a son and having a younger sister 3 years his junior, still had to go to the countryside. Originally, Hisu encountered Fu Mingyan, who wholeheartedly devoted herself to him, and he felt that this was acceptable. However, upon the appearance of Gu Yuxi, his thoughts began to flutter. The Gu family was affluent. Supporting Gu Yuxi was one thing, but supporting her future husband was another. Moreover, marrying Fu Mingyan would tether him to rural life, while marrying Gu Yuxi could potentially open doors for both of them to return to the city in the future. Hisu promptly severed ties with Fu Mingyan and devoted himself entirely to pursuing Gu Yuxi. In abandoning Fu Mingyan, he disregarded the fact that Fu Mingyan had once fought with him over this sister. Logically, Hisu should have been wary of approaching them. Fearing he would regret Gu Yuxi's choice, while feeling both bitter and envious, yet he boldly approached her nonetheless. Fu Mingyan squinted at Hisu, who took a step back, prompting Fu Mingyan to scoff. "You're as timid as a mouse, yet you dare to provoke me?" Initially contemplating how to rid himself of Fu Mingyan, Hisu found inspiration upon seeing him. A man fears choosing the wrong career, while a woman fears marrying the wrong man. The news of the imminent college entrance examination spread, and Hisu undoubtedly yearned to return to the city. Were he to marry Fu Mingyan at this juncture, it would inevitably entangle all three of them, including He Pingping. Even if Fu Mingyan and Hisu married and returned to the city, their ending would likely be bleak, for in a past life, Fu Mingyan had harbored thoughts of being forsaken by Hisu and had sought information about him, leading Fu Mingyan to realize that whoever became Hisu's future wife would face a dire fate. With a brother plagued by cerebral palsy, a father-in-law who had suffered a stroke, and a malicious mother-in-law, Hisu's first wife fled, and he never married again. Fu Mingyan had always held affection for Hisu. Perhaps it would be best for her to marry him. "What do you mean by being as timid as a mouse?" Hisu retorted. But upon seeing Fu Mingyan's lack of anger, he continued, "I'm merely reminding you that Gu Yuxi's family is from the city, with favorable conditions. You must keep a close watch on your fiancée. You cannot let her slip away. Am I not being kind-hearted?" Fu Mingyan held Hisu in disdain, regarding him as someone who, having failed to pursue a woman, resorted to laying traps instead. Hisu aimed to confine Gu Yuxi to this rural expanse. Fu Mingyan chuckled. "Gu Yuxi, if you're genuinely concerned, might I suggest you settle down in the village and marry my sister?" Hisu was taken aback, not expecting Fu Mingyan to suddenly mention Fu Mingyan. Memories of past beatings and Fu Mingyan scratching him until he bled flooded his mind, and he awkwardly chuckled. "Fu Mingyan and I have already established a revolutionary friendship. What was said before is one thing, but my sister still has feelings for you," Fu Mingyan countered. "Look, even someone like Gu Yuxi has married and remained in the village. Would it not be splendid for you and my sister to wed and settle here? There's ample food and drink, and your wife would share in the responsibilities." Fu Mingyan's voice, akin to a devil's whisper, struck a nerve with Hisu. During his previous flirtations with Fu Mingyan, not only was there food and drink, but Fu Mingyan also assisted with chores. Hisu paused, genuinely tempted. Primarily because Fu Mingyan was remarkably efficient in his work, and Fu Mingyan was cherished in her family, ensuring they lacked for nothing. Hisu tentatively spoke. "How about you help me with some work?" Fu Mingyan scoffed. "After having been taken advantage of once, why would I assist you again? We should at least get engaged before discussing marriage." Holding a hoe, Fu Mingyan added, "I recall that a film is being shown in the neighboring village tomorrow night. If you still wish to pursue my sister, I shall borrow a bicycle and take her there. If things go well, you can ride back with her." The bicycle mentioned by Fu Mingyan was purchased by Gu Yuxi after she moved to the countryside, and with this addition, she became the village's scorekeeper. Hisu's expression fluctuated for a long while. Ever since Gu Yuxi got engaged, the young people in the village had indeed become restless. Everyone felt that with Gu Yuxi's affluent background, there was little reason for her to remain in the village, clinging to the elusive hope of returning to the city. Upon hearing Fu Mingyan's words, Hisu immediately declared, "I have written a poem. You should take it to her." Chapter 11. Writing a novel. September had yet to welcome the autumn rains that would dramatically alter the temperature. The sun was still unrelentingly fierce. By around 10 o'clock, Fu Mingyan had already formed a layer of salt frost upon his body. After leaving the fields, Fu Mingyan did not hurry home but instead made his way to the village clinic. The main door was tightly shut, but he felt along the side window and discovered a key. Entering the clinic, he retrieved some medicinal supplies. As he emerged into the courtyard, he spotted Yi Pingping pulling Fu Xinyan along. "Sister, come here. I need to speak with you." Fu Xinyan, feeling discontented due to remarks about her weight, was pushed by her mother, indicating that she should approach. When Fu Xinyan reached Fu Mingyan, she immediately remarked, "It stinks." Fu Mingyan disregarded her derogatory comment and directly asked, "Sister, do you still have feelings for Hisu?" Fu Xinyan's expression fell instantly, and she retorted, "Why do you ask about him?" "My reason is simple. Hisu still likes you. He asked me to give you this." Fu Mingyan placed a letter into Fu Xinyan's hands, along with a large white rabbit candy. This candy had originally been given to him by Gu Yuxi, and he now used her name as a pretext to present it to Fu Xinyan. "This contains a love poem he wrote for you, inviting you to the movie. Sister, if you still have feelings for him, perhaps you should give it some thought." Fu Xinyan huffed, playfully responding, "If he likes me, do I need to consider him?" Last year, he knew he was in the wrong. Fu Mingyan interrupted her. "The last time someone called you fat, it was Hisu who referred to it as plump, reminiscent of Baochai from Dream of the Red Chamber, whose skin was as smooth as cream." Fu Xinyan had a penchant for cultured individuals, and upon hearing Baochai mentioned, she fell silent. "Take a look, see if the poem is well written." As Fu Xinyan hesitated, uncertain whether to read the letter, Fu Mingyan persistently urged her, prompting Fu Xinyan to finally resolve to read it. Fu Mingyan sensed that everything would turn out well, as Fu Xinyan's expression turned shy, clearly indicating that the content had struck a chord with her. The more one lacks something, the more one yearns for it. Fu Xinyan, with her less than stellar academic performance, found herself particularly enamored with the polished and vibrant city dwellers. "Do not mention this to mother. Tomorrow evening, after dinner, wait for me at the village entrance." Fu Xinyan blurted out, "Why not tell mother? Previously, when Hisu parted ways with you, mother insisted on demanding 100 yuan from him. It was evident that she looked down on Hisu." Fu Xinyan had always been obedient to her mother, and the only time she defied her was when she wished to marry Hisu. After their relationship ended, her mother further asserted that Hisu had wasted her time and sought 100 yuan from him. Just think, if Hisu's family could produce 100 yuan, they must be well off, and despite the ups and downs, they were indeed a couple destined to be together. If you tell mother, she would ultimately agree, but not without criticizing you. Do you enjoy being lectured by her? Hisu's family background was modest, yet in his pursuit of Gu Yuxi, he pretended to be affluent, leading many to mistakenly believe he was well off. Fu Xinyan, who had always harbored feelings for Hisu, was now enchanted by the notion of his wealth. Since their breakup, Yi Pingping consistently urged Fu Xinyan to be more pragmatic, introducing her only to rural suitors. Fu Xinyan, however, was unwilling to settle. She was not like Gu Yuxi, who lacked discernment and focused on rural men. Fu Xinyan yearned to marry an educated youth, convinced that her brother's words held merit. "With the heat of the past few days, it was timely for you to eat less," Fu Mingyan remarked. "In case you and Hisu decide to marry, you should dress attractively." Fu Xinyan rolled her eyes, understanding the implication. During lunch, Fu Mingyan also prevented Yi Pingping from entering their father's room. "Mother, you rest and sleep with Xinyan. Father is tired and had a hearty breakfast this morning. I want him to get some extra sleep over the next few days." During the summer, the black market transactions were most frequent, and now that Fu Ping was asleep during the day, it was the perfect opportunity to visit the black market at night. Yi Pingping immediately agreed upon realizing this. Fu Xinyan felt somewhat displeased. Although she was close to her mother, she had outgrown the age of sharing a bed with her. Fu Mingyan returned to his room, and, after confirming that Gu Yuxi would not nap, he briefly washed up before taking a rest. After his nap, Fu Mingyan initially intended to help his father with work in the afternoon, but Fu Ping had already awakened. After eating, Fu Ping, having rested, looked much less fatigued. This time, Fu Ping was adamant about not allowing his son to assist him with work. "Mingyan, you stay at home to rest. I will go to work." With his own time in the afternoon, Fu Mingyan found a pen and paper, ready to begin earning his first fortune. Upon realizing he had been reborn, Fu Mingyan understood that the forthcoming years would witness China's economic rapid growth, heralding a national economic boom. With financial resources and knowledge of future relocation policies, he would not need to toil as he did in his previous life, By strategically purchasing properties slated for demolition, he could effortlessly accumulate wealth, even acquiring a courtyard in the capital that would ensure a comfortable life for his children. The question then arose, how should he earn his initial capital? In this unique year of 1977, with the college entrance examinations about to resume and the signals of reform and opening up resonating, Fu Mingyan knew that now was not the most opportune time for business ventures. The phrase crossing the river by feeling the stones is not merely a rhetorical expression. It reflects a chaotic landscape of policies. Within the leadership, some lean towards reform while others favor a planned economy. In the realm of business, should one earn a profit without a reliable support system, one may find oneself facing the dire consequences of imprisonment. This was the fate of the founder of Shihuahua, who endured 3 incarcerations, a reflection of the business environment. With each new leader, perceptions vary regarding whether one is a pioneer of reform or a mere opportunist. Fu Mingyan, intent on avoiding prison and the mental strain of seeking a patron, suffered health issues to the point of gastric bleeding, leading to multiple hospital visits. The painful memories of those times linger vividly in his mind. Having experienced a rebirth, he resolved to adopt a different approach to life. What means could ensure the safe acquisition of initial funds? Fu Mingyan swiftly contemplated his possibilities, settling on the idea of submitting essays and writing novels. In his previous life, he had believed he had failed to gain admission to university. However, he never relinquished his commitment to learning. He diligently sought to enrich himself, devouring books, magazines, and a plethora of policies. He had read banned literature from the 1970s and explored the scar literature of the 1980s, as well as numerous films and television dramas. Could he not harness these experiences for creative endeavors? Fu Mingyan believed he could. Sitting at his luminous writing desk amidst the gentle breeze, he gazed out at the bustling scene of labor and began to pen his first story. The narrative commenced in 1945. Chapter 12. A Dual Life During This Era. Model operas predominantly featured martial struggles, such as taking Tiger Mountain by strategy, The Red Lantern, and Sha Jiaobang. In a time of destitution, vanquishing the adversaries became a source of national pride. As the victory in the War of Resistance loomed in 1945, Fu Mingyan prepared to write a tale rooted in that pivotal year, a story of an individual working in the Military Intelligence Bureau during the Republic of China, who, due to personal experiences, was turned and began to serve the party. Amidst the deluge of anti-Japanese dramas, Fu Mingyan was captivated by a television series that portrayed a protagonist who was not invincible. The espionage narrative did not have the hero dodging bullets, but rather focused on the transmission of intelligence. Grasping his heroic pen, Fu Mingyan slowly began to craft this story. The Japanese aggressors, having been subdued by 2 atomic bombs from the United States, were on the verge of formally surrendering on double 10th day. Gu Yuxi, having completed his tasks, went to meet his girlfriend, Lin Lan. She was a beautiful woman, her bright eyes ablaze with an indomitable spirit, a vitality fueled by her faith. They discussed their wedding plans, intending to marry on the day of the enemy's surrender. A scarf he had brought back from Moscow adorned her neck, and Lin Lan nestled joyfully in her boyfriend's embrace. However, little did he anticipate that during the next operation, he would discover her presence in a surveillance scene. If the message were to be relayed according to the plans and the action group, then Lin Lan would undoubtedly face capture or even death. For the first time, Gu Yuxi took a perilous risk for Lin Lan, erasing her visit from the surveillance recording devices and neglecting to signal the action group immediately. The friction between Fu Mingyan's pen tip and the paper produced a rhythmic rustling sound. It was as though he were transported to an era ravaged by war, experiencing Gu Yuxi's actions and grasping the protagonist's sentiments. Despite concealing Lin Lan's visit, her remarks as a progressive youth in the newspaper had drawn the attention of the military intelligence. His superior, a benevolent man, aided him in hiding certain matters and assigned him the task of assassinating the traitor Li Haifeng. Before the assassination could commence, his superior met an untimely demise, leaving Gu Yuxi to carry on alone. As a patriot, his simple love for his country compelled him to remain and fulfill the mission. Li Haifeng, who had allied with the Japanese invaders, must die. After successfully assassinating Li Haifeng, he resolved to follow his deceased superior's arrangement and meet someone at the guild, only to unexpectedly encounter Lin Lan, who urged him to abandon the darkness for the light. For the first time, he found himself questioning the feelings he held for his first love. Did Lin Lan truly love him, or had she merely acquiesced to the organization's mandates? In this context, his thoughts needed to be impeccably aligned, with no room for error. Fu Mingyan's focus intensified as he meticulously crafted each word, reviewing his work upon completion. Meanwhile, Gu Yuxi, who was sewing, discreetly observed him at first. Initially, it was mere curiosity, but as she noted Fu Mingyan's earnestness, she rested her chin in her hand and gazed unabashedly. Fu Mingyan truly embodied her ideal type. Despite modest means, he would wash up and change into fresh garments, exhibiting a faint scent of soap even after laboring in the midday heat. While many men in the countryside bore unkempt facial hair due to the demanding agricultural work, Fu Mingyan was always impeccably groomed, his complexion unmarred by stubble. Under the sunlight, his eyes were dark and bright, his nose elegantly defined, and his thin lips were undeniably attractive. Gu Yuxi found herself subconsciously drawn to Fu Mingyan's lips, a strange longing igniting within her. She sensed an unfamiliar yearning, rendering her perplexed about her desires. After writing for half an hour, Fu Mingyan would pause to stretch his fingers, occasionally glancing out the window, never once directing his gaze toward her. Unbeknownst to Gu Yuxi, while she had been lost in admiration for Fu Mingyan, he had remained oblivious. However, upon completing this segment of his writing, he turned his head and caught sight of her infatuated expression. A blush crept across Gu Yuxi's face as she suddenly comprehended the nature of her lingering gaze upon Fu Mingyan's lips. She wished to kiss him. How could such shameless thoughts arise? Her heart raced, and in a flustered moment, she shifted in her seat, currently perched upon an unstable high stool. Worn by years of exposure to the elements, her sudden movement caused her to flail her arms, and she found herself tipping backward. Just as she was about to fall, Fu Mingyan stepped forward to catch her. In the sultry embrace of summer, the garments worn were notably sheer, especially when Gu Yuxi raised her hand, causing her top to slip from the elastic waistband of her trousers, revealing a slender and fair segment of her waist. The man's heated palm clasped around the delicate contours of her waist, prompting a quiver from Gu Yuxi, followed by a bashful sigh. She melted into a puddle of warmth within her beloved's embrace, an insistent urge to kiss him stirring within her. Ultimately, Gu Yuxi succumbed to that desire. To Fu Mingyan's astonishment, another development unfolded. Gu Yuxi initiated the kiss. Shyly and trembling, she pressed her lips against his. Fu Mingyan instinctively tightened his arms, returning her kiss. The heat of their bodies intertwined, and the summer breeze caused both to perspire, reluctant to part from one another. It was only after Fu Mingyan regained his composure that he gently supported Gu Yuxi. With a flushed face and eyes shimmering with youthful exuberance, she conveyed her audacity and passion without uttering a single word. In the wake of that kiss, Fu Mingyan, captivated by Gu Yuxi's bashful demeanor, suddenly grasped a profound truth. She genuinely wished to marry him. This affluent city girl harbored feelings solely for him. If he desired, she would yield to his every whim. Yet, Fu Mingyan chose not to pursue further. Instead, he caressed her long hair and spoke in a husky voice. Just one more week. They were in such close proximity that Gu Yuxi sensed Fu Mingyan's affections for her as well. Boldly, she declared, "After today, only 6 days remain. 6 days from now. If I have no regrets, you must become my true husband." Fu Mingyan chuckled, feeling an unexpected surge of confidence towards her. Perhaps, amidst the fervor surrounding the college entrance examination results, she would still choose to follow him. "All right, let us wait 6 more days." He ruffled her hair, adding, "If you choose to be with me, I shall not disappoint you. If you do not choose." He left the sentence hanging. Gu Yuxi swiftly covered Fu Mingyan's mouth, proclaiming, "I will definitely choose you." In that moment, Fu Mingyan's hand slipped from her head to her ear. Having already made contact, he playfully pinched her soft ear. In the sweltering summer heat, her skin felt as though it had been kissed by dew, soft and cool to the touch. Suddenly, Gu Yuxi felt her blood race, and her icy ears flushed a vibrant red, her eyes shimmering as if they had been misted with tears. She contemplated fleeing, yet found herself unwilling to leave, allowing Fu Mingyan to tease her unabashedly. Observing Gu Yuxi's expression, Fu Mingyan finally withdrew his hand with a smile. This playful interlude with Gu Yuxi served as a brief respite, allowing him to continue weaving his narrative. Chapter 13. A dual existence that evening. The meal was a collaborative effort between Gu Yuxi and Fu Mingyan. After dining, Fu Mingyan returned to his writing. Having already penned 6,000 words across 10 densely filled pages, his fingers aching yet resolute in his endeavor. Upon deciding to go undercover, Yu Zhijing encountered a formidable challenge, as his background indicated a marital status that raised suspicions, necessitating the presence of a wife. Following a series of unforeseen events, a brash, fiery-tempered woman named Shui Ping entered his life. Fu Mingyan, engrossed in writing until 11 o'clock, was urged by Gu Yuxi to retire for the night, prompting him to finally set down his pen. He had managed to compose approximately 12 to 13,000 words that day, estimating that he would need an additional week to complete his work. As they prepared for slumber, Gu Yuxi softly remarked that her sister had likely already gone to rest. Gu Yuxi nestled on the inner side while Fu Mingyan lay on the outer side. Having labored during the day followed by an evening of mental exertion, Fu Mingyan soon succumbed to sleep. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaofang and Fu Wuqiang found themselves entangled in a complicated situation. The youthful Fu Wuqiang, stirred with desire, yearned to continue his intimate pursuits with Lin Xiaofang. He could not shake the memory of Fu Mingyan and Lin Xiaofang's son from his previous life. Convinced that any child he and Lin Xiaofang might conceive together would undoubtedly excel. Last night, Lin Xiaofang had resisted his advances, mistakenly believing her husband to be the tall and handsome Fu Mingyan, dismissing Fu Wuqiang entirely. Unwilling to comply, Lin Xiaofang attempted to push Fu Wuqiang away, yet he persisted, drawing closer. Although Fu Wuqiang was her nominal husband, Lin Xiaofang hesitated to provoke him fully. Coupled with Fu Wuqiang's myriad techniques, honed from past experiences in rescuing wayward women, Lin Xiaofang soon found herself unable to resist his advances. With a glimmer of greed in his eyes, Fu Wuqiang declared his affection, urging her to bear him a son. Lin Xiaofang, feeling overpowered, succumbed to him, torn by thoughts of the child growing within her. Fu Wuqiang, elated by the prospect of such a fortunate wife, reveled in his triumph. As Lin Xiaofang yielded, a single tear slipped from her eye, questioning the cruelty of a world that forced her into such a fate. Though she could not be with her true love, she lamented the obligation to fulfill her duties as Fu Wuqiang's wife. When the time was right, she vowed to reveal her pregnancy, determined to preserve the sanctity of her body from further defilement. Lin Xiaofang yearned to maintain the purity of her spirit, despite her physical state. After their encounter, Fu Wuqiang sought to embrace Lin Xiaofang, but she resisted, causing him to furrow his brow in confusion. His earlier fervor had given way to doubt. Did Lin Xiaofang truly wish to reject him? Wife, he implored, we are married now. Let me hold you as we sleep. Do not touch me, Lin Xiaofang firmly replied, wrapping herself tightly in the blankets. A chill swept over Fu Wuqiang's heart as he recalled his parents' words from earlier that day. It seemed the village head harbored intentions of marrying Lin Xiaofang to Fu Mingyan. Even Lin Xiaofang herself appeared to contemplate a union with Fu Mingyan. Fu Wuqiang thought of Fu Mingyan at this moment. Fu Mingyan, although hailing from a modest background, was quite the catch in the world of arranged marriages. Handsome, academically gifted, and diligent in his endeavors. However, after realizing he had been reborn, Fu Wuqiang's self-confidence swelled immensely. He now regarded himself as formidable and dismissed Fu Mingyan entirely. What did Fu Mingyan's academic achievements matter? In his previous life, he had failed to gain admission to university. His business success depended on Lin Xiaofang's fortunate destiny. In this life, it was he, Fu Wuqiang, who possessed a prosperous wife, and he was destined for greatness. Darling, did you think you shared a room with Fu Mingyan last night? Lin Xiaofang suddenly turned her head. Upon seeing Fu Mingyan and Gu Yuxi emerge together that morning, she felt as though she had been struck by a heavy hammer. Her mind was filled with disbelief. This was not how things were supposed to unfold. She should have married Fu Mingyan, preserving her purity of heart and body for a long time, rather than succumbing to intimacy with Fu Wuqiang last night and again today. And with someone as unattractive as Fu Wuqiang, who resembled a toad. Lin Xiaofang said nothing, but her expression revealed everything. Fu Wuqiang felt a pang of jealousy. He hadn't anticipated that Lin Xiaofang genuinely wished to marry Fu Mingyan. My dear, do you know? Our family deliberately got Fu Mingyan drunk yesterday, hoping he would enter your room so I could be with Gu Yuxi. But guess what? What happened? Lin Xiaofang asked. Fu Wuqiang patted her hand and replied. He hit me hard and told me that his heart belongs solely to Gu Jiqing. He said you don't even compare to her in the slightest. He praised Gu Jiqing's good family and beauty, claiming that seeing you made him want to vomit. He had already suspected our family's intentions and knew we were planning a marriage swap. He pretended to be drunk, but had actually plotted from the start to marry Gu Jiqing. Lin Xiaofang felt a buzzing in her head, oblivious to Fu Wuqiang's embrace. Her mind consumed by a singular thought. Fu Mingyan had ruined her. If only he had been upfront about his unwillingness to marry her and his desire for Gu Jiqing. She would not have found herself in a compromising situation with Fu Wuqiang. She felt a mix of resentment towards Fu Mingyan for despising her and pity for herself. Lin Xiaofang believed that this life would be irrevocably tainted by Fu Mingyan. Fu Wuqiang observed with satisfaction Lin Xiaofang's anger towards Fu Mingyan. As a man, he was somewhat perturbed. The woman before him had once been Fu Mingyan's wife and seemed to still harbor feelings for him. Considering Lin Xiaofang's fortunate disposition and the fact that she was now with him, Fu Wuqiang felt he could accept her but was determined to eradicate any lingering affection she held for Fu Mingyan. "Darling, let us live our lives well. I'm not done with Fu Mingyan," he said with a cheerful demeanor. "Why do you say that?" Lin Xiaofang asked, puzzled. "I recently heard someone mention that the college entrance examination is set to resume soon. Given that Gu Yuxi's family is quite well off, she will undoubtedly participate in the exam. Do you think this young woman will still want Fu Mingyan by then?" Lin Xiaofang excitedly stirred beneath the covers, propping herself up to face Fu Wuqiang, her voice trembling with eagerness. "Really? How do you know this?" "I happened to pass through the county town and overheard a cadre with a briefcase discussing it with someone else. Rest assured, it's certain. Within a week, I guarantee the news of the college entrance examination will spread far and wide." Lin Xiaofang's heart raced at the thought of Xiaomon. Upon hearing this news, she immediately considered that if the examination were reinstated, Xiaomon could attend university. Such significant news made her elated for Xiaomon. Yet she couldn't help but dwell on her own circumstances. If only she had known sooner. Had Xiaomon been able to pursue higher education, she wouldn't have been pressured by her parents to marry into the Fu family, thinking she could tolerate Fu Mingyan, only to end up with Fu Wuqiang as her husband. Lin Xiaofang's expression fluctuated as she wished for the dawn to arrive swiftly so that she could seek out Xiaomon. "Just tell me this news, and no one else should speak of it." Lin Xiaofang felt that such good news should be kept under wraps. She planned to discuss it with Xiaomon the following day. Fu Wuqiang was also hesitant to share it just yet, as he preferred to observe the unfolding drama. When the announcement aired, all the educated youths in the villages would undoubtedly be stirred. Gu Yuxi would surely rush back to the city immediately, and he wanted to witness the commotion surrounding Fu Mingyan at that time. Chapter 14. Lin Xiaofang and Xiaomon. On this particular day, Fu Mingyan rose early. Breakfast was meant to be simple, consisting only of sweet potato porridge, but Fu Mingyan urged his sister to continue preparing eggs. Fu Mingzhu pursed her lips, saying, "Brother, our family circumstances are not favorable. If we eat so well, what about mother?" It was evident that Fu Mingzhu was concerned about He Pingping. Fu Mingyan looked at his sister and replied, "Insufficient nutrition is unacceptable. From now on, the family will eat eggs." Fu Ping worked hard earning money on the black market, and that money should improve the family's situation rather than be handed over to support the Li family. Fu Mingyan intended to use that money to genuinely enhance their health. "I'll speak to mother about it. From now on, let us forego sweet potatoes and just have plain rice porridge." Fu Mingzhu nodded in agreement. A lavish breakfast caused He Pingping to furrow her brow as she glanced at Gu Yuxi's delicate features, but ultimately, she refrained from voicing her concerns. It was only natural for a newlywed to enjoy a few days of improvement, and He Pingping was not in a hurry to set rules. She merely told Gu Yuxi to eat her meal and come to her room afterward for a chat. Fu Mingyan nodded at Gu Yuxi, signaling her to go. After breakfast, Fu Mingyan took over his father Fu Ping's work shift as usual. Fu Ping had slept well the previous night and wished not to trouble his son today. Fu Mingyan insisted, "Father, it's only for 3 days. I want you to rest properly." Eventually, Fu Mingyan too would need to go out to earn work points and could not solely assist his father. Fu Ping finally accepted his son's kindness, lying down and forcing himself to sleep. As Fu Mingyan went out to work, he encountered He Su and arranged to meet in the evening. He also spotted Lin Xiaofang hurrying along. Lin Xiaofang was eager to find Yu Shuin. She could hardly wait to share the news with her beloved. However, upon encountering Fu Mingyan, she came to an abrupt halt. Lin Xiaofang felt that her true husband should be Fu Mingyan, not Fu Wuqiang. The words of Fu Wuqiang from the previous night had left her heartbroken, prompting her to hurl venomous words at Fu Mingyan. "Do you truly believe you could go far with Gu Yuxi? Whatever her circumstances may be, she will undoubtedly cast you aside at the first opportunity. You will regret marrying such a woman, ending up as a second husband." Fu Mingyan regarded Lin Xiaofang, his former wife, who wore a thick braid and displayed unmistakable disdain in her eyes. In their past life, Lin Xiaofang had concealed her true feelings so well that he had never witnessed such blatant contempt. It was by chance that Fu Mingyan observed Lin Xiaofang with Yu Shuin, and it became evident that his wife had never loved him. The most painful realization was that she had deceived him for so many years. Upon hearing Lin Xiaofang's words, a fierce anger ignited within Fu Mingyan. No matter how far I might go with Gu Yuxi, it will always be better than marrying you. You, who cavort with others. Entangled in confusion, unaware if you carry another's child. Lin Xiaofang, startled by Fu Mingyan's harsh words, instinctively took a step back and, seeing no one around, retorted, I have no desire to engage in your nonsense. As Lin Xiaofang hurried away, Fu Mingyan returned to his work, dismissing her as a melodramatic woman. He believed his words had sufficiently dissuaded her from bothering him again. Regarding the matter of whether Lin Xiaofang was with child, Fu Mingyan had little interest. First, Lin Xiaofang had a plethora of relatives who could provide her with false testimony. Second, no reliable tests to confirm paternity were available in the country. Most importantly, Fu Mingyan harbored no fondness for Fu Wuqiang. His marriage to Lin Xiaofang in their past life had been orchestrated by Fu Wuqiang's family. In this life, he preferred to let Fu Wuqiang and Lin Xiaofang remain entangled in their own affairs, as it had nothing to do with him. Fu Mingyan merely sought to intimidate Lin Xiaofang, ensuring that this shameless woman would not dare to disturb him again. Pondering with his chin in hand, he resolved to disseminate news about technology imports once he had the opportunity, determined not to allow Lin Xiaofang any respite. He was unaware of the advancements in technology abroad, yet he intended to learn English, ready to act swiftly should any technological developments arise. Lin Xiaofang was indeed unsettled by Fu Mingyan's words, especially when he fixated on her abdomen, as if convinced she was pregnant, which filled her with both astonishment and dread. When she finally found Yu Shuwen, who was shoveling manure in the barn, her mind was still wandering. Though the chore of cleaning the barn was unpleasant, it was relatively easy, and with fewer people around. It had become a favored rendezvous spot for Yu Shuwen and Lin Xiaofang. What's wrong? Yu Shuwen asked as he caught Lin Xiaofang, who nearly stumbled into a pile of manure. Adjusting his glasses, he inquired, What brings you here? His voice was gentle, and while his features were ordinary, the glasses gave him an intellectual air that often led others to conclude he was a scholar. Due to her appearance, Yu Shuwen swiftly earned the trust of her professors after receiving the notification letter from Fu Mingyan, subsequently becoming the secretary of the Youth League branch and effortlessly transitioning into a political career. Upon encountering Fu Mingyan, I noticed him fixating on my abdomen, declaring that I was harboring another's child. Yu Shuwen, taken aback, reflected carefully before replying. He indeed appeared at the cow shed, yet we were both exceedingly cautious. He must be speaking nonsensically out of jealousy for having married you. Lin Xiaofang curled her lip. My newlywed husband is that toad Fu Wuqiang. The mere thought of Fu Wuqiang brought tears to Lin Xiaofang's eyes, glistening like dewdrops. How could this be? Yu Shuwen was stunned. Wasn't the Fu family intending to arrange a marriage exchange? You previously mentioned that it was Fu Mingyan who was to marry you on the night of our wedding. It was changed back, for Fu Mingyan found me undesirable. Yu Shuwen sighed, embracing Lin Xiaofang tightly, tenderly saying, I commend your fortitude in marrying a man like Fu Wuqiang. Lin Xiaofang, feeling the weight of her trials and the tenderness of her beloved, along with the child she carried, began to weep softly in his embrace. Yu Shuwen, sensing the moment's gravity, inquired, What brings you to me? Fu Wuqiang informed me that the college entrance examination is to be reinstated, and news will arrive within a week. Reflecting on Fu Wuqiang's character, Yu Shuwen thought that if Fu Mingyan had said it, he might have believed, but Fu Wuqiang's words were mere bravado. Nevertheless, he responded to Lin Xiaofang, Thank you for sharing this news. I will prepare diligently. If I can participate in the entrance examination and have a chance to return to the city once I settle down, my first act will surely be to come back and marry you. While Yu Shuwen and Lin Xiaofang were entangled in sweet exchanges, Fu Mingyan was diligently working. As the evening drew to a close, after dinner, Fu Mingyan promptly began writing the story Double Life at midnight. Suaping, originally a guerrilla leader, undertook a covert task. Finding the shift in relations quite disorienting, she struggled to comprehend some of Yu Zhizhing's work, while he felt Suaping was a hindrance, contemplating replacing her. Gradually, Suaping integrated into the social circle of official wives, making significant contributions, not only relaying information through the Red Center, but also eliminating Ma Kuei with a single shot. At that moment, Yu Zhizhing found himself inexplicably enamored, turning to his wife and remarking, I realize you wield a gun entirely differently than before. It is quite captivating. Yu Zhizhing felt parched, as if the sun had gilded the strands of hair before him. The bond between Cuiping and Yu Zhijing began to blossom, yet soon after, Lin Lan's death cast a shadow over Cuiping, who was filled with regret. Cuiping's allure fully emerged at this juncture. Fu Mingyan recalled how he admired her during the television series, convinced that this vibrant and steadfast warrior would undoubtedly captivate the readers of this era. Chapter 15, Misunderstanding. Having penned 15,000 words, Fu Mingyan set aside his fountain pen and twisted his neck from side to side. Here I come. Gu Yuxi rose from the repaired stool and stood behind Fu Mingyan. The delicate hand of the woman rested on Fu Mingyan's neck, her fingertips pressing firmly against the man's robust muscles, striving to alleviate his soreness. In just a few moments, Fu Mingyan felt the tension in the areas she had kneaded begin to dissipate. Have you studied massage? He inquired. Yes, my grandfather is a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Gu Yuxi replied. Fu Mingyan could not help but glance at her. Your grandfather. Rest assured, he wouldn't involve our family in any troubles. He has no overseas connections, and, prior to the liberation, he even saved a prominent official. Gu Yuxi spoke softly. Thanks to his protection, my grandfather's family has remained untouched by the corrupt practices of the past. They simply do not practice medicine publicly anymore. My concern is not about you being implicated, but rather for the elder himself, Fu Mingyan remarked, voicing his worry for her grandfather's well-being. In these troubled times, many intellectuals have faced hardships. Yet, the dawn of hope is near. I hope they can endure a little longer, Gu Yuxi thought warmly, knowing Fu Mingyan was a kind-hearted person. My family is well, she assured him. That's good to hear. Next to the desk stood Gu Yuxi's vanity. In the mirror, her hair was neatly arranged, adorned with a red polka-dotted bow, and her lips bore a hint of color. Gu Yuxi's naturally fair complexion was further enhanced by the lipstick, making her appear even more radiant. Have you put on makeup? Fu Mingyan noticed something different about her and, upon closer inspection, discerned the subtle change. Feeling his gaze, Gu Yuxi shyly lowered her head. She recalled her confusion while reading The Peacock Flies Southeast, wondering why the heroine went to such lengths to beautify herself. Now, having married Fu Mingyan, she understood, women adorn themselves for those they cherish. She had noticed the bicycle parked in the yard and had heard that a film was being shown in the neighboring village. With Fu Mingyan borrowing the bike, it was clear he intended to take her to see the movie. Gu Yuxi selected a bright outfit and applied a bit of lipstick, wanting the world to know that Fu Mingyan's marriage to her was a source of pride, especially since she was a beautiful bride. Fu Mingyan took out a handkerchief and gently wiped her lipstick away. It's fine to wear lipstick for our wedding, but for now, let's refrain from it. After the announcement of the resumption of college entrance examinations, the rural community had become chaotic, with numerous reports being made. Wearing lipstick could be perceived as pretentious, and Fu Mingyan wished to shield Gu Yuxi from such scrutiny. Gu Yuxi sensed the tenderness in her husband's actions as he wiped her lips. Nodding obediently, she replied, I will heed your wishes. All right, I feel much better now. You don't need to massage me anymore. Your hands must be sore, Fu Mingyan said, standing up. As he prepared to leave, he suddenly noticed that Gu Yuxi was closely following him. At that moment, Fu Mingyan realized that Gu Yuxi might have misunderstood, thinking he was taking her to the movies on the borrowed bike. With a curtain separating them from his sister, who was studying and unable to speak freely, Fu Mingyan decided to take Gu Yuxi by the wrist and lead her into the yard. Every time Gu Yuxi had physical contact with Fu Mingyan, her heart would race. She was truly infatuated with him. I'm afraid I won't be taking you to the movies tonight, Fu Mingyan stated. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuxi's expression became rigid, and the evening breeze made her feel a pang of grievance, causing her nose to tingle. I have matters to attend to tonight. I'm playing matchmaker, Fu Mingyan continued. I aim to bring my sister and Hisu together. Gu Yuxi lifted her head. The name Hisu was quite familiar to her, and her expression became one of unspoken discontent. In her view, Hisu's self-promotion was utterly laughable, yet some genuinely believed he hailed from a well-off family. Hisu? He is hardly a suitable match. You wish for your sister to date him? Before you ventured to the countryside, they were already involved. Now that you are married, Hisu has calmed down, and my sister happens to have her sights set on him. I intend to unite them. Whether Hisu is a good person, I cannot say, but I know he and my sister are a fitting pair. You mentioned that the news regarding the college entrance examination would be reinstated, right? Gu Yuxi couldn't help but interject. Then the matter of Hisu and your sister is theirs alone. Fu Mingyan chuckled softly, though the mirth did not reach his eyes. He was the kind of person who would not tolerate the exploitation by He Pingping and the bullying from his stepmother, Fu Xinyan, towards his own sister, Fu Mingyan. He felt an insatiable need for retribution. Moreover, although the events of the previous life had not unfolded, the memories were indelibly etched in Fu Mingyan's mind. He could not bear the fates of his father and sister. These wretches must face their comeuppance. You cannot stop me, Fu Mingyan intended to assert, but unexpectedly, Gu Yuxi quickly interjected. Your actions will surely bring to light how they have mistreated your true family, relentlessly. Gu Yuxi grasped Fu Mingyan's hand. You are a good person, and you are still my husband. I trust you. Whatever you choose to do, I believe in you. It is your stepmother and sister who have wronged you and your sister. I will treat you well. My family has connections. And even if the college entrance examination is not reinstated, I can return to the city, and I will take you with me. By the way, I can also find a way to arrange for my sister to come to the city. Fu Mingyan could hardly anticipate that, despite having done nothing yet. Someone would already suggest he live off her. The evening sun cast a golden hue upon Gu Yuxi, enveloping her in a radiant glow. Gu Yuxi, with her captivating gaze, looked at him earnestly, conveying her resolve. Her lips, tinted a vibrant red, bore the traces of his earlier touch. Fu Mingyan gazed at her crimson lips, genuinely tempted to kiss her, yet he ultimately restrained his impulse. They had agreed to wait for the announcement regarding the college entrance examination. He would indeed wait. It must be said, this side of Gu Yuxi inadvertently softened his previously hardened demeanor. Enough, I am not someone who lives off others, Fu Mingyan asserted. You should stay at home and refrain from going out at night for a while. Sighing, he continued, Chapter 16, Caught in the Act. When Fu Mingyan arrived at the village entrance on his bicycle, Fu Xinyan was already waiting for him. Observing Gu Yuxi tying her hair with a handkerchief, Fu Xinyan imitated her and began to braid her own hair, absently toying with the braid as she waited. Regardless of how Fu Mingyan perceived the person before him, he felt as though they were merely imitating Dong Shi's frown. Upon entering the vehicle, Fu Xinyan took her place on the back seat of the bicycle, grasping the fabric of Fu Mingyan's shirt, which billowed in the wind. Upon arriving at their destination, Hisu had already secured a spot. Observing that Hisu had saved a place for him, Fu Mingyan raised an eyebrow and remarked, There's no need. You two can sit together. I'll fetch some sunflower seeds. Fu Xinyan, accustomed to being the center of attention within her family, nodded naturally. Have you eaten yet? She inquired of Hisu. Hisu, gazing closely at Fu Xinyan, noted her youthful vitality and her smooth, delicate skin. Though she did not possess the beauty of Gu Yuxi, who was now married, Fu Xinyan remained his most favorable choice. I'm quite nervous, to the point where I can't eat. All I can think about is seeing you, Hisu confessed to Fu Xinyan. Just the thought of meeting you makes my heart race. I long to see you, yet I fear you might still be upset with me. Though your angry demeanor is quite charming. Hisu's melodious words coaxed a smile from Fu Xinyan. Attempting to maintain her feigned anger, the corners of her mouth lifted, creating a lively and charming visage that prompted Hisu to gently grasp her hand. Humph, Fu Xinyan replied, pulling her hand away. There are others around. Moreover, I have yet to say that I forgive you. It was my fault back then, Hisu acknowledged, realizing that dwelling on past grievances was unwise. He swiftly redirected the conversation, emphasizing their future together, akin to the poetry he had written, My future includes you, and yours includes me. In the village, movie screenings were significant events, drawing young couples who would discreetly sit together, occasionally engaging in hand-holding without attracting disapproval from onlookers. However, Hisu desired to hold Fu Xinyan's hand again and planned to guide her to a nearby thicket for a more private conversation. Wait for me here, Hisu instructed, hoping Fu Mingyan would temporarily occupy the spot he had secured. Fu Mingyan glanced at Hisu and responded, Why not watch the movie from the back? Wouldn't that mean we see nothing? Hisu countered, Did you invite my sister here merely to watch a film? In these times of scarce entertainment, Fu Mingyan recalled that the film being shown had already been screened numerous times before. The essence was not in watching the movie, but rather in nurturing romantic connections. Realizing this, Hisu chuckled, acknowledging that being seated at the back would indeed offer a more suitable environment for courting Fu Xinyan, allowing for discreet departures without drawing attention. I was foolish, Hisu said with a smile, grasping Fu Mingyan's hand. Thank you. Now I know what to do. Hisu then led Fu Xinyan aside, while Fu Mingyan wandered through the village, searching for households that had prepared salted watermelon seeds to purchase. Ultimately, he spent 2 cents to procure some pickled watermelon seeds, which had a tendency to make one thirsty. He planned to offer his military water bottle to them later, providing a refreshing drink to accompany their enjoyment. Hisu is a person of eloquence, effortlessly charming Fu Xinyan in private, soon causing her cheeks to blush. They have mutually agreed to refrain from mentioning their past and have genuinely begun their romantic relationship, although the college entrance examination has yet to resume. The winds of change in this era have already begun to shift in an unprecedented direction. In the past 2 years, some individuals in the cattle shed have gradually departed, and news of their exoneration has surfaced in the newspapers. Hisu boasts to Fu Xinyan that if they were to have the opportunity to return to the city, they would marry, and she would become a city dweller. Shanghai, a metropolis since the Republican era, serves as the political hub, while the city stands as the economic center. Hisu now emphasizes the beauty of Shanghai to her, particularly the lavish constructions of the various concessions and the picturesque Huangpu River, igniting Fu Xinyan's yearning. As the film is about to commence, they sit in the back row, savoring the sunflower seeds purchased by Fu Mingyan. In recent days, Fu Xinyan has intentionally consumed less due to Fu Mingyan's remarks about her weight, yet at this moment, the flavor of the seeds is so delightful that she cannot help but indulge a little more. Feeling somewhat guilty about eating alone, she warmly encourages her beloved to join her, saying, "You should have some too." They both enjoy quite a few seeds, and when thirst strikes, Fu Mingyan offers a green water bottle for them to share. Sipping from the same spout, their affection deepens with each sip, and as 15 minutes pass, they both begin to feel a warmth spreading through their bodies, drawing them closer together. Exchanging glances, they are swept away by the night breeze, unable to contain their feelings for one another. Initially, they manage to restrain themselves, merely holding hands in the darkness, but at some point, Hisu can no longer hold back, saying, "Yenner, let us step aside to talk." His voice trembles with excitement. Fu Xinyan, having consumed more seeds and water than Hisu, finds it even more challenging to bear. Upon his suggestion, they quickly slip into a small grove. The young couple, already entwined in affection, initially linger at the stage of innocent touches, but soon find themselves unable to endure any longer. At that moment, Fu Mingyan stealthily releases a few dogs nearby and uses a slingshot to strike their tails, inciting a cacophony of distress barks. In this era, dogs serve as a means of protection against theft, and when the dogs begin to howl in agony, the villagers are stirred from their slumber. Fu Mingyan adds to the commotion by shouting, "There's a thief." This outcry acts as a catalyst, prompting villagers to grab their hoes and rush toward the source of the ruckus. Due to the excitement, Hisu is positioned closely, ready to consummate their union, which ultimately leads to their discovery by a gathering crowd. In a time lacking in entertainment, the sight of the couple caught in such a compromising position astonishes the onlookers. "My goodness, how intense!" one exclaims. "The young ones are certainly bold. Who knew watching a movie could lead to such fervor?" Observing the situation, they note, "The young man is commendable. He knows to protect the young lady." A towering figure with strikingly white hair stood before them, obscuring their identity. It appeared he was not from their village. At that moment, Fu Mingyan burst into the scene, delivering a powerful punch to Hisu's face. "How dare you harass my sister?" Hisu, who had initially presented himself like a grand bird spreading its wings, turned away, exposing his backside while shielding Fu Xinyan. The force of Fu Mingyan's strike sent Hisu sprawling to the ground, leaving Fu Xinyan completely exposed. The gaze of numerous young men fixated on her, their eyes gleaming with desire. Fu Xinyan gasped, rushing forward to grasp Fu Mingyan's hand tightly, her voice tinged with tears. "Brother!" With so many onlookers, she could no longer contain her emotions. Despite her affection for Hisu, she lamented her earlier lapse in judgment, allowing herself to be so vulnerable. Fu Mingyan gently took the garment from Fu Xinyan's hands, shaking it out for her to put on. "It's all right. You two are in a relationship, not engaging in misconduct. As long as Hisu marries you, that is what matters." After ensuring Fu Xinyan was dressed, he approached Hisu again. "You will marry my sister. Do you have any objections?" Hisu, still dazed from the blow, quickly realized he had no choice but to accept. "I have no objections. I was a fool to act in such a way with Yenner. Once we return, I shall propose." Chapter 17. Take him down. He Ping was at home, knitting a sweater for Li Jun. Young men often did not pay much attention to their clothing, leaving sweaters behind for their partners to finish at an appropriate time. Although she had remarried Fu Ping, her thoughts remained with the Li family. She consistently sent money to them each year and cared for Li Yan, the sole descendant of the Li lineage, nurturing her well. In the eyes of the Li family, She was still regarded as a dependable daughter-in-law and a beloved sister-in-law to Li Jun. While knitting, He Pingping spoke to the winding Gu Yuxi. You know, it was better for you young intellectuals to descend to the countryside during this time. In the 1960s, there was hardly any food. Gu Yuxi, recalling her family's benevolence, replied, "What was life like in the capital? I am quite curious." However, she was not particularly fond of He Pingping, especially since she knew that this woman had mistreated her husband. Thus, she remained silent, merely winding the yarn. There is not much to say. The capital is just a bit larger. It's not significantly different, Gu Yuxi responded curtly. My family cares for me and provides enough money and tickets. He Pingping's eyes brightened. Since we are now family, and given that we also face hardships, might you be able to support us if you have the means? When I married Fu Ping, I gave everything I had. Gu Yuxi's dowry had included hundreds of yuan and a substantial collection of food stamps, industrial tickets, sugar tickets, and meat tickets, all neatly organized. Her family had specifically exchanged the capital's tickets for those that were universally accepted, ensuring that Gu Yuxi could thrive in the countryside. If Fu Mingyan were to speak up, Gu Yuxi would not hesitate. After all, a couple is one entity, and both her finances and resources would be at Fu Mingyan's disposal. However, she would not extend the same generosity to He Pingping or Fu Xinyan. Gu Yuxi, attuned to Fu Mingyan's sentiments, had drawn a line within the Fu household, one side occupied by He Pingping and Fu Xinyan. Mingyan had declared that he was not one to rely on others for support. He Pingping, reflecting on Mingyan's resolve, thought to herself that while he may not depend on anyone, she certainly could, as could her daughter Fu Xinyan. He Pingping continued to persuade her daughter-in-law. You and Mingyan are currently sharing a room with your sister, which must be inconvenient for you as a newlywed couple. If you could contribute some finances, wouldn't it be better to secure another room? Gu Yuxi raised her gaze towards He Pingping and replied, Actually, there is another solution, which is to have the elder sister and younger sister share a room, as many families do. He Pingping mused that Fu Mingzhu was hardly suited to share a room with Xinyan. Outwardly, she commented, it's just that they are accustomed to living together. Xinyan can be a bit lively, while Mingzhu is rather quiet, and the two sisters may not get along. Gu Yuxi said nothing, merely scoffing softly. She certainly would not allow Fu Mingzhu to share a room with Fu Xinyan. Her younger sister was too gentle, and if she were to live with Fu Xinyan, wouldn't she become the latter's little servant? Before her 5 days elapsed, Gu Yuxi resolved to maintain the status quo. Gu Jiqing thought that building a house in the countryside would not be expensive, perhaps just a few dozen yuan plus a bit of grain. He Pingping had barely finished this thought when Gu Yuxi interrupted. Mother, our family's resources are limited, which I understand, and the current situation is quite satisfactory. He Pingping was taken aback, utterly unprepared for the seemingly gentle Gu Yuxi to speak so disrespectfully and stingily. Initially, He Pingping had intended to suggest that this evidently affluent Gu Yuxi contributes some funds to improve their living conditions, but with Gu Yuxi's attitude, she now sought to provoke her instead. He Pingping looked at Gu Yuxi, contemplating how to irritate this proud creature, akin to a majestic swan. Gu Yuxi had been rescued by Fu Mingyan, which was why she had taken the initiative to discuss marriage. The person before her must have feelings for Fu Mingyan. With this line of thought, He Pingping suddenly spoke. Mingyan's wife, you and Mingyan have not yet consummated your marriage, have you? Upon hearing this, Gu Yuxi's heart raced. She had not anticipated that He Pingping could speculate so accurately. I surmise that the primary reason you have yet to consummate your marriage is that Fu Mingyan has a childhood sweetheart. You may not have met her. She married a soldier while you were in the countryside. Gu Yuxi was taken aback, never having considered that Fu Mingyan had a childhood sweetheart. Although she suspected that He Pingping might be trying to sow discord, she could not help but listen, eager to learn more about Fu Mingyan. The girl's name was Lu Susu. As He Pingping mentioned Lu Susu, her smile widened. Lu's father and Fu Ping were good friends, and had previously agreed to have their children marry each other. You know that Fu Mingyan is quite handsome. That young girl always followed him around. Fu Mingyan also regarded Lu Susu as a potential wife. But who could have known that Lu Susu's fortune would lead her to marry a military man and become a military spouse? The reason you two have yet to consummate your marriage is evident. On the wedding day, Fu Mingyan was notably displeased, clearly reluctant to enter into matrimony. He indulged in drink, and as one might expect, he overindulged. Subsequently, living together became complicated due to the presence of your sister. Having experienced similar circumstances, I can discern a certain awkwardness between you two, likely stemming from Fu Mingyan's lingering affections for another. Your tone when speaking to me was rather brusque. I must tell you, you have yet to encounter Lu Susu. Her voice is truly as sweet as honey, and she displays utmost filial piety towards her elders. She shares everything good she receives with Xian Yin, her close friend. A woman who marries must embark on a lifelong journey with her husband. Knowing Fu Mingyan's preferences, you ought to align yourself with them. It is not feasible to maintain such a standoff with him now that you are married. Otherwise, you may find yourself forever in Lu Susu's shadow. Gu Yuxi recognized that she should not heed He Pingping's ramblings, yet she clenched her fists. For this engagement was indeed her own fervent desire, and Fu Mingyan had promised her a 5-day deadline. The thought of only 5 days made Gu Yuxi blink. Striving to disregard the enchanting name of Lu Susu, she interrupted He Pingping, asserting, Brother Mingyan and I are a legitimate couple. There is no need for you to worry about consummation. I will handle that when the time is right. Feeling stifled, she excused herself from the room. As she opened the door, the sound of soft weeping reached her ears. Mother! Fu Xinyan burst in, her hair disheveled. Had it not been for Fu Mingyan, who caught her and pulled Gu Yuxi into his embrace, she would have surely fallen. He Pingping, initially pleased to see Gu Yuxi's pale complexion, became alarmed upon noticing her daughter's ruffled appearance in the tremor in her body, coupled with a red mark on her neck and the absence of her inner garments. A thunderous realization struck He Pingping's mind. Her daughter had been wronged. What is happening? Do not fear, my dear. I will protect you. If anyone has harmed you, tell your brother, and he shall deal with them. As she spoke of violence, a fierce edge crept into He Pingping's voice, as if she truly wished for Fu Mingyan to enact revenge. Yet, we live in a society governed by the rule of law. Gu Yuxi gasped, a chill running down her spine. Her grandfather was a veteran revolutionary, and she resided in the military compound in the capital, where discipline was strictly enforced. Even high-ranking officials were not immune to the law. If caught committing a crime, they would face imprisonment. Instinctively, Gu Yuxi grasped Fu Mingyan's hand, only to feel him gently pat her knuckles. Her beautiful eyes turned towards her husband, but all she could perceive was the sharp line of his jaw and the indifference in his gaze. Fu Mingyan then addressed He Pingping, Mother, my sister and Hisu share mutual feelings. Hisu is outside and will soon join us to discuss marriage. We are to be one family. What purpose does this uproar serve? Hisu? He Pingping's mind buzzed momentarily as she turned her gaze towards her daughter, Fu Xinyan. Fu Xinyan offered no rebuttal, merely trembling in her mother's embrace. How could you do this? He Pingping felt tears welling up. She and her late husband, Li Yan, had been childhood sweethearts, deeply enamored with one another. After Li Yan's passing, she wished fervently to join him in death, yet she had never crossed boundaries with him before their marriage. How could you be like this? She repeated, her tears cascading down her cheeks. Her body began to tremble. If Hisu had been a suitable partner, it might have been bearable. Yet, after only a brief time in the countryside with Gu Yuxi, he had already shifted his affections due to her advantageous circumstances. How could Hisu possibly be a good match? Moreover, Hisu boasted of his own merits, but He Pingping found not a shred of belief in his claims. If he truly possessed good qualities, he would not have pursued Gu Yuxi despite her indifference. It was precisely because he lacked worth that he sought to win her over. Fu Mingyan helped Gu Yuxi prepare to leave, suggesting that she could discuss the situation further with her sister while he escorted Gu Yuxi back to her room, promising to wait at the door for his brother-in-law. As Gu Yuxi exited the room with Fu Mingyan, a sharp sound pierced the air. It was He Pingping striking Fu Xinyan across the face. You said you were going to the movies with the young intellectuals, but it turns out it was with Hisu. What did I tell you? He is not a good match. He Pingping, a mother who cherished her daughter, would fiercely defend her if she believed her daughter had been wronged. However, if her daughter had willingly degraded herself, her slap fell mercilessly upon Fu Xinyan's face. Fu Xinyan covered her face, sobbing softly, Mom, I can only marry him now. What on earth happened? Gu Yuxi inquired once they reached the room, while Fu Mingzhu set down her pen and paper, silently listening intently. Fu Mingyan glanced at his sister, who possessed enchanting, grape-like eyes, though her lovely features were overshadowed by heavy bangs. He beckoned her over, and, once she approached, he spoke. Fu Xinyan and Hisu went to watch a movie, and while there, they wandered into a small grove, startling some dogs. The villagers thought there was a thief and rushed over to investigate. Fu Mingyan's explanation was straightforward, yet it contained a wealth of information. I confronted Hisu on site, delivering a punch, while clarifying to everyone that their relationship was consensual and that no coercive actions had taken place. Fu Mingyan and Gu Yuxi's eyes widened in shock, vividly imagining the commotion that must have ensued. You two must inform me, or our father, of any significant events when you leave the yard at night. Do you understand? Fu Mingyan admonished, emphasizing the importance of safety. He was acutely aware that in an era devoid of surveillance cameras and with underdeveloped criminal investigation techniques, the night harbored countless dangers. He wished for nothing but safety for both Fu Mingyan and Gu Yuxi, who were both blessed with beauty. Will my sister marry Hisu? Fu Mingyan could not help but speak up, stating that she adored Hisu's songs. However, their mother, along with her brother and sister-in-law, turned their gazes towards her. Subsequently, Fu Mingyan's voice diminished to a whisper, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Fu Mingyan encouraged his sister, speaking with confidence. Gu Yuxi noticed Fu Mingyan's slight tremor and refrained from speaking, understanding that introverted individuals do not change overnight. She gently patted Fu Mingyan's hand and softly addressed Fu Mingyan, saying, "Your brother has mentioned that they are in a relationship by choice. If Hisu wishes to avoid imprisonment, he must marry your sister. I just heard your brother mention that Hisu is waiting outside." Fu Mingyan lowered her head, remaining silent as she fiddled with the hem of her garment. Fu Mingyan, recalling his sister's fate from a past life, resolved to exercise patience in their conversation, only to be nudged by Gu Yuxi. "Isn't Hisu outside?" she inquired of Fu Mingyan. "You should first reassure Hisu. Regardless of past mistakes, they will soon be family. Also, keep our father informed. This matter has already transpired and must be handled with calmness." Fu Mingyan nodded, genuinely unsure how to communicate with his sister at this stage. Whenever he asked her to speak louder, she would bow her head, making it better for Gu Yuxi to take the lead. Upon stepping outside, Fu Mingyan spotted a nervous Hisu awaiting at the door. After patting his shoulder, he said, "My father is not home. I will go find him. Please wait here." "All right," Hisu nodded eagerly, stammering, "Mingyan, I didn't know what was happening back then. You must be a man and take responsibility." Fu Mingyan interrupted, "From now on, we will be family. You will be my brother-in-law and support my sister, understand?" "Absolutely. I will not make excuses," Hisu replied, nodding. "I did hit you once. You aren't angry, are you?" How could Hisu dare to be upset? The pressing concern was the potential charge against him, which overshadowed any anger he might have felt. He was still in a daze, wondering why he had acted so impulsively, feeling flushed and compelled to be intimate with Fu Mingyan. Fu Mingyan insisted, "You must take responsibility. This will soon be just a topic of gossip that fades away." Gratefully, Hisu responded, "All right. I will treat Xinyan well and ensure we have a good life together." Fu Mingyan observed Hisu, recognizing his sincerity. But he knew that once the college entrance exam results were released, Hisu would likely change. What about Gu Yuxi? The image of her flashed through Fu Mingyan's mind, only to be swiftly suppressed. Just as Fu Mingyan exited, he encountered his father returning home. "Who is at the door? Why aren't you inside?" Fu Ping inquired curiously. "Dad, I need to talk to you." Amid the cacophony of croaking frogs, Fu Mingyan pulled his father aside and recounted the events that unfolded during the movie. Fu Ping's mind buzzed, completely unprepared for such revelations. The man, overly honest and rather straightforward, initially found it difficult to accept Fu Xinyan. Even as he witnessed He Pingping giving birth, the memory of her insisting on marrying him while heavily pregnant lingered in his heart, causing him some discomfort. However, the child was innocent, and as time passed, with the addition of 2 more children in his marriage to He Pingping, Fu Ping gradually embraced the unique child, Fu Xinyan. Under He Pingping's subtle guidance, Fu Xinyan, though not his biological daughter, was treated as if she were. Fu Ping felt a buzzing in his head. His lips moved as he glanced at his son. Perhaps due to his recent marriage, his son straightened his back, displaying a newfound confidence. In the past, he had been quite reserved at home, but these days, though still not overly talkative, he had become much more decisive. His son, Fu Mingyan, had grown into a mature individual, steadfast as a pine or cypress. After a moment of hesitation, Fu Ping spoke. "What do you propose we do?" In a fit of desperation, I struck Hisu, yet he bore no resentment, clearly understanding the gravity of his actions and sincerely wishing to atone. "Since my sister and he have already crossed that line, marriage is inevitable. Father, there's no need to put him under undue pressure. It would be best to facilitate their union promptly. You need not worry about them. Last year, they were already fond of each other and almost engaged, and now it is simply the final step towards that commitment." As Fu Ping absorbed his son's words, his heart gradually found solace. In Chapter 19 of the first novel, He Pingping held a disdainful view of Hisu, even suspecting that Fu Mingyan had a hand in the situation, prompting her to inquire if anything had been amiss with Hisu at the time. Upon questioning, Hisu took full responsibility for the events that transpired. I have always cherished Yin. When I heard she agreed to watch a movie with me, I wished to grow closer to her, but I never anticipated making such a grave mistake. It is all my fault. I shall bear the burden and marry Yin. She is my wife, my beloved, and I will safeguard her in the future. He Pingping struggled to contain her emotions, especially upon witnessing her daughter's gleaming gaze. Fu Xinyan also recalled the fervor within her chest. The error she and Hisu committed was a shared transgression, yet Hisu had shouldered all the blame. A voice within Pingping screamed that this was not how it should be. Her daughter ought not to marry in such a manner. You reside in the city of Hu, and regarding the marriage, Fu Ping spoke slowly. Fu Mingyan, observing the conversation progressing well, decided to withdraw from the discussion, realizing he was delaying his own writing time. This thought ignited within him a stronger desire to return to his work. Rising to his feet, all eyes turned towards him. You may continue your discussion at leisure, Fu Mingyan remarked. I shall retire to my room. Upon returning to his chamber, before even opening the door, he was greeted by the sound of his sister's soft laughter. Sister-in-law, I too adore the book you mentioned. It is truly delightful. I wonder if I shall ever have the chance to read it. Indeed, I have always believed that the state would not entirely prohibit access to such literature, which is why our family has hidden some of the books. One day, I shall take you to see them, in the midst of discussing the marriage between Hisu and Fu Xinyan. Fu Mingyan was engrossed in the desire to return to his writing, listening through the door to his sister conversing with Gu Yuxi. He felt that a brief delay was inconsequential, allowing his sister to speak a little longer. She had mentioned before her passing that she often felt lonely. Due to her solitude and the oppressive nature of He Pingping, she had always sought to please Fu Xinyan, lacking even a single friend in the village. Leaning against the door, Fu Mingyan gazed at the azure sky, unmarred by the neon lights of the modern world, free from light pollution, revealing a night sky adorned with countless stars, the Milky Way shimmering brilliantly. The cool night breeze caressed his ears, accompanied by the incessant croaking of frogs. All was serene and tranquil. It was only long after discovering He Pingping's true nature that Fu Mingyan regretted this period of his life, questioning why his youthful self had remained oblivious to the truth, losing the two most important family members, and why he had allowed He Pingping to enjoy such favorable circumstances. Fortunately, Fu Wuqiang's reckless actions had surprisingly granted him a chance to return to the past, presenting an opportunity for change. As he listened to the cacophony of frogs, he felt the urge to smoke. Lacking cigarettes, he absent-mindedly rubbed the calluses on his hands. His father was still alive, his sister was still with him, and he had not married that vile Lin Xiaofang. Everything felt like a beautiful dream. Suddenly, Gu Yuxi opened the door, startling Fu Mingyan. Why aren't you going in? I heard you talking with your sister, she said, a faint smile gracing his lips as he spoke to her, contemplating that you and your sister should converse more. For Mingzhu had few friends in the village. Gu Yuxi also recognized that Fu Mingzhu was not particularly introverted. If the topic piqued her interest, she would chatter away. I will talk to her more in the future, Gu Yuxi promised, looking at Fu Mingyan with bright eyes. I will treat her well, she added silently in her heart. For Fu Mingzhu was his sister. I appreciate that, Fu Mingyan replied, attempting to enter, only to have Gu Yuxi tug at the hem of his shirt. What is it? He inquired. Gu Yuxi bit her lip, hesitant to express her gratitude in such a distant manner. I need to use the restroom. Will you accompany me? Earlier, Fu Mingzhu had suggested going to the restroom with Gu Yuxi, but she had declined. Now, however, Gu Yuxi requested his company, with a smile in his eyes. Fu Mingyan thought of how Gu Yuxi had just spoken with his sister. All right, I will accompany you every night for the next few days, he assured her. He took the flashlight from her hand, pushing the silver metallic button forward. The circuit closed, illuminating a bright yellow beam through the clear glass. Gu Yuxi watched as Fu Mingyan's tall figure moved ahead, quickly following him. After accompanying her to the restroom, Fu Mingyan returned to continue writing Double Lives. The death of Lin Lan was an unforeseen storm, a sudden flash of lightning striking Tsuaping, the thunder resonating in Yu Zhizhing's ears. Even as the tempest threatened to scatter him, work must persist. As long as there were lives to be lived, struggles would continue for the complete liberation of the nation. Tsuaping's relationship with the station master's wife grew increasingly intimate. In her covert operations, she was able to unearth valuable information while concealing her own identity. The newly arrived neighbor, Wan Dong, harbors an infatuation for Zhe Zheng, igniting feelings of jealousy within Cui Ping, who finds her love for Zhe Zheng intensifying. Wan Dong's husband, Fu Mingyan, seemingly cobbled together 10,000 words for an afternoon manuscript under the constraints of time before extinguishing the lamp and succumbing to sleep. The following day, He Su and Fu Xinyan proceeded to obtain their marriage license, purchasing 2 pounds of candy in the county. Whenever they encountered others, they would eagerly distribute 2 pieces of candy to announce their union. The previous day's events had generated quite a stir, and in an era lacking entertainment, many gazed at the couple with enigmatic smiles. Fu Xinyan felt an acute embarrassment yet persevered in handing out the sweets, adhering to her mother He Pingping's directive. Distributing candies would mitigate gossip among the more benevolent villagers regarding her marriage to He Su. Fu Mingyan deemed this strategy prudent, recognizing that evasion was futile given that the situation had already unfolded. He Su, bending slightly, repeatedly proclaimed, "We have just acquired our license. We are a legitimate couple. We will treat everyone to a meal on Sunday." After their departure, as anticipated by He Pingping, some individuals began to gossip, while kind souls intervened to prevent such talk. They had already been married and obtained their license, and it was best to refrain from idle chatter, lest it lead to misunderstandings. Gu Yuxi observed He Su and Fu Xinyan distributing candy, reflecting on her own impending marriage to Fu Mingyan. They had organized a feast in the village but had yet to procure the official marriage certificate adorned with a crimson seal. Time was still on their side. Gu Yuxi patiently awaited that red document, eager for the validation it represented. Newlyweds were entitled to a 3-day leave. And after Fu Mingyan earned 3 days of work points for his father, he would be unable to continue in that capacity as both he and Gu Yuxi would need to work. Fu Mingyan had previously earned full work points, but had now opted for 8 points, limiting his daily labor to under 5 hours. Consequently, the villagers began to tease Fu Mingyan, the robust young man, suggesting that even a hero could falter before a woman, as he had diminished his labor contributions. Fu Mingyan was acutely aware that engaging in strenuous physical activity while undernourished was a perilous endeavor. He was making efforts to catch up nutritionally, but with limited finances and ration tickets, his protein intake consisted primarily of some soy products and eggs, with milk and meat still insufficient. Gu Yuxi's work was comparatively light. After her incident, she transitioned to a pig-raising job that involved little heavy lifting, earning 9 work points daily. After her labor, Gu Yuxi would often engage in conversation with her younger sister, Fu Mingzhu, as they washed clothes and cooked together, their bond strengthening remarkably. Fu Mingyan paid little heed to Gu Yuxi and Fu Mingzhu's activities, dedicating all his time to writing. With a daily output of 10 to 15,000 words, he finally completed the writing of Dual Lives when the Gu family called Gu Yuxi. He paused, hearing someone relay the message, "Gu Jiqing, your family is calling for you to return home. They say it's urgent. You must hurry." In the afternoon, as I began my work, I kindly requested leave on your behalf. Fu Mingyan flexed his wrist and suggested you call your family. Fu Mingyan was aware that the news regarding the reinstatement of the college entrance examination had been conveyed by Gu Yuxi. Chapter 20. The reinstatement of the college entrance examination. 1. Gu Yuxi's delicate face tensed, her beautiful eyes brimming with concern, anxious that something significant had transpired at home. Observing her lips pale and pressed tightly together, Fu Mingyan reassured, "Rest assured, your family is likely not in distress. It must pertain to a significant matter concerning you. And surely it is good news." The restoration of the college entrance examination was a momentous announcement for the youth, and thus, once the Gu family received this news, they promptly informed Gu Yuxi. Gu Yuxi turned her gaze to Fu Mingyan, who continued, "Your family cherishes you. If there were any grave circumstances, they would certainly prioritize your peace of mind, opting to share joyous tidings rather than distressing ones, and would not hasten your response. Therefore, the call you received must be a positive development that directly affects you." Fu Mingyan, having anticipated the outcome, arrived at this conclusion with logical reasoning. Gu Yuxi smiled, her eyes curving delightfully, and her long lashes fluttered like a delicate butterfly. "Brother Mingyan, your words bring me comfort. There is no need to lend me a ride. Please continue your writing. Just kindly request leave for me this afternoon." With that, Gu Yuxi's steps became lighter. During the midday break, she had let her long braid loose, allowing her hair to cascade freely down her back. Now, returning to her vanity, she deftly rebraided her hair. When loose, her thick, flowing locks bore a slight curl, reminiscent of seaweed swaying in ocean waves, exuding an alluring beauty. Once braided, her hair conveyed an innocent, youthful charm. Standing there, she became a picturesque sight. I have completed my writing, Fu Mingyan declared, patting his head in realization, and chuckled softly. In his days from writing, he had momentarily forgotten that it was unnecessary to request leave for Gu Yuxi. The work at the pig farm was not excessively demanding. He could easily cover for her later. Now that the manuscript is finished, I will tidy it up for submission. I have no other commitments this afternoon, so I need not request leave for you. I can simply cover your shift. Gu Yuxi turned her body to face Fu Mingyan and inquired, "Which publisher do you intend to submit to? Is a publisher in the capital suitable?" Fu Mingyan recalled that during this era, the primary publishers were the people's publishing houses across various regions. If, in the future, printing were an option, the manuscript could remain unreturned without issue. However, with a lengthy novel comprising over 100,000 words, even transcribing it would require dozens of hours. Therefore, if a publisher declined the submission, it would be best to have it returned promptly in order to seek alternate avenues for submission. Thus, Fu Mingyan resolved to visit the Xinhua bookstore later to survey the current publishers before making a decision. It would be ideal to submit to a publisher in the capital. However, I am uncertain of the manuscript return policies. I hope to find a publisher that offers a swift return process. I can assist with that. Upon noticing Fu Mingyan's gaze, Gu Yuxi explained, "My father works in the Ministry of Education. He is acquainted with several editors from publishing houses, and he can send manuscripts directly to our home. If he intervenes, any rejected submissions will certainly be returned promptly. However, my father is rather obstinate. I cannot leverage his reputation to submit works demanding publication, but he can ensure timely rejections." The mention of the Ministry of Education startled Fu Mingyan. He was aware of Gu Yuxi's affluent background, but had not realized it extended to such heights. Understanding that Gu Yuxi's father was an official in the ministry, Fu Mingyan finally comprehended why she was always the first to learn of the college entrance examination news. The saying goes that the spring river warms the ducks first. The Gu family had likely been privy to the rumors long before the confirmation of the reinstatement of the college entrance examination, and they must have informed Gu Yuxi accordingly. "Very well," Fu Mingyan continued. "You could ask your father to assist in submitting to the publisher, claiming to be a distant relative's junior. If the editor finds merit in the manuscript, they will retain it. If not, it will be returned to the village, and I can resubmit it." "Great." Gu Yuxi nodded vigorously. As Fu Mingyan prepared to leave, she tugged at the hem of his shirt. "Can I take a look?" "Of course," Fu Mingyan affirmed. "The purpose of writing is to be read. It has already been 7 days since we registered," Gu Yuxi stammered. "It is time for us to officially marry." A rosy blush crept across her cheeks. Indeed, it had been a week. Fu Mingyan gazed deeply at the still bashful Gu Yuxi. "However, receiving your call is crucial. Let us make a decision after you answer it." Fu Mingyan went to borrow a bicycle. Soon, he had Gu Yuxi, who had already read the first chapter, seated behind him. With a backpack in hand, she earnestly read the novel until she was suddenly jolted back to reality when she was placed on the bike. "Even if it gets dark, there's no need to worry," Fu Mingyan reassured her. "I will wait for you here." Gu Yuxi, however, still wished to read Dual Lives on the bike. Yet, as her eyes grew weary, she feared motion sickness would hinder her reading. So she chose to close her eyes and rest her head against the window. "What good news does your family have?" She suddenly opened her eyes. Today marked the final day agreed upon with Fu Mingyan. Was it possible that the 7 days meant waiting for a call from her family today? Did Fu Mingyan believe that this call would alter her perspective? Gu Yuxi quickly suppressed her excessive thoughts. One cannot foresee the future. And how could Fu Mingyan possibly know the reason behind the family's call? Soon, she would find out when the call came through. Upon arriving at the county government office, Gu Yuxi hopped off the bike. In the capital, every village leader's home would have a telephone, but in her rural area, only the county government had one. Gu Yuxi's father, being an official in the Ministry of Education, held a formal position and wielded significant influence. Utilizing this connection, Gu Yuxi secured a sugar ration ticket and navigated the relationships with the gatekeepers and logistics department, allowing her to borrow a telephone from the logistics office each time. Dingyu from the logistics department was knitting a sweater when she saw Gu Yuxi and cheerfully remarked, "A phone call, I see." Gu Yuxi handed her an envelope filled with candy tickets, expressing her gratitude. In the logistics department of the county government, 2 individuals were on duty year-round, Dingyu and Wang Jia. If it had been Wang Jia, Gu Yuxi could have easily persuaded her to leave, but with Dingyu, it was a different story. Even if she offered Dingyu a favor, Ding Yu would eavesdrop on her conversations using the internal phone line. Faced with Ding Yu, Gu Yuxi opted for minimal action and proceeded to call home as instructed. At home, Gu Feng was smoking, the ashtray already overflowing with butts. When the series of operators finally connected him, he heard his daughter's voice. "It's me, Gu Yuxi. Who's at home?" Gu Feng immediately responded, "Cici, I have great news. The college entrance examination is being reinstated." Gu Yuxi's eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 21. The Restoration of the College Entrance Examination. 2. Gu Yuxi's mind felt as if struck by a heavy hammer, leaving her momentarily disoriented. "Did I not tell you that the college entrance examination would be restored? It truly is," Gu Feng exclaimed excitedly. "Just this morning, the leader personally issued the directive. Cici, I knew it from the start. The college entrance examination was bound to return. Now it seems that our national leaders are all aligned on this. Our country's development necessitates talented individuals. We must reinstate the examination system to cultivate our youth." Startled, Gu Yuxi felt a warm face press against hers, and she was taken aback. It turned out that Ding Yu, having overheard the thrilling news about the college entrance examination, had leaned in closer in excitement. With no other recourse, Gu Yuxi pressed the speakerphone button, creating some distance between herself and Ding Yu. "It must be quite difficult for you to find materials there. I will prepare 2 sets of study materials for you. Keep one for yourself and lend the other to the fellow educated youth, so you can be well prepared for the examination. The reinstatement of the college entrance examination is a significant matter. If you can take a leave from your village work, do so and focus wholeheartedly on your studies. Cici, your high school grades are commendable. Do not miss this opportunity for the reinstated examination. Return to the capital. Return to us. Everyone at home misses you and hopes you come back soon." Ding Yu glanced at Gu Yuxi, who then said into the phone, "Dad, could you repeat that about the reinstatement of the college entrance examination?" Ding Jia from the logistics office is also eager to hear the news. Ding Yu's expression reflected her gratitude as she listened attentively. "Hello, Comrade Ding," Gu Feng hurriedly stated. "I am Gu Yuxi's father, working in the Ministry of Education, and I can assure you that the college entrance examination is indeed set to be reinstated. It was also mentioned in the meeting today that once the examination resumes, the policies will remain consistent with the past. Those who gain admission to universities will receive official cadre status, an urban household registration, and guaranteed job placement upon graduation." Ding Yu was momentarily overwhelmed by the news, repeatedly asking, "Really? Is it true?" After receiving confirmation from Gu Feng, she dashed out excitedly. Gu Yuxi switched the phone back to the receiver and said to her father, "Dad, I will participate in the college entrance examination, and so will my husband." Mentioning her beloved, Gu Yuxi felt a pang of guilt, realizing that they had yet to register their marriage, her heart racing in response. Gu Feng fell silent for a moment before struggling to articulate, "Is it possible for you to divorce him?" "Why would I want a divorce?" Gu Yuxi retorted. "I will assist him in retaking the exams. In the first year of reopening, there would not be an abundance of universities resuming classes. The number of institutions admitting students was limited, and due to a lack of qualified teachers, the intake of students would also be restricted. You claim his grades are commendable, but that is in a rural setting. Can he truly succeed in the exams?" "He certainly can," Gu Yuxi stated confidently. "I can tutor him." "Father, you are aware of my academic performance. I can undoubtedly elevate his grades." "Your academic prowess does not guarantee your tutoring abilities," Gu Feng replied somewhat helplessly. "You were unable to help Qin Sui improve, and even your brother Zishan's grades are lacking." Gu Yuxi was momentarily speechless. Qin Sui was a lodger in her home, whose father, a driver in a government agency, perished in a tragic fire while saving Gu Feng. Since then, Qin Sui had been living with the Gu family. Gu Zishan was Gu Yuxi's younger brother. Despite the advantages of premier educational resources in the capital, especially with her access to the finest kindergartens, primary, middle, and high schools, Gu Yuxi had failed to adequately support these 2 individuals with their studies. She had received the nation's top-tier education and excelled at her school. Yet she questioned whether Fu Mingyan could achieve the same, particularly since, as her father had pointed out, she was not adept at tutoring others. Gu Feng, observing his daughter's silence, remarked, "You see, it is truly challenging to facilitate improvement. Hence, it might be better to consider divorce. Since the marriage is recent, it is better to make a clean break." "I previously secured a job. I can take the exam again," Gu Yuxi murmured. "I can even help him find a job in the capital so we can return together." Upon hearing her daughter's words, Gu Feng felt a sense of suffocation. "Cici, If you say that, does it imply that your beloved will be reliant on you? He saved my life, Dad. He is genuinely wonderful. Even if he does not get into university, I do not wish to part ways with him. Gu Feng struggled to express himself, clearly failing to convince his granddaughter, prompting the nearby elderly woman, Li Aihua, to snatch the phone away. This rural matriarch had vehemently opposed her granddaughter's move to the countryside, fearing she might marry a peasant. Unfortunately, the situation had spiraled in the worst possible direction, as her granddaughter was indeed set to marry a poor man. To her, this was suspicious from the outset, and she had never approved of the match. When your brother concludes his task, he can take leave to find you, the elderly woman insisted. Cece, it would have been one thing if there had been no news of the college entrance examination resuming. But now it is imperative that your brother ensures everything is in order. If he disapproves of your partner, you must heed his counsel. Is it acceptable not to have children during this period? Gu Yuxi's face flushed with embarrassment. She had never shared a bed with Fu Mingyan. Taking a deep breath, she felt grateful that Dingyu had not eavesdropped on her call today. Grandfather, it truly isn't necessary for my brother to take leave. It's rare for him to have time off, and there is no need for him to travel. Besides, he is in a relationship, so he should spend time with his partner. As for my beloved, I have faith in my own judgment. Grandfather Gu was also at home. He was an old revolutionary hero who, after the liberation, had been assigned to work within the public security system. He was usually very busy with work, often at his office, but today was an exception. He had just woken from a rare afternoon nap when he overheard a snippet of the conversation and motioned for her to hand him the phone. Cece, he began. The family does not support your marriage, not due to a lack of trust in your judgment, but because there are too many obstacles between you. Especially now, with the resumption of the college entrance examination, things have become more complicated. Indeed, Gu Yuxi thought, feeling miserable as her family urged her to divorce. The resumption of the college entrance examination should be good news. Grandfather Gu continued, how about this? If you and your beloved wish to stay together, there is no need for your brother to come over. Before you enter university, it would be best not to have children. After all, it would be impractical to attend school while pregnant, wouldn't it? With the college entrance examination resuming, classes will commence in September next year. So, let us agree not to have children before then. Inform your beloved of this arrangement. If he agrees, you may continue your marriage. If not, perhaps it is best to part ways. The mention of separation made Gu Yuxi's heart tighten. In the village, the residents frequently discussed the matter of having children. What would Fu Mingyan choose? Chapter 22. The resumption of the college entrance examination. 3. After Grandfather Gu finished speaking, he placed the call on speaker. Listening to the silence on the other end, Li Aihua couldn't help but give her husband a thumbs up. Being a woman from the countryside, she understood well how significant having children was for rural families. A year without children could lead to a separation if the rural lad did not agree. However, if he could acquiesce, it would mean that Gu Yuxi and the rural lad would eventually both arrive in the capital, allowing her to see him. If she found him unsuitable, they could still divorce. With this thought, the old lady felt a sense of relief. I will discuss the college entrance examination matter with him. Gu Yuxi gathered her emotions and continued, Dad, there is one more thing I need your help with. I will mail you a novel of 100,000 words later. Could you help me submit it? I can assist with the submission to the publisher, but I cannot guarantee acceptance, he replied. There is no need for any favors, Dad. The novel is captivating. Just help me submit it. Although I haven't finished reading it, I am drawn to the story, and I have confidence in Fu Mingyan. If the submission is unsuccessful, please return it to the village so I can continue sending it out. Why not send it back to me? I can help with the submissions as well, he suggested. That would be wonderful. Although Gu Yuxi found the novel to be exceptional, she lamented that she was not affiliated with a publishing house. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly advocate for its publication. If her initial submission were unsuccessful, it would be ideal to enlist her father's assistance for a resubmission. After discussing Gu Yuxi's situation, Gu Feng inquired, by the way, what is the status of your brother's romantic endeavors? She sensed that her brother had yet to fully pursue the matter, as he had asked her to refrain from mentioning it. This was due to her concern that her brother might be distracted from his pursuit of his beloved. What are the qualifications of the other party? Li Aihua interjected, unable to contain her curiosity. Having borne 3 sons, Li Aihua had seen her 2 elder sons perish on the battlefield, leaving only Gu Feng, whom she had resolutely decided against allowing to enlist. Compared to his 2 brothers, Gu Feng's health was somewhat frail, and he ultimately did not serve. However, his first son, Gu Zimo, was an exemplary candidate for military service. Li Aihua had fretted over Gu Zimo's decision to enlist for a considerable time, but eventually acquiesced, albeit with a vigilant eye on her eldest grandson. Gu Yuxi spoke the truth. Due to the expenses associated with phone calls, Gu Zimo had not wished to divulge too much before successfully courting someone. All right, I shall inquire with Grandma later, Gu Yuxi promptly interjected, recalling her brother's request that she keep the matter within the family, as excessive discussion could lead to complications. As Sister Ding returned with the group, Gu Yuxi concluded her phone call. Upon hearing the news of the reinstatement of the college entrance examination, officials from the county government clustered around her, and Gu Yuxi found herself obliged to address their inquiries one by one. Yes, the college entrance examination will be reinstated, she confirmed, explaining that her father had mentioned it after hearing it from others in his office. When will it be published in the newspapers? She responded, I am uncertain. You may begin preparing your materials. My family cannot assist with gathering multiple sets. I will use one set myself and lend another to the educated youth in the village. Please seek out the remaining materials on your own. She cautioned that if everything were to be mailed from the capital, the postage would be quite significant. And with a larger quantity, complications could arise, leading to accusations of profiteering. As the number of people aware of the situation was still limited, she advised them to swiftly seek out the necessary materials, as it might be simpler that way. After spending approximately half an hour in the logistics department's office addressing the officials' questions, Gu Yuxi concluded by settling her phone bill with Sister Ding and emerged with the manuscript. Directly across from the county government was a small vacant lot known as People's Square. Gu Yuxi sought a bench and began to peruse Fu Mingyan's manuscript. The story of Yu Zhixing and Cui Ping quickly captivated her. As she witnessed the deepening affection between the two, she felt a sweet warmth in her heart, albeit accompanied by a tinge of unease. Could it truly be possible for lovers to ultimately unite? Gu Yuxi, moved by the tale of Yu Zhixing and Cui Ping, could not help but reflect on her own circumstances. Would she and Mingyan ever find their way to each other? Initially intending to submit Fu Mingyan's work that very day, Gu Yuxi resolved to finish reading the story before proceeding with the submission. As the operating hours of the state-run restaurant approached, she rose from the bench and made her way there. Gu Yuxi's family circumstances were extraordinarily affluent. Whenever she visited the county in the past, she would invariably indulge in a meal at the state-run restaurant. This time, however, she ordered dishes without the intention of dining alone. Rather, she planned to share them with Fu Mingyan later that evening. She selected stewed chicken with potatoes, braised pork with preserved vegetables, stir-fried shredded potatoes, and sautéed cabbage. Additionally, Gu Yuxi procured 5 takeout containers, packing a generously filled box of rice. Her stomach rumbled, yet her desire to share the meal with Fu Mingyan outweighed her own hunger. Around 5 o'clock, Gu Yuxi boarded a bus, and by the time she wobbled back to the village, it was already past 7. From a distance, she spotted Fu Mingyan waiting for her. Upon disembarking, she leapt from the bus with eagerness. You really are waiting for me, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. Her face radiating a bright smile as a gentle breeze tousled her hair, creating a picturesque scene. Fu Mingyan, aware that this phone call likely pertained to the reinstatement of the college entrance examination, found it perplexing that she could smile so beautifully despite the news. Lowering his gaze, he refrained from looking at Gu Yuxi. It's already dark. I promised to come and pick you up. The distance from the village still posed a safety concern for Gu Yuxi if she were to return alone. Thus Fu Mingyan felt compelled to accompany her. Upon hearing his response, Gu Yuxi's heart fluttered, yet she felt a pang of discomfort. She could not discern Fu Mingyan's willingness to postpone having children, but she resolved to make one final effort. I'll come, she said. After securing his belongings, Fu Mingyan mounted his bicycle. Gu Yuxi tugged at his shirt and inquired, Have you eaten? I brought food from the state-run restaurant. Shall we share a meal together? Is this to be our final dinner? Fu Mingyan had already dined. Yet his youthful metabolism allowed for another meal without hesitation, and he readily agreed. I haven't submitted your manuscript yet. I want to review it again. And you didn't specify a pen name. Can I submit it in a couple of days? All right, she replied. As the aluminum containers were rinsed with hot water, Gu Yuxi instructed Fu Mingyan to set up a small table in the courtyard, and they dined outdoors. Once the meal was warmed, they began to eat. The dishes from the state-run restaurant were rich and flavorful, making this the finest meal Fu Mingyan had enjoyed since his rebirth. After finishing, Gu Yuxi suggested a stroll by the river. Understanding that a conversation was imminent, Fu Mingyan led her to the riverside. The moonlight glimmered upon the water, and the distant croaking of frogs filled the air. Gu Yuxi spoke softly. You see, we were supposed to become husband and wife several days ago. I agreed to postpone our registration, and now that 7 days have passed, I have a small request before we proceed. I wonder if it would be possible. She gestured with her fingers to indicate a small amount. What is your request? Fu Mingyan inquired. We delay having children for 1 more year. Gu Yuxi expressed her thoughts, stating that the college entrance examination would soon be reinstated, and that upon gaining admission to a university, she would commence her studies in September of the following year. I certainly cannot attend classes while heavily pregnant, she mused. I wish to delay having children. If the school permits students to have children, then we could consider it sooner. If not, would you be willing to wait for me to graduate from university? Chapter 23. A kiss. Fu Mingyan was utterly taken aback by Gu Yuxi's words. And after a moment of silence, he found himself in a state of confusion. Gu Yuxi had already received definitive news of the examination's revival, and her family must have persuaded her as well, yet she still wished to be his wife? Gu Yuxi, unable to wait for Fu Mingyan's response, felt her countenance darken, and she sniffled, nearly on the verge of tears. Despite this, her eyes, glimmering with a shattered light, remained steadfastly fixed on Fu Mingyan. Noticing her distress, Fu Mingyan spoke. So, your intention is to focus on preparing for the reinstated examination, correct? Do you believe I can succeed in passing it? Of course you can. Gu Yuxi replied without hesitation. You have always said you could, and I believe in you. The unwavering confidence in her youthful voice stirred something within Fu Mingyan. The capital boasts superior educational resources, while the village's resources are severely limited. I might struggle to pass the examination, he pondered. Gu Yuxi continued. If, by any chance, you do not succeed in passing, would you be willing to accompany me to the capital? Her beautiful, glistening eyes searched Fu Mingyan's, filled with apprehension, as if she feared his rejection. Fu Mingyan gazed back at Gu Yuxi and asked, with the news of the examination's revival, have your family not suggested that we could divorce? Upon hearing the word divorce, Gu Yuxi leapt up in alarm. How could that be? How could we divorce? My family has agreed to our marriage. They hold you in high regard. They trust my judgment, believing that the person I choose must be the best. Her voice trailed off as she realized she could not lie to Fu Mingyan, who was intently observing her. Gu Yuxi's spirits sank, and after a brief silence, she chose to speak the truth. My family did mention divorce, but I refused. I told them I would not agree to it. Her toes kicked at the pebbles on the ground, and her complexion paled. Although she initially wished to avoid Fu Mingyan's gaze, she ultimately decided to look him in the eye, hoping he might understand her unspoken feelings. Even so, Gu Yuxi felt it was insufficient. Why couldn't T1 lay bare their heart? She longed to convey to Fu Mingyan just how deeply she loved him. My family did indeed bring up the topic of divorce initially, but I opposed it. They said that if I could avoid becoming pregnant before September of next year, we could continue together. I envisioned the best outcome being that we both gain admission to university, allowing us to naturally be together. Should you not succeed, I would seek employment on your behalf. We can still venture to the city together. Wouldn't it be wonderful to live in the capital? It is a bustling place. And once you start working there, you could still take the entrance examination if you desire. Isn't a big city marvelous? Especially the political center that is the capital? Fu Mingyan was certainly aware of the advantages, and he had even contemplated accumulating a certain amount of wealth to purchase a residence in the capital, eagerly awaiting the opportune moment for demolition and profit. As he listened to Gu Yuxi extolling the virtues of the capital, a sense of amusement washed over him. With these thoughts, a faint smile graced his handsome features. Gu Yuxi, transfixed by Fu Mingyan's expression, felt a flush of warmth spread across her face upon seeing him smile. Could you help me find a job? Fu Mingyan chuckled softly, his tone gentle. Jobs in the city are rather competitive, aren't they? I've taken the exams. Gu Yuxi's voice trembled, her embarrassment palpable under his gaze, her fingers fidgeting with her braid. I even secured a position in the government, but due to being reported, I was reassigned to the countryside. The individual who took her place was Qin Sui, a year her senior, who had graduated high school a year earlier and secured a position at the cotton spinning factory, definitely not as prestigious as Gu Yuxi's former role. Once Gu Yuxi confirmed her relocation to the countryside, her job had been handed over to Qin Sui. I am unaware of which organizations will be hiring next year, but rest assured, I will help you land a job as soon as opportunities arise, she declared earnestly, her beautiful apricot eyes filled with sincerity, reflecting her unwavering devotion to him, as if he were the most significant person in her world. Yuxi, you are truly remarkable, Fu Mingyan's voice deepened. a hint of raspy admiration evident as he swallowed hard. Initially, when Gu Yuxi embraced him tightly, a seed was sown in his heart. How could he remain unmoved by the affection of such a stunning, graceful, and well-bred young woman, especially as their interactions flourished? Gu Yuxi's delightful demeanor and character left a lasting impression on him. Yet, he harbored concerns that she might return to the city upon receiving news regarding the college entrance examination, compelling him to suppress his feelings. In that moment, upon hearing Gu Yuxi's intentions, he recognized her sincerity and allowed his emotions to bloom. In an instant, his once barren heart blossomed into a lush expanse of green. As love deepened, certain things unfolded naturally. Fu Mingyan's large hand rested upon his wife's slender waist, gently caressing her before, as her body softened, he encircled her neck. Gu Yuxi's startled gasp was swallowed by the warmth of his lips. Their mouths pressed together, breaths entwining, lips dancing in harmony. Gu Yuxi's heart raced, an overwhelming sense of helplessness washing over her, almost compelling her to flee. Yet, the astute Gu Yuxi soon realized that such intimacy signified Fu Mingyan's genuine acknowledgement of her. Clumsily, she parted her lips to reciprocate the embrace of the man who held her. Fu Mingyan, breathless, held her tightly, declaring, "We shall not have children until after you graduate from university." "That won't take long," Gu Yuxi quickly replied. "I wish to have your child. As long as I can have a child during university, I'm ready." With a hand tenderly caressing Gu Yuxi's cheek, Fu Mingyan smiled and swept her off her feet. Gu Yuxi clutched his collar, enveloped in a cocoon of happiness. "When shall we register our marriage?" she inquired eagerly. "Perhaps tomorrow," he replied. Fu Mingyan smiled, suggesting that if she wished, they could obtain their marriage certificate the following day. His strong arms carried her from the riverside back to the courtyard, and then to the bed. Yet, once they were truly home, further intimacy felt somewhat inconvenient. Gu Yuxi sensed Fu Mingyan's ardor but dared not provoke him, fearing the consequences if her younger sister were to overhear. Her heart was conflicted. At times she contemplated asking her sister to move out, while at other moments she found solace in the notion that their current arrangement would prevent any unplanned pregnancies. Thus, she drifted into slumber with a troubled heart. Once Fu Mingyan calmed down, he too closed his eyes, recalling how in his previous life, Gu Yuxi had gained admission to a prestigious university. There was no reason she should fail this time. Instead, he resolved to seek out new resources. In his past life, he had attended a university within the province. Given his rebirth, aiming for Peking University seemed entirely reasonable. Chapter 24. Suspicions after breakfast the next morning. Fu Mingyan announced his intention to go to the county seat to obtain their marriage certificate. Fu Xinyan, who was sipping porridge, nearly spat it out in disbelief. "You haven't gotten your certificate yet?" she exclaimed incredulously. It should be noted that she and Hisu had already been married, albeit due to housing issues. They had not yet cohabited. Hisu resided at the youth dormitory, which was overcrowded, and it was impractical for her to move in with him. Moreover, since Hisu was not joining the family through marriage, he could not reside at the Fu household. Thus, despite their marriage, they had not yet begun living together. Following their discussions that night, the Fu family decided Hisu would not be required to provide a dowry. Instead, the He family would cover the cost of building a house, while the Fu family would furnish it. If the He family were truly affluent, they could, like Gu Yuxi, readily provide funds for construction. However, Hisu was merely putting on a faible of wealth. He had only managed to borrow a sum to begin building the house. Due to the substantial debt, he struggled to gather the necessary funds, inevitably resorting to using money from He Pingping. Originally, that money was earmarked for the Li family, but circumstances compelled its diversion to Hisu. In rural areas, constructing a simple adobe house typically took about 2 weeks, and now the progress was already halfway through. He Pingping, initially stunned like her daughter, soon pieced together the various reasons behind the delay in obtaining a marriage certificate. The initial intention had been to arrange marriages, Fu Wuqiang to marry Gu Yuxi, and Fu Mingyan to wed Lin Xiaofang. If they had secured the certificate prematurely, the entire plan would have been thwarted. On their wedding night, Fu Wuqiang would undoubtedly consummate his marriage with Lin Xiaofang, and both couples would effectively be in a de facto marriage. Now it was time to formalize things. He Pingping had come to fully accept the reality of having Gu Yuxi as a daughter-in-law, even finding a silver lining in the fact that her family was genuinely affluent, with resources that could benefit the larger family unit. He Pingping envisioned that once the money was in her hands, it could be directed to the Li family. The thought of her late ex-husband filled her with sorrow, and she longed to be good to his family. With a gentle gaze, He Pingping remarked, "Indeed. It is time to obtain the certificate. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten." Fu Ping responded, "Yes, with the state certificate in hand. We will truly be a family." Fu Ping coughed lightly before He Pingping, saying, "Pingping, please take out some money and tickets to allow them to capture a photograph. Furthermore, it is a rare opportunity for the young couple to stroll around the county and purchase a few items, which would be beneficial for their future stay in Xian Yan's room." The impending marriage of Fu Xinyan presented the family with the significant advantage of freeing up a room. Henceforth, Fu Xinyan's room would be occupied by Fu Mingyan, necessitating the addition of certain furnishings. In truth, Fu Xinyan eagerly anticipated living with Hisu, yet felt a twinge of discomfort at the thought of relinquishing her own room, letting out a soft huff. The reticent Fu Mingzhu harbored a flicker of hope. Having always shared her space with her brother, now she would possess her own room. Gu Yuxi also yearned for a private chamber. As the previous night had aligned perfectly for her, her menstrual cycle was soon to arrive. Having perused the so-called couple's handbook, Gu Yuxi learned that the days surrounding her period were deemed the safest, alleviating her concerns about the possibility of pregnancy. Regrettably, with her sister present in the room last night, it was impossible to consummate their union. A blush crept across Gu Yuxi's cheeks after obtaining their marriage certificate. And once they moved into a separate room, she and Mingyan would truly embody a married couple. Upon hearing the request for money, He Pingping's face fell, appearing more dismal than Fu Xinyan's. The funds Fu Ping had acquired from the black market were all in He Pingping's hands. Previous earnings had been given to the Li family, and this year's funds had yet to be delivered due to Hisu's construction expenses. He Pingping truly found herself unable to produce any money. Not long ago, He Pingping had been indoctrinating Gu Yuxi with notions of familial unity post-marriage. As a fellow woman, He Pingping discerned Gu Yuxi's profound affection for Fu Mingyan, particularly evident today as they prepared to obtain their marriage license. Gu Yuxi's smile radiated sweetness akin to honey. He Pingping believed it was time for Gu Yuxi to contribute some funds. Where would she find additional money? In this day and age, the meager savings from hard labor amounted to little, and Hisu's construction project also demanded financial input. The household was devoid of funds. However, Gu Jiqing, do you not possess some money? I have previously mentioned that we would all be one family. Fu Mingyan abruptly interrupted his mother, declaring, "Do not covet the money in my wife's hands. It is given to her by my in-laws. A man should never lay claim to such things. Mother, you were once empty-handed, with only my sister in your womb when you married my father, and he never sought to claim the compensation left by your late husband." Upon hearing Fu Mingyan's words, a profound silence enveloped the room. The circumstances surrounding He Pingping's marriage while pregnant were, in fact, quite disreputable, a fact well known throughout the village. Although it had once been openly discussed, after the births of Fu Mingyan and Fu Mingzhu, such matters had become seldom mentioned. In truth, He Pingping's actions were less than respectable, and Fu Ping appeared pitifully submissive. He Pingping had deeply loved her deceased husband, but hearing her second marriage mentioned in such a disparaging manner ignited a fierce anger within her, as if her chest were a furnace, continuously stoked with burning embers. Trembling with rage, He Pingping exclaimed, "What did you say? How dare you speak like that? Have you turned against your own mother? Just because you are marrying now, do you think it is acceptable to belittle me? Do you have no conscience? Indeed, I am aware that you possess no conscience." Presently, with the absence of the college entrance examination, there are scarcely any individuals in the village pursuing high school education. What purpose does it serve for a rural individual to attend high school? Merely because you desire it, you have been permitted to study. Furthermore, there is Fu Mingzhu, a mere girl, whom I also allowed to attend high school. Do you suppose that this money springs forth from stones? Fu Mingzhu, upon witnessing He Pingping's demeanor, was apprehensive that her brother might suffer, gently tugging at his clothing. Fu Mingyan patted his sister's hand and turned to the irate He Pingping. The cunning tactics employed by He Pingping were reminiscent of the former Lin Xiaofang, who had mastered them with consummate skill. Her sole intention was to evoke his feelings of guilt, employing a method of relentless entanglement to compel him to empathize with her plight. However, upon discovering He Pingping's true nature, he found no grounds for compassion. He even chuckled lightly, expressing a sentiment that resonated with truth. What was there to be angry about? Was it not He Pingping who bore the child of her deceased husband, adhering to Li Yan's words as if they were sacred edicts? Was it not He Pingping who allocated the compensation to the Li family, insisting on marrying Fu Ping while coercing the honest Fu Ping to venture into the black market, leaving the earnings and tickets for the Li family? After having committed such acts, how could she then direct her ire towards the younger generation? It was merely a display of her reliance on the status of being the biological mother, knowing that Fu Mingyan had once held her in esteem. However, upon learning of Fu Mingzhu's circumstances and the past events, his respect for He Pingping had dissipated entirely. Fu Mingyan chuckled softly and continued. I state that my father is a man who married my mother and provided for her and my sister without burdening her. My sister has been raised to be healthy and plump. As for education, I can only assert that our family can afford the tuition for 3 children. Mother, your own labor contributions scarcely suffice to feed you and elder sister. Elder sister is not even my father's child, yet she thrives, attends high school, and enjoys a good life. To return to the matter at hand, my father single-handedly bore the weight of this family without relying on any of your resources. Why then should I, in my turn, be expected to depend on my wife's family for sustenance? Her family may be affluent, but I am not a son-in-law. So why should I partake of their provisions? This statement incensed Fu Xinyan, who raised her eyebrows and retorted, What did you say? I merely spoke the truth. Why is it that you both cannot accept my candid words? Fu Mingyan continued, The household should indeed possess wealth. My father is aware, and I am aware. If you cannot provide the funds, it is likely a reflection of poor financial management. Perhaps today, we ought to settle the accounts clearly. You dare. He Pingping slammed her hand on the table, causing the chopsticks to leap. This household is not yours to command. Do not presume that because you have taken a wife, you may flaunt your authority here, showing disrespect to your mother and lacking honor towards your sister, arrogantly capitalizing on your status as the family heir. Let me tell you, the chairman himself has stated that women can hold up half the sky. In my eyes, you are inferior to both your sister and your younger sister. The moment you were born, I knew you would be a difficult, unfilial child, and now it is evident that you are indeed a heartless wretch. Enough. Fu Ping felt the sting of her words. While his son spoke the truth, the mother's words cut deep. Am I to argue with your son? Tears streamed down He Pingping's face as she spoke with a sense of injustice. It is your son who has grown too bold, making decisions without my consent. When I bore him, he was nourished well in my womb, yet I suffered greatly during childbirth. He weighed a hefty 8 pounds, and after giving birth, I lost copious amounts of blood, nearly losing my life. The reason He Pingping harbored disdain for Fu Mingyan and Fu Mingzhu was rooted in this experience. Fu Mingzhu was but a small bundle, her delivery effortless, while Fu Mingyan caused my belly to swell like a balloon, emerging at a daunting 8 pounds. The hemorrhage during Fu Mingyan's birth nearly cost me my life. How could I possibly hold any affection for him? He Pingping's feelings toward Fu Mingzhu were similarly cold. As Fu Xinyan, driven by jealousy, resented her younger sister for surpassing her in any regard. Thus, He Pingping aligned herself with Fu Xinyan, suppressing Fu Mingzhu. As this moral coercion unfolded, Fu Mingyan was about to speak when he felt a gentle tug on his hand, revealing Gu Yuxi, her hair elegantly braided. Gu Yuxi softly interjected, I understand your sentiments, Mingyan. Her unexpected contribution drew every gaze in the room, and admiration flickered in Fu Mingzhu's eyes. Despite their mother's evident fury, her sister-in-law dared to voice her thoughts. Like a timid mouse, Fu Mingzhu nibbled at her meal, feeling reassured by her sister-in-law's intervention. There is a saying, united, a couple can achieve remarkable strength. Though their mother may be daunting, instilling psychological shadows in Fu Mingzhu, the combined efforts of her brother and sister-in-law should suffice to counter their mother's wrath, even if they could not sway her. Gu Yuxi could console her brother if their mother's words were too harsh. Gu Yuxi's voice, though soft, was imbued with purpose. All the family finances are managed by mother. In years past, expenditures went towards building a house, yet father must have accumulated some income privately. Now that Mingyan and I are married, surely some funds should be allocated for our use. The current situation, where not a single penny is available, does not add up. He Pingping quickly retorted, What do you know, as a newlywed? Life in the countryside is not easy. Just consider the costs of raising 3 children, not to mention their education, which interrupts any chance of earning labor credits. She continued to ramble. But the essence of her argument remained clear. The family's funds had been entirely depleted. Yet, Gu Yuxi, skilled in financial matters, dismissed He Pingping's lamentations. During my studies, I excelled in mathematics, consistently scoring the highest marks. I could achieve over 100, even completing all the extra credit questions. As we are now a family, the income father earns privately could be entrusted to me, and I assure you, I would manage it meticulously. Gu Yuxi revealed her ultimate intent. Was there truly no money left? While Fu Ping had entrusted finances to his wife, he was aware of how much they had earned. Now, with his son unable to access funds, Gu Yuxi's statements stirred doubt in Ping's unwavering stance. Upon observing her husband's countenance, Ping's heart sank. Realizing he had begun to harbor suspicions, she understood that she must conceal the fact that she had lent money to the Li family at all costs. Therefore, she could only respond, "I was merely reflecting on our household's recent expenditures, thinking we ought to economize. I hadn't anticipated that our son and daughter-in-law would react this way. Never mind, I shall retrieve the money for you shortly." For the sake of her daughter and Su's home, Ping had exhausted her funds, leaving her with only a handful of ration tickets, grain, meat, cloth, and cotton tickets. Though they appeared numerous, they merely sufficed for the Fu family's modest needs. The only ticket of true significance was one she had saved for Li Jun of the Li family, a ticket painstakingly obtained from the black market. This ticket could facilitate a temporary job for Li Jun in the county. However, now, gazing at the word sewing machine ticket, Ping felt a pang in her heart. For that single ticket could be exchanged for a considerable sum, enough to procure several large unity notes, each valued at 10 yuan. The thought of parting with it for Fu Mingyan and the others was truly unbearable. Yet what choice did she have? Fu Ping was evidently suspicious of the family's financial situation, and if she failed to act, her son and daughter-in-law might seize control of her financial authority today. In truth, she had no money left. It had all been lent out for the house. In the dimly lit thicket of a neighboring village, Fu Mingyan and Su had already begun to quarrel. Now that they were formally wed, what if their antics resulted in an unplanned child? Hence, the house must be constructed. Fu Mingyan was the child Ping had cherished for over a decade, a child of Li Yan's bloodline, and especially with eyes reminiscent of Li Yan's. At times, Ping would find herself lost in thought while gazing at those familiar eyes. With no money and the urgency to silence this couple, Ping clutched the ticket and pressed it into Gu Yuxi's palm, saying, "This ticket shall serve as your wedding gift. Is it sufficient? The remaining money at home has all been converted into this." As Fu Mingyan approached and discovered it was a sewing machine ticket, she was immediately incensed. Why did mother not give this ticket to me? It could very well serve as part of my dowry. Why bestow it upon my newlywed sister-in-law? She insisted, "This ticket is mine," and attempted to snatch it. Seeing Fu Mingyan's hand reach for the ticket, Fu Mingyan swiftly struck it with his chopsticks. The sharp sound was followed by Fu Mingyan's anguished cry. Ping hurriedly grasped her daughter's hand, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of resentment. "Mingyan, the ticket was indeed meant for you and your wife. What are you trying to seize? I will have a proper discussion with Yin. Ping held her daughter's hand, feeling the spot where the chopsticks had struck begin to swell. Her expression darkened further as she addressed Fu Mingyan. "This ticket was originally intended for Yin, but since it is for Su to build a house, and I do not know when that money will be repaid, I have decided to offer it to both of you. This ticket can surely be exchanged at the county's department store." After Ping finished speaking, she gritted her teeth and remarked, "I have never encountered someone so greedy. Yu Jiqing is already well off, yet insists on squeezing money from his family. From the moment he was born, I knew he was a money collector, and now it is evident he is indeed a leech on his parents and sisters. My brother is not a money collector. He fears that my sister will seize the tickets, as they are quite limited and may get torn," Fu Mingyu softly interjected, her voice trembling yet filled with courage. Her brother and sister-in-law had not spoken merely for money. They sought clarity in the family's finances. How dare that wretched girl? Fu Mingyu contradict her? Ping reached out to strike Fu Mingyu, but was halted by Fu Ping, who firmly said, "Enough." Fu Ping's expression was grim. Initially, he had found it difficult to accept Ping, yet she had borne him a fine son. Fu Mingyan was Fu Ping's pride, and today, being scolded, Fu Ping was displeased. It was merely a matter of using chopsticks to tap Fu Mingyan, yet Ping's reaction was excessive. "The sewing machine tickets belong to Mingyan and his wife, while the dowry for Mingyan will be provided once the He family compensates accordingly, following the village's standards. Any money I earn privately will be managed by Mingyu." As Ping raised her hand, Fu Mingyu began to tremble, only to unexpectedly find herself enveloped in a warm embrace. It was her brother gently holding her, even without their father's intervention. Fu Mingyan would not allow a slap to fall upon his sister's face. Fu Mingyan felt a warmth in her eyes since her sister-in-law entered their home. A change had occurred. Once, she deeply admired her brother, and now, this silent figure had finally begun to bestow some attention upon her. After Fu Ping finished speaking, Fu Mingyan was momentarily taken aback, surprised that the finances would be entrusted to her. Ping felt a stir within her, very well. She had no intention of continuing the argument at that moment. She perceived Fu Mingyan's timid and fearful nature, believing that allowing Fu Mingyan to manage the finances was akin to her own control. Chapter 25. The youths erupted in discontent. Gu Yuxi donned a military green crossbody bag. Walking alongside Fu Mingyan, she had applied a layer of Baikai Ling cream on her skin, and their proximity allowed Fu Mingyan to catch a whiff of her delicate fragrance. Her lips, adorned with lipstick, formed a perfect curve. The bright red hue was too ostentatious, so Gu Yuxi applied only a thin layer. Gu Yuxi had an eye for beauty and would not overapply expensive cosmetics. This subtle application accentuated her fair complexion, radiating vitality. Beautiful, Fu Mingyan complimented. Are there other colors? I will buy some for you in the county. Gu Yuxi had dressed for Fu Mingyan. Today, they were to go to the county to capture their wedding photographs. And she had tucked a comb and a small mirror into her bag, determined to preserve their most beautiful moments. This is sufficient. I am already married, so there is no need for such adornments. But you previously mentioned that the villagers might find it unseemly, Gu Yuxi replied with a smile, her heart brimming with joy at the thought of obtaining their marriage certificate with Fu Mingyan. I will buy you more in the capital. You look lovely with lipstick, and when you are in college, you can further indulge in your beauty. The capital serves as the political heart of the nation, where the winds of reform first gently caressed its embrace. Among the populace, university students are the most receptive to novel ideas. In this vibrant environment, Gu Yuxi is poised to fully express her beauty. She murmurs softly, I am already married. Yet, marriage does not preclude beauty, as the beloved of a striking partner. Her joy is palpable. A sweetness blooms in Gu Yuxi's heart, embodying the adage that a woman shines when cherished. With a nod, she glances at her husband, saying, I await your gift. Her fingers tenderly play with her braid, her eyes glimmering with warmth as she contemplates selecting the most affordable lipstick. By the way, should you inform the educated youth in the village about the college entrance examination? Fu Mingyan inquires. It is necessary. I intend to stop by the Educated Youth Center on my way and share the news, she replies. But the announcement hasn't been published yet. Could it be inappropriate to disclose it prematurely? Fu Mingyan expresses concern based on his experience that official government policies ought to be validated through newspapers and broadcasts. He worries that disseminating this information too widely might adversely affect Gu Yuxi's father. Not at all, Gu Yuxi reassures him. My father mentioned that this is not a confidential meeting. Several of his colleagues have children or relatives who have gone to the countryside, so this information will inevitably circulate. Furthermore, when I received a call yesterday, someone from the county government logistics office was present, eavesdropping on my conversation. Afterward, they confirmed the matter with my father. And by the time I finished my call, quite a few county officials had approached me to inquire about it. You were making a call from the county government? Fu Mingyan asks, realizing that only public institutions in the county possess telephones. Would the county officials really listen in on your calls? I'm sharing this with you in confidence. Gu Yuxi whispers. There are two older ladies in the logistics department, one of them. She shares her experience of calling the county government with a light-hearted tone, relishing the mundane details of her life, which brings her a sense of happiness. As they converse, they fortuitously arrive at the Educated Youth Center just as the male and female youths are lining up to exit. I have something to announce, Gu Yuxi declares confidently, clapping her hands and momentarily delaying their work by 2 minutes. All eyes turn to her with curiosity. Fu Mingyan notices a female educated youth from the group sneering, clearly disapproving of Gu Yuxi. What is that young woman's name? Gu Yuxi continues with poise. My family called me yesterday, informing me that a meeting was held by the central authorities, where it was stated that the nation requires culturally aware young people for its development. By the end of December this year, the college entrance examination will be reinstated. Fu Mingyan suddenly recalls that the scornful young woman is named Wang Wan. Her disdainful expression crystallizes on her face, creating an amusing sight for Fu Mingyan. One educated youth, lost in thought and holding a hoe, inadvertently drops it to the ground. Oh dear, he exclaims, grateful that the iron head of the hoe did not strike anyone, that the wooden handle did make contact. With that exclamation, it seems a switch has been flipped, and the assembled youths erupt into excitement. Really? The college entrance examination is coming back? This is fantastic. They exclaim, their joy palpable. I long to return home. I yearn to leave the countryside behind. Is it true that with the reinstatement of the college entrance examination, I can finally go back to the city? Yet, during the time of the examination, not everyone can gain admission to a university, especially considering that graduates were once assigned jobs. This news hardly seems worth our eager anticipation. I had thought it meant the educated youth could finally return to the city. What do you know? Your academic performance is lacking, but there are those who excel, like Gu Yuxi, who I recall had outstanding grades. With the resumption of the college entrance examination, she could indeed return to the city, and her family resides in the capital. But what if one is married? I remember Gu Yuxi has already wed. They did not acquire a marriage certificate, you say? How can they stand together without one? Has the college entrance examination truly been fully reinstated? Does passing it guarantee a return to the city? Will urban household registration be restored as well? What about the conditions for admission? Must one obtain a letter of consent from their household registration location to participate in the examination? Is a letter of consent all that is needed to take the college entrance exam? Some are crying, some are laughing, and others are in turmoil. As countless questions surge forth, all directed at Gu Yuxi. Please, everyone, quiet down, Wang In exclaimed, the leader of the educated youth group. Wang In had spent the longest time in the countryside, 6 years without marrying, which had made him appear as a true villager. Some of Wang In's family members had been sent to labor in the cow shed, yet he managed to secure his position through family connections. Even in the most arduous times, he never contemplated staying in the countryside. Wang In was resolute in his desire to return to the city. He firmly believed that the nation required intellectuals. Without our own intellectuals, how can we truly surpass the West? Wang In realized he had awaited this pivotal moment. Though his emotions surged, he endeavored to maintain composure. Gu Yuxi, could you elaborate on your information? Is it accurate? Can educated youth like us also take the college entrance examination? Are there any required documents? What about those who are married? Can they take the exam as well? The information is indeed accurate. My father attended the meeting and even inquired personally about whether married individuals could participate in the examination. The answer is affirmative, provided that there is a stamp of approval from the village secretary. Of course, the village secretary will also respect the consent of the educated youth's partner. After being admitted to university, one's household registration can be transferred to the corresponding institution. Once classes commence, one would be regarded as a cadre, enjoying the benefits associated with that status, and upon graduation, the state would assign work. It is important to note that while the college entrance examination has been reinstated this year, the number of universities admitting students may be limited, as will the number of students admitted. Therefore, I urge everyone to study diligently. My family will assist me in acquiring a complete set of review materials, and I will personally provide a set to the educated youth group for distribution by Comrade Wang In. As Gu Yuxi prepared to leave, Wang In squeezed through the crowd, urging, don't go. Please share more about what you know. What proof do you have that your claims are true? Why must the consent of a partner be required for the examination? Does your partner agree to your taking the college entrance exam? Wang Wan's voice trembled, nearing tears. She was already engaged, and if partner consent were necessary, she doubted her fiancé would agree. At this moment, Fu Mingyan spoke. Yuxi has mentioned that her father is attending the meeting, which serves as the most compelling evidence. She made a call from the county government yesterday, and there are others who are aware of this news. We shall await the formal announcement in the newspapers and broadcasts. Yuxi acted out of kindness. Thus, she chose to inform you of this news at the earliest opportunity. Fu Mingyan took Gu Yuxi's hand and declared, I support Yuxi's decision to participate in the college entrance examination. I shall also take the exam myself. Gu Yuxi smiled brightly, her eyes crescent-shaped like a waning moon, and her lips curled upwards. I have matters to attend to today. I must accompany my partner to request leave from the scorekeeper, and I also need to visit the village secretary. I do not wish to delay your work. She was set to obtain their marriage certificate to become a true couple. Chapter 26. Obtaining the certificate, Hisu hurried after her, calling out, Gu Yuxi. With a trembling voice, he inquired, is it true that the college entrance examination is resuming? Has Fu Mingyan truly consented to your participation? Fu Mingyan turned his gaze toward Hisu. In his previous life, Hisu had been among the first to succeed in the examination. Although the university he attended was average, he had indeed been admitted. Indeed, as my partner has stated, Gu Yuxi replied with a smile. The word partner slipped from her tongue, and a blush crept upon her cheeks, her heart swelling with sweetness. My parents and elder sister will surely support your decision to take the exam, Fu Mingyan added. Prepare well for the examination. And bring my sister back to the city afterward. Su, his mind clouded, nodded instinctively. As he walked towards the youth brigade, a sudden jolt coursed through him. If they were to return to the city, what had been the purpose of spending a fortune to build a house? Fu Xinyan had mentioned that Fu Mingyan's academic performance was commendable. If Fu Mingyan did not aim for particularly prestigious universities, he might indeed secure a place in a lower-tier institution. Should Fu Mingyan and Gu Yuxi marry, they could both return to the city through their examination success. However, what of Fu Xinyan herself? Her grades were insufficient. As she often lamented, since the beginning of her first year in high school, she had been utterly lost in mathematics. She had even humorously recounted a time when she fortuitously guessed all the answers correctly on a multiple-choice test, scoring a striking 30 points. Su was acutely aware that he lacked the means to bring Fu Xinyan back to the city. Would the newly constructed house then belong to Fu Xinyan? Such a waste. Had he known earlier that the college entrance examination would be reinstated, why had he married Fu Xinyan? What had compelled him to make such decisions? And why had he built a house in the countryside? He recalled the passionate night spent with Fu Xinyan during the film screening, his heart gnawed by regret. He lamented their reckless indulgence that night. Why had he not waited? Even if he wished to court Fu Xinyan, he ought not to have acted so hastily. Had he allowed a few more nights to pass, he would have received the news of the examination's return. Su's expression shifted constantly as Fu Mingyan and Gu Yuxi walked further away. Gu Yuxi playfully pinched the end of her braided hair, gently brushing against Fu Mingyan's strong arm. Fu Mingyan felt an itch where the braid had grazed him and reached out to scratch, eliciting a soft laugh from Gu Yuxi. The beautiful young woman smiled with crescent-shaped eyes, looking quite lovely, and Fu Mingyan returned her smile. They requested leave from the scorekeeper and made their way to the village secretary's home, only to unexpectedly encounter Fu Wuqiang and Lin Xiaofang waiting there as well. A look of astonishment flitted across Fu Wuqiang's eyes. Each time he beheld Gu Yuxi, he was captivated by her stunning beauty, pondering how, in his youth, he had orchestrated such a marriage exchange. She was indeed breathtaking. He even considered that, were it not for knowing Lin Xiaofang's auspicious destiny, marrying Gu Yuxi would have been quite splendid. Cousin, you're here to obtain a certificate as well? Lin Xiaofang rolled her eyes, feeling displeased. She could not stand being around Fu Mingyan and was thoroughly unwilling to see him. However, fate had orchestrated their coincidental meeting. Gu Yuxi smiled at Lin Xiaofang, saying, I thought it would just be the two of us going to collect the certificate at this hour. I didn't expect you all to be here as well. Fu Wuqiang had actually forgotten about this matter, and by the time it crossed his mind, 3 days had already elapsed. After much urging, Lin Xiaofang had reluctantly agreed to obtain the certificate, her face a picture of discontent. The thought of marrying a toad made her feel nauseated, while Gu Yuxi was on the verge of marrying the person she had originally wished to wed. With this in mind, Lin Xiaofang chose to ignore Gu Yuxi, turning away to avoid conversation. Observing Fu Wuqiang and Fu Mingyan engaged in discussion, Gu Yuxi decided to take out her draft from her army green handbag and continue reading. The story Double Life captivated her, surpassing even the 8 model operas in intrigue. As she caressed the manuscript, she contemplated whether it could be adapted into a new model opera or perhaps a film. Regrettably, both formats seemed ill-suited for such an extensive narrative, and she sighed inwardly before returning to the tale. Gu Yuxi, are you reading? Fu Wuqiang turned to see Gu Yuxi engrossed in her manuscript. Oh, how diligent you are. No wonder you excelled in the college entrance examination, he mused, recalling that after the resumption of the exam, Gu Yuxi had been accepted into Tsinghua University. Although it was not the right moment to mention her acceptance, the revival of the college entrance examination was certainly a topic of discussion. He thought to himself, with the resumption of exams, would these two not end up divorced? He eagerly anticipated the unfolding drama between his cousin and Gu Yuxi, his expression brimming with excitement. I just had a thought. If the college entrance examination is reinstated, what will you do? Gu Yuxi, are you planning to get your certificate today? If the exams resume, you'll have to handle a divorce procedure upon returning to the city. When Fu Wuqiang had just been reborn, he scarcely regarded 300 yuan. But after living for a while, he realized it was a considerable amount. Gu Yuxi had already given 300 yuan for a divorce without a marriage certificate. If they were to officially marry, wouldn't the Gu family have to provide at least double that? The thought of giving such a sum to Fu Mingyan unsettled him. Gu Yuxi, I advise you to hold off. Perhaps you should postpone getting the certificate with my cousin today. What if the college entrance examination is reinstated, and you find yourself needing to process a divorce? Fu Wuqiang was certain that the college entrance examination would indeed be reinstated. In his view, the impending divorce between the two was an inevitable outcome. Thus he spoke with a clarity and conviction that resonated. Lin Xiaofang, who had been sipping water from her flask, perked up her ears to listen intently. I learned of the news regarding the reinstatement of the college entrance examination yesterday. Gu Yuxi's petite face was tense. The resumption of the exam was indeed a boon for the vast community of intellectuals. The educated youth could return to the city through the examination, and students from rural households were equally afforded the opportunity to take it. Mingyan and I would sit for the exam together, and we would return to the city, never to part. Is the news of the exam's reinstatement true? Lin Xiaofang couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement for Yu Shuwen. If Fu Wuqiang spoke of it, it must hold weight. If Gu Yuxi affirmed it, then it was indeed true. My father called to inform me of this matter. I had just recounted it at the Educated Youth Center. Upon seeing the village secretary approaching, Gu Yuxi fell silent. The village secretary entered, newspaper in hand. What a lively gathering. Why is everyone here? He remarked, coming over to issue marriage certificates. Fu Mingyan interjected, this is troublesome. After the certificates were completed, Lin Xiaofang incessantly inquired about the reinstatement of the examination throughout the bus ride. Other educated youth from different villages also overheard the conversation and joined in, compelling Gu Yuxi to recount the news repeatedly on the bus. Fu Mingyan understood that if he was privy to the details, others surely wished to hear it from those directly involved, so he chose to remain silent. Instead, he quietly unscrewed his military canteen and offered it to the parched Gu Yuxi. Once they alighted from the bus, he swiftly pulled her away to prevent others from continuing to question her. Fu Mingyan observed Gu Yuxi's remarkable patience. She had already discussed the exam's reinstatement 6 or 7 times on the bus. Their youthful bodies raced forward, stirring up a slight cloud of dust. And Gu Yuxi couldn't help but chuckle as she ran alongside him. They sprinted to the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, stepping inside together. In these times, aside from urban dwellers, many in villages and towns, including those in the counties, valued common law marriages, often issuing formal certificates. With no one ahead in line, Gu Yuxi and Fu Mingyan obtained a pair of red papers inscribed with their details within 10 minutes. The freshly written characters were still wet with ink, and Gu Yuxi was anxious to wait for them to dry to avoid smudging. During this time, they also bore witness to Fu Wuqiang and Lin Xiaofang's wedding. Fu Wuqiang, filled with joy, was eager to obtain their marriage certificate, while Lin Xiaofang appeared pale. The bus ride had been uncomfortable, and upon disembarking, a nauseous Lin Xiaofang was overwhelmed, vomiting uncontrollably. She had been reluctant to marry, yet the certificate was already in hand. What could be done? Once she regained her composure, she slowly approached Fu Wuqiang. Noticing Lin Xiaofang's reluctance, the staff at the window inquired, "Do you truly wish to marry? Marriage is a sacred institution. If you truly do not wish to proceed, then do not." How could one not wish to marry? Fu Wuqiang promptly produced 2 candies and offered them, saying, "My wife is feeling a bit unwell. We are indeed marrying." Lin Xiaofang felt a surge of indignation, casting a resentful glance at Fu Mingyan. If it weren't for Fu Mingyan's disdain for her, she would have been marrying him. Ultimately, she managed to squeeze out a few words through gritted teeth. "Comrade, we are getting married." As Gu Yuxi caught sight of Lin Xiaofang, she instinctively shielded her husband with her body. She held a deep aversion to the thought of anyone coveting Fu Mingyan. Suddenly, a name surfaced in her mind, Lu Susu, one that Ping had mentioned. Gu Yuxi cast her gaze down at the bright red paper in her hands, pondering that even a virtuous gentleman like her husband had had childhood companions. But what of it? They were already wed. Moreover, Lu Susu had accompanied the troops and would not be returning. Gu Yuxi had already tentatively dabbed the ink with a handkerchief, ensuring that the red seal had dried. Only then did she place the 2 marriage certificates into her crossbody bag. With a light-hearted spirit, Gu Yuxi linked her arm with Fu Mingyan's, yet as they stepped outside, she released her hold. She touched her braid and dashed ahead, welcoming the breeze that brushed against her face, alleviating the warmth. They made their way to the department store. Fu Mingyan strolled behind her, one hand casually tucked into his pocket. Upon arriving at the department store, they were greeted by a network of wires overhead, reminiscent of the steel wire payment systems introduced in the 1960s and 70s. The candy vendor called out, signaling for payment. A metal clip secured the handwritten receipt along with the money and ticket from the customer, which the sales clerk flung toward the cash register along the wire. Once the accountant received the clip, they calculated the total, confirmed the amount, stamped it with an official seal, and sent the items back along the wire. Decades later, such a payment method had faded into obscurity, and Fu Mingyan gazed at the wires with a tinge of nostalgia. Instead of seeking the sewing machine vendor, Fu Mingyan requested assistance in calling for Master Wu from the warehouse. With memories from a future life, Fu Mingyan understood that Master Wu held an additional role as a broker. Those wishing to purchase items without tickets or seeking to exchange surplus tickets could turn to this man, who bore a small mole on his face. Upon seeing the two young individuals holding an enamel basin, Master Wu lazily inquired, "Are you getting married? What do you wish to buy?" "We require nothing for purchase," Fu Mingyan replied, "but we would like to sell a ticket." He produced the sewing machine ticket he had prepared in advance and handed it to Master Wu. "Please evaluate this ticket and inform me of its worth in cash or food tickets. Tickets for sewing machines and bicycles are highly sought after. Are you not keeping it for yourself?" Master Wu glanced at Gu Yuxi, recognizing the ticket's rarity. During the era of planned economy, tickets for bicycles, sewing machines, and even televisions were indeed precious commodities. Gu Yuxi contemplated retaining it, thinking she could add a bit of money for her sister's needs. Yet Fu Mingyan swiftly declined with a single phrase. "My sister is also preparing for university. She needs clothes, and a small sum to have them made is sufficient. Keeping this at home only takes up space and is impractical." Seeing Gu Yuxi nod in agreement, Master Wu retrieved a small notebook from his pocket and donned reading glasses. After glancing at the ticket, he stated, "Currently, the offer stands at 200 yuan plus 60 jin of food tickets. I will require 10 jin of food tickets. Would you like to exchange any of your funds for tickets? I will not charge extra for converting the 200 yuan into tickets." Without hesitation, Fu Mingyan responded, "I wish to exchange for sugar tickets, meat tickets, and premium grain tickets, with the money acquired from exchanging sewing machine tickets." Fu Mingyan first purchased 2 pounds of premium milk candies and some loose fruit candies at the department store. The milk candies were intended for his family's consumption. They were made from pure cow's milk, which provided the best calcium supplementation when milk was not readily available. He also bought a packet of brown sugar, anticipating its use for alleviating menstrual discomfort for women, and some fine flour to enhance the family's meals. As he unfolded the net bag in his pocket, Fu Mingyan placed his purchases inside and strode forward with purpose. The heat of the day made it impractical to bring back meat for storage, or he would have included that in his shopping. Gu Yuxi pulled Fu Mingyan to a shoe store, expressing her desire to buy a pair of shoes for him, one for her father, and perhaps another pair for her sister. Upon his return, Fu Mingyan prioritized improving their diet, postponing other concerns. His father, sister, and he were all lacking in nutrition, and given that they resided in a village where everyone was similarly impoverished, their tattered clothing sufficed for the time being. Now that Fu Xinyan was married, Fu Mingyan felt confident that he could earn money through his writing, which would eventually allow him to enhance his family's living conditions. On rainy days, he and his father could manage, but his sister likely needed a new pair of galoshes for school. Her previous pair had cracked and, despite repairs, still leaked, causing her feet to swell and turn pale after being soaked. For the moment, he and his father could forego new shoes, as it would not reflect well to return home without a gift for their mother. Instead, he decided to buy his sister a pair of shoes that she could use for school. Gu Yuxi, knowing her sister's size, quickly selected a pair of galoshes. After securing the shoes, she turned to her husband. "I still wish to buy something for you and your father. Then perhaps a pen you have used would suffice," he suggested. The pen Fu Mingyan used to write double life had a slight ink leakage, and the nib scratched the paper. Gu Yuxi's eyes brightened. She possessed a fountain pen gifted by her grandfather, a fine piece procured from a friendship store manufactured abroad. She resolved to give that pen to Fu Mingyan. "What shall we send to your father?" she asked. "You know people at the county government. Let's visit and see if we can find someone to procure supplements for calcium and iron. That would be sufficient." Fu Mingyan recalled how his father would suffer from leg cramps during rainy days and would feel dizzy when standing up after squatting. After acquiring a private physician, he had inquired about the best ways to nourish someone. While dietary supplementation was ideal, it was a slow process, and the most suitable option now was to procure supplements. Fu Ping would certainly not seek medical attention for such trivial matters. So Fu Mingyan decided to leverage connections at the county government to obtain some calcium and iron supplements to bolster his father's health. He also wished to buy something for Gu Yuxi and took her to shop for clothing, but she shook her head repeatedly. Wait until your manuscript is accepted and you've earned your fees. Then you can buy me something. Fu Mingyan agreed to her suggestion. Before heading to the county government, he and Gu Yuxi first stopped by a photo studio to have their pictures taken. Gu Yuxi first used a comb to tidy her husband's hair, and then she carefully arranged her own locks. The seasoned photographer, immersed in the dark cloth, addressed the couple seated before the crimson backdrop. Smile and don't blink. 1, 2, 3. With a click, the young couple's joyful expressions were immortalized on film. Chapter 28. Submission upon exiting the photography studio. Fu Mingyan suggested that Gu Yuxi sit on a bench in the square to review the manuscript while he attended to matters at the county government. In the logistics department, Ding Yu was knitting a sweater. Hearing about Fu Mingyan's arrival, she set down her knitting and inquired, "And where is young Miss Gu?" "I asked her to rest in the square while I handle this matter," Fu Mingyan replied with a smile. "She mentioned to me that Sister Ding from the logistics department is very warm-hearted, and that you knit beautiful patterns, showing remarkable skill." Ding Yu beamed, her delight evident. The sight of such a tall and handsome young man admiring her was truly uplifting. She began to understand why Gu Yuxi had previously called to express her affection, declaring her intention to marry Fu Mingyan. "Tell me, did you win our young Miss Gu's heart solely with your words? You are indeed fortunate to have her. We were aware of her family's connections to officials in the capital, but who would have imagined her father could attend such high-level meetings and meet significant leaders?" Ding Yu even felt a pang of regret for not having introduced anyone to Gu Yuxi earlier when she merely knew of her good prospects. Had she known the extent of Gu Yuxi's family's affluence, she would have ensured that such a worthy match found its way to her doorstep. "I wouldn't dare speak so freely in her presence, fearing it might seem too frivolous," Fu Mingyan chuckled. "It was only after marrying her that I discovered her family's remarkable status. I felt overwhelmed at first, even losing sleep over it. Eventually, I resolved not to let her down. All I can do is treat her well. Indeed, one must treat women kindly, especially since they bear children for us men, becoming the true pillars of the household." Fu Mingyan continued, "I've heard that during pregnancy, the child draws nourishment from the mother's very essence, and the process of childbirth carries its own risks. A man must treat his wife well to truly embody the essence of manhood. I am uncertain whether I can claim to be a true man," he mused, "but what I can do is cherish Gu Yuxi and treat her ever better." Though Ding Yu held a position of authority, her family status was not particularly high. Listening to Fu Mingyan's words made her feel uplifted and appreciated. Naturally drawn to lively conversations, she expressed interest in Fu Mingyan and said, "I happen to have some free time. My sister-in-law is a doctor at the hospital. Shall we go together? That would be a great help, Sister Ding." Ding Yu owned a bicycle and inquired if Fu Mingyan could ride one. Upon receiving an affirmative response, she borrowed a bicycle from the office. Together, they made their way to the People's Hospital. After riding for about 10 minutes, they arrived, and Ding Yu greeted the staff before receiving her supplement that had been prescribed for over half a year. Fu Mingyan emerged from the county government building, a net bag in hand, an hour having passed since he entered. Upon arriving at People's Square, Gu Yuxi sat intently on a bench beneath a grand tree, engrossed in her manuscript. Noticing her deep concentration, Fu Mingyan chose to take a seat directly opposite her. Gu Yuxi's emotions were stirred by the narrative of dual lives. Initially, she would occasionally glance towards the county government, but soon became too absorbed to care. Yu Zhijing, who had not originally possessed a fervent belief in the revolution, was driven down this path by his love for Lin Lan and his disillusionment with the military. The beautiful niece of the traitor harbored feelings for him. Was this yet another instance of a femme fatale, or was it merely a fleeting girl placing her hopes upon him? Cui Ping had arrived in Tianjin, and as the story unfolded rapidly, Gu Yuxi was completely immersed. How could Yu Zhijing develop affections for someone so dissimilar to his beloved fiancée, Lin Lan? At the moment of Lin Lan's demise, Cui Ping had initially felt elated, believing Lin Lan had survived. Upon learning that Lin Lan had seen her for the last time, she regretted not clarifying to Lin Lan that her relationship with Yu Zhijing was merely a facade. "Had I known of your romantic ties, I would have informed her before her sacrifice. I am but a pretender. Your heart belongs solely to her. If she had known before closing her eyes, it would have brought her solace. Do you not understand?" Yu Zhijing gazed at Cui Ping, and amidst all his complex emotions, 2 words emerged: "Thank you." Tears streamed down Gu Yuxi's face, and fearing they would stain the manuscript, she hastily moved the paper aside. How could such a valiant warrior as Lin Lan meet such an end? At that moment, through her blurred vision. Gu Yuxi noticed a long hand extending a handkerchief towards her. She accepted the cloth, turning away to conceal her tears. Fu Mingyan, choosing not to say much, excused himself. I need to visit the restroom. He placed a bag of medicine beside Gu Yuxi and returned after a brief absence to resume his seat beside her. How did you conceive such a plot? Gu Yuxi inquired. Because such events could very well transpire in reality, Fu Mingyan replied, gently brushing a strand of hair from her face. It is genuine emotion that resonates, is it not? The sacrifice of Zuolan is deeply moving, and the responses of Cui Ping and Yu Zhejing following her loss are equally poignant. Gu Yuxi touched the manuscript, affirming, indeed, it is quite touching. I believe this story is destined for publication. I hope your words prove prophetic. Shall we dine? Gu Yuxi glanced at the time, realizing it was already noon. I shall treat you to a meal at the state-run restaurant. I will pay, Fu Mingyan insisted. The tickets remain unused. Today, whether for transportation, shopping, or medicine, I have relied on you. Allow me to treat you, Gu Yuxi responded, fully aware of her family's favorable circumstances. You treated me last time, Fu Mingyan reminded her, referring to their dinner the previous evening. Since you believe I will publish, I shall not be lacking in funds henceforth. Do you not agree? I certainly believe in you. Gu Yuxi replied eagerly. After their meal, the pair returned home. Gu Yuxi's work was straightforward. With Fu Mingyan's assistance, she could easily secure her daily quota of work points. While Fu Mingyan was helping in the pig pen, several young intellectuals arrived to inquire about Gu Yuxi, evidently seeking to gather more details regarding the college entrance examination. Upon returning home, He Pingping and Fu Xinyan diligently questioned her repeatedly. By the end of the day, Gu Yuxi's voice had grown somewhat hoarse. Holding the water cup that Fu Mingzhu had given her, she asked, "Is there anything else you do not understand?" Fu Mingzhu shook her head and replied, "Sister-in-law, I am well informed. Your brother mentioned that you should also review the subsequent materials to see if you can qualify for university." Fu Mingzhu's eyes widened. She was only in her second year of high school and wondered how she could possibly cover the entirety of the second and third year curriculum in such a short time. "Your brother has said," Gu Yuxi whispered, "that the questions in the first year may be relatively simpler. I see this as an opportunity. Your brother is also preparing for the entrance examination, and once he succeeds, we will journey to the capital together. But I'm only in my second year. Can I truly participate in the examination?" Fu Mingzhu hesitated. "Let's give it a try. For now, do not mention it to anyone else. Your brother and I will manage the qualifications for you. You only need to focus on your preparations." Before the books from the capital were mailed over, Gu Yuxi had not engaged in studying. Her grades had always been commendable, and having set aside her books for just a year, she retained a firm grasp of the knowledge. Fu Mingyan utilized the high school textbooks that had previously been used by Fu Xinyan, and after completing his studies, he passed them on to his younger sister. Gu Yuxi found it challenging to utilize the worn-out, nearly disintegrating books that were covered in doodles. She decided to wait for her family to send her books, which contained her notes for focused revision. Fu Mingyan diligently began reviewing the first-year materials, intending to concentrate on preparing for the college entrance examination while awaiting the manuscript review results for Dual Lives. Perhaps due to his unfulfilled aspirations from the previous life of not attending university, as he revisited the materials, the knowledge points, shrouded in dust, connected seamlessly upon gentle polishing. While Fu Mingyan was engrossed in his studies, Gu Yuxi dedicated 3 days to completing the story of Dual Lives. Before finishing, she was confident that the novel would pass the review, and upon completion, her conviction only strengthened. After drafting a summary of the story and character sketches on a sheet of paper, Gu Yuxi mailed the manuscript of Dual Lives, including the developed wedding photos of the couple in the envelope addressed to her father. Chapter 29. Manuscript Review. Gu Yuxi spent extra to send an expedited registered letter, mailing Fu Mingyan's letterhead alongside the urgently developed photographs. 5 days later, while Gu Fang was composing materials in the office, a staff member from the logistics department arrived with the letter. "Director Gu, your daughter's registered letter." Gu Fang took the letter and signed for it in the receipt book held by the logistics clerk. The clerk, recognizing the thickness of the letter, felt a surge of curiosity about what could be inside. In the depths of his heart, questions lingered, yet the young clerk refrained from inquiring. Each time Director Gu received a letter from his daughter, his signature seemed to soar with anticipation, his thoughts solely occupied by her words. It was understandable. His daughter had initially secured a position within the municipal government, only to be reported for her lack of proactive engagement with policies, leading her to the countryside. Young and beautiful, she was now sent far from the capital, relegated to a village in a distant province, which only amplified Director Gu's concerns. The clerk chose not to disturb the director as he read his letter, tucking the receipt book under his arm and quietly announcing, "I will not interrupt your reading." After closing the office door, he left the director to his thoughts. The documents in hand were not urgent. Rather, Director Gu found himself pondering his daughter's previous mention of sending a manuscript along with a photograph of Fu Mingyan. His curiosity about the appearance of this rural youth intensified, prompting him to hastily open the letter. Upon unfolding it and allowing its contents to spill onto the desk, a neatly bound stack of manuscripts, a thin letter, and a black and white photograph tumbled forth. In this era, office desks were coated in red paint, and to protect the finish and prolong the desk's life, a layer of glass, roughly half a centimeter thick, was placed atop the surface. The rigid card slipped from the smooth glass tabletop, and Gu quickly bent down to retrieve the photograph. At first glance, his daughter's radiant smile captivated him, followed by his gaze landing on the young man beside her. The lad, exuding warmth in his eyes, was notably taller than Gu Yuxi, suggesting he was no small figure. Fu Mingyan possessed distinct facial features, piercing eyes, a straight nose, and lips of moderate fullness. Were this young woman not his daughter, Gu would have praised their striking compatibility. However, witnessing her joyful expression with this well-formed youth stirred a sense of discontent within him. Was it truly this young man who had captured his beloved daughter's heart? Irritated, Gu clenched his teeth and returned the photograph to its envelope. Once he regained his composure, he perused his daughter's letter, which conveyed a simple message. The photograph was of the couple, and they had agreed to prepare for their college entrance examination together. The already bound manuscript was penned by Fu Mingyan, and his daughter requested that her father submit it to a familiar publishing house, asking to be informed should it be rejected, along with detailed feedback. She also asked that he keep the original manuscript safe and communicate with the village to ascertain whether revisions were necessary or if it should be submitted elsewhere. After finishing his daughter's letter, Gu intended to review Fu Mingyan's manuscript. However, upon opening it, he found himself unable to focus. He recognized the strength and elegance in Fu's writing, a testament to fine penmanship, yet he could not bring himself to engage with the content. The moment he laid eyes on the words, images of his flower-like daughter and the upright young man flooded his mind. The black and white photograph lingered persistently before him, rendering the novel unreadable. Gu rubbed his temples, deciding that if he could not bear to read it, he would simply set it aside. He noted the title of the book and the pen name, carefully packing them into the yellow envelope from their office, preparing to head to the publishing house at noon. Urgently drafting the initial version of the documents, he placed the manuscript and the heavy envelope into his briefcase. After exiting the government building, Gu Fang turned right towards the Beijing People's Publishing House. Upon reaching the iron gate of the publishing house, Gu Fang flashed his work ID. "No need to register." "Sir, please, go right in," the doorman said with a smile. Gu Fang entered on his bicycle, parking it in the bicycle shed before making his way to the office building with his briefcase. It was already 11:30, and the editorial team was about to leave. They happened to cross paths. Leading the group was Director Yi Yaodong, a tall and slender man in his 50s with a full head of hair, a pen tucked into the pocket of his administrative jacket. Noticing Gu Fang, Director Yi recognized him as a cadre from within the system. Though unfamiliar with Gu Fang, his colleague Su had seen him before and quickly nudged Director Yi with his elbow. Su whispered, "This is Director Gu from the Ministry of Education, responsible for educational regulations and policies. There are many officials in Beijing, yet even ordinary staff from ministries can be addressed as leaders." Not to mention that Gu Fang was indeed a genuine director. He looked youthful, and perhaps before retirement, he could ascend another 2 or 3 ranks. Director Yi wore a smile as he approached. "Director Gu, what brings you to our publishing house?" he inquired. Su, grinning, introduced, "This is our editorial department head, Director Yi. I'm Editor Su. I wonder if you remember me. Are you all heading out?" Gu Fang asked. "I seem to have arrived at an inopportune time." "Oh no, not at all," Yi Yaodong replied with a chuckle. "We were just about to have lunch. Why not join us? Is that appropriate?" Gu Fang hesitated. "Come, Director Gu. We've heard whispers about the college entrance examination and we're hoping to consult a professional like you for insights. Your information would be first-hand." "Indeed. My nephew has been a sit-down youth for 3 years now. If the entrance examination is reinstated, he must prepare for the review and return for the exam," Yi Yaodong sincerely remarked. Having a meal would be a perfect opportunity to discuss the college entrance examination. In these times, who doesn't have relatives or friends sent to the countryside? Everyone is eager for the reinstatement of the exam, yet the specific policies remain unclear, not even appearing in the newspapers. It's rare to meet Director Gu. Let us talk over lunch. The college entrance examination is indeed a matter that stirs the hearts of many. Gu Yuxi, from the countryside, spoke with a hoarse voice, while Director Gu was even busier. Being from the Ministry of Education, Gu Fang thought of the relatives and friends who had been incessantly inquiring about information during this period and agreed to join them. He would share with the publishing staff the policies and also mention that his son-in-law had written a manuscript. The state-run restaurant quickly prepared a lavish banquet. No need for wine. Gu Fang politely declined. I have field research in the afternoon. It wouldn't be appropriate to be intoxicated. Very well, Yi Yaodong chuckled. Then let us toast with tea instead. I raise a cup to you. Yi Yaodong lowered his wine glass, and Gu Feng likewise adjusted her teacup. Ultimately, Gu Feng's teacup was slightly elevated as she took a sip of the tea. Director Gu, I am rather impulsive by nature, thus I raise a toast to you. Feel free to drink as you please. I shall consume it all. A plump editor, having drained his glass, immediately remarked. My daughter once fervently responded to the call to go to the countryside, but once there, she could not endure the hardships. I could not find a way to bring her back. She subsequently married in the village. Can she ever return? Listening to the editor's words, Gu Feng felt a pang of sorrow, such as the plight of parents, always concerned for their children. My family faces a similar situation, Gu Feng replied. As long as the village secretary can sign, it's a matter of discussing it properly to see if we can bring both daughter and son-in-law back for the examinations. The plump editor chuckled. That is indeed feasible. They are good students. Gu Feng pondered. His circumstances were akin to theirs. Before entering university, there was guaranteed job placement. But what of thereafter? Once admitted, one could change their household registration and, like before, enjoy the benefits of being a cadre, including a grain allocation and job placement post-graduation. Director Gu, may I inquire whether a political review is necessary? I have a former comrade whose family situation is rather complicated. After discussing the college entrance examination matters in detail, Gu Feng conveyed his intentions. A young relative had penned a manuscript regarding a story from the Civil War period, detailing how a military personnel, coerced into espionage, secretly aided our party while embedded within the military intelligence system. Though he had not perused the manuscript, it was summarized in the introduction. Upon briefly outlining the story, Gu Feng produced a thick stack of papers. Yi Yaodong chuckled. Director Gu, why not take a look at your young relative's manuscript? I am no professional, Gu Feng replied, struggling to suppress his reluctance. That lad is rather charming, and I fear that if I read it, my personal biases might interfere. It is best left to you professionals to decide its fate. Hearing this, Yi Yaodong felt a sense of relief. During these tumultuous times, the scrutiny of publications must be exceedingly stringent, particularly regarding intricate details to avoid any political pitfalls. Publishing is not as simple as it seems. Just adhere to your standards for review, Gu Feng emphasized. If it can be approved, then approve it. If not, I would appreciate a more detailed critique, and please return the manuscript to me. Yi Yaodong accepted the yellow envelope. Very well, this manuscript will certainly be expedited for review. Xiao Su, arrange this upon your return. When the review results are ready, deliver them to Director Gu. Should there be any feedback or necessary revisions, ensure everything is meticulously handled. A phone call will suffice. I shall come to collect it myself. I have noted my office number on the back of the envelope. Suku smiled. I attend meetings at the Ministry of Culture weekly, so I can conveniently manage this for you, Director Gu. You are busy, and I know where your office is. I will simply come to find you. Gu Feng nodded in agreement. Having resolved a significant matter, Gu Feng decided it was time to return home. The state-run hotel was quite close to his residence, and with engagements awaiting him in the evening, it would be prudent to first leave the photographs at home. Not seeing the elderly lady, Gu Feng noticed his wife seated on the sofa, yawning and pouring water. Ms. Pei Qiongfang, the biological mother of Gu Yuxi, currently serves as the head of the emergency department at the First People's Hospital. The emergency department operates around the clock, with night shifts being mandatory. While the night hours are often uneventful, any emergencies that arise are of utmost importance. Pei Qiongfang, a woman of exemplary character, continues to work a night shift each week despite her promotion. She had just completed a long night shift and had only recently awakened. Upon rising, she changed her shoes, and Gu Feng placed his briefcase on the sofa. He reached out to pour water for his wife, inquiring if she had eaten. I'll prepare a bowl of noodles for you shortly. Why did you leave the bag here? Pei Xiongfang remarked. It should be hung at the door. Our daughter has written a letter. As Pei Xiongfang reached for the briefcase, Gu Fang said, let me see. She quickly located the envelope, and before opening it, she heard her husband murmur that there was a photograph inside, one from their wedding day. Hearing this, Pei Xiongfang paused her eagerness to read the letter, pinching the sides of the envelope until it bulged, then carefully extracting the rigid photograph into her palm. Upon seeing Fu Mingyan's image, she couldn't help but smile. What a handsome young man. I knew Yuxi's taste would be excellent. He is quite the charming lad. Among the family, Pei Xiongfang was the first to embrace Fu Mingyan. Understanding her daughter well, she trusted Yuxi's judgment regarding his character. Now, with the photograph in hand, she realized that her son-in-law not only possessed good character, but also good looks, which filled her with joy. What handsome young man, came the voice of the elder Gu, returning from outside. Dad, it's a letter from Yuxi, with a photo of Fu Mingyan inside. Let me see, he replied. Upon examining the photograph, the elder Gu immediately noted Fu Mingyan's eyes. Having spent half his life in law enforcement, where he had engaged in a battle of wits with various criminals and interacted with a myriad of individuals, he sensed Fu Mingyan's upright character at first glance. You can tell a lot from a person's face. He seems quite decent. The elder Gu dismissed concerns about rural origins, feeling only a bittersweet reluctance at his granddaughter's marriage. However, since his granddaughter was fond of Fu Mingyan, he acquiesced to her wishes. He hoped that, in light of the college entrance examination, they might both come to the capital. After scrutinizing Fu Mingyan's features, the elder Gu remarked on his stature, estimating him to be at least 6 feet tall. Their granddaughter, Gu Yuxi, was not short herself, hence why Xiao Pei expressed that they were a match made in heaven. After reading the letter, Pei Xiongfang handed it to her father-in-law and turned to her husband, saying, Didn't you mention there was a manuscript? Where is it? Didn't our daughter request an early submission? Gu Fang replied, I made a special trip to the publishing house at noon and met with Director Yi, handing over the materials. How was it written? Gu Fang responded, I couldn't bear to read it. Both expressions mirrored disappointment as Gu Fang added, It's not that his writing is poor. It's just that upon seeing this boy's manuscript, I felt a surge of frustration. At that moment, both the elder Gu and Pei Xiongfang burst into laughter. The urgency of my daughter's letter prompted me to submit the manuscript promptly, so I packaged it in an envelope from our office and sent it to the publisher. Gu Feng believed that with the office's envelope, the publisher would prioritize the review process. Unexpectedly, upon meeting Yi Yaodong and others, the envelope was handed directly to Yi Yaodong. One of the clerks present mentioned that the results of the submission would be communicated to our office, and I would relay them back to you. Surely, it would take some time. Gu Feng mused about the submission process, estimating that the outcome would take at least a week or 2. However, unbeknownst to her, Suku from the Beijing People's Publishing House had handed the envelope to the responsible reviewer, Di Daong, just half an hour earlier. Pointing to the printed red characters on the envelope that indicated the Ministry of Education, Suku remarked, This is a manuscript from the descendant of Director Gu. He instructed Di Daong to set aside other submissions and prioritize this one, as he chose Di Daong for his swift and accurate reviews. While reviewing, please annotate any issues with a pencil, ensuring the manuscript is handled carefully and remains intact. If it does not pass, please clarify the publishing direction and suggest reference books. Also, prepare a few copies. I will bring them to Director Gu later. Di Daong promptly responded, Rest assured, Su Section Chief, I have just completed reviewing another manuscript. Chapter 30. Manuscript Review. Di Daong settled by the window, basking in the afternoon sunlight, and promptly began to read the story. Fu Mingyan, being a reincarnated individual, represented a literary voice from a fervent era that occupies only a small fraction of literary history. Ultimately, his writing bore some distinctions from the publications of this fiery period. With a style that initially struck Di Daong as refreshingly new, not excessively unconventional, but rather a pristine beauty and expression, contemporary writings often appear overly rigid and formulaic, akin to the thunderous beating of drums that resonates loudly in one's ears and soul. In contrast, the manuscript of Dual Lives exuded a simple freshness, narrating tales from the pre-liberation era with ease. It transcended outdated frameworks, employing language that was both relaxed and precise, occasionally laced with elegance, yet the core ideology remained steadfast. In Di Daong's view, this manuscript possessed an unwavering commitment to communist ideals. Initially, he approached the novel from a reviewer's perspective, but as he became engrossed in the narrative, he began to perceive it through the lens of a pure reader. Gu Yuxi spent 3 full days engrossed in this 100,000-word story. When it reached the hands of a professional reviewer, it took merely an afternoon to complete the reading. Having detached himself from the narrative, Daong could then revisit the story with a critical eye. Dual Lives adeptly intertwines authentic history with certain fictional elements. Moreover, the angle of entry is intriguing. The protagonist begins as a fugitive, a minor official in the military command. This identity naturally compels further exploration, and the subsequent transformation of Yu Zhijing feels entirely plausible. As Yu Zhijing served as a minor official in the military intelligence, it was only upon witnessing the corrupt nature of the organization and being captivated by the brilliance of communism that he steadfastly chose to tread the path of righteousness. Upon finishing the narrative and reflecting on Yu Zhijing's contributions during the war, Daong found the initially perplexing narrative structure to be remarkably ingenious. Within this refreshing tale, another novel element emerges: love, to align with the tone of the article. Even though Yu Zhijing ultimately became a true husband to Cui Ping, their intimacy was not elaborated upon. Their attraction stemmed from a shared revolutionary faith and the luminous qualities they recognized in each other. A rural woman, illiterate, yet holding the esteemed position of a guerrilla leader, may not possess high cultural attainments, but anyone who has read the article would be irresistibly drawn to her radiant spirit. Cui Ping. It is only natural to fall for such a woman. Even when Yu Zhijing departed for the Treasure Island, and Cui Ping, a warrior unable to leave her village easily due to her child, remained behind, Daong felt no concern for her fate. He believed that this vibrant female warrior would continue to thrive. Wary of damaging the manuscript, Daong refrained from touching the paper, instead caressing the metal barrel of his heroic fountain pen. The metallic patterns shone brightly. As he lingered in the afterglow of the story, should he provide feedback on the manuscript? Was there a need for revisions? Daong concluded that, according to his standards, the piece was fit for publication and required little alteration. However, would it pass editorial scrutiny? The chief editor, known for his conservative temperament, might very well reject it. Yet, one could understand this perspective. Years ago, the editor's son had almost traveled abroad, but after a harrowing flight experience domestically, he had opted against overseas travel for fear of embarrassment. Little did they know, this decision spared the editor's family from political persecution during tumultuous times, leaving them unscathed. Contemplating the editor's experiences, Daong felt that approval might be elusive. He was roused from his thoughts when another editor named Lin Hui inquired, having observed him engrossed in the manuscript all afternoon. "How is the piece?" she asked. "It is well written, an excellent story," Daong replied confidently, raising Lin Hui's eyebrows in surprise. "Such a fine manuscript. Its readability is strong, the story compelling, and the political stance is sound. However, there is one issue: it is too innovative. If published, it could potentially be a groundbreaking work." Lin Hui's interest piqued, and she expressed a desire to take the manuscript. Daong promptly instructed, "You may take it home to read, but remember it was sent to us through a contact at the Ministry of Education. Should we not approve it, it must be returned intact." Lin Hui noticed the nearby opened envelope marked with the ministry's red printing and remarked, "We should handle it with care. My home has been quite chaotic lately. I think I shall return tomorrow morning to peruse this manuscript." Daong hesitated and said, "Director Su urged me to expedite the review process. I have examined the manuscript, and it seems satisfactory. It should be submitted to the editor-in-chief without delay. The manuscript was brought here through connections in the Ministry of Education, and if it passes, I sincerely hope it will." Lin Hui smiled and replied, "If you find it good, let me take a look as well, and perhaps let Xiao Wang review it too, before we present it to the editor-in-chief." Daong found her reasoning sound. He genuinely cherished the characters within and aspired for this book to be published by their press. The following day, after Lin Hui reviewed the manuscript, her eyes were even tinged with red. The death of Lin Lan deeply moved her, while the charisma of Cui Ping evoked both laughter and tears. Ultimately, the bittersweet ending left her reflecting. They were so close, yet so far apart. Cui Ping remained on the mainland, while Yu Zhijing had ventured to the islands to continue his covert operations. As someone who graduated with a degree in history, Lin Hui was acutely aware of the recent historical context. The Dual Lives did not cover Yu Zhijing's fate, yet after his arrival on the islands, internal betrayal led to the arrest of many revolutionary comrades who were in hiding. contemplating the fates of historical heroes. Lin Hui could not help but engage Di Daong in a discussion about the conclusion of the story. Why did it end this way? I feel so sorry for Cuiping. Yu Zhejing is but a reflection of many, choosing to go to the islands for the ultimate victory in the war of resistance. Given the circumstances at that time, one would have thought that after such a grueling struggle, liberation of the islands was imminent, only to realize it was a protracted standoff. You need not worry about Cuiping, Di Daong reassured. She mentioned that the families in the Taiyang Mountains were receiving martyr certificates. Losing her husband is indeed a sorrowful ordeal, yet life must go on, especially with a child to care for. Furthermore, the revolutionary cause ultimately triumphed. His tone was spirited, and Lin Hui nodded in agreement. I truly hope it gets printed soon. I must read this story multiple times, Lin Hui expressed. Just then, Wang Dongji, the youngest colleague in the office, returned with water. Both of them hurried over to stand before his desk. Di Daong and Lin Hui were earnest university graduates who had been assigned to the publishing house, whereas Wang Dongji, with only a high school education, had been placed there to prevent him from being sent to the countryside due to his father's previous role as an editor. Upon seeing his two esteemed seniors approach, Wang Dongji stood up quickly and asked, Di Gu, Lin Jia, do you have any instructions? Lin Hui chuckled and urged him to sit back down. Instructions? We simply reviewed a manuscript and would like you to take a look as well. Do you think it is worth publishing? At just 18 years old, this was Wang Dongji's first time participating in a manuscript review, having typically handled miscellaneous office tasks. Being of a youthful spirit, he was more easily moved by the story. After reading it throughout the day, he exclaimed, This story is truly remarkable. Di Gu, Lin Jia, shall our publishing house publish it? However, they still awaited the editor-in-chief's opinion. Lin Hui grasped Wang Dongji's arm and insisted, I believe we must not let this story slip through our fingers. Wang Dongji nodded, pondering over Cuiping in the narrative. As he was at an age where emotions were beginning to blossom, Wang Dongji, well protected by his family, is a simpleton who, upon encountering the manuscript of Dual Lives, finds himself longing for Cuiping. The stirrings of youthful affection awaken within him, prompting reflections on his future partner. He yearns for a passionate female warrior, brimming with vitality. I knew you would share my sentiments, Di Daong remarked with a smile. A good story is universally appealing. Wang Dongji, feeling somewhat naive, expressed, I find the narrative captivating. It would be splendid if our publishing house could bring it to print. Might we even meet the author behind such a tale? His curiosity about Fu Mingyan intensified. Lin Hui suggested, let us three seek out the chief editor together. Upon arriving at the editor's office, they found Chief Editor Qiu Zhe donning reading glasses, transcribing the words of great figures. Having narrowly escaped criticism at home, Qiu, now older and forgetful, employed a pen to copy the contents of the little red book. What brings you all here together? Qiu Zhe inquired. Lin Hui replied, Chief Editor, we have reviewed a manuscript that is exceptionally well written. We thought you should see it. Qiu Zhe smiled and said, All right, show it to me. As he received the manuscript, Qiu's eyes fell first upon the red print on the yellow envelope. A submission from a Ministry of Education official? He questioned. No, Di Daong clarified. It's from the family of a ministry official. The manuscript was initially submitted to Director Yi, and Section Chief Su urged me to expedite the review. After reading it, I found it impressive and shared it with Comrade Lin for Wang to peruse. It must be a commendable piece, but it may not align with policy, Qiu Zhe remarked sagely. Di Daong insisted, It truly is an excellent manuscript. If we overlook it, I am certain other publishers will seize the opportunity. Indeed, Lin Hui concurred, the political inclination is sound, the details are solid. Yet the story diverges from those currently circulating in the market. After they had spoken, the chief editor turned his gaze to Wang Dongji, who, blushing and stammering, said, As a newcomer, I can only express my perspective as a reader. It is a splendid story, and I would gladly pay to acquire it. A remarkable tale. Qiu Zhe mused, glancing at the yellow envelope with growing curiosity. I shall read the manuscript thoroughly, he announced, and once I have finished, I will disclose the outcome. Due to his severe presbyopia, Qiu Zhe read at a slower pace than the younger generation, taking a full 2 days to complete the manuscript at home. When he finished, he placed the manuscript beside the sofa, rubbing his brow incessantly. His granddaughter approached, saying, Grandpa, you should rest your eyes. It's fine, I'm urgently reviewing a manuscript. And I have just completed it, he replied. Let me pour you some chrysanthemum tea. His granddaughter, with her braids swaying, hurriedly went to fetch water for her grandfather. As Chiuze sipped the tea, he contemplated the political stances of all the red factions represented in the story, reflecting on his first teacher, his first love Lin Lan, and how everyone was striving relentlessly for their ideals. Chiuze gently touched his chest, aware that the younger members of the editorial team considered him somewhat antiquated. Yet, beneath this exterior lay a fervent heart. He believed that narratives depicting the defection of minor officials from the military intelligence agency bore significant contemporary relevance. Just as Lin Hui and Di Daong remarked, while the People's Publishing House of the capital may not publish such works, publishers in Shanghai or Guangdong, as well as those in Jiangsu and Zhejiang, would undoubtedly find merit in this book. The content, however, required a touch of novelty and a unique perspective, as no similar works graced the market. Yet, as Mr. Lu Sun eloquently stated, there was once no road, but as more tread upon it, a path emerges. Additionally, with the Western powers having been dismantled and numerous individuals gradually vindicated over the years, their publishing house could indeed adapt accordingly. Chiuze deemed the manuscript to be of high quality, believing that after thorough proofreading and with no further issues identified, it was ready for publication. The following day, during the meeting, the discussion centered around Fu Mingyan's double life. The manuscript was commendable, rich in prose, thought, and narrative, showcasing a high degree of completion and political awareness. Truly a remarkable novel. However, I felt certain sections were somewhat verbose. I had annotated a few detailed issues with a pencil. If the author were in Beijing, they could be invited to the editorial office to discuss potential revisions. Wonderful. Wang Dongji's face flushed with excitement. Over the past few days, he had shared the manuscript's content with his father, who believed the chances of double life being accepted were slim. To his surprise, it had indeed been approved. As all eyes turned to him, Wang Dongji remarked, "As a reader, were I to know of such a novel, I would certainly be eager to read it." The protagonist, a minor official from the military intelligence agency, and the female lead, an illiterate guerrilla leader forced into action, presented a refreshingly innovative premise within the narrative. Lin Hui smiled and concurred. Dongji is right. I have high hopes for this book. In fact, I believe we could cautiously experiment with a larger print run. I think we should remain conservative, Di Daong interjected. The first volume of Daughters of Xisha was printed at 1.2 million copies, while the second volume saw a reduction to 300,000. I believe this manuscript could warrant a standalone edition, with an initial print run of 250,000 copies. Lin Hui shook her head, asserting, "We all recognize that Daughters of Xisha is an entirely different case. At the time of its acceptance, we felt that, overall, I recommend we consider Teacher Howard's first work, Sunny Days, which had an initial print of 1 million copies. To be on the safe side, I suggest we aim for a print run between 500,000 and 800,000 copies." Chiuze inquired with a smile, "What about you, Xiaowang? How many copies do you believe we should print?" Wang Dongji echoed his colleague's sentiments, suggesting the conservative figure of 500,000 copies. "You all think I'm cautious, but I assert that you are the ones being prudent." Following the meeting, Editor-in-Chief Chiuze submitted the manuscript approval recommendation, proposing an initial print run of 1.2 million copies. Chapter 31. The father-in-law's astonishment. Fu Mingyan remained unaware that his submission, Double Life, had been accepted, nor did he realize that the seemingly conservative editor Chiuze held a genuine admiration for him, having decisively recommended an initial print run of 1.2 million copies against the prevailing opinions. The figure is truly astonishing. One must remember that Howard's debut novel, Sunny Day, achieved remarkable success, with an initial print run of 1 million copies, followed by additional prints and even a film adaptation. However, Howard's first long novel also boasted a print run of 1 million copies. Not to mention, prior to the publication of Sunny Day, Howard had already produced several short stories and was recognized as an expert in the literary community. Now, a relatively obscure young man from the countryside has managed to secure an initial print run of 120,000 copies? Such a leap seems rather excessive. The Beijing People's Publishing House has taken note of the pen name Wentan, belonging to Fu Mingyan, a young man residing in the far-off countryside. At present, Fu Mingyan is engaged in the final beam-raising work for the houses of Fu Xinyan and Hisu. The beam raising signifies the completion of the primary structure of the house, marking a transition to the interior finishing tasks. Although we are now in a new era, the significance of a home remains profound, serving as a symbol of belonging for all citizens. Some traditional customs have been maintained. In this context, men represent yang, while women represent yin. Thus, if the beam raising is tainted by yin, it would be deemed inauspicious. Consequently, in their village, women do not participate in this ceremony. Even though Fu Xinyan longed to join, she ultimately remained at home, assisting with meal preparations. Fu Mingyan ascended with the help of a young worker to install the beams adorned with red silk, scattering red paper below. Surprisingly, the homeowner, Hisu, stood down below. Hisu had been preoccupied with concerns regarding the loan for the house, finding it difficult to appreciate the home. He had even grown indifferent to observing the construction progress. However, upon witnessing the beams being raised and his brother-in-law scattering colorful paper, a flicker of joy emerged within him. Regardless of the circumstances, he had already obtained a marriage certificate with Fu Xinyan and constructed this house. With just a coat of paint on the interior walls, they would soon be able to move in. The house had been completed. It was a legitimate 3-room dwelling, far superior to residing at the youth commune. At the youth commune, after Gu Yuxi mentioned the college entrance examination, the nearby youths quickly received their high school textbooks, igniting a fervor for studying. Whenever Hisu returned to the commune, he found people engaged in their studies. Even during midnight bathroom visits, he could see individuals illuminated by candlelight, engrossed in their books. Hisu had married Fu Xinyan, and while they did not live together, they would often share dinner and stroll by the river. Initially, Hisu savored these moments. However, as everyone around him immersed themselves in study, an overwhelming sense of restlessness surged within him, akin to boiling water. While others pursued knowledge, he felt he was squandering time. A strange anxiety enveloped Hisu completely. He too wished to study diligently, believing he should be among the earnest learners rather than spending considerable time accompanying Fu Xinyan. Fu Xinyan clung to him, often insisting that if he did not spend time with her, she would prevent him from participating in the college entrance examination. Thus, Hisu found himself obliged to stay by her side. He longed for the completion of the house, yearning to escape the youth commune and avoid witnessing the academic pursuits surrounding him. After Hisu successfully completed the ceiling, he took a roller and began painting the walls. Fu Mingyan and Fu Ping also lent a hand, working diligently until dusk, and by evening, the entire house was adorned with a fresh coat of paint. With the windows flung open and given the current weather, they could move in by tomorrow. Fu Mingyan stepped out of the new house and returned home, where Gu Yuxi was engrossed in her studies. The comprehensive self-study guide for mathematics, physics, and chemistry had been sent from the capital, and in addition to that, Gu Feng had mailed some examination papers from the 1960s. In the absence of adequate resources, Gu Yuxi was indeed at the forefront of her studies. Fu Mingyan mused that there were likely only a handful of individuals nationwide with access to such materials. It was no wonder that in her previous life, Gu Yuxi managed to gain admission into the finest institution. Aside from her own academic prowess, these resources played a pivotal role. "Why didn't you ask about the house today?" Fu Mingyan inquired. Previously, she had eagerly anticipated Fu Xinyan's move, as it meant she could finally share a bedroom with her husband. Now, however, her thoughts had shifted due to Gu Yuxi's menstrual cycle. The first day of menstruation was always tumultuous, with layers of sanitary napkins and menstrual pads. Gu Yuxi felt disinclined to move, compounded by some discomfort in her abdomen. She remained seated, not wishing to stir. Having left the pig farm early, Gu Yuxi nestled at home with her books and exercises, but the intermittent pain in her lower abdomen hindered her efficiency. "At the latest, we can move in the day after tomorrow, right?" she murmured. "I didn't ask. It should be tomorrow," Fu Mingyan replied, hopeful about the move. Having worked diligently on the walls today, he took a seat beside her and noticed the sweet aroma wafting from Gu Yuxi's enamel cup. It was, indeed, brown sugar water. This indicated that Gu Yuxi had started her period. Understanding dawned upon Fu Mingyan as he touched the cup's wall, realizing it had already cooled. Gu Yuxi's delicate face was pale, and a faint weariness was evident in her eyes, clearly indicating her disinterest in pouring the now-cold sugar water. "I'll warm it up for you," he offered. Gu Yuxi watched his retreating figure, her heart swelling with warmth. On the stove, He Pingping was preparing a meal, and Fu Mingyan placed the covered enamel cup on the burner, using the nearby heat to warm it. "How's the new house?" He Pingping inquired. "We expedited the painting today, and with the windows and doors open, we can move in tomorrow." He Pingping felt a surge of joy for her daughter. However, due to her recent reluctance to engage in conversation with Fu Mingyan, she continued to focus on her cooking, opting for silence. This was a form of cold violence that Fu Mingzhu dreaded. Unfortunately, the reborn Fu Mingyan was indifferent to He Pingping's tactics and simply turned to leave. He Pingping was left seething, wishing she could strike him with the fire tongs. Once Fu Mingyan departed, He Pingping opened the lid of the enamel cup, discovering the brown sugar water within. She curled her lip, a glimmer of schadenfreude in her eyes. Clearly, there was no pregnancy. Her thoughts then turned to her eldest daughter, Fu Xinyan, who had always maintained good nutrition and had her period around this time. Now that Gu Yuxi had begun hers, she wondered about Fu Xinyan. Before the news of the college entrance examination recovery arrived, He Pingping had wished for her daughter not to become pregnant. But once the examination news was announced, her first thought was to use a child to secure He Su's commitment. He Su resembles a kite, gently lifted by the winds of the college entrance examination. Yearning to return to the city, her daughter must accompany her back. If the examination does not pave the way to the city, then the only recourse is through the child. He Pingping is acutely aware of Fu Xinyan's capabilities. She holds no hope for Fu Mingyan's examination results, let alone for Fu Xinyan. Currently, He Pingping wishes for her daughter Fu Xinyan to experience her monthly cycle, rather than face an unexpected pregnancy. That very evening, He Pingping plans to stay with her daughter and discuss the urgency of conceiving. While she desires her daughter to become pregnant, her thoughts turn dark and clandestine regarding her son Fu Mingyan, hoping that Gu Yuxi might abandon him. As Fu Mingyan waits for the brown sugar water to heat, he gently encourages Gu Yuxi to sip from the enamel cup. He rests his warm palm on her abdomen, causing her to flush deeply. "No need," she protests. "I will massage you slowly. The discomfort will ease." He cradles his delicate wife on his lap. Uncomfortably, Gu Yuxi fiddles with her braid and broaches the topic of the manuscript review, wondering about its progress. "It may not have reached the capital yet," Fu Mingyan replies. "No need to rush." Gu Yuxi recalls that she had paid extra for registered mail, her eyes crinkling with a smile as she remained silent. "You used registered mail?" "Yes," she affirms, nodding. "My father sent a telegram, informing me that everything has been arranged. The publisher might be reviewing it now. If Fu Mingyan were truly under 20, he might worry about the review. Instead, he simply smiles, glad to learn the results sooner rather than later." The following morning, Fu Xinyan packs her bedding and clothes, with He Pingping and Fu Mingyan assisting in carrying her belongings. After setting down the items, Fu Mingyan prepares to leave, while He Pingping intends to stay and help during lunchtime. According to He Pingping, her daughter is hastily marrying, and He Su, being a sent-down youth without family nearby, must manage certain affairs. Fu Xinyan observes her brother Fu Mingyan exit her new home without a backward glance, biting her lip. She has sensed his growing indifference towards her during this time. She even harbors the feeling that if she were to suffer injustices at He Su's hands, he would not advocate for her. It's as though she is not Fu Mingyan's sister, but merely a stranger. Suddenly, Fu Xinyan recalls something. Although she shares the Fu surname, she lacks the blood ties to Fu Ping, creating a distance between her and Fu Mingyan. He had always treated her well. Why has he suddenly grown cold? Pondering whether she could salvage some of her brother's affection, she finds herself directionless. He Pingping, unaware of her daughter's distraction, swiftly arranges the bedding. "Yener, come here and help move this wardrobe. Where do you think it should go?" Observing the neatly arranged new home, Fu Xinyan gradually begins to feel joy, casting aside her emotions regarding Fu Mingyan. "Mom, I think it can go here. This wardrobe is so large and beautiful." He Pingping, her face softening with affection as the wrinkles ease, nods in agreement. "Didn't you say that the wardrobe in your previous home was small?" The text also mentions that there were few drawers, but this time 2 additional drawers have been added, allowing for clothes to be hung. On the day when Fu Xinyan moved out of her new home, and Fu Mingyan and Gu Yuxi moved into their new residence, the novel Dual Lives was completed, requiring only communication with the original author to make some minor revisions before it could be published. After finalizing the initial print run of 120,000 copies, Qiuzhe personally took the proofread manuscript to the Ministry of Education. He contemplated the possibility of discussing revisions with Fu Mingyan over the phone. What kind of young person could craft such a story? Having registered his information at the entrance, Qiuzhe arrived at the office of the Policy and Regulation Division, where the door was slightly ajar, accompanied by cheerful laughter. Since Director Gu was in a meeting, Qiuzhe decided to wait outside. An official from the ministry's general office, Yu, emerged from the adjacent office. Noticing Qiuzhe standing at the door, Yu softly suggested, "Why not come to our office and sit for a while? You can tell me what you wish to discuss with our director, and I can check if he has time to see you." He was aware that director Gu had no meetings scheduled for the afternoon and was currently engaged in casual conversation with an old classmate. But such informal discussions typically do not last long, allowing him to inquire shortly whether the director would like to meet this esteemed colleague. Just then, Gu Fang was escorting Zhou Shiren from the film studio and spotted the thin, elderly figure of Qiuzhe. Gu Fang did not recognize Qiuzhe, but Zhou Shiren did. With his disheveled white hair, the elder once exuded vitality, but after enduring turmoil, he had retreated somewhat. Now, however, there was a renewed spark in his gaze. It resembled an undying campfire, with embers concealed in a closed space, now revealed to the wind, igniting once more. Editor Qiu, Zhou Shiren exclaimed. Qiuzhe hesitated, looking at Zhou Shiren, unable to place him. I used to visit your home, Zhou Shiren said with a smile, introducing himself. He and Qiuzhe's son were middle school classmates, and he had previously caused mischief at the Qiu household, which had led to the elder's stern gaze. I used to eat 3 bowls of rice at your place. Upon hearing about the 3 bowls of rice, Qiuzhe chuckled. Why didn't you come over to play anymore? Did you lose touch with my son? Zhou Shiren smiled, but remained silent. Due to Qiuzhe's son nearly going abroad, the elder had become overly cautious, forbidding his son from forming close friendships, which led to Zhou Shiren not visiting, although they remained friends privately. Editor Qiu, have you come to inquire about my friend Gu's submission? Zhou Shiren shifted the conversation. Zhou Shiren and Gu Fang were college roommates from different departments. Yet their bond was strong. After graduation, Gu Fang entered government service, while Zhou Shiren joined the film studio. This time, Zhou Shiren had come to the Ministry of Education to discuss details regarding the resumption of college entrance examinations while also seeking past documentation. Indeed, it is a manuscript personally delivered by Director Gu to our publishing house, Qiuzhe confirmed. Gu Fang remarked, the manuscript did not pass. I trouble you to bring it over personally. Upon seeing the thick envelope, Gu Fang surmised that Fu Mingyan's submission had been rejected. At that moment, he felt a wave of agitation and merely glanced at the title and the first few sentences. In Gu Fang's eyes, the title Dual Lives was rather unremarkable, lacking a compelling angle, particularly as it focused on a minor official in the military intelligence, which seemed misaligned with the tone of contemporary publications. Thus, the rejection of the manuscript was entirely expected. However, to his surprise, Qiuzhe smiled and announced that the manuscript had indeed been accepted. There was no need for significant revisions, only 2 typographical errors and 10 sentences that required minor adjustments. Generally, revisions would necessitate a visit to the editorial office. But given the few errors, changes could be made over the phone. He had come to inquire how to contact Fu Mingyan, as once the revisions were completed, the manuscript could be printed by the end of the year and released at the beginning of the next. This work, Dual Lives, was poised to be the flagship release of their publishing house for the coming year. Upon hearing the news of the manuscript's acceptance, Gu Fang's mind buzzed with complexity. Could it be that his son-in-law's debut work had actually been approved? Chapter 32. The opportunity for a film adaptation. After Qiuzhe finished speaking, Zhou Shiren interjected. I initially assumed it was an esteemed work by old Gu, but it turns out to be by someone else. Stroking his chin, Zhou Shiren began to analyze. To have the manuscript accepted now, yet not release it until next year, signifies that this will be the publishing house's major work for the new year. Editor Qiu, how many copies are going to be printed? 120,000, came the response. The figure of over 1 million copies left both Gu Fang and Zhou Shiren astonished, particularly Gu Fang. He had been poised to take a sip from his cup, but the startling news caused the water to slosh dangerously close to spilling. Setting down his cup, Gu Fang turned to Qiuzhe. Editor Qiu, you jest, surely? This Fu Mingyan is writing a novel for the first time. I had anticipated a rejection and was hoping for a resubmission. Gu Yuxi, fearful that the manuscript would not pass, had been excessively complimentary in her correspondence. This was also the reason Gu Fang had been unable to appreciate Dual Lives from the outset. The once beloved daughter-in-law had, after marriage, completely turned her back on family ties, leaving Gu Fang's heart heavy with sorrow, as if bile were rising within him. Qiuzhe chuckled, the wrinkles on his face smoothing out. I am not jesting. This manuscript is well crafted and the details are commendable. Our publishing house believes it deserves to be our major release for the coming year. The initial print run number was met with some debate, but ultimately, this figure was determined. The controversy stemmed from the previous work Daughters of Shisha, which had an initial print run of 1 million and was widely distributed across the nation. Many readers approached it hoping for the author Howren's reputation. only to be sorely disappointed by the content. The second volume of Daughters of Shisha had its 30,000 copies grossly inflated, and in the end, the publishing house settled on 30,000. Primarily due to the legacy of Sunny Days. The dismal sales of Daughters of Shisha had instilled hesitation within the publishing house regarding the anticipated sales of Dual Lives. Zhou Shuran grew increasingly curious about the author of the manuscript, Fu Mingyan. Who is this? Old Gu. How come I have never heard of your acquaintance with such a person? Gu Fang cast a helpless glance at Zhou Shuran, pondering how to articulate his thoughts. It was said that this was the match chosen by his daughter, and with the resumption of the college entrance examination, the family found themselves at odds, hoping for her to part ways with him. Although the thought of divorce lingered in her mind, she could not voice it. Deep down, Gu Fang did not regard Fu Mingyan as her son-in-law. Your expression, Old Gu, piques my curiosity even further. Go ahead and speak, Zhou Shuran chuckled, remarking that regardless of his previous identity, he was now to be known as a best-selling author with over 1 million copies sold. Only then did Gu Fang slowly begin to speak. He is my daughter's partner. Zhou Shuran was taken aback. In this day and age, the term partner invariably implied intentions of marriage. Having a good relationship with Gu Fang, Zhou Shuran had met Gu Yuxi and was familiar with her circumstances. Before her trip to the countryside last year, she certainly had no partner. Is he the educated youth that Xiao Gu met in the countryside? Zhou Shuran inquired. Gu Fang took a deep breath. No, he is a young man from the local production team. During a torrential downpour, my daughter fell into the water, and no one dared to save her due to the swift current. He happened to be passing by and jumped in without a second thought to rescue her. That young man possesses remarkable character. Zhou Shuran could sense the complexity of his old friend's emotions. It seemed he felt as though a prized cabbage had been uprooted by a pig. If we only consider this one aspect of his character, there should be no issue. Moreover, the manuscript has been approved, and next year is the publishing house's major release. I believe your son-in-law will have no trouble following Xiao Gu back to the city. With his identity as an author and Gu Fang's influence, Fu Mingyan's transition to the city should be relatively straightforward. Qiuzhe remained silent, contemplating that if the book sold well, securing a job for Fu Mingyan next year would not present a challenge. He must possess the academic prowess to write a novel like Dual Lives. If he were to send over some materials, perhaps both he and your daughter could successfully return to the capital. Old Gu must have sent them, right? Zhou Shuran nudged his old friend with his elbow. Gu Fang, lost in thought, nodded lightly, calculating that his daughter must have already begun reviewing her materials. He was not worried about her grades, but was concerned about her partner's academic performance. Although there were alternative paths for Fu Mingyan to enter the capital after Dual Lives was accepted, passing the college entrance examination was undoubtedly the most commendable route. Gu Fang did not expect Fu Mingyan to aim for prestigious institutions like Tsinghua or Peking University. In his view, gaining admission to a vocational college would suffice. Being able to write novels indicated a strong command of the Chinese language, and history should not pose a significant challenge. However, Gu Fang feared that Fu Mingyan, like many others, might have a penchant for specific subjects. He had sent over a series of books on mathematics, physics, and chemistry, along with previous examination papers, hoping his daughter would encourage Fu Mingyan to practice diligently. Gu Fang glanced at the envelope in Qiuzhe's hands, beginning to regret not having read that novel earlier. There were no telephones in Fu Mingyan's village. To make a call, one had to go to the county government. Please leave your number and let me know a suitable time. I will inform him, Gu Fang said. Qiuzhe readily agreed. I have a small request. Gu Fang felt a slight flush on her face. I have yet to see Double Life. Would it be possible for you to share the original manuscript with me after the revisions are complete? I assure you, I will not distribute it and will only share it with my family. Qiuzhe chuckled, saying, when I call, I'll speak to Comrade Xiaofu. If he approves, then it's settled. Ideally, the original manuscript should not be leaked after revisions. That should pose no issue, Zhou Shuran added, wrapping an arm around Gu Fang. Old Gu, I'd like to take a look at that manuscript too. I want to take it home. I'll peruse it right in your office. Shoo. What are you butting in for? Qiuzhe left his office phone number and office hours before departing from Gu Fang's office. Once Qiuzhe had left, Zhou Shuran turned to Gu Fang and remarked, I noticed you seemed a bit flustered about wanting to keep the manuscript. Did you not receive it by mail? You have a daughter too. Gu Fang retorted with annoyance. Let me ask you this. Honestly, if you saw your daughter stepping out of line, would you be able to read the manuscript? Zhou Shuran also had 2 sons and a daughter. The difference being that his daughter was the youngest and currently in high school. Zhou Shuran clenched his fists, and Gu Fang chuckled. Now you understand. That's why I couldn't bring myself to read it before, but seeing the high praise from the publishing house now makes me want to take a look. But what about you? Why were you so eager to read it? Have you forgotten my workplace? Zhou Shuran smiled and replied, a book that prompts Beijing People's Publishing House to print 2 million copies must indeed be a remarkable work. It might even be adapted into a film. People are yearning for good stories, and we must strive to create excellent works. Frankly, even though I have yet to see the manuscript for Double Life, I am already looking forward to it. Once Zhou Shuran had left the office, Gu Fang's mind was still buzzing. Was her son-in-law truly that fortunate? It was one thing to be recognized by Beijing People's Publishing House, but judging by Zhou Shuran's tone, it seemed likely that it would also be adapted into a movie. Chapter 33. The whole family knows Fu Mingyan was engaged today in clearing the land, as the autumn harvest had reached a temporary conclusion. The weather had not yet fully turned cold, and the village was working to cultivate the barren fields, utilizing the stones found therein to construct the riverbank. Fu Mingyan, clad only in a white tank top, swung his hoe vigorously, prying loose a large rock. He maneuvered the stone near the roller, employing a movable pulley system to collect it. This was the last sizable stone. After scanning the field and confirming that only small stones remained, he sat down on the ridge and drank deeply from his water bottle. The strenuous activity left his heart racing, his body pouring sweat as if a faucet had been turned on. It was at this moment that Gu Yuxi approached, jogging over with bright eyes. Brother Mingyan, my dad just called. Your manuscript has been approved. The intense physical exertion had left Fu Mingyan feeling slightly dizzy, his expression dazed and eyes somewhat unfocused. Gu Yuxi was preoccupied with the delightful news of her manuscript's acceptance. Now, observing Fu Mingyan, who was dripping with sweat and panting, with a towel draped over his shoulder, she reached out to take the towel and dabbed his brow. It's dirty. I'm all sweaty, he protested. Not at all. I'm the one who reeks, she replied. Gu Yuxi had received the news while cleaning the pigsty, where, despite her diligent efforts, the pungent aroma lingered. Why such a heavy workload today? Can't we afford to take it easy for once? She murmured. Fu Mingyan, gasping for breath, responded, after today's arduous labor, I won't be doing such strenuous work for the next 2 weeks. I'll fetch you some more water later. Gu Yuxi, holding the nearly empty water jug, continued. You've perspired excessively. In such cases, it's best to drink a saline solution. I'll prepare some and bring it to you shortly. Fu Mingyan inquired. You mean the manuscript has been accepted? Indeed. Gu Yuxi's eyes sparkled at the mention of the acceptance. The county government had sent the news via the postal worker, instructing them to call her father first. He would then relay the office number of the publishing house's editorial department, and they could call in the revisions. The changes were minimal, just a few erroneous sentences. If they couldn't manage today, they could certainly call tomorrow morning. Gu Yuxi appeared more elated about the acceptance than she would have been for her own. I knew Brother Mingyan's manuscript would surely pass muster. Fu Mingyan, however, was primarily concerned with the remuneration for his work. Reflecting on it, he realized that the leftover money from selling the sewing machine tickets, combined with his father's earnings from the black market, would suffice. I've nearly finished the land clearing today. It would be unwise to take leave to go to the county government. Tomorrow morning it is. All right. Gu Yuxi nodded eagerly. In truth, she longed to venture into the city, but Fu Mingyan's reasoning was sound. Having expended so much effort on the land clearing, taking leave now would indeed be imprudent. After calling the county government, Gu Fang awaited her daughter's call. However, as the day drew to a close, the phone remained silent. Old Gu, aren't you leaving? Director Qian from the neighboring office knocked on the door and, seeing Gu Fang lost in thought, inquired. I'm waiting for a call, she replied, rising with an incredulous expression. The composure of these young folks is remarkable. A manuscript acceptance, and they can restrain themselves from calling? What kind of phone call wouldn't come before the end of the day? Director Qian chuckled and knocked again. I must be off. By the way, I just received a fishing rod. When will you join me for a fishing trip? Come over to my place after work. It'll be splendid. Gu Fang, too preoccupied to consider fishing rods, rode alongside Director Qian, her mind elsewhere. What is going on with you? He queried as they approached the housing complex. You normally adore fishing. Why the silence today? We're almost at my place, and you've clearly lost interest in seeing the rod. I have things on my mind. Gu Fang replied. I'll tell you tomorrow. Today, I'll skip the fishing rod. Hey. Director Qian wished to call Gu Fang to a halt, but upon witnessing her feet push off the ground, she swiftly rode away on her bicycle. Shaking his head, Director Qian observed her retreating figure. Meanwhile, Gu Fang returned home to find her mother, Li Aihua, perched on a ladder, diligently dusting the ornaments atop the highest shelf. Mother, did I not tell you? Be careful not to fall. If there is anything you need to do, just let me know, and I shall take care of it for you. When will you find the time to rest? Li Aihua chattered on. I am fit and have nothing to occupy my time at home, so I'm suited for such tasks. Despite her protests, Gu Fang insisted on bringing her mother down and took it upon himself to ascend the ladder to clean the trophies within the cabinet. These trophies were a testament to the accolades earned by his elder brothers, whose presence was sorely missed, yet their belongings remained in the home, including a room meticulously preserved with their photographs and mementos from their military service. With utmost care, Gu Fang polished the honors of his family before finally descending the ladder. He intended to store it away when his mother interjected, "Leave it there. I'll need it again shortly to dust." "Are we not having dinner? Is father not returning?" Gu Fang inquired. "He will not be back," Li Aihua replied just as the door swung open to reveal the spirited Dr. Pei Qiongfang returning home. "What is the matter?" Dr. Pei observed her husband's preoccupied demeanor, sensing something significant was afoot. "Do you recall the last time I assisted our son-in-law with his submission? Was it accepted?" Dr. Pei's mind raced, quickly surmising the outcome. Gu Fang hesitated momentarily. Dr. Pei Qiongfang chuckled. "If it had not been accepted, you would not be acting this way. So it surely must have been. Let me guess, the remuneration must be substantial?" Dr. Pei was astute, not only in her medical expertise, but also in her perceptive ability to read others. In truth, someone of her caliber would have been better suited for an administrative role. Her qualifications and family background promised a successful political career. However, her passion lay in medicine, particularly thriving in the emergency department, where she relished the thrill of saving lives from the brink of death. Noticing her husband's silence, she mused, "Typically, newcomers earn 27 yuan per 1,000 words. Could that be the highest rate? I always knew our Yuxi was shrewd, with excellent judgment in choosing a partner. I am still unaware of the remuneration." Gu Fang emerged from his contemplative state to respond. "I suspect it is the highest rate. Yet, I am puzzled by one matter. I called the county government regarding Yuxi today, urging them to return my call, but by the end of the day, I had received no response." "There may be matters concerning the village," Dr. Pei suggested. "Dinner is ready," Li Aihua called out, and just then, the elder was also back. Dr. Pei smiled. "You haven't yet shared this good news with father and mother, have you?" Upon receiving an affirmative nod, she exclaimed joyfully, "Father, Mother, we have delightful news to share." Chapter 34, A Gathering of Family. What news? Sniffed the newcomer, none other than Mrs. Pei Qiongfang, followed by Gu Fang's youngest son, Gu Zixin. The three children of the Gu family embodied the finest qualities of both parents, each more striking than the last. Gu Zixin has just entered his first year of high school this autumn, standing at a commendable height of 1.75 meters, still growing taller. He possesses a striking appearance, even more handsome than his elder brother. However, he pales in comparison academically, as he is rather lackluster in his studies. "Why are you back?" Pei Qiongfang exclaimed in surprise. "I contracted chickenpox," Gu Zixin replied. "The teacher is concerned about contagion and advised me to stay home for a while. Make sure you don't go outside." Pei Qiongfang cautioned. "We wouldn't want you to spread it to others. Are you feeling unwell?" "I have a slight fever. It's not too serious. Just a bit dizzy and the spots are quite itchy. Do not scratch. I will go buy you some medicine shortly." "Mom, you haven't shared any good news yet," Gu Zixin remarked. Pei Qiongfang noticed Li Aihua preparing to leave, and, recalling that they were short on groceries, smiled and said, "I'll tell you later. We must wait until everyone is home." "How mysterious," Gu Zixin teased. "I'll go take a shower. I feel rather unclean." "Go ahead," she replied. Li Aihua rode her bicycle to the state-run restaurant. She purchased steamed pork with rice flour and chicken with potatoes, her heart racing at the thought of the expenses. However, with her husband unexpectedly returning home and her grandson Gu Zixin present, it was imperative to add more dishes. The elderly lady had initially planned to prepare a simple soup and a vegetable dish, but with two grown men in the house, it simply would not suffice. At their age, Gu Jiefang remained vigorous and active, while high schooler Gu Zixin was quite the eater. The elderly woman not only had to buy more vegetables but also needed to acquire additional rice. "Let me handle it," a cheerful girl interjected, eager to pay. This girl, named Qin Sui Sui, resided with the Qin family. After obtaining a job with Gu Yuxi, she had moved into a dormitory near her workplace due to its distance from the Gu household. Initially, She returned every Saturday. But her family insisted she should not neglect her social life, and her visits were reduced to once every 2 weeks, with occasional meals at home. Sui is back, Li Aihua exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, pleasantly surprised by the girl's presence. Though Qin Sui was not as striking as her granddaughter Gu Yuxi, she was still a charming young lady. If familial ties were disregarded, the elderly woman held a greater admiration for girls like Qin Sui. Despite her average academic performance, Qin Sui was diligent in her studies, exuding a warm and open demeanor. Moreover, her industrious nature endeared her to the elderly lady, who secretly hoped her grandson's future wife would embody qualities similar to those of Qin Sui. While Qin Sui's appearance could only be described as modestly attractive, her smile lit up her face, making her eyes sparkle with infectious joy. No, you cannot pay for me, dear. You are but a child, Li Aihua insisted. Grandma, this is a rare occasion. Besides, I just received my paycheck, so I must pay. I haven't eaten yet, and I'll add a dish of braised pork. After borrowing a takeout box from the state-run restaurant, they added another dish and finally made their way back to the compound. Sui, you're back. And it's not even Saturday. Upon entering the compound, acquaintances greeted Qin Sui. Yes, I had a meeting nearby, and after it concluded, I thought I would visit my grandmother and savor her cooking. Qin Sui smiled and said, let's just go home for a meal. Sui's words were indeed sweet. Yes, such a wonderful child like Sui, yet old lady Li hasn't kept her. Such remarks ought not to be made, lest they hinder Sui. Li Aihua was well aware that her eldest grandson had someone in his heart. She had entertained that notion in the past, but after her granddaughter's remarks last time, she was certainly not going to matchmake her grandson with Qin Sui. Qin Sui's smile faltered, and she looked at Li Aihua in disbelief. After her father's passing, she had not understood why she could not stay with her mother and was instead made to live with the Gu family. It wasn't until she attended a better school, where she could savor foreign chocolates from the friendship store and drink exotic sodas that others had never tasted, that she realized the Gu family was different. The illustrious background of the Gu family's patriarch, coupled with the legacy of 2 martyrs, afforded the entire Gu family a prosperous life. Qin Sui's understanding of the Gu family's distinction deepened after she entered the workforce. Realizing how arduous it was to earn a living, it was impossible to enjoy such luxuries without relying on oneself. When she first started working, she had secured a position at a cotton spinning factory, and none of the suitors introduced to her had the standing of the Gu family. If Qin Sui were to marry under such circumstances, she would be relegated to a life of servitude, balancing her own job alongside household chores. Later, upon obtaining a position at Gu Yuxi's workplace, a longing took root in her heart. She aspired to become a genuine member of the Gu family and marry the eldest son. Gu Zimo was serving in the military, so she focused her efforts on ingratiating herself with the Gu family. The old lady had previously probed her feelings, and although she had been somewhat ambiguous in expressing her intentions, why had the old lady suddenly changed her stance? After Li Aihua had deftly navigated the conversation, she observed Qin Sui's incredulous gaze, cleared her throat, and momentarily averted her gaze, yet quickly returned to meet Sui's eyes. Sui, I had indeed considered matching you with Zmo, but I recently learned that he has someone he cares for in the military. Qin Sui pressed her lips together, remaining silent for a moment before softly uttering, is there some misunderstanding? I was waiting for my elder brother's leave to discuss this with him. At this juncture, Qin Sui had already envisioned herself as Gu Zimo's future wife, and with matters having reached this point, she was certainly unwilling to relinquish her hopes. Thus, she spoke in a deliberately vague manner, as if she had indeed shared a romantic bond with Gu Zimo. Li Aihua, listening to Qin Sui's words, felt as though struck by lightning. Could it be that Gu Zimo had previously made a promise to Qin Sui? If that were the case, how could he pursue someone else in the military? Her heart felt as if it had been scorched by fire, watching Qin Sui's pallid face, anxiety bubbling within her. Grandmother, please do not speak of my relationship with my elder brother just yet, and do not rush things. We have not reached that point. I also do not know if I have misunderstood his intentions, Qin Sui whispered. Every year, my elder brother takes leave. Could we not arrange for him to return to the capital and address our matters in the process? Old lady Li Aihua bit her lip, exclaiming, then let it be that you shall marry him. Qin Sui desired to wed Gu Zimo, yet she could not do so hastily. She grasped the old lady's arm, saying, Grandmother, let us wait until my elder brother returns. Did we not say he would take leave to visit his sister-in-law in the countryside? I contemplated discussing matters with him upon his return. Qin Sui was well aware of the affairs concerning the Gu family, including the situation regarding Gu Yuxi, who was determined to marry Fu Mingyan. Had it not been for Gu Zimo's prior commitment to a mission, he would have already taken leave to visit Gu Yuxi's placement in the countryside. At this moment, Li Aihua was consumed by a singular thought. Gu Zimo must marry Qin Sui. This realization lightened her spirits, and she decided to call Zimo later, urging him to return without informing the rest of the family. Qin Sui felt the need to reiterate her request, her frustration rendering her cheeks flushed. I would be embarrassed. The situation is not yet settled. Grandmother, please consider my feelings. Li Lao Tai was easily swayed, unlike others. And concerning a girl's reputation, Qin Sui knew this approach would yield no issues. The old lady would certainly keep the matter confidential. All that was required was to summon Gu Zimo back, and she would devise a plan to consummate their union. Indeed, Li Lao Tai promptly assured, rest easy. I shall not speak of this to anyone. As they stepped into the room, Pei Qiongfang's demeanor upon seeing Qin Sui was rather indifferent. The doctor held a rather mediocre impression of the girl residing in their home. Qin Sui seemed to receive preferential treatment compared to Gu Yuxi, often scrutinizing Gu Yuxi's expenditures, while the other family members indulged Qin Sui, urging leniency towards the unfortunate child. Pei Qiongfang felt discontent. Why should her daughter be the one to be slighted? The doctor had even arranged for Gu Yuxi to stay with her maternal family for a time. As Qin Sui matured, her envy towards Gu Yuxi diminished, allowing for a more harmonious interaction between them. The family remarked on Qin Sui's growth and maturity, conveniently overlooking their childhood rivalry. However, Pei Qiongfang had not forgotten. After Gu Yuxi settled in the countryside, Qin Sui took over Gu Yuxi's position, a decision orchestrated by Pei Qiongfang, which meant Qin Sui would only visit the dormitory a couple of times a month. With such a promising job, Qin Sui was soon to marry and establish her own household, which would inevitably create more distance from the Gu family. Gu Fang was particularly warm-hearted. As Qin Sui's father had saved him, he exclaimed, Sui has returned. How wonderful. It's rare for our home to be so lively. Qin Sui smiled, responding, I happened to be in the vicinity for a meeting, so I took the liberty of dropping by. The conversation swiftly shifted to Fu Mingyan. The mere thought of the proud Gu Yuxi being interested in a rustic man amused Qin Sui. With a smile on her face, she remarked, I trust my sister's judgment. Indeed, Gu Yuxi had excellent taste. As Pei Qiongfang noted that Fu Mingyan had recently submitted a manuscript to Beijing People's Publishing House, which had been accepted and designated as a major work for the upcoming year, with an initial print run exceeding 100,000 copies. Chapter 35. Dad. What? The greatest reaction came from Li Aihua Lao Tai. Is it true? Can he really publish a book? Li Aihua's bias against Fu Mingyan stemmed from her deep-seated belief that her granddaughter, Gu Yuxi, was a cultured individual, a golden phoenix. To marry into the countryside would be akin to the phoenix descending into a mere grass nest. Now that it has come to light that Fu Mingyan is set to publish a book, the mere mention of 1 million copies instantly elevates the significance of the situation. Her granddaughter's discerning eye may indeed be exceptional. After all, she is akin to a golden dragon soaring out of the mountains. The golden dragon and the golden phoenix are a natural pair, destined to be together. Furthermore, her granddaughter had previously written that before entering university, she would certainly not have any children. In a rural setting where reproductive beliefs weigh heavily, Fu Mingyan's commitment speaks volumes about his character. Gu Jiefeng wore a faint smile, confident that Yuxi's judgment was infallible. What does it matter if he hails from humble beginnings? A young man under 20, capable of getting published in Beijing, is a testament to his remarkable abilities. Gu Fang attempted to maintain a serious facade, but was unable to suppress his joy at his daughter's choice. For the first time, he found himself curious to meet this young man. Gu Fang even pondered why the manuscript required minimal revisions. If substantial changes were necessary, the publisher would have to pay for the alterations. Gu Zishan, who had been sipping soda, set his drink aside and questioned, what exceptional taste does my sister possess? Who is this Fu Mingyan? He is your sister's partner, Pei Qiongfang replied, noting that the family had not previously disclosed this to him. They kept it from me. Gu Zishan pouted, turning to Qin Sui. Sui, were you aware of this? Qin Sui felt as if her heart were ablaze. Working in a government office, She had drafted numerous documents for rectifying injustices. She too sensed the arrival of spring, aware of how much the state valued intellectuals, with the potential to author a bestseller. Fu Mingyan could easily make his way to the city, especially with the connections to the Gu family. Gu Yuxi would undoubtedly excel in her college entrance examination. Destined to attend a prestigious university, while her husband would be a celebrated author. How could she possibly find such an outstanding partner? Qin Sui was taken aback that Gu Yuxi, after venturing into the countryside, could have such fortune. Pei Xiongfang noticed the flicker of discomfort on Qin Sui's face, a hint of irony dancing in her expression. As an emergency physician, much like her father-in-law, she had interacted with numerous individuals, thus her ability to read people was keen. It was evident that Qin Sui harbored jealousy towards Gu Yuxi. When Qin Sui hesitated to respond, Gu Zixin nudged her with his elbow. Huh. I was just lost in thought. Qin Sui smiled at Gu Zixin. What were you saying? I was asking if you knew about my sister's relationship. I know a little. Qin Sui nodded with a smile, recalling how the family had previously been concerned about Yuxi's well-being in the countryside. Now that they knew her partner had published a book, their worries had certainly eased. The conversation naturally gravitated towards Fu Mingyan, while Qin Sui, somewhat distracted, listened to the Gu family discuss Gu Yuxi's impending success in her college entrance examination, alongside Fu Mingyan's anticipated return to the city. A sense of discomfort washed over her. As she prepared to leave, she noticed the elderly matriarch, Li Aihua, nodding solemnly at her, which brought a sense of relief to Qin Sui. The kind of husband Gu Yuxi chooses is her own affair. What truly matters is her own future. She must marry Gu Zimo. Upon reflection, if Gu Yuxi were my sister-in-law, and her husband a writer, she would undoubtedly bask in the glow of her own achievements. It is imperative for her to shift her mindset. Much like she once suppressed her jealousy towards Gu Yuxi, she must once again stifle that envy. As for Fu Mingyan and Gu Yuxi, who are situated far away in the countryside, they have yet to even discuss the matter of publishing a book. Fu Mingyan, being composed, did not treat the publishing endeavor as significant, which in turn calmed Gu Yuxi's nerves. She was currently engaged in rewriting the title by hand. Although she was not particularly adept at formulating titles, she took on the role of a tutor to create problems for others. Upon discovering Fu Mingyan's difficulties with electricity-related questions, she began accumulating various types of problems in her notebook. She refrained from presenting him with the original questions he had answered incorrectly, as Fu Mingyan possessed a remarkable memory. Once he grasped the original question, he would not repeat the same mistake. However, if she altered the questions too much, it could potentially perplex him. She provided Fu Mingyan with the questions along with the corresponding methods for solving them, allowing him to explore the solutions independently. During these days of studying together, Gu Yuxi's confidence in his ability to gain admission to university soared. She even entertained the notion that both of them could be admitted to a prestigious university in Beijing. They pored over their books and solved problems under the dim light of a kerosene lamp, only extinguishing it when they noticed the time had slipped past 11, before retiring for the night. With her long hair cascading like clouds over the pillow, Gu Yuxi had placed a small mattress beneath her to prevent her menstrual flow from soiling it. She possessed 2 such small mattresses, which she had specifically made after moving to the countryside, ensuring her bedding remained clean. Gu Yuxi calculated the time, anticipating that by tomorrow night, she would no longer need to use the mattress. The room was delightful. After Fu Xinyan moved out, it had been thoroughly cleaned, and there was ample space for her dowry. Following her and Fu Mingyan's departure, her sister Fu Mingzhu also gained her own independent space. Would she call their father first thing in the morning? Yes. Fu Mingyan closed his eyes, urging her to rest early. Today, he had been working hard in the fields, and Gu Yuxi was aware that he would be quite exhausted, so she promptly closed her eyes as well. The next morning, they took leave to go to the county government, where the duty officer in the logistics department was Wang Jie, who was engrossed in reading a newspaper. Ding Yu had a tall, slender physique, and her face was elongated, standing with her hands on her hips like a compass, while Wang Jie was round and plump. Even her fingers bore little dimples. Sister Wang. Oh, Wang Jie looked up at Gu Yuxi, her gaze shifting to Fu Mingyan. Ah, so this is your partner, right? Are you bringing him along to make the call today? Gu Yuxi felt a surge of joy at seeing Wang Jie on duty. For no one relished being overheard on the phone. Hello, Sister Wang, Fu Mingyan said. I'm here to make the call with Xiaogu. That's how it should be. After all, you are now a family. Even though you haven't met yet, it's important to keep in touch. Wang Jie picked up her enamel cup, tucking the newspaper under her arm. I'll head upstairs to the labor bureau for a bit. The call will likely take a while today, so please place the money you've calculated under my pen holder. Wang Jie exited, thoughtfully closing the door behind her. Gu Yuxi held the phone and, upon hearing her father Gu Fang answer, exclaimed with vigor, "Dad." Chapter 36. A conversation with my father-in-law. Since Gu Yuxi went to the countryside, Gu Fang had not heard his daughter call him dad with such enthusiasm. He recalled the last time she had called him, that was when she had been accepted as a clerk in the district government. Her eyes had sparkled with joy then, filling Gu Fang with pride. What an admirable child she was. Despite not taking the college entrance examination, she had still managed to secure a position through her own efforts. Regrettably, before she could officially start her job, the youth office had intervened, claiming that their family had too many children. And Gu Yuxi's employment was seen as a deliberate evasion of rural service. Ultimately, the youth office declared that while Gu Yuxi could refrain from going to the countryside, one of the children must go. With Gu Zimo in the army and Gu Zishan too young, it was Qin Sui who offered to replace Gu Yuxi. But Gu Fang could not bring himself to allow such a situation. In the end, the couple hastily packed their daughter's belongings and sent them via mail once she arrived. Those days were filled with frustration and heartache for Gu Fang. And when he learned that his daughter was not only going to the countryside but also marrying someone from the village, his distress deepened. Now, with the resumption of college entrance examinations and news that his son-in-law's novel was being published, Gu Fang felt a genuine sense of recovery for the Gu family from their lowest point. Reflecting on how his daughter's spirited demeanor was inspired by Fu Mingyan, Gu Fang felt a pang of jealousy. That rascal, why didn't he call me yesterday? I was waiting for both of your calls in the office after receiving the news. Dad, it was truly unavoidable. Mingyan was busy clearing land yesterday and couldn't get away. He is sore from all the work and still came over early this morning, Gu Yuxi replied cheerfully, her voice lively in the absence of eavesdroppers. So, what did the publisher say yesterday? Please tell me. Gu Fang cleared his throat, passed the phone to him. Just put it on speaker when you talk. His heart raced, his palms sweating as he scolded himself for being so nervous about speaking with his son-in-law. Gu Yuxi felt a bit anxious as well and glanced at Fu Mingyan. Fu Mingyan reached out, taking the phone from Gu Yuxi's hand. Hello, Director Gu. This is Fu Mingyan. What is with the formalities? We are family now, Gu Fang replied awkwardly. This was advice given to him by his wife, Pei Qiangfang. As he lay in bed last night, you need to take the initiative to express our stance. Your daughter is already married to him. And your mother has softened her stance, so you should accept this son-in-law. Otherwise, your daughter will be upset with you. With Gu Yuxi firmly committed to Fu Mingyan, and Fu Mingyan displaying his talents, the Gu family decided to wholeheartedly accept him as their son-in-law. Then I'll dare to call you Dad, Fu Mingyan said. Thank you for reaching out to me promptly. I couldn't return your call sooner due to work commitments. It is of no concern. Just now, Yuxi mentioned that there were matters at hand, which I completely understand. Today, during the call, it was the same. Please put the phone on speaker. Gu Yuxi pressed the speaker button, amplifying her father's voice so that it resonated throughout half the office. Yesterday, the chief editor of the Beijing People's Publishing House, Qiu Zhe, personally brought over the manuscript. It was evident that he placed great importance on it. How Ran, are you aware? The author of Sunny Days, Gu Fang, gradually recounted the events of yesterday, but refrained from mentioning that her old classmate, Zhou Shu Ran, was also present, even suggesting that perhaps it could be adapted into a film. Let us not delve into such speculative matters. They can lead to unnecessary excitement. As she approached the crux of the discussion, Gu Fang's heart began to race. The meeting had finalized an impressive print run of 120,000 copies. By the way, I made a request to editor Qiu. I have not seen your manuscript, nor has anyone at home. After the manuscript is transcribed, may I keep the original here? Gu Yuxi's eyes sparkled as she looked at Fu Mingyan, eager to agree on his behalf. Fu Mingyan's lips curled into a slight smile. Yes, please ask Dad to help me safeguard it. I assure you that the manuscript will not be leaked. I fully understand this protocol, so you need not worry. Gu Fang left room for dialogue, as he needed to show the manuscript to Zhou Shu Ran, whose integrity he trusted. I am at ease. After exchanging a few more words, Gu Fang provided the contact details for the publishing house, as well as convenient times for communication. Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Comrade Gu. The youthful voices rang out, lively as a kingfisher belonging to his own daughter. Comrade Gu felt a pang of nostalgia after this phone call. It became increasingly apparent that his little cotton-padded jacket had become someone else's. After you finish the call with the publishing house, you can also call home, Gu Fang suggested. Last night, apart from your elder brother, everyone was home. Gu Yuxi took over the conversation. Why is my brother at home? He has chickenpox. And the school is concerned about contagion. That rascal keeps rambling on about your dating situation. Gu Yuxi chuckled. All right, I will call home shortly. When Comrade Gu Fong hung up the phone, he felt a twinge of regret, wishing that the phone could display a picture. If only he could not only hear Fu Mingyan's voice, but also see his face. When Fu Mingyan called the publishing house, it was Di Yong who answered. Upon recognizing Fu Mingyan's voice, Di Yong promptly said, I will go find the editor right away. Xiao Zhe answered the call, donned his reading glasses, and began to read the contents of the manuscript to Fu Mingyan. In less than half an hour, the content was revised. Since Fu Mingyan could not come to the capital, Xiao Zhe indicated that once the manuscript was organized, he would print a copy using the printer, bind it, and mail it to his current address. Once Fu Mingyan received the manuscript and reviewed it, deeming it satisfactory, only then would it be considered the final draft. He would also send the payment slip along with it. Currently, the payment is between 2 to 7 yuan per 1,000 characters. We will compensate based on the 7 yuan standard, and we hope Comrade Fu will continue to persevere. Should you have more excellent manuscripts, we would be delighted if you considered our publishing house again. Xiao Zhe's words conflicted with Gu Fong's. On the phone, Gu Fong advised Fu Mingyan that the college entrance examination would certainly take place this year. As the year draws to a close, there remain merely a little over 3 months until the final day. In light of this limited time, Gu Fong advised Fu Mingyan to prioritize the college entrance examination. Even regarding employment, he suggested that Fu Mingyan could, like Gu Yuxi, utilize his connections with the village chief and the village secretary to secure more manageable tasks for earning work points. Gu Fong, a graduate of Peking University, expressed to Fu Mingyan that many alumni would serve as valuable connections in his future career. He recounted encountering an old classmate during a recent dental visit. Fu Mingyan understood this principle. University not only imparts academic knowledge, but also fosters relationships with both teachers and classmates, all of which would contribute to his network in the future. Gu Fong's advice stemmed from genuine concern for his well-being. Consequently, Fu Mingyan promised Gu Fong that he would prioritize his studies and refrain from writing articles until after the examination. Presently, he did not outright reject the publisher's request for submissions. He merely stated, if I have a manuscript, I won't burden Director Gu this time. I will send it directly to the publisher myself. Xiao Zhe's cheerful demeanor prompted him to jest. Why call him Director Gu? You should refer to him as father-in-law. Fu Mingyan chuckled and acknowledged Xiao Zhe's playful remark, affirming, yes, if I have a manuscript, I will send it directly to father-in-law instead of through him. Meanwhile, Gu Yuxi felt a sweetness in her heart upon hearing the term father-in-law, secretly pinching her warm earlobe. After concluding the call with the publisher, he promptly dialed Gu Yuxi's home. Chapter 37. Who reported Gu Yuxi? When Gu Yuxi called home, Gu Zixin, who was cozily nestled on the sofa engrossed in a book, promptly answered the phone. Gu Zixin, having received the latest news about his brother-in-law, was swelling with indignation, akin to a pufferfish. He had specifically instructed his father the previous night that once his brother-in-law had concluded his business, he must call home. Early in the morning, Gu Zixin was still lounging on the sofa, reading stories from his Chinese textbook, and upon hearing the phone ring once, he instinctively deduced its origin. Brother-in-law, Gu Zixin exclaimed. It's your sister, Gu Yuxi replied, gripping the receiver and speaking to her brother across the miles. He is right beside me. Wow, sister, your voice sounds much softer now. I couldn't believe it when I heard you got married yesterday. How could you possibly have gotten married? Grandma even suspected that you might have been bewitched. Is that true? What made you fall for brother-in-law? Was it because he saved your life? Is he handsome? The classmates who pursued you before weren't unattractive. But brother-in-law seems quite something to dare marry you. Sister, with the college entrance exam approaching, your marriage won't affect your studies, right? Can you come back? You will definitely ace the exam, so can't you return and focus on your studies? Which university do you aspire to attend? Is it Tsinghua? It's closer to home. And if you get into Tsinghua, you won't even need to stay in a dormitory. You can live at home. By the way, what will brother-in-law do if you get into university? Gu Zixin spoke in a rapid-fire manner, bombarding Gu Yuxi with questions. The incessant barrage left her feeling overwhelmed. Where do you get all these questions from, you little rascal? Why are you meddling in your sister's marriage? Isn't the phone bill a concern? You are a repository of countless inquiries, each more profound than the last. Sister, my curiosity knows no bounds. Even Sister Sui Sui possesses a clarity of understanding that eludes me, leaving me feeling somewhat excluded. Despite not having the speakerphone activated, Fu Mingyan could hear Gu Zixin's incessant questions. Gu Yuxi is more adept at engaging with gentle and compliant girls like his sister Fu Mingzhu. However, when faced with the exuberant energy of a youth like Gu Zixin, Gu Yuxi clearly found herself at a loss. "Pass me the microphone," Fu Mingzhu requested. And upon receiving the call, she addressed Gu Zixin with warmth. "Hello, my name is Fu Mingyan. I assure you, I have not placed any hex upon your sister. Such notions are mere superstitions and inappropriate in our current milieu. Your sister is a woman of discernment, and our partnership is rooted in the recognition of each other's virtues." Listening to Fu Mingyan's mellifluous voice, akin to that of a broadcaster, Gu Zixin absent-mindedly scratched his ear, appreciating the pleasant sound. While his sister might be boisterous, she was considerably subdued in the presence of her husband. "Hello, brother-in-law. I am my sister's younger brother. Has she spoken of me?" "Indeed, she has mentioned you. One elder brother serves in the military, a younger brother in his first year of high school, a father employed at the Ministry of Education, a mother who is a physician, a grandmother at home, and a grandfather who, though retired, continues to contribute to the police force." Gu Zixin added. "And there is also Sister Sui Sui. She has always been very kind to me." Fu Mingyan smiled, aware that after Gu Yuxi's departure to the countryside, her responsibilities had fallen to Qin Sui Sui. With the influence of the internet age, Fu Mingyan speculated that those who benefit from a situation are often the ones who orchestrate it, leading him to suspect that Qin Sui Sui might be involved. He had inquired about Gu Yuxi's childhood, knowing that Qin Sui Sui, raised in modest circumstances and having lived with the Gu family after her father's passing, often found herself in competition with Gu Yuxi. Fu Mingyan sought clarification, pondering whether the elder had ever investigated Qin Sui Sui. "I am familiar with this individual, young brother. Is anyone else at home? I would like to speak with another elder." "Wait, I haven't finished." Gu Zixin clutched the phone as if fearing it would be snatched away. "Are you good to my sister? Let me tell you, if you mistreat her, when my brother returns, he will deal with you." Fu Mingyan chuckled again. "Rest assured, student Gu, I will treat her well. After all, I have no desire to incur the wrath of your brother or to embroil him in a military tribunal." At this moment, Elder Gu and Madame Liaihua were nearby. The elder reached out for the phone, and Gu Zixin obediently handed it to his grandfather. "Hello, grandfather." Fu Mingyan began. "I am Fu Mingyan, Gu Yuxi's partner. It is unfortunate we could not meet in person, but I appreciate this opportunity to connect over the phone." "That is quite all right. We understand the circumstances," Gu Jiefang responded. "Congratulations on your book being accepted by the publisher. Our family holds you in high regard." After a brief pause, he continued, "My wife and I have complete faith in Gu Yuxi's judgment. However, my partner is particularly concerned for her well-being now that your book has been published." Listening to Gu Jiefang, Madame Liaihua felt her frustration mounting. Her husband may be adept at solving cases, but his conversational prowess left much to be desired. In saying this, it seems as though she harbors grievances against Fu Mingyan. Indeed, she does possess some discontent. However, it would be utterly inappropriate to voice such sentiments to the concerned party, as it would cast her in the light of a spiteful elder. Liaihua considers herself far from being a harsh matriarch, nor does she perceive herself as overbearing. If she truly were domineering, she would not have permitted her granddaughter to marry Fu Mingyan in the first place. The more Liaihua contemplated, the more agitated she became, snatching the phone back with an irritable glare directed at her husband. "Hello, I am Yuxi's grandmother." "Greetings, Grandma." "Young man, please do not mistake my intentions for being mercenary. My admiration for your published work does not stem solely from that. It is simply that Yuxi is quite young and has ventured to such a distant rural area, which causes us, as elders, great concern. Your publication signifies that you possess the capability to reach the capital on your own merit, and we are overjoyed that you are able to accompany Yuxi here. We can't help but wish, however, that your manuscript had required more revisions, as that would have provided you the opportunity to come to the capital for such purposes." Fu Mingyan chuckled, finding that Liaihua resembled what Gu Yuxi had described, illiterate yet possessing a delightful way of speaking, a vibrant elder indeed. "Grandma, I completely understand," Fu Mingyan replied with a smile. "I have a younger sister at home. If she were to venture far from home before turning 20, I can assure you that our family would share the same worries. If we were to learn that she had found a partner and insisted on marrying him, our suspicions would certainly arise, Such reactions are entirely natural. Fu Mingyan continued, Yuxi has introduced you to me, and though she mentioned your illiteracy, you are no ordinary rural matron. You are a remarkable heroine. The elderly lady had made significant contributions during the war, and while her husband fought, she found work in the city to support the soldiers persecuted by the Japanese invaders and the military police. Li Hua took great pride in recounting her past experiences, sharing a few words with Fu Mingyan, who had her beaming with joy. The elderly woman was proud of her good husband, her fine sons, and her wonderful grandson. Yet, her greatest pride lay in her own deeds, which she cherished dearly. Many praised her for the fortune of her family, overshadowing the brilliance of Li Hua herself. Unlike others, Fu Mingyan naturally endeared himself to the elderly lady, bringing forth a radiant smile. Gu Yuxi remarked to his grandfather, brother-in-law truly knows how to charm. Just look at how happy grandma is. Gu Yuxi observed the joy on his family's matriarch's face, relaxing his own features, having offended many with his straightforwardness. Gu Yuxi felt quite pleased to see his family engaging in pleasant conversation. When your brother-in-law arrives in the capital, you should learn a thing or two from him. After a delightful exchange between Fu Mingyan and Li Hua, she reluctantly handed the phone over to Gu Yuxi, realizing she had lingered too long. She needed to prepare lunch soon. I must go cook now. Gu Yuxi interjected, I need to relieve myself. Thus, the household was left with Gu Yuxi alone. Fu Mingyan felt a stirring in his heart and said, Grandfather, I have heard that you work in public security. I would like to discreetly consult you regarding an incident from last year when Gu Yuxi was reported and sent to the countryside. Have you investigated that matter? Chapter 38. Convicting Qin Suisui. Gu Yuxi was taken aback by Fu Mingyan's unexpected question, abruptly lifting her gaze to meet his. Fu Mingyan grasped one of Gu Yuxi's hands, his thumb gently caressing the delicate skin on her wrist. Gu Yuxi fell silent for a moment before slowly responding. This is a significant matter for our family, of course. We have conducted an investigation. It has come to light that the complaint was lodged by a young intellectual returning to the city due to a severe leg infection. He overheard discussions about Yuxi in the hospital, but does not personally know her. Did Qin Suisui have any involvement in this? The individuals discussing the matter were either Qin Suisui or those acquainted with her. After Fu Mingyan finished speaking, the other end of the line fell into a profound silence. And Gu Yuxi's expression mirrored that emptiness. The only comfort Fu Mingyan could offer was the gentle stroking of her hand. In the unfamiliar office of the county government, even with the door closed, no other gestures were permissible. Gu Yuxi sensed her husband's silent reassurance, reflecting on her feelings from a year prior. In truth, she had swiftly managed her emotions then. The motives of the informant were unclear, yet their claims held a semblance of truth. The policy of sending educated youth to the countryside was a national strategy set forth by the leaders, and young intellectuals were expected to respond positively. Her elder brother had not gone to the countryside, thus it was her turn to comply, and their family should actively support the policy. Once she arrived in the countryside, she encountered Fu Mingyan. Gu Yuxi watched as the wooden window swung open, sunlight illuminating the dust that danced in the air, despite the chaos of the particles. Her heart found some semblance of peace. In fact, her time in the countryside had fostered significant personal growth, allowing her to grasp the principles she had learned more profoundly. The leader's advocacy had indeed proven to be correct. After a moment, Gu Yuxi cautiously inquired, Why do you ask? Fu Mingyan replied, I have heard it said that in police investigations, there is a guiding principle. Whoever stands to gain from the case will be prioritized in the inquiry. Since Yuxi's position was granted to Qin Suisui, I cannot help but harbor suspicions regarding her involvement in the report. Your observation is indeed aligned with investigative practices. However, the pursuit of evidence is paramount. There is no proof indicating that the report was made by Qin Suisui. Upon hearing this, Fu Mingyan chuckled, concluding that it was likely Qin Suisui who acted as a catalyst. It was precisely because she had left traces yet lacked concrete evidence that allowed the old officer to voice such suspicions. Indeed, while investigations are predicated on evidence, this matter is of a familial nature. Yuxi has confided in me about Qin Suisui, and the Gu family has always regarded her as one of their own. You are aware that Qin Suisui is not a virtuous person. However, what of the others? The elderly matriarch is unaware, nor is the father-in-law, mother-in-law, or even the elder and younger brothers. Domestic affairs need not be dissected with the same rigor as formal investigations. One might think that since she is not a true member of the Gu family, bestowing upon her such a fine position counts as a final act of kindness, and that they should maintain distance moving forward. Yet, this is insufficient. While you may have grown wary, it is also essential to communicate these concerns to the entire family, so that everyone remains vigilant. When she harmed Yuxi, she was merely in her early 20s. After causing Yuxi's distress, she remained unscathed, casually lounging at home. This time she reported Yuxi. Might she target my younger brother next? Fu Mingyan's voice was calm, gently guiding Gu Yuxi's thoughts like a soft melody. Eventually, Gu Yuxi spoke. Indeed, please have Yuxi take a call. I will put it on speaker, Fu Mingyan replied. Then I shall take the lead, Gu Yuxi continued. At that time, I was pursuing a major case and entrusted my subordinates to investigate. One of them heard an elderly nurse mention that Qin Sui had visited a patient in the ward, expressing her admiration for Yuxi's good fortune. Subsequently, Yuxi was reported. Once I concluded my case, I intended to inquire further about that elderly nurse, but tragically, she fell on the stairs, her hair now half gray and her memory failing. As for the individual who made the report, he succumbed to suicide after losing a limb, leaving no means for further verification. There was no concrete evidence, and the informant's untimely accident prevented us from treating Qin Sui as a suspect. Thus, as your partner suggested, I thought it best to maintain some distance from Qin Sui. Coincidentally, after she began working at the district government, her daughter-in-law arranged for her to stay in a dormitory, which lessened her visits. Yuxi, you are aware of your father's regard for Qin Sui. Given the lack of evidence, I wish to spare him heartache, thus I kept this matter to myself. After speaking, the elder pressed his lips together and said, Yuxi, since this is not a legitimate case, I cannot bring anyone into the interrogation room for rigorous questioning. Even if we reached that point, I could not be certain. Upon reaching this juncture, the elder slowly continued. Yuxi, what are your thoughts? If you cannot devise a plan today, you may inform me in the future. No need. I can decide today, Gu Yuxi replied softly. Grandfather, I believe Mingyan is correct. You approach this matter with a mindset suited for judgment, assuming Qin Sui may not have instigated it. However, we are not passing judgment. We merely intend to clarify matters with our family, sharing all the information we have uncovered. Father will undoubtedly feel a bit melancholic and disheartened. But the crucial point is that I do not wish for my naive younger brother to be deceived by her. I believe our family has already been more than generous to her. I have given her my job, but moving forward, she should not rely on the Gu family's support. If her life improves, we do not expect anything in return. Gu Yuxi was a decisive individual. Previously, he had kept silent about the investigation into the report due to the absence of tangible evidence. Now, listening to his granddaughter and son-in-law, he promptly called out for Li Hua from the kitchen. Li Hua, having placed the shredded potatoes in the sink, was bustling about, grumbling about the chaos Gu Yuxi was causing. Upon hearing that Qin Sui might have reported Gu Yuxi, her eyes widened in shock. Really? Li Hua's voice cracked. Lower your voice, Gu Yuxi quickly cautioned his wife. Do you want Zixin to know everything? How could that be? Li Hua could hardly believe it. In her eyes, Qin Sui was such a wonderful young lady, and their family treated her exceptionally well. Although the third daughter-in-law was not particularly fond of Qin Sui, she maintained a facade of civility. How could someone who was treated so kindly act in such a manner? Qin Sui had a decent job. How could she possess such malice? Gu Yuxi spoke of those who might benefit and who could possibly be responsible, recounting the findings of their investigation, but both leads had unfortunately run cold, leaving them unable to confirm whether Qin Sui was indeed the informant. It was best to keep a distance from her in the future. The intentions of his granddaughter and her husband were unmistakable. They did not want her to have another opportunity to harm Zixin. And there was also ZMO to consider. Gu Yuxi was aware of Li Hua's concern for the children, so he specifically mentioned Gu Zixin, inadvertently striking a chord. Li Hua recalled how Qin Sui had hesitated to speak of the eldest brother yesterday, sending a chill down her spine, her mind suddenly clearer than ever. Could it be that Gu Zixin truly harbored feelings for Qin Sui? Had they made some sort of agreement? Gu Yuxi had mentioned that Gu Zixin had someone he liked in the army, and perhaps Qin Sui did not want him to succeed, which explained her ambiguous responses. In the past, Li Hua would never have suspected Qin Sui in such a light, but after the old man's remarks, her certainty wavered. Pushing the old man aside, Li Hua instinctively reached for the phone to contact the county government. As the phone rang, Gu Yuxi picked it up. Chapter 39. The wedding of the fallen butterfly Fu Mingyan went to find Wang Jie from the logistics department, leaving Gu Yuxi to guard the office. Initially expecting an office call, she was taken aback to find it was her grandmother on the line. Li Hua opened with urgency. Yuxi, you have the best relationship with your elder brother. Could you tell me, during the time he was home, did he spend time with Qin Sui? Did they go out alone? Grandma, among the three of us, Gu Zishun is closest to Qin Sui, followed by me. My elder brother never went out alone with her. Li Hua's tone grew increasingly frantic. Could it be that you're unaware of their closeness? Can you discern anything unusual between them? In her haste, Li Hua had called her granddaughter, but as she calmed down, she hesitated to think ill of someone's character. How could a young woman in her 20s be so malicious as to deceive others using her own reputation? Was there a misunderstanding? Gu Yuxi, perceptive as always, leaned forward, gripping the receiver tighter. Grandma, did Qin Sui say anything to you? Did she claim that my elder brother has feelings for her? Li Hua fell silent, causing Gu Yuxi's heart to race. Grandma, you must remember that in the beginning, Qin Sui always cried and compared herself to me, right? From that moment, my mother disliked her, and then my brother. He always told me that I was his only true sister, and that Qin Sui was merely the daughter of our father's benefactor. His gratitude was owed to her father, not to involve us younger generations. He looked down upon Qin Sui. Jealousy renders one ugly. At that time, the young and naive Qin Sui was unable to conceal her feelings, revealing her own ugliness. Qin Sui fixed her red-rimmed eyes upon Gu Yuxi, consumed by a relentless desire for everything she possessed, whether through tears or pleas, yearning for equal treatment. This insatiable jealousy was undeniably grotesque. Some chose to forgive the unseemly Qin Sui, perhaps due to her tender age, a sense of guilt within their hearts, or simply out of kindness. Yet, others recalled that time of ugliness and privately assured Gu Yuxi of their loyalty. Although father had instructed me to regard her as a sister, I have but one sister. Gu Zimo thumped his chest before Gu Yuxi, putting on a show in front of their father, declaring, in this lifetime, I shall only acknowledge you as my sister. Gu Yuxi feared that their grandmother might overhear some nonsensical chatter and reveal past incidents, ultimately adding, whenever big brother returns with gifts, he always sets aside a portion exclusively for me. What he gives Qin Sui and the younger brother is identical, assuring that he harbors no special affection for her. Li Hua's lips trembled, her mind a blank slate. Just yesterday, she had suggested to Qin Sui that her eldest grandson should marry her. Seeing Gu Yuxi's silence, she grew anxious, beads of sweat forming on her forehead as she repeatedly called out, Grandma. Fortunately, at that moment, Fu Mingyan returned. Wang Jie peered through the small glass window in the door, observing Gu Yuxi still on the phone, wisely remarking, I shall continue upstairs, you carry on with your call. Fu Mingyan approached, and Gu Yuxi turned to him, saying, It was my grandmother who answered the call. I have no idea what Qin Sui told her, but she asked if there was any relationship between her and Big Brother. I assured her there was none and recounted some old tales, after which my grandmother fell silent. Fu Mingyan gently patted Gu Yuxi's back, advising her not to fret. Allow me to take the call. He took the receiver and addressed the elderly Li Hua, Grandma. Take a deep breath in and exhale slowly. In her state of confusion, Li Hua instinctively followed Fu Mingyan's lead. Deep breathing calms the racing heart, allowing more oxygen into the body, thereby clearing the mind. Only after Li Hua had repeated the deep breathing 3 times did Fu Mingyan speak again. Did Grandma agree to Qin Sui marrying Big Brother? If Big Brother and Qin Sui truly love one another, then it would pose no issue. However, if Qin Sui is deceitful, then this marriage would certainly hold no weight. Big Brother is currently stationed in the military, and it has been nearly a year since his last visit, leaving ample time for matters to unfold. There is no need for concern. As not being married is not a significant issue, verbal agreements carry little weight. Fu Mingyan chose to consider the worst-case scenario, reasoning that even if Li Hua had consented to an engagement, her illiteracy and the rarity of recording devices in this era would make it impossible for Qin Sui to enforce any promise made. It is not at that stage yet. Li Hua finally spoke. She mentioned yesterday that she would discuss it personally with my eldest grandson when he is on break. Then there is nothing to worry about. Fu Mingyan replied, his voice laced with a hint of amusement. He speculated that it merely suggested some feelings between her and Big Brother, and with Big Brother's return, any schemes involving him would fail. As he was not present now, and thus everything would not unfold as she wished. Fu Mingyan's words were remarkably lighthearted, alleviating some of Li Aihua's psychological burdens. Was there truly no impact on the eldest grandson? Had she perhaps already done something concerning him? Rest assured, there is no effect. Fu Mingyan replied with a smile. Do you recall that phone call when the college entrance examinations were reinstated? At that time, Yuxi had already mentioned to her family that her older brother had someone he liked. If Qin Sui had truly succeeded in her schemes, would he still pursue other girls? At that moment, Gu Yuxi returned after sending the little grandson back to his room. Noticing Li Aihua's expression, he sensed that something was amiss and quietly inquired about the matter. Li Aihua explained, Yesterday, I encountered Qin Sui at the state-run restaurant. On our way back, Aunt Qian from the courtyard suggested that we keep Qin Sui as part of the family. Since Yuxi mentioned that ZMO has someone in his heart, I certainly couldn't play matchmaker between Qin Sui and ZMO. However, Qin Sui told me that she had a past with ZMO, implying that he should take a break so they could have a conversation. Why didn't you tell me? Gu Yuxi suddenly stood up. Qin Sui, blushing and looking down, asked her not to share with others. I thought it was a private matter for a girl, so I kept it to myself. If you had told me earlier, Qin Sui might have harmed Yuxi. I could have intervened between her and ZMO. Old Lady Gu, her voice trembling with emotion, lamented, thankfully. That call wasn't he made. Otherwise, it could have truly harmed the eldest grandson. Although she preferred not to think ill of others, she was certain that Qin Sui had lied regarding Gu ZMO. If she could fabricate tales regarding her lifelong matters, Old Lady Gu deduced that it was highly likely Qin Sui was also behind the reports against Gu Yuxi. Gu Yuxi's face displayed shame as he remarked, We owe a debt of gratitude to Mingyan. Otherwise, the mere mention of those three light words conjured a vivid image in the minds of the three who knew Gu ZMO. They envisioned him, head bowed, fists clenched tightly, kneeling on the ground, declaring, I will marry Qin Sui. Although Gu ZMO indeed had someone he cherished, he had never grown accustomed to Qin Sui. Yet, if her schemes succeeded, he would have no choice but to wed her. This unsettling vision sent a shiver down their spines, while Fu Mingyan remained relatively unaffected. He had encountered many women like Qin Sui, whose darkness festered within, breeding jealousy towards Gu Yuxi. Equally, she yearned to marry into wealth, using wine or drugs to entrap others, thereby altering her fate. Fu Mingyan smiled faintly, aware that even without having met Qin Sui, the butterfly effect of this situation had already unfolded. He was uncertain whether in a previous life Qin Sui and Gu ZMO had been a couple, but in this lifetime, they certainly would not be. At this moment, Fu Mingyan simply remarked, It is better for information to be made public and transparent. Regarding the reports and yesterday's events, it would be wise to discuss them with the family. If my older brother isn't in a hurry for him to return, it might be best to refrain from mentioning it. Chapter 40. The Gu family is informed after concluding the phone call. Fu Mingyan sought out Wang Jia once more. I sincerely apologize for monopolizing the phone for so long. He handed her an envelope. Wang Jia, touching the envelope, smiled genuinely. It matters not, for there are scarcely any calls received. The logistics department is quite a leisurely one. Typically, if matters arise elsewhere, they are directed to the offices of the government or the county committee. Gu Yuxi handles the telephone expenses, dividing them equally between the public treasury and her own pocket. Wang Jia, too, harbors a sense of curiosity, yet cannot emulate Ding Jia, who both earns money and eavesdrops. Thus, she adheres to propriety, accepting her payment without prying. Indeed, it wasn't long before Gu Yuxi discreetly provided her with additional items. Resisting her curiosity allows her to earn money and tickets, which significantly enhance her family's standard of living. Hence, for the sake of financial gain, she suppresses her inquisitiveness and refrains from eavesdropping. Wang Jia cheerfully remarks, Ding Jia plans to return to her hometown next month, while I will be on duty here. Fu Mingyan, understanding that next month will offer greater ease for phone calls, smiles at Wang Jia and responds, very well. He then takes Gu Yuxi's hand, leading her out of the county government building. As the wind blows fiercely, Fu Mingyan notices Gu Yuxi's distracted demeanor and gently adjusts her coat. The weather is rather inclement, unsuitable for a visit to the county seat, and it is feared that rain will soon fall. Thus, they decide against shopping and instead await their return bus. On the dusty bus, Gu Yuxi tightens her brows in concern. Upon returning home and entering her room, she wraps her arms around Fu Mingyan's neck an action she had long desired to undertake. Nestling her head in the crook of his shoulder, she murmurs, how could she do such a thing? Fu Mingyan remains silent. Such matters often require no words. The warmth exchanged between lovers serves as the finest solace. Void of any carnal desires, Fu Mingyan kisses Gu Yuxi's tender lips. Initially, her heart brimmed with rage and anxiety. As if at any moment, her elder brother might be coerced into marrying Qin Sui Sui. Gu Yuxi would bear no regrets if she were reported and sent to the countryside. For it was her due according to policy, and she encountered her greatest love there. Yet, her brother should not be victimized. It pains her to see him, who has affections for another, ensnared by the scheming and vile Qin Sui Sui. The thought of being bound to such a despicable person for a lifetime is a profound sorrow. Anger, sadness, anxiety, and an inexplicable melancholy, all tumultuous emotions, are soothed by that gentle kiss. Gu Yuxi's heart feels as light as a balloon, for regardless of the circumstances, she met Fu Mingyan in the countryside and is destined to marry him. The true nature of Qin Sui Sui has been unveiled. Her brother will not return from vacation, and it is certain that Qin Sui Sui will not wed him. After the kiss concludes, Fu Mingyan sits in a chair, cradling Gu Yuxi in his arms, encircling her slender waist with his hands. Gu Yuxi buries her head in his broad chest, listening to the robust rhythm of his heartbeat. What prompted you to bring up the matter of my being reported today? She inquires. I intended to call your family, and the opportunity presented itself, he replies. Please do not think me intrusive. Had his novel not garnered interest, his status as a rural son-in-law would preclude him from involving himself in Gu Yuxi's family affairs. The Gu family is exceptionally well off, and it is quite absurd for a penniless rural lad to presume to dictate terms to the daughter of the benefactor of the Gu family merely because he is wed to Gu Yuxi. However, the manuscript of Double Life has transformed the situation entirely. The publisher intends to promote Double Life as the grand debut of the coming year. And with the esteemed husband of the family present, all the circumstances align perfectly. How could one possibly find you bothersome? Gu Yuxi suddenly looked up, exclaiming, You have truly altered my elder brother's life. A wife's lack of virtue can ruin a lifetime. Fu Mingyan is acutely aware of this truth. He gently caresses Gu Yuxi's long hair, assuring her that contributing to the family is sufficient. A sudden gust of wind blew outside, signaling an impending downpour. As anticipated, the fierce winds could no longer contain the dark clouds, unleashing torrential raindrops that fell like bullets. Meanwhile, in the capital, this storm would not arrive until evening. Originally engaged in social obligations, Director Gu received a phone call instructing him to return home immediately. Upon returning, Gu Fang sensed that something was amiss. His son, Gu Zixin, wore a frown, looking as though he might be ill, while his mother, Li Aihua, bowed her head as if she had committed a grave error, and his wife pressed her lips into a thin line, her expression displeased as she glanced at him with complex eyes. Gu Yuxi sat alone in a soft chair, reclining with his hand pressed against his brow. What was happening? Gu Fang set down his briefcase, neglecting to change his shoes, worried about Zixin's condition. All eyes were upon Gu Fang, a tumult of emotions swirling around him, deepening his confusion. Pei Qiongfang interjected, No, you should change your shoes first. Gu Fang complied, changed his shoes, and took a seat on the sofa. What we are about to discuss is something you will be most unwilling to hear. Regardless of what father says, keep silent and refrain from rebuttals until you have heard everything. Gu Fang nodded in acknowledgement of his wife's words, and then Gu Yuxi began to speak. The educated youth ought to be sent into the vast countryside. The leader's call was met with enthusiasm a few years ago, and the youth offices enforced strict regulations. However, in the past 2 years, oversight is loosened. Our family has 2 individuals eligible for the rural relocation policy. The eldest is already in the military, and the second, Gu Yuxi, has secured a position in the government, which, by rights, exempts her from relocation. Who reported her? I have begun to investigate this informant. On the phone, only vague details were mentioned, but in the presence of family, Gu Yuxi elaborated on every nuance, vividly recalling the events. Thus, the information obtained from the informant, an elderly nurse, revealed that Qin Sui Sui had deliberately discussed Yuxi's situation in the ward, inciting the jealous educated youth to report Gu Yuxi. The decision regarding Yuxi's relocation was orchestrated by Qin Sui Sui. Upon hearing this, Gu Fang stood up instinctively. Impossible. Sui Sui would never do such a thing. The youngest, Gu Zixin, rubbed his face, mirroring his father's reaction upon learning of this matter. Pei Qiongfang pressed down on Gu Fang's shoulder, reminding him, "What did I just say? Do not speak. Listen to father continue." Gu Fang's heart boiled like water reaching a rolling boil. Without the presence of Qin Suisui's father, he would have already lost his life. Thus, he must treat the only daughter of his benefactor with utmost care. He genuinely regards Qin Suisui as a second daughter. There is insufficient evidence regarding this matter, as the whistleblower has vanished, and the elderly nurse, having encountered difficulties, can no longer recall the details, leaving no means to investigate further. Following the police's line of reasoning, I believed it unjust to convict Qin Suisui, and thus, a year ago, I uncovered these facts without mentioning them to my family. Gu Feng suppressed the urge to speak. Why was Qin Suisui not convicted at that time? Yet is now facing charges? Today, Yuxi's partner contacted me, revealing through Fu Mingyan that domestic affairs do not necessitate a flawless chain of evidence, as in criminal investigations. Regarding the whistleblower's identity as Qin Suisui, I should inform my family, as they ought to be aware. Gu Feng covered his face, perceiving that the conversation had reached its conclusion. His tone was frail. In truth, there remains no evidence. Suisui's father saved me. Otherwise, I would have perished back then. I cannot regard Suisui as a genuine whistleblower. He could not fathom that the daughter of his esteemed benefactor had harmed his own daughter to seek a rural life. You haven't finished, Pei Qiongfang interjected. Gu Feng looked astonished, his heart filled with ominous suspicions. At that moment, Gu Jiefang resumed speaking. Chapter 41. Qin Suisui's choice. After hanging up the call with Xiao Fu, I conveyed the situation to your mother. Swiftly, all eyes turned to Li Aihua. Allow me to speak, she said. When Qin Suisui first came to our home as a child, her initial demeanor was indeed unappealing. However, she was merely a child, and I could understand that. I did not take her childhood actions to heart. In fact, I once entertained the thought that she would make an ideal daughter-in-law. Having been raised in our household for so long, I was well acquainted with her. I considered her work situation and thought to match her with ZMO. As her mother recounted these memories, Gu Feng's heart felt as though gripped by a powerful hand. He had never contemplated that Qin Suisui, a mere girl, would resort to such deceit in hopes of marrying his eldest son. Was there any possibility of an agreement between his eldest son and Qin Suisui? The answer was a resounding no. Just as Gu Yuxi had mentioned over the phone, the eldest son had disliked Qin Suisui from the moment she entered their home. Gu Feng perceived his wife's grievances, his eldest son's discontent, and his daughter's distress, striving to mediate the discord. Qin Suisui, being the daughter of his benefactor, was a young girl bereft of her biological father, and he felt compelled to assume responsibility. The love she lacked from a father, he endeavored to provide. Later, when Qin Suisui concealed her jealousy, Gu Feng was overjoyed, cheerfully telling his eldest son, "Look, your little sister Suisui was merely young before. But now she understands the virtue of humility and has learned to be considerate. It's as if you have gained two sisters now. Isn't that wonderful?" The youngest also adores her, calling her sister Suisui. "How delightful it is. Our family has become livelier." "Dad, please don't mention her," Gu Zimo replied, engrossed in assembling a model with bullet casings, not lifting his head. "I have but one sister, Yuxi, while Qin Suisui is merely a guest in our household, and I shall treat her as such. The third brother is rather foolish. His desire for an additional sister is his own concern. I, Gu Zimo, have always had but one sister. Father, I have done enough. Had it not been for Qin Suisui's father saving you, I would have long since confronted her and severed all ties." At that time, Gu Feng was infuriated by the eldest son's words, yet felt utterly powerless. The eldest son harbors a profound misunderstanding of Qin Suisui. Whenever he returns, he is excessively courteous to her, never affording her any special treatment. The notion that the eldest has an agreement with Qin Suisui is mere folly. Gu Feng's mouth was suddenly filled with the metallic taste of blood. Upon urging him to open his mouth, Pei Qiongfang discovered that he had bitten his tongue. How could this happen? Gu Feng said, bewildered. Gu Jiefang watched as blood trickled from his son's mouth, a pang of sorrow striking his heart. This was the very matter he had initially sought to conceal, the possibility that Qin Suisui had reported Gu Yuxi. He had only one son left, and it was Qin Suisui's father who had truly saved his son's life. Over the years, Qin Suisui had been nurtured in their home, and Gu Feng had treated her as if she were his own daughter. To label Qin Suisui as a whistleblower without confirming the truth would break Gu Feng's heart, and he would certainly not believe it. Now, with the old woman's words in mind, The son finally comprehended Qin Sui Sui's true nature, yet his heart was deeply wounded. "Father, I found it difficult to accept at first as well." Gu Zixin gently patted his father's shoulder, offering him courage. "However, my brother's aversion to Qin Sui means she should never marry him. My brother's importance surpasses hers." Gu Zixin, still young and under 15, remains oblivious to the complexities of love, yet his classmates have already experienced the throes of passion. He is particularly aware of his brother's sentiments. His brother insists on marrying someone he truly loves. Gu Zixin understands that being bound for life to someone one does not favor would be unbearable. "I believe my brother-in-law is quite remarkable. Even before arriving in the capital, he has managed to resolve an issue. Our family has already been more than gracious to Qin Sui. You may rest easy." The third brother's words ring true. Peking Fong softly remarked that the matter of the report remains unclear, yet the desire to marry Zmo is indeed genuine. Consider it a fleeting indulgence, and thereafter, draw a clear line. Each family member took turns encouraging Gu Fong to ease his mind. The clouds above the capital transformed into a torrential downpour, the raindrops clattering against the iron bars of the window. Even through the glass, the sound of the rain outside could be distinctly heard. Meanwhile, in her dormitory, Qin Sui emerged briskly from another room, clutching a small vial containing ether, procured at her request. The volatility of ether would allow her to pour it onto a cloth. Once Gu Zmo inhaled it, she would proceed to remove their clothing. As she contemplated her plans, a wave of nervousness washed over her. She opened the window, letting in the cool, damp breeze of the rain to soothe her flushed face. As an unmarried young lady untouched by the complexities of life, she felt a sense of shyness at the thought of the task she must undertake. If given the choice, she would prefer to avoid such actions. However, for the sake of her future, she recognized the necessity of proceeding. After sneezing several times, Qin Sui grew concerned about the possibility of catching a cold and promptly closed the window. The brown, sealed reagent bottle was carefully locked away in the innermost drawer, intended for use only upon Gu Zmo's return. Unbeknownst to Qin Sui, however, she was destined never to utilize this reagent bottle. After spending an entire night in contemplation, Gu Fong resolved to send Qin Sui to a distant province. As the daughter of his benefactor, he could not bear to harm her. He leveraged his connections to arrange for her to serve as a grassroots cadre in the western region for 2 years. During this time away, it was certain that the eldest son would marry, and both Yuxi and Fu Mingyan would have settled in the capital, while the youngest son would be entering his senior year of high school. 2 years could transform everything, effectively distancing Qin Sui from her current life. The opportunity for experience in the West would ultimately benefit her personal development, providing her with invaluable qualifications. Should she choose not to return to Beijing, she could be reassigned to another location as a section-level cadre. If she did return, her position would likely be elevated. When Qin Sui learned of this news, her eyes widened in surprise. Though her rank could improve during her 2 years in the West, she yearned not for personal advancement, but rather for the prospect of marrying into a good family. How could she possibly marry Gu Zmo if she spent 2 years in the West? Unable to outright refuse her superior, she donned a troubled expression and said, "May I discuss this with my Uncle Gu? I am inclined to participate, but if I go to a distant location, I fear my Uncle Gu would be worried." Her superior, recalling Gu Fong's instructions, suddenly wore a grim expression. "Qin Sui, if you wish to consult Director Gu, I must inform you that your position was previously noted as requiring compliance with organizational arrangements when external recruitment occurred. The decision to assign you to the West is an organizational directive. Consulting Director Gu will yield no difference. If you wish to keep this job, you must accept the 2-year assignment in the West. If you do not want this job, you need not go. I will give you 2 days to consider your choice." Maintaining a gentle smile, Qin Sui responded, "Thank you, leader. I will provide you with a timely reply." In the following days, she hurried to the ministry to seek out Gu Fong, only to find her usually amiable Uncle Gu smoking, his expression obscured by shadows. "If you still desire this job, then you must go to the West. If you no longer wish for this position, I will arrange for you to work at the former textile factory. That temporary position was one you secured through your own efforts, and if you are unwilling to leave the capital, you shall return to where you began. Should you choose to go to the West, the role previously held by Gu Yuxi will be offered to you. Regardless of your decision, you need not come to my home or workplace again." Gu Fong swiftly severed the tangled threads of confusion. He was determined to clarify the matter concerning Qin Sui today. Chapter 42. Preparing for the union, Qin Suisui's smile froze in disbelief as she gazed at the man before her. Uncle Gu, what have you done? Are you not aware of your own actions? Gu Fang raised his eyes to the girl he had once cherished, his tone laced with profound sorrow. Qin Suisui's heart plummeted. She quickly recalled her minor transgressions that had led to the denunciation, resulting in Gu Yuxi's assignment to the countryside. Now, the burden of this responsibility had fallen upon her. The pressure to relocate to the west was undoubtedly orchestrated by the Gu family, and if she refused to comply, would she be relegated to that textile factory? Realization dawned upon Qin Suisui. The Gu family intended to force her back to the textile factory. Her chest heaved with agitation, and her eyes gradually reddened. This was precisely why she desired a prosperous marriage. Otherwise, the Gu family could simply extend a finger, effortlessly crushing her. Akin to the monkey king in the hands of Buddha, being flicked back to his original position. What have I done? Qin Suisui's voice emerged hoarsely. I merely expressed my grievances in front of others. If someone chose to report me, what could I do? Can this truly be deemed my fault? Furthermore, how could the report hold any weight? It was merely because she had not actively responded to the call for rural service. My elder brother went to the military. And when it came to me, I still aspired to work in government. This contradicts the national policy. Before Qin Suisui uttered these words, Gu Fang was reluctant to believe that she had plotted against Gu Yuxi. However, upon hearing her confession, he finally acknowledged a bitter truth. This girl, nurtured within the Gu family for many years, truly was lacking. Her character had been flawed since childhood and remained so into adulthood. Merely having learned to conceal her deficiencies, she was indeed a person of inferior quality. Gu Fang remained silent, a flicker of anguish crossing his face amidst the swirling smoke. He picked up a cigarette and took a deep drag. Though he was not addicted to smoking, the distress caused by Qin Suisui compelled him to fill his lungs with smoke, which provided him some relief. This very action ignited a spark of determination within Qin Suisui, as she felt she had struck a nerve. Uncle, you always speak of equality. On my 6th birthday, Yushi received a rare digi cup as a gift. For her 12th birthday, a pair of exquisite plum vases, also quite rare, right? And on her 18th birthday, a substantial piece of ambergris. Even on less significant birthdays, she was gifted little gold ingots. But what did I receive? A pen, a notebook, some clothing, not even the chance to invite classmates over for a gathering. Gu Fang was taken aback. All of Gu Yuxi's birthday gifts had been thoughtfully prepared by the Pei family. Her grandfather hailed from a distinguished lineage of traditional Chinese medicine. Having no one in the family study abroad, and having made remarkable contributions during the war, he had saved influential leaders and, throughout the tumultuous decade, had encountered little adversity. Such heritage was meant to be passed down to the younger generation. Those gifts were provided by your maternal grandfather, Gu Fang responded incredulously. I have also endeavored to present you with a birthday gift. Gu Fang had prepared gifts that were purchased from the overseas Chinese store. Yet these items paled in comparison to those meant for Gu Yuxi. At that moment, Qin Suisui remained silent, but her expression betrayed her. Although she accepted the gifts with a cheerful demeanor, an underlying sense of imbalance festered within her. The gifts are a heartfelt gesture from Uncle Gu, which I understand. Qin Suisui remarked, yet I cannot fathom why, despite both of us graduating from high school, I ended up at the cotton spinning factory while Yuxi secured a position with the government. This is due to the fact that the district government did not recruit personnel that year, while the city government did. You were already employed at the cotton spinning factory by then, so time was of the essence, came the explanation. When Yuxi graduated, it coincided perfectly with the district government's recruitment drive. This is merely the prerogative of the hiring entities. In the year that Qin Suisui was set to graduate, there were opportunities at the steel plant, the television factory, and the labor protection factory, all offering better benefits, yet she did not pass the entrance exams for those positions. Ultimately, it was only at the textile factory, through Gu Fang's assistance, that she managed to secure a position. As for Gu Yuxi, her academic performance was outstanding, to the extent that she did not require Gu Fang's intervention to inquire about positions that were originally reserved for internal candidates. She simply applied and was accepted by the district government. With a gaze filled with animosity, Qin Suisui looked at Gu Fang, unable to believe her luck. Is it really that coincidental that she ended up at the district government? Gu Fang extinguished his cigarette, feeling disheartened, and chose not to engage further with Qin Suisui. All right then, would you prefer to go to the west or remain at the textile factory? I choose the textile factory. There was no way Qin Suisui would venture west. She had witnessed the plight of female educated youth returning from rural assignments, gaunt and unrecognizable. Her youth, beauty, and a stable job were her trump cards, and she would never risk losing them by heading west. Then you need not report for work any longer, Gu Fang said, lowering his gaze. You may return to the district government dormitory, but in no more than 3 days, you will be back at the cotton spinning factory. You can reside in the company dormitory. The college entrance examination is being reinstated this year. If you wish to participate, I can provide you with the materials. Come find me if you are interested. If not, so be it. Gu Fang took a deep breath and softly added, if you need to discuss anything, you need not come home. You can always find me in my office. This was the last favor Gu Fang could extend to Qin Sui Sui. After speaking these words, he felt as though his spirit had been drained. Qin Sui Sui rose to her feet, still angry, and chose to ignore Gu Fang as she strode purposefully out. It was only when the cool breeze after the rain brushed against her that she regained her senses. Feeling a pang of regret, she realized that she had no evidence to substantiate her claims against Gu Yuxi for reporting her to the countryside, and that she should not have argued with Uncle Gu in such a manner. However, upon reflection, she understood that denial was futile. Uncle Gu had already made up his mind about the situation, and it was likely that the entire Gu family shared this perception. Hence, Gu Fang had instructed her that she need not visit the Gu residence, but could still approach him if necessary. Regrettably, without this job, her chance to connect with Gu Zimo had slipped away. Upon returning to her dormitory, she opened the drawer to find an ether reagent bottle that seemed to have been purchased in vain. Touching the bottle, Qin Sui Sui ultimately lay down on her single bed, resigned to her fate of returning to the textile factory. In truth, the government departments may appear dignified, yet in reality, the lowly Qin Sui Sui finds herself engaged in what she perceives as trivial tasks. Particularly, many compare her unfavorably to the previous occupant, Gu Yuxi. The personnel within the government do not regard her, the adopted daughter of the Gu family, with much importance. However, the textile factory offers a stark contrast. There, she serves as the accountant, enjoying favorable benefits and a respectable status. Qin Sui Sui contemplates that, lacking the path provided by Gu Fang, she must forge a broader course for herself. Perhaps the ether could still prove useful. In the absence of Gu Zimo, there are certainly other commendable men to consider. 3 days hence, Gu Fang arranged a dinner with the director of the first textile factory, successfully facilitating Qin Sui Sui's reinstatement as an accountant, replacing the one who departed last year. Meanwhile, a vacancy in the district government's relevant office awaits recruitment, set to resume next year. The news was conveyed via telegram by Gu Fang to Gu Yuxi, who, at the time, was sunning her 2 small mattresses, having just concluded her menstrual cycle, with the prospect of consummation on that very evening. Chapter 43. Consummation. What is the matter? Fu Mingyan set down his pen, observing the once cheerful Gu Yuxi as her expression turned somber after she finished gathering the mattresses. He inquired further. Gu Yuxi handed the telegram to Fu Mingyan. The telegram from Beijing. Take a look. The contents were succinct. Qin refuses to return to the textile factory. Mo does not return. The telegram was charged by the character, and as Fu Mingyan scrutinized its cryptic message, he found himself perplexed. Once Gu Yuxi had tidied her bedding, she settled opposite him, her delicate fingers tracing the telegram as she spoke softly. This West refers to the initiative to support development in the Western regions. If officials choose to gain grassroots experience for 2 years, it opens avenues for greater advancement. My father initially intended to guide Qin Sui Sui along this path. If she were to spend 2 years in the West, after that, she could be assigned elsewhere, far from Beijing, thereby naturally distancing herself without severing ties. As someone who had been reborn, Fu Mingyan understood the necessity for aspiring officials to gain grassroots experience early in their careers. Gu Fang's decision at this juncture to send Qin Sui Sui westward was motivated by a desire to temporarily distance her while simultaneously caring for her future, paving a resplendent path for her official career. Fu Mingyan stroked his chin, contemplating that had he been in Qin Sui Sui's position, he would certainly have opted for the 2-year stint in the West, occasionally playing the victim to elicit sympathy from Gu Fang, which would surely endear him to her. This would undoubtedly lead to a promising official trajectory. Clearly, however, Qin Sui Sui had rejected this route in favor of returning to the textile factory. As Fu Mingyan pondered this development, he tapped the telegram, contemplating her refusal of this path, while her father-in-law had guided her back to her former place of employment. The term father-in-law caused Gu Yuxi to flush, and she nodded in acknowledgement. Gu Yuxi added, ultimately, it was made clear that Qin Sui Sui should not come to our home. This sentiment weighed heavily on Gu Yuxi's heart. Her father genuinely cared for Qin Sui Sui, and uttering such words would surely bring him prolonged distress. Fu Mingyan remained silent, allowing these emotions to be digested by his father-in-law alone. The father-in-law was too soft-hearted, yet, upon reflection, it was precisely this softness that led him to reluctantly accept his daughter's marriage, despite his initial objections. Isn't your brother at home? Fu Mingyan remarked. Perhaps you should inform him tomorrow, so he can be more mindful of your father-in-law's feelings. Gu Yuxi nodded, realizing there was no other option. Fu Mingyan continued. By the way, even though your brother isn't returning, you should still call him later to clarify Qin Sui Sui's intentions. Is it truly unnecessary? Fu Mingyan succinctly advised. It's better to say something. Initially, Fu Mingyan had put aside his concerns regarding Qin Sui Sui, but 3 days ago, he had a dream. In this dream, he saw a drunken soldier, his face obscured, caught in a compromising situation, with the woman presumably being Qin Sui Sui, curled up under the covers. The blanket enveloped her body, obscuring her features, while her neck bore distinct marks of red. The soldier knelt on the ground, assuring his family that he would marry Qin Sui Sui. He had initially brought her along in the army, but after a few years, he retired at her request. Following his retirement, he became quite successful in business, yet he remained profoundly unhappy, yearning for the camaraderie of military life. Gu Zimo, Fu Mingyan's brother-in-law, had someone he liked and had finally pursued her, only to have the marriage fall through, forcing him to marry Qin Sui Sui instead. After marrying her, he felt the weight of responsibility, finding himself led by her whims. Upon dreaming of this scenario, Fu Mingyan sensed a peculiar similarity between his brother-in-law and his own past life, albeit with one distinction. In his previous existence, Fu Mingyan had suffered even more than Gu Zimo. Lin Xiaofang was not alone in her struggles. Her entire family was embroiled in the conflict, supporting her in her misdeeds, which led Fu Mingyan to remain oblivious to the truth for far too long. It could only be said that Gu Zimo's deepest grievance was his failure to marry the woman he loved and his inability to remain in the army. Fu Mingyan felt that he had already saved Gu Zimo from a disastrous marriage and should see it through, completely severing his ties with Qin Sui Sui. Coincidentally, Sister Wang had mentioned that this month, Ding Jia was unavailable, making it a convenient time for a phone call. Gu Yuxi recalled this and smiled, pressing her lips together in agreement. Some events unfold naturally after the kerosene lamp is extinguished. In the darkness, Gu Yuxi sensed a chill in the air, raising fine goosebumps on her skin. The unfamiliar sensation made her want to cover her face, almost wishing for everything to return to the starting point. Yet, she understood it was not a moment for retreat. Her hand gently rested on the man's shoulder, and as she applied pressure, the muscles in his neck and shoulder tensed, exuding a strength entirely different from feminine grace. Gu Yuxi yearned for something, yet simultaneously feared it. The little beast willingly offered itself. Especially in this intimacy that seemed to span decades, she rushed towards her beloved with fervor. In her past life, her wishes had gone unfulfilled, but in this life, she had finally received divine favor. The long-awaited moment of her 2 lifetimes could not be evaded, although trepidation lingered in her heart. Do not be afraid. Fu Mingyan gently comforted the trembling Gu Yuxi. The moonlight swayed, a delightful moment for newlyweds. The following morning, when Gu Yuxi rose, her legs momentarily weakened, causing her cheeks to flush with a rosy hue. Fu Mingyan found her utterly adorable, especially as she endeavored to keep pace with him despite her discomfort, stirring his heart. He pressed a kiss on her blushing cheek and said, "Take your time. There's no need to go out for breakfast. I'll bring it to you. You need not work today. I'll handle that." He spoke decisively, having taken a personal day off. With sufficient funds and the remuneration from double lives, he was well equipped. As the college entrance examination approached, the villagers were restless, and the attitudes of the educated youth influenced the local youth as well. Fortunately, the busy farming season had passed, allowing the village head and the secretary to turn a blind eye to the young people's antics. Once Gu Yuxi had gathered herself, she leisurely washed up and, upon finishing, discovered a bowl of multigrain bread and a cup of malted milk waiting for her. The sweet aroma filled her with warmth. Chapter 44. Lin Xiaofang's pregnancy after their wedding night. He Pingping cast more glances at Fu Mingyan, considering Gu Yuxi's shyness. Fu Mingyan had refrained from making any noise the previous evening. However, Happiness was palpable, and the serenity of the moment was unmistakable. Not having seen Gu Yuxi emerge in the morning only confirmed He Pingping's suspicions that the couple had indeed consummated their marriage, having delayed their union until now. And choosing a time just after Gu Yuxi's monthly cycle, He Pingping mused that there was little chance of Gu Yuxi becoming pregnant. Nonetheless, she was keen to advise the newlyweds on when to engage in intimacy. Deep down, she harbored no desire for Gu Yuxi to conceive. Her irritation towards Fu Mingyan had grown ever since her eldest daughter's incident, leading her to wish for his misfortunes. Ideally, she envisioned Gu Yuxi moving to the city, leaving Fu Mingyan behind. Unaware of He Pingping's sentiments, Fu Mingyan sneezed and stepped boldly out of the courtyard, where he encountered his cousin Fu Wuqiang striding towards him with an air of triumph. Fu Wuqiang was indeed elated, having learned that Lin Xiaofang was pregnant. Calculating the timing, he realized it must be the result of their wedding night. The family had cautioned that the child was not yet stable before 3 months. But Fu Wuqiang could hardly contain his eagerness to boast. He reached out to embrace Fu Mingyan, but Fu Mingyan ducked away. Despite this, Fu Wuqiang continued to glance behind him, searching for his sister-in-law. Content with his own life, he still found it difficult to forget Gu Yuxi's enchanting figure, her beauty so striking that it seemed she could have been a star. Fu Mingyan furrowed his brow. He had never particularly liked his cousin even before Gu Yuxi, and he had become intimate. After consummating their marriage, thoughts of the previous life haunted Fu Wuqiang, who had been the nominal husband of Gu Yuxi, leaving him with a sense of repulsion towards him. Now, Fu Wuqiang wished to see Gu Yuxi, which caused Fu Mingyan's brows to furrow deeply, as if he could crush a fly with his glare. My wife is pregnant. Fu Wuqiang proudly puffed out his chest. Although his family advised him to keep the 3-month pregnancy under wraps, he reasoned, but cousin, you are not just an outsider, are you? Indeed, not an outsider. Fu Mingyan replied with a sardonic smile. The child from their past life, and this life must surely be the same. The butterfly effect had initiated upon their rebirth. Yet Lin Xiaofang had already been pregnant at that time, ensuring that the birth of that child would remain unaffected. The child's name was Zitsong, who, in his youth, was attached to Fu Mingyan, who doted upon him. Even amidst a busy work schedule, Fu Mingyan personally tutored the child. Zitsong's admission to a top-tier university was a testament to Fu Mingyan's efforts, as he later spent a considerable sum to secure a recommendation letter for Zitsong to study abroad. However, in the end, Fu Mingyan discovered that Zitsong had long been aware of his true lineage, having always been closer to his biological father. Viewing Fu Mingyan merely as a tool for financial gain, Zitsong had inherited Lin Xiaofang's audacity and shamelessness, leveraging it to attain everything, all while brazenly claiming it was his own hard work. Reflecting on this, a sardonic smile crept across Fu Mingyan's lips. Meanwhile, Fu Wuqiang excitedly declared, Cousin, I have a premonition that this child will be a son, and I intend to name him Zitsong. It sounds so intelligent. Fu Wuqiang was quite envious of Fu Mingyan's child, who attended a prestigious university in China before going to Harvard, a world-renowned institution. He yearned for a son like Zitsong. Unlike Fu Mingyan, who excelled academically and possessed a basic understanding of biology, Fu Wuqiang was unaware of certain truths, such as how during a single act of intimacy, a man could release millions of sperm, yet only one could unite with an egg to eventually form a child. It was implausible for identical individuals to bear the same child after being reborn, especially after the wedding night had involved a different partner. Had Lin Xiaofang never strayed, entering marriage as a pure and untouched maiden, Zitsong could never have come into existence. Yet, as fate would have it, Lin Xiaofang was already pregnant. And regardless of how many seeds Fu Wuqiang sowed, the outcome remained singular. Zitsong would be born. Fu Mingyan, initially wearing a gloomy expression, could not help but smile upon hearing the name Zitsong. Seeing his cousin smile, Fu Wuqiang felt a swell of pride, relishing the thought that his good cousin would never know what he had missed. Bursting with concealed joy, Fu Wuqiang leapt about. Cousin, you have no idea. Before my wife showed any signs of pregnancy, I had a prophetic dream. My son Zitsong was exceptionally capable in school. Fu Wuqiang choked back the word study abroad, having pinched his thigh in excitement. The matter of going abroad cannot be discussed at present, as the domestic situation has yet to reach that level of openness. In any case, this child is particularly promising. Fu Wuqiang's emphasis only served to amuse Fu Mingyan further. By the way, just a month after their marriage, she is already confirmed to be pregnant. This morning, after eating pickles, she vomited, which indicated her condition. A smile adorned Fu Mingyan's face as he remarked, I recall the day after the wedding when I saw my sister-in-law, and she was retching. Fu Wuqiang felt that his cousin was truly lacking in common sense. How could one possibly be pregnant after just a day? With a tone of disdain, Fu Wuqiang replied, It was merely our honeymoon. It was impossible for her to be pregnant then. She simply had an upset stomach. Fu Mingyan nodded with a smile, elongating his tone meaningfully. I thought perhaps there was already a child in her womb. How could that be? Fu Wuqiang dismissed his cousin's words lightly. He mentioned waiting for over a month before he and his wife would go for a checkup in the county. After he had finished expressing his thoughts, he realized that Fu Mingyan had actually come to the pig pen. What brings you here to work? I'm not earning work points today. I'm just helping my wife. Fu Mingyan replied, diving into the pig pen. Disliking the filth inside and feeling that he had already boasted enough about his impending fatherhood, Fu Wuqiang took large strides back. He hummed a tune from Fei Xiang's A Fire in Winter, mumbling through the parts he couldn't quite remember. It was only when Lin Xiaofang remarked, What a strange song, that he felt as if struck by lightning. He recalled having seen a film called Charlotte's Troubles, which featured plagiarized songs by Jay Chou. The protagonist had even become a big star. Fu Wuqiang, filled with excitement, yearned to replicate those melodies, particularly remembering Fei Xiang's A Fire in Winter. However, after humming aimlessly throughout the day, he found he could only recall a few lines. You are like a fire in winter, the blazing flames consume me. If Fu Mingyan had been present, he would have informed him that alcohol can harm brain neurons. It was entirely normal for Fu Wuqiang, having consumed so much, to forget the lyrics. Even if he did remember the lyrics, without the accompanying melody, submitting them would be futile. How could a person unfamiliar with music ever penetrate that realm? One must know the right people. Charlotte could create music, playing and singing for herself, replicating both melodies and lyrics to tread the path of plagiarism. Did Fu Wuqiang truly believe he could achieve wealth through imitating songs? Such thoughts were utterly futile. Chapter 45. Life on a rainy night. Unbeknownst to Fu Mingyan, Fu Wuqiang was toiling away all day, occupied with Fei Xiang's A Fire in Winter. After greeting the widow Lin, he began his labor. The muscles in his arms bulged as he used a rake to scrape the thick pig manure from the pen. The large white pig grunted in response to Fu Mingyan's movements. Widow Lin glanced at the sky, not in a hurry to leave, but instead stood still, watching Fu Mingyan work. Having lost her husband on the battlefield, her father-in-law had passed away early, and her mother-in-law had gone blind from grief after the loss of her only son. Widow Lin, upon learning of her husband's demise, chose not to remarry but instead dedicated herself to caring for her mother-in-law and her only son. This noble resolve garnered the admiration of the villagers, who were eager to support her. Originally hailing from another village, Widow Lin faced attempts by her maternal relatives to forcibly take her away, even resorting to seizing her compensation. However, the villagers rallied together to protect her. They expressed that while they would not obstruct her desire to remarry, the compensation must be preserved for the elderly matriarch and the child. In a moment of deep reverence, Widow Lin knelt before her relatives, affirming her unwillingness to remarry. Consequently, the villagers safeguarded her return home, assisting the state in nurturing the family of the fallen hero. Widow Lin and her mother-in-law took turns keeping vigil over the pig pen at night, a task they performed without the need for additional cleaning, earning full work points. Should they gather pig fodder, they would be rewarded with extra points. When Fu Mingyan, while clearing out a majority of the pig manure, noticed that Widow Lin had not departed, he inquired, Sister-in-law, is there something troubling you? In a timid voice, Widow Lin confessed, I have a matter to trouble you with. My child has fallen ill recently, and I must stay home to care for him at night. Given that rain is imminent, I fear my elderly mother-in-law may slip. Would you kindly assist me by watching over the pigs for a night if it rains? Though she was hesitant to ask for help while Gu Yuxi was present, feeling it inappropriate to burden a woman with such a task, Widow Lin found the courage to speak when Fu Mingyan approached. He recalled that rain was indeed predicted for that night, a storm that had previously claimed a life. The deceased was Jing Qinghao, a taciturn young man from the village. In the days leading up to the reinstatement of the college entrance examination, he had secretly ventured into the mountains in search of food, only to tragically impale his leg on a branch, dragging himself to the pig pen in the rain-soaked night. He sought assistance, but was met with despair as the elderly woman guarding it was blind and unable to aid him. Hearing his knock, she attempted to open the door but fell, unable to rise due to the muddy ground. Thus, she endured a night of suffering while Jing Qinghao succumbed to despair outside in the rain. After Jing Qinghao's passing, the villagers reached out to his family. Yet no one came to claim the body. At that time, amidst the promotion of cremation, the village proceeded with his incineration. In 1978, while Fu Mingyan was sunbathing with a child, Jing Qinghao's father visited the village to mourn his son. In a world where traditional burial was the norm and cremation was viewed as a desecration, the father was devastated to learn of his son's fate. Overwhelmed with grief at the modest grave, he wept inconsolably. Jing Qinghao's father fainted from his sorrow, and it was Fu Mingyan who carried him home and revived him with sweetened water. Having conversed with Jing Qinghao in the past, Fu Mingyan was aware of the young man's family circumstances. Jing Qinghao's father had a friend who had studied abroad. This acquaintance was a researcher whose preserved materials were invaluable to the nation. Jing Qinghao assisted in safeguarding his friend's belongings, ultimately delivering them to the state. In the 1970s, spies were ubiquitous, and Jing's father's actions were noted by reactionaries. Years later, they conspired to cause the death of Jing Qinghao's mother and framed his father, who was subsequently sent to a reformatory farm in the northwest. Jing Qinghao took refuge at his uncle's home, living a life under someone else's roof. Despite his excellent academic performance, he was deprived of a job he had earned through hard work, as his uncle intervened to have him sent to the countryside. If Jing Qinghao could have participated in the reinstated college entrance examination, he might have returned to the city and reunited with his father. However, all of this came to an abrupt end on the first rainy night of October. Fu Mingyan vividly remembered the heart-wrenching cries of Jing's father, particularly admiring his heroic act of preserving research materials. Upon realizing he had been reborn, Fu Mingyan resolved to alter Jing Qinghao's fate and facilitate their reunion. Initially intending to cultivate a good relationship with Jing Qinghao, he found that the latter, perhaps due to past betrayals by his uncle's family, was overly cautious. Despite Fu Mingyan's attempts to engage him, he was met with guardedness and suspicion in Jing's eyes. Understanding the delicate nature of the situation, Fu Mingyan chose to distance himself from Jing Qinghao. Jing Qinghao's troubles began when he ventured into the mountains to indulge in petty theft. However, he was not there to steal. He was foraging for herbs to replenish his energy and vitality. Since the death of his mother and the imprisonment of his father, he had been living in his uncle's household, feeling like a guest in his own life. During this critical developmental period, he suffered from inadequate nutrition and warmth, tightening his belt each night to stifle the sounds of hunger that would otherwise keep him awake. As a result, at a height of barely over 1.6 meters, he developed various ailments, including dizziness and gastric pain. After being sent to the countryside, he encountered an elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioner living in a cow shed, who advised him to gather herbs in the mountains to nourish his body. Gradually, his severe gastric ulcers began to heal, yet he still faced numerous unresolved health issues. Originally, he had stored the herbs in a box, but after being robbed last year, which also resulted in the theft of a small golden pig given to him by his grandfather, Jing Qinghao refrained from leaving too many belongings at the youth station. He had sewn a sturdy pouch into the backside of his underwear to securely hold all his tickets and money, wrapped carefully in oiled paper. Generally, Jing Qinghao seldom left his possessions at the youth station. During his rare excursions to gather herbs, he was cautious not to collect too much to avoid theft. Today, however, he stumbled upon a ginseng root. If the main root is damaged, its value diminishes significantly, even if the main root remains intact. It is imperative to preserve the other roots to maximize its worth. Amidst the torrential rain, Jing Qinghao crouched down to dig up the ginseng, carefully ensuring he did not harm the roots. His joy was overwhelming when he finally unearthed it, but in his exuberance, he stood up too abruptly, leading to an unfortunate mishap. After squatting for nearly half an hour, his anemia caught up with him, and as darkness clouded his vision, he lost his footing and fell, a branch piercing into his thigh, eliciting a cry of pain. The sound of the rain drowned out his anguished wail. Once the rain subsided, Jing Qinghao promptly secured the ginseng and prepared to descend the mountain. He typically used a slingshot to catch birds, but the injury on his leg was severe. If it weren't for the branch's piercing wound, he could have sought refuge in the dilapidated temple to recuperate. However, the current state of his injury, coupled with the relentless downpour, compelled him to return to the village. As he descended the mountain, his steps uneven, he felt the wound bleeding profusely. The cold rain made his body feel weightless, and he experienced bouts of darkness and even some hallucinations. Memories of the past flooded his mind. His uncle squatted before him, sighing, "Qinghao, I'm sorry. If you don't go to the countryside, Your cousin will have to. Our family has done everything possible for you. Live well in the village. The subsidies from the youth office are untouched, save for you to marry. His aunt, hands on her hips, scolded. How can you still glare at me? How much food and fabric have you consumed from our family? You're truly heartless. Now that you've secured a job, you disregard your cousin's well-being, don't you? You owe us. Consider this job as repayment for our support. A voice within Jing Qinghao roared in protest. It was not as they claimed. He was not living off his uncle's charity, although their home had been stripped bare. His father had given their house to support his uncle's family. His grandfather occasionally sent grains and tickets. As a child, he was oblivious to these realities, believing he was merely sharing with his cousins. It was only when he was about to be sent to the countryside that he learned the truth from his grandfather. Even when his father was dispatched to a farm, he had made necessary arrangements in the brief time before his assignment. His grandfather had fought valiantly to bring him to his uncle's home, resulting in the youth office returning the subsidies, along with an additional 200 yuan as compensation. Luckily, this money remained with his grandfather, as it surely would have been lost if left at the youth station. Reflecting on his family, tears streamed down Jing Qinghao's face, his body feeling as though it were splitting in two. Half of him was howling. Ahead lay the village pig farm, guarded even at night, a sanctuary for his salvation. The other half screamed, questioning why he did not simply close his eyes and drift into a tranquil slumber. What was the merit of life? His mother was gone, his father undergoing reform, and his uncle, his father's own brother, had seized his father's assets without caring for him, handing his job to a cousin and forcing him to the countryside. His grandfather had shown him kindness, but now he was gravely ill, and his cousin suggested that it was only a matter of months before the inevitable. With no family left, why should he continue to struggle for existence? Two voices clamored within Jing Qinghao. One urged him to embrace death, promising an end to suffering, while the other clung to life, reminding him that hope resides in survival. Deep down, he yearned to live, bolstered by his academic prowess and the desire to alter his fate through the college entrance examination. A faint glimmer of hope flickered in his heart. He aspired to attend university, to reunite with his grandfather in the capital, and he longed for his father's vindication. Thus, Jing Qinghao staggered onward. Suddenly, a light pierced his vision, and in the next moment, a figure appeared, hurriedly approaching under an umbrella. A wave of relief washed over him. He need not grapple with the question of life or death, for it was Fu Mingyan, a young man from the village. With a pale visage, Jing Qinghao mustered his strength to utter, "Help me." He believed his desperate plea echoed loudly, yet it was scarcely louder than the hum of a fly. Fu Mingyan, familiar with Jing Qinghao's plight, swiftly responded, "Jing, you're injured. I'll carry you to the doctor." Closing his umbrella, originally a precaution against an empty trip, he recognized that carrying someone to seek medical help was a matter of life and death. An umbrella was unnecessary in such urgency. Once he hoisted Jing Qinghao onto his back, he instructed him to hold the flashlight. "You guide the way. Visibility is poor. If you tire, we can converse." As Fu Mingyan effortlessly bore him forward, Jing Qinghao, in his struggle for survival, held a ginseng root beneath his tongue, warding off fatigue. Though he lacked the strength to speak, he listened intently to Fu Mingyan. "Jing, as long as you live, there remains hope. I've heard you excel in your studies. A child of the capital, when the time comes for the college entrance examination, you will reunite with your family. Your life is a gift from your parents. You must live not only for yourself, but for them as well." Fu Mingyan, well aware of Jing Qinghao's family history, chose his words carefully. Nevertheless, such encouragement was sufficient for Jing Qinghao. Nestled against Fu Mingyan's back, he regretted his fleeting thoughts of death. His mother had endured great hardship to bring him into this world. Should he perish, her spirit would find no peace. As for his father, although undergoing labor reform, there were still those who advocated for his release. Perhaps he would return one day. As long as one clings to life, hope endures. The most arduous days had passed. It was time for him to stride toward the light. He called out to Fu Mingyan as he passed by his home, asking his father, Fu Ping, to summon the village's barefoot doctor to stitch him up. Upon arriving at the village clinic, Jing Qinghao was carefully set down. Fu Mingyan lit an oil lamp and used a dry towel to wipe down his body, leaving only the wound pierced by the branch untreated. It wasn't long before Gu Yuxi arrived, holding an umbrella. "What brings you here?" Fu Mingyan approached her. "It's dangerous to walk at night. Be careful not to catch a cold, and don't look so frightened by the blood." After witnessing the trail of blood that Jing Qinghao had lost, Fu Mingyan began to doubt whether they could truly save him. Jing Qinghao had bled excessively, and being a slight figure, Fu Mingyan felt as though all the blood in his body had been drained. "My mother is an emergency physician," Gu Yuxi gently remarked. "I thought perhaps I could help." After she said this, Fu Mingyan saw her glow with a radiant light, distinct from other girls. She was unafraid of the blood and exposed flesh. Instead, her mind raced with thoughts of her prior experiences and whether she could be of assistance. Fu Mingyan, unable to restrain himself, grasped both of her hands. His gaze fixed upon her. Gu Yuxi felt a blush rise at his scrutiny. The previous day had marked a profound intimacy between them, and despite having washed up, she still sensed Fu Mingyan's essence lingering on her. Now, under his intense gaze, she felt as though his eyes caressed her entire being. Gu Yuxi recalled their closeness from the night before, causing her toes, tucked into her liberation shoes, to curl slightly. She tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, revealing her flushed cheeks, and turned to say, "Let me see what supplies the clinic has." Performing surgery requires many tools: scalpels, sutures, needles, alcohol, gauze, and iodine. Gu Yuxi moved swiftly, soon locating a specialized metal medicine box, which even contained a small vial of penicillin. "I'll perform a skin test first," she stated, knowing it would be necessary later. Penicillin is the most effective and convenient anti-inflammatory medication, yet it carries a high risk of allergic reactions, which can be fatal. At this moment, Gu Yuxi's task was to check for any drug allergies. Jing Qinghao replied, "Sorry for the trouble." After receiving his consent, Gu Yuxi wiped his wrist with an alcohol swab. Using a sterilized syringe, she extracted a small amount of penicillin, allowing the needle to barely pierce his wrist. When a small bump formed, she withdrew the syringe. Noticing that the barefoot doctor had yet to arrive, she proceeded to clean Jing Qinghao's wound. She meticulously disinfected the area surrounding the injury with iodine, even treating the branch that had caused it. At that moment, Fu Ping rushed in, accompanied by the barefoot doctor. The village doctor, surnamed Dang, had become the local barefoot physician thanks to a manual titled the Barefoot Doctor's Handbook. However, his medical skills were limited, primarily treating minor ailments. Dr. Dang possesses a complete set of suturing tools, which is rather essential in the countryside, where injuries from scythes are not uncommon. However, Dr. Dang harbors a genuine aversion to suturing. Though he does not faint at the sight of blood, the sight of raw flesh and blood makes him uneasy, and he requires several deep breaths to compose himself after each procedure. Typically, minor wounds are wrapped in gauze and sent to the county for urgent care, while more severe injuries are merely treated superficially before being promptly dispatched. As Dr. Dang gazed at Jing Qinghao, who had already been disinfected with iodine, his eyes sparkled with hope as he looked towards Gu Yuxi. Could she possibly assist with the suturing? The anticipation in Dr. Dang's gaze was palpable. Yet, Gu Yuxi failed to perceive this silent plea. Instead, she glanced at her petite wristwatch and informed him of the time for the skin test. "Dr. Dang, I conducted a penicillin skin test on Comrade Jing just 8 minutes ago, and so far, there have been no allergic reactions." Dr. Dang rubbed his hands together, his eyes growing even brighter. "Little Comrade Gu, you possess such skills. Do you also know how to perform surgeries? Can you suture blood vessels and wounds? Would you be able to lend a hand?" His subsequent words were spoken softly, yet in the stillness of the moment, everyone present heard him. All eyes turned towards Dr. Dang, and Fu Ping could not restrain himself from exclaiming, "Dr. Dang, we must rely on you. It's one thing that you usually avoid suturing. But given the torrential rain and the late hour, how can we possibly transport this to the county? Young Comrade Gu is inexperienced. She is not a doctor. How could she perform the suturing?" In Fu Ping's view, Dr. Dang had at least a decade of experience as a barefoot doctor, whereas Gu Yuxi was still quite young, having only recently graduated from high school. Dr. Dang's expression was tinged with embarrassment as he replied, "I can suture. I am capable of it, but I must confess, I do feel a bit anxious. Each time I suture, it takes me a while to recover. If Comrade Gu can steady her hands and assist me in positioning the blood vessels, I shall endeavor to suture quickly." In truth, Dr. Dang was reluctant to undertake the procedure, but he recognized the urgency. Delaying such an injury could prove fatal. As Fu Ping had pointed out, if he did not take action, who would? Could they truly rely on a girl barely in her 20s? Gu Yuxi, hearing Dr. Dang's admission of needing time to recuperate after suturing, fell silent. Would the suturing truly proceed without complications? After a moment's contemplation, Gu Yuxi finally spoke up, "I can assist. Many years ago, While staying at my grandparents' house, I sutured blood vessels myself. The Pei family is a distinguished lineage in medicine, with a rich heritage in traditional Chinese medicine, and they actively study Western medicine. The Pei family aspires to emulate the Western medical system while establishing a framework for traditional Chinese medicine. During the summer, when Qin Sui stayed with the Gu family, Gu Yuxi resided with the Pei family, where she learned medicine from her cousins and had attempted various suturing techniques on deceased pigs. That is splendid. Little comrade Gu, you might indeed surpass me. I merely glanced at a book and declared myself a doctor. No, you have the profound background. You must be far superior. Let us proceed. Gu Yuxi donned a pair of latex gloves, and together they prepared for disinfection. Due to the lack of an operating lamp, Fu Mingyan managed 2 flashlights to illuminate the surgical field. Under limited circumstances, 2 individuals first secured the ends of the penetrating wound tightly with a belt, achieving a physical hemostasis before the doctor, Party, proceeded to suture the wound. Party, genuinely apprehensive at the sight of bloodied flesh, moved rather slowly, prompting Gu Yuxi to suggest that she take over the task. Ultimately, Party performed the operation by pulling out the blood vessels, allowing him to occasionally close his eyes to avoid witnessing the gruesome scene, while Gu Yuxi remained fully focused on the suturing process. With tweezers grasping the needle, Gu Yuxi threaded it, reminiscent of years past when she assisted her cousins in stitching up pigs. Back then, the pigs were lifeless and unresponsive, but now, as Gu Yuxi lowered her gaze, she could see Jing Qinghao's pale face before her. She was saving a life, and with the aid of procaine, penicillin, and even ginseng, she felt capable of pulling Jing Qinghao back from the brink of death. In her youth, Gu Yuxi had once lamented with her brother and younger sibling about their mother's relentless dedication to her career, questioning why their mother could not be like the other aunts in the neighborhood who stayed at home. Her mother cherished her profession. Surely, she could have chosen a less demanding role as a physician. Now, having personally completed the surgery and placing the surgical tweezers in the tray, Gu Yuxi grasped the profound significance of her mother's work. Rescuing someone from the threshold of life and death was indeed a deeply gratifying endeavor. After concluding the surgery, she pondered anew her aspirations. Previously fixated on attending prestigious universities like Peking University or Tsinghua University, she now found herself contemplating a different institution, her mother's alma mater, Beijing Medical College. Chapter 48. A life saved. Once Gu Yuxi had administered the penicillin and measured the blood pressure, Dr. Party finally relaxed. Little Gu, you are truly remarkable, he exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. I heard that the college entrance exam is being reinstated. You might consider becoming a true doctor, unlike myself, who can merely claim the title after perusing a single book. Gu Yuxi replied, Thank you, Dr. Party. I will seriously consider your advice. This remark caught Fu Mingyan's attention, prompting him to glance at Gu Yuxi. Fu Ping, feeling somewhat fatigued, stifled a yawn. With the rare rain preventing a trip to the black market, he had drifted off to sleep. Fu Mingyan, however, had no choice but to sacrifice his father's slumber for the sake of life-saving endeavors. As Dr. Party watched the trio depart, he turned back to see Jing Qinghao still lying there, reflecting on the situation. Jing, you ought to express your gratitude to that couple. Little Gu's assistance in suturing is crucial, don't you think? It's truly fate that Fu Mingyan was able to rescue you from the pig farm. Jing Qinghao blinked slowly, lacking the strength to speak, and expressed his confusion in this manner. Dr. Party, uninterested in playing coy, straightforwardly shared what he knew. In our village's pig farm, one person works during the day while another watches over it at night. That would be Widow Lin. Her child fell ill. I know that child well, independent, obedient, and sensible, yet when unwell, they cling to their mother without letting go. I observed that for the past couple of days, the Widow Lin's mother has been residing at the pig farm. The elderly woman is hard of hearing and nearly blind. It seems that due to today's rain, Fu Mingyan has taken the night shift. Otherwise, should the sightless old woman be on duty at the pig farm, your life would be in grave peril. As Dr. Dang spoke, a vivid scene unfurled before Jing Qinghao, resembling a slowly revealing painting. Within this canvas, he found himself near the pigsty's small dwelling, shouting for help. Holding a stone, he struck the door, yet his call did not elicit any response from within. The pigs raised in the village are a crucial collective asset, and it is certain that someone is guarding the farm at night, yet no one emerged to investigate. Perhaps they peered through the window and deemed him unworthy of rescue. His father was a man of low esteem, and he himself was deemed a burden, a mere waste of resources. He was nothing but a useless being, unloved by his uncle and aunt, with his cousin likening him to a rat in a gutter. What right does a rat in the gutter have to squander the nation's grain? Perhaps even his existence taints the air. It would be better to perish. Living held no meaning, as his relatives despised him, the educated youth ostracized him, and now the villagers watched him languish. Perhaps this was the will of heaven, to let him die. With the flickering hope of survival extinguished before him, Jing Qinghao's desire for death overwhelmingly triumphed. He silently awaited his demise in the mire, while inside the house, the blind old woman had fallen and could not rise, lying on the ground, waiting for morning. The inexplicable image that had appeared sent a shiver through Jing Qinghao, as if he had truly experienced death. "Are you cold?" Dr. Deng inquired swiftly. The local anesthesia was gradually wearing off, and excessive blood loss left Jing Qinghao feeling chilled, especially with the cold saline solution being administered through the fore. He shivered again. Jing Qinghao sluggishly nodded. "I'll prepare a few more saline bottles for you." Jing Qinghao's primary issue was a lack of blood, but the village lacked the means to provide a transfusion. They could only supplement him with saline. Naturally, a lack of blood would induce coldness, and the infusion of lukewarm saline only exacerbated it. Dr. Deng contemplated ways to keep Jing Qinghao warm to enhance his chances of survival. Fortunately, there was still ginseng to invigorate his life. Dr. Deng placed several saline-filled glass bottles in Jing Qinghao's bedding. The warmth from the bottles dispelled the recently conjured image, and Jing Qinghao felt a throbbing at his temples, the pain from his wound becoming more pronounced. "I'm going to sleep," Jing Qinghao murmured softly. If the pain persisted, sleep would elude him. "I'll rest inside. Don't worry. I'll set an alarm to check your temperature. As long as you don't develop a fever, there's no substantial concern. If you do, I'll help bring it down. If you can endure this night, you'll be fine. Once you survive, remember to express your gratitude to the two of us, all right?" In Dr. Deng's heart, Fu Mingyan was significant, but Gu Yuxi was even more so. Without Gu Yuxi, Dr. Deng felt that relying solely on himself to suture Jing Qinghao's wounds would undoubtedly delay matters. He might even fumble and allow a thrombus to form at the site. In the inexplicably vivid visions that danced before him, Jing Qinghao found himself deeming Fu Mingyan to be of greater significance. "I am aware, Dr. Deng," he murmured, closing his eyes and surrendering to a kaleidoscope of surreal dreams, buoyed by the remnants of anesthesia. Moments later, he envisioned his uncle kneeling in reverence. "Brother, it is all my fault. My work consumes my time, and my wife has shouldered all the family responsibilities. I owe you an apology, and to Qinghao as well." Then, he beheld his father, silver-haired and kneeling before a modest grave mound, his body trembling as tears soaked the earth beneath him. In another fleeting moment, he heard his grandfather's lamentation before his passing, "My grandson." Not long after, he felt a cold hand gently caressing his forehead. "Still suffering from fever, I see." A fresh towel was placed upon his brow, and someone attended to his body, administering a fever-reducing suppository. Once his temperature subsided, ginseng roots were placed beneath his tongue. Under Dr. Deng's careful ministrations, Jing Qinghao's dreams ceased. When Gu Yuxi returned home, Fu Mingyan was preoccupied with boiling water for her to wash up, while he himself hastily refreshed before returning to the pig pen to keep watch. The rain poured heavily. Gazing out at the downpour, Gu Yuxi felt reluctant to allow Fu Mingyan to venture to the pig farm. "Perhaps I should go instead. The path is muddy and treacherous, and you were already drenched when you carried Jing Qinghao to the clinic. It will be cold at the pig farm. You mustn't catch a cold. If you go to the pig farm, I will worry even more." "I shall go. It is getting late, and you ought to rest early. If there is anything you wish to discuss, we can do so tomorrow." He gently caressed his wife's delicate cheek before donning a raincoat and stepping into the torrential rain. Gu Yuxi nodded, pondering why Fu Mingyan would take the night shift, and sighed, relieved that her husband had indeed chosen to do so. If the old woman were at the pig farm, Jing Qinghao's life might truly be at stake. Reflecting on the life she had saved, Gu Yuxi gazed at her fingers, recalling the sensation of touching a real blood vessel, the experience of suturing a human body. It felt akin to stitching a piece of pork, yet she had saved a life. The remnants of exhilaration lingered in her body, and she only managed to fall into a restless slumber in the early hours of the morning. Chapter 49, College Aspirations. As Fu Mingyan slumbered, he found solace in the rhythmic patter of the rain, feeling an increasing tranquility with each drop that fell. After resolving to save Jing Qinghao, a burden lifted from his heart, and he quickly succumbed to a deep sleep. The following day, he was awakened by the grunting of the pigs. Using a basin to collect rainwater, he washed his face and rinsed his mouth before commencing his labor. He diligently cleaned the pigsty with a rake, replenishing the trough with feed. After working up a sweat, he paused and noticed Gu Yuxi approaching, her expression tinged with annoyance. You caught a chill last night, and you haven't eaten this morning. Why have you taken on my work? My health is perfectly fine. It does not hinder me, he replied. It would take you 3 hours, but I can accomplish it in just 1. First, let's have breakfast. I've brought you some food. I prepared the breakfast myself, hoping to offer you something warm. When He Pingping was still at home, breakfast was quite satisfactory, but after Fu Xinyan got married, her cooking became exceedingly frugal. Listening to Fu Mingyan's instructions, Gu Yuxi, when faced with a meager breakfast, would open the cabinet and retrieve eggs to supplement the meal. However, even with the addition of boiled eggs, the breakfast was not suitable for Fu Mingyan, who might catch a chill, as it was not hot enough. Thus, Gu Yuxi took special care to prepare a meal for Fu Mingyan in the morning. She crafted a steaming bowl of spicy soup using vermicelli, kelp, and dried tofu, seasoned generously with pepper, and even added some diced meat as a luxurious touch. Gu Yuxi had no intention of leaving the food in the kitchen. She had come to understand He Pingping's favoritism. If she waited for Fu Mingyan to return to eat, it was highly likely that He Pingping would pack the food and send it to her eldest daughter. Fu Xinyan, Fu Mingyan, and Fu Mingzhu, though all birthed by He Pingping, had a peculiar dynamic where Fu Xinyan was the unequivocal favorite, as if she were the only biological child and the other two were adopted. He Pingping's heart was firmly set on Fu Xinyan, who naturally relished her mother's preferential treatment. Considering the possible actions of He Pingping, Gu Yuxi, despite the unpleasant odor from the pigsty, filled a thermos with a generous portion of spicy soup, wrapping the bread in oil paper and tucking it under her arm, preparing to eat here. Accompanied by the dry bread, Gu Yuxi and Fu Mingyan savored the steaming soup, beads of perspiration forming on their foreheads. Having just finished a laborious task, they felt uncomfortable, but consuming something piping hot brought a warmth that radiated from within. Once Fu Mingyan's body temperature had decreased slightly, he donned a jacket. Now you can rest easy. You won't catch a cold, Fu Mingyan reassured her. In his previous life, he had ultimately been a successful individual, yet he had been left with numerous ailments. Learning from past experiences, the reborn Fu Mingyan was particularly attentive to his health. Without Gu Yuxi's reminders, he would still take care to keep warm. You didn't sleep well last night, did you? Dr. Dang's words must have struck a chord with you. What are you hesitating about? Fu Mingyan inquired with certainty. You noticed, Gu Yuxi replied. I am contemplating applying to university. Fu Mingyan, puzzled, responded. You possess a talent for medicine. Why not apply to the medical department at Peking University? Peking University doesn't have a medical department. Gu Yuxi shook her head. Fu Mingyan paused, pinching the bridge of his nose as he recalled that the Peking University Medical School had merged with Beijing Medical College. Does Tsinghua have a medical department? Gu Yuxi also shook her head. Then you should attend the best medical university, Fu Mingyan suggested. Gu Yuxi chuckled, feeling a sense of relief. Do you have such unwavering confidence in me, insisting I should aim for top-tier universities? That is due to the memories from my past life. You either got into Tsinghua or Peking University, Fu Mingyan replied, observing the twinkle in Gu Yuxi's eyes as he pinched her nose playfully. Your capabilities warrant admission to either Tsinghua or Peking University, he declared, and then suddenly recalled something. Some individuals often find themselves torn between the aspirations of attending Tsinghua University or Peking University. However, Gu Yuxi stands apart, possessing the genuine capability to gain admission to both esteemed institutions. Fu Mingyan cradled Gu Yuxi's hand upon his knee, playfully toying with her fingertips. I discern your thoughts clearly. Previously, my contemplation revolved around which of the two prestigious universities to pursue. I had never considered the possibility of attending a medical university. Yet, after Dr. Dang's words last night, I felt a stirring within me. However, the thought of relinquishing the chance to enter Tsinghua or Peking University in favor of a medical institution leaves me feeling somewhat unsettled. Gu Yuxi's eyes brightened. The phrase somewhat unsettled indeed encapsulated her sentiments perfectly. Yes, I have excelled academically since childhood, with both my parents and teachers affirming that had the college entrance examination still been in place, I would have been an excellent candidate for either Tsinghua or Peking University. Even with the resumption of the entrance exam, my family has always assumed that I would choose one of these two universities. My ambitions have consistently been directed towards Tsinghua and Peking University. Now that the exam has resumed, Gu Yuxi feels as though she is lifting her weapon. initially aimed at the targets of Tsinghua and Peking, only to be suddenly informed that she could also aim for the target of a medical university, which has left her in a state of confusion. The crux of the matter is that Gu Yuxi feels a genuine inclination towards the prospect of pursuing medicine. Yet she hesitates to firmly establish her true objective, fearing that aspiring to other universities might disappoint those around her. Her academic performance has always been commendable, granting her the confidence to select a school. Fu Mingyan chuckled, stating that the opinions of outsiders need not concern her. She must simply remain steadfast in her own choice. I witnessed your remarkable performance last night under such rudimentary surgical conditions. You possess a natural aptitude for medicine. I recall that my mother-in-law is also a graduate of a medical university, so you should embark on this path alongside her. Gu Yuxi nodded earnestly, her gaze tinged with regret as she looked at her husband. But that means we cannot attend the same school. It was unexpected that Gu Yuxi felt regret over this matter. Fu Mingyan laughed softly. If love endures, what does it matter whether we are together every day? Besides, if I were to spend some time away, would you follow me? Where do you plan to go? Gu Yuxi inquired curiously. Fu Mingyan smiled, fully aware that he would not be leaving anytime soon. Yet he remembered that with the revival of universities, a system for government-sponsored study abroad would soon emerge. He intended to seize this opportunity. In his previous life, Fu Mingyan discovered that business thrives on the differential of information, maneuvering resources to create wealth. He understood that many valuable assets from the future could be introduced early to the country under the pretext of government sponsorship, akin to testing, which could be brought to domestic markets ahead of time. Simultaneously, he could adapt some appealing domestic products to meet foreign aesthetic standards and sell them at a premium, thereby generating foreign exchange for the country. Fu Mingyan gently caressed his wife's fingers, saying, "Think of me as a kite soaring high into the distance. Just remember, the string connecting us remains firmly in your grasp." Gu Yuxi's heart raced at his words, and with no one around, she boldly placed a kiss upon his cheek. As Gu Yuxi found herself firmly embraced by Fu Mingyan, her initial intention to steal a kiss and flee was thwarted, resulting in a possessive kiss that left her breathless. Chapter 50, Chemistry Review. On his way home, Fu Mingyan stopped by the infirmary, carrying a lunchbox. Jing Qinghao was leaning against the bedding, an aluminum lunchbox beside him. Upon hearing the door creak, he opened his eyes, albeit sluggishly. "Have you finished eating?" Fu Mingyan inquired as he took a seat. "Feeling any better?" Jing Qinghao, still slightly feverish and groggy, took a moment to respond. "Yes, I've eaten. I'm much better. It's not serious." His voice was somewhat hoarse. Fu Mingyan poured a glass of water for Jing Qinghao, remarking, "With such a significant illness, how can it not be serious? Take your time to recuperate. Once you get through this period, you'll be fine." After drinking the water, Jing Qinghao appeared a bit more alert. "Thank you so much for last night." He paused before adding, "And thank Gu Jiqing as well. If it weren't for you both, I might not have survived. Once the ginseng is sold, I'll give you the money. Please don't think it's too little. My family's situation isn't great." "You're being too polite. I merely did what was right," Fu Mingyan replied. "Once the ginseng is sold, keep the money for yourself. With your leg, you won't be able to move around. Take care of your own needs." Although Jing Qinghao hadn't broken his leg, he had sustained significant injuries and would be unable to work for at least a month or two. "For me, your survival is a blessing, and it is equally a blessing for my wife." Fu Mingyan envisioned the elderly Jing father, struggling to reconcile the image of the towering man with his son's current condition. Regardless, Jing father would no longer endure the pain of losing a child. "After saving someone yesterday, my wife decided to apply for a medical program in college. Last night's events have given her future a new direction." Jing Qinghao smiled gently, saying, "Gu Jiqing is remarkable. She will surely become an excellent doctor. Dr. Dang mentioned to me last night that he would be performing the surgery, and it will take at least 3 times longer to complete. I believe she will be an exceptional doctor as well. By the way, where did Dr. Dang go?" "He went to request a leave for me, and also to fetch some supplies from the youth station since I've been unable to move these past few days. Dr. Dang suggested I study in the infirmary. I suppose it's a silver lining in misfortune," Fu Mingyan remarked. "The college entrance examination is approaching. You can focus on your preparations." Jing Qinghao nodded, saying, "I will prepare diligently. I wish to attend a university in Beijing." "What about you?" he asked, slightly embarrassed, recalling their previous encounters on the road where Fu Mingyan had been indifferent to his greetings. "My wife is from Beijing. She wishes to return to the capital, and I will also aim for a university in the capital." Gu Yuxi, with her stunning beauty and privileged background, was a prominent figure among the youth. Jing Qinghao, typically reserved and uninterested in gossip, was nonetheless aware of the discussions among the male youths, including Gu Yuxi standing as the top student in the best class of the finest high school in the capital. The news of the restoration of the college entrance examination spread from Gu Yuxi, and everyone soon learned that she had a relative working in the Ministry of Education. This led many to believe that Gu Yuxi was aiming for the most prestigious universities in China. If Gu Yuxi could attend such a distinguished institution, surely Fu Mingyan would not be lacking in merit. One must excel academically to gain the approval of Gu Yuxi's family. I possess some insights in chemistry, Jing Qinghao remarked to Fu Mingyan. Or rather, I have quite a profound understanding of it. I excel in this subject and have developed my own unique methods of study. You may come to me daily, and I shall guide you through the fundamentals of chemistry. After a brief pause, Jing Qinghao hesitantly added, you intend to pursue the sciences, correct? If you were to choose the humanities, I would be unable to assist you. Indeed, the sciences, Fu Mingyan replied with a smile. So I shall entrust my chemistry studies to you. Jing Qinghao's confidence in his chemistry skills was entirely warranted. He had crafted a distinctive approach to learning and retention, devising numerous mnemonic devices to aid memory. In his narrative, different chemical elements were imbued with unique personalities, resulting in diverse chemical equations that bore various fruits. He meticulously guided Fu Mingyan through the chemistry curriculum from the first year of high school, presenting numerous exercises and teaching him to integrate knowledge seamlessly. While Gu Yuxi excelled academically, particularly in chemistry, she could not compare to Jing Qinghao's mastery of the subject. His grasp extended beyond the syllabus, encompassing knowledge beyond the prescribed curriculum. Fu Mingyan absorbed the knowledge imparted by Jing Qinghao like a sponge, feeling immensely fortunate to access such educational resources. Gu Yuxi did not require such chemistry tutoring. Aside from a slight weakness in language arts, she had no deficiencies in her other subjects, and Fu Mingzhu, having chosen the humanities, did not need to study chemistry. After a refreshing autumn rain, the weather turned cooler, and on that very day, the official announcement regarding the reinstatement of the college entrance examination arrived. While Fu Mingyan was solving problems in the infirmary, the loudspeaker at the village entrance broadcast the official notification about the examination. On October 21st, the newspapers finally published the news of the exam's restoration, and that afternoon, local broadcasts relayed announcements from Beijing. The announcer's standard Mandarin was more animated than usual. After all, in these times, who did not have a relative among the educated youth? Aside from a small number of educated youth who could return to the city through university recommendations, the majority remained in rural areas, yearning to return. The college entrance examination represented the best opportunity for many educated youth to come back to the city. With the examination dates confirmed for December 11th and 12th, just over a month away, Jing Qinghao, who had already been aware of this news, felt a surge of excitement despite holding back his emotions. He was profoundly grateful to Gu Yuxi. The vast majority of educated youth would begin their diligent reviews from this moment onward. But those who had learned the news a month in advance had gained an advantage. Time was indeed money, and time was life. Jing Qinghao had never experienced such profound reflections at such a moment. In the village, many individuals shared a common sentiment. Those knowledgeable youths who had made commendable progress in their studies even contemplated seizing the opportunity to present a token of appreciation to Gu Yuxi, grateful for her early notification that granted them an additional month of preparation time compared to their peers. Nearby the cattle shed, Lin Xiaofang, nestled in Yu Shuwen's embrace, sweetly remarked, "This news is indeed true, Shuwen. With such an early start to your revision, you are bound to succeed this time." Chapter 51. Yu Shuwen's calculations, however. Yu Shuwen was not as elated. Instead, his expression darkened as he addressed Lin Xiaofang. "Why must your cousin be so impatient, spreading this news far and wide? In her quest for recognition, she has inadvertently caused me distress." Lin Xiaofang was taken aback, struggling to grasp Yu Shuwen's line of thinking. Yet, her affection for him prompted her to seek clarity. "What does this have to do with Gu Yuxi? How has she wronged you?" "You see, Fu Wuqiang learned about the resumption of the college entrance examination even earlier than others, yet he kept it to himself and only shared it with you. Had you relayed it to me, I could have gained an edge in my studies. But this Gu Yuxi, how infuriating. She has made the entire village, and indeed, many neighboring villages, aware of this news. I feel as though half the county's knowledgeable youths know about it. How can I possibly have an advantage now? Where is my leverage? You know my aspirations. I still wish to dedicate myself to poetry. Yet, this situation has forced those of lesser talent to compress their preparation time and encroach upon opportunities that should rightfully belong to me, which I had nearly secured. Yu Shuwen's voice, laden with indignation, was tinged with sorrow. This sorrow tugged at Lin Xiaofang's heart, filling her eyes with fury directed at Gu Yuxi. Indeed, it was all Gu Yuxi's fault, the woman with the loose tongue. She had learned of the college entrance examinations reinstatement but chose not to be discreet, instead broadcasting the news fervently at the youth point. Having married Fu Wuqiang, she ought to have at least informed their branch of the family privately. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Xiaofang pouted, her lips forming a perfect curve. Observing the change in her expression, Yu Shuwen continued, I am studying the humanities, yet this time Gu Yuxi has procured resources from Beijing, specifically comprehensive materials for mathematics and science, neglecting any guidance for the humanities. Her actions are utterly despicable. She has allowed so many to learn of the examination news while failing to provide the necessary materials for my field of study. Given this, my prospects for the upcoming examination are bleak. Lin Xiaofang, deeply in love with Yu Shuwen, immediately rallied against their common adversary, feeling anxious on his behalf. What will you do if your examination does not go well? Her gaze was filled with concern, though she soon reassured herself that Yu Shuwen could remain in the village. After all, she could take care of him. Yet, Yu Shuwen had no desire to linger in the village, especially as he observed others fervently preparing for the examination. He felt a surge of impatience, wishing he could shout for everyone to cease their studies. If there was to be a return to the city, it must be on his terms. During this period, Yu Shuwen tossed and turned, nurturing a bold idea in his heart to stealthily acquire an admission notice and impersonate someone to attend university. He dared not covet Gu Yuxi's admission notice. So what about Fu Mingyan's? Logically, Yu Shuwen believed he should be eyeing Jing Qinghao's admission notice, as it felt more secure. Just like when he previously pilfered his small gold bar without consequence. With Jing Qinghao's mother deceased and his father imprisoned for wrongdoing, he was indeed a ripe target. Jing Qinghao's academic performance was commendable, studying in Beijing, which would likely enable him to gain admission to a university there. Despite the many reasons to seize Jing Qinghao's admission notice, deep down, Yu Shuwen still yearned for Fu Mingyan's. The mere thought of Fu Mingyan ignited a sense of unjust resentment within Yu Shuwen. Why should Fu Mingyan be entitled to marry the ethereal Gu Yuxi, who shone like the moon? Some individuals are simply admired during their youth, and Gu Yuxi was one such person, excelling in school and later becoming the beloved light in the countryside. Yu Shuwen had tentatively approached Gu Yuxi, believing that if he could win over Lin Xiaofang, perhaps he could also embrace this moonlit beauty. However, Gu Yuxi offered him not a shred of opportunity. Yu Shuwen considered himself superior to others. Yet he was astounded to learn that Gu Yuxi intended to marry the rustic Fu Mingyan. If Fu Mingyan were to gain admission to university, wouldn't they both be heading to the capital together? The moon should ascend in the deep blue night sky, while someone like Fu Mingyan should remain in the countryside. I desire to take revenge on Gu Yuxi and simultaneously pursue my own aspirations. Xiaofang, I wonder if you could assist me? Yu Shuwen grasped Lin Xiaofang's hand. However, her father was an official in the Ministry of Education. Lin Xiaofang's family had some connections, making her hesitant to retaliate against someone like Gu Yuxi, who had a solid background. What I mean is Fu Mingyan, Yu Shuwen said. Fu Mingyan has been working hard lately. If I intercept his admission notice when the time comes, it will be for my use. Lin Xiaofang was taken aback by Yu Shuwen's words, momentarily stunned. While she was dazed, her ears were still receptive to information. Previously, your family had assessed Fu Mingyan. He performed well in school. And Gu Yuxi provided a textbook and review materials to him, keeping a copy for herself. Thus, Fu Mingyan had access to the best study resources. Though his grades weren't as stellar as Gu Yuxi's, gaining admission to a university in Beijing should not pose much difficulty. Yu Shuwen continued, I've thought it through. Fu Mingyan's family is impoverished and lacks connections, so intercepting his admission notice should be quite simple for your family. Therefore, leverage your aunt's connections to obtain that notice for me. Yu Shuwen's gaze upon Lin Xiaofang was soft as if it could melt, his voice filled with fervor. University placements lead to job assignments. Once I establish myself in the city, I can offer you and the child a future. Lin Xiaofang was enchanted by Yu Shuwen's grand visions and immediately nestled into his embrace. I believe this plan has merit. Why should Fu Mingyan have access to so many study materials? Is it not simply because he is marrying Gu Yuxi? Lin Xiaofang harbored a tinge of resentment towards Fu Mingyan. She had already prepared herself to marry him. So why was it that Fu Mingyan chose to wed Gu Yuxi instead? It was all Fu Mingyan's fault for shattering everything, leaving her with the burden of a marriage certificate to a toad. The mere thought of her nominal husband made Lin Xiaofang feel nauseous. Initially, to ensure a smooth transition, she should have delayed disclosing her pregnancy, but her patience had worn thin. Being pregnant would allow her to avoid sharing a bed with Fu Wuqiang. So she meticulously timed her revelation to coincide with her missed period. She was eager to see how Fu Mingyan would fare without the privilege of a university education, especially given his already modest background in a relationship with Gu Yuxi. While Yu Shuwen and Lin Xiaofang were deliberating on the details of intercepting Fu Mingyan's admission notice, Gu Yuxi arrived at the infirmary. In rural areas, the roads were nothing but dusty trails. On sunny days, dust clouds would rise, while rainy days transformed the paths into muddy pits. The heavy rains of October had left the ground drenched for 3 days. And just as Gu Yuxi prepared to head to the county, the rain began anew. It wasn't until today that she managed to visit the county government. Upon returning, her first task was to seek out Fu Mingyan. A gentle breeze tousled Gu Yuxi's hair as she turned to glance at her husband. My first task today was to call my brother. He asked me to extend his thanks to you. We're family, no need for such formality. By the way, has that Qin Sui contacted your brother during this time? No, not at all. By the way, just before hanging up, my brother casually reminded me that the admission notice will be sent to my father's workplace, which is quite secure. After all, it is addressed to a national ministry, an essential department for the restoration of college entrance examinations. No one would dare withhold an admission notice to obstruct someone. Chapter 52. Resolving at the roots. When Gu Yuxi proposed this idea to Fu Mingyan, her heart fluttered with anxiety. The restoration of college entrance examinations was a monumental event. Despite any discord with He Pingping, would he not want to show the admission notice to their father? This was a matter of great pride for the family. However, to her surprise, her husband Fu Mingyan chuckled. Seeing her husband smile, Gu Yuxi couldn't help but mirror his joy, her lips curving into a sweet smile. Do you agree? Her tone was light and cheerful, her long lashes fluttering like a delicate butterfly. Fu Mingyan nodded. Why would I disagree? This proposal from your brother is excellent. And Mingzhu's admission notice will also be sent to the capital. Gu Yuxi blinked, covering her mouth as she stifled a laugh. You and my brother are both worried about the notice getting lost, aren't you? Gu Yuxi regularly corresponded with her family and had once lost a letter. However, in her eyes, the admission notice was of utmost importance. While other letters might occasionally go astray, the admission notice would not. After all, her father had informed her that the universities reopening for admissions this year were limited, with only a few 100,000 students nationwide. With merely 200,000 to 300,000 admission notices in circulation, how could any get lost? Fu Mingyan was not concerned about the notice being misplaced, but rather about the possibility of someone else taking his place in the enrollment process. Although, theoretically, it is Fu Wuqiang who is married to Lin Xiaofang, and he is not her husband in name. The Lin family has no justification for taking his admission notice. However, theory is merely theory. Who can predict how circumstances might evolve? What if the Lin family descends into madness, and that deranged woman, Lin Xiaofang, fixates on his admission notice? If there were no alternative means of delivery, it would be one thing, but now that he has already become the son-in-law of a ministry official, why not take advantage of this minor convenience? Mailing it to the Ministry of Education would be the most prudent choice. Fu Mingyan expressed his concern about potential impersonation. It won't happen. How could such a thing occur? He thought of his past self and smiled at Gu Yuxi, though this smile lacked genuine warmth. It was a reflection of Fu Mingyan's regret regarding his previous life. Even though he eventually sought justice, he had irrevocably missed out on attending university. The most precious golden era of his life had slipped away, depriving him of connections and opportunities, blocking his path to success. Gu Yuxi, observing her husband's smile, felt a pang of anxiety. Could such a situation truly arise? If impersonation were to occur during the college entrance examination, how would one execute it? Changing identification and substituting the academic record of the other party were the fundamental steps. Fu Mingyan briefly outlined the method, sending a chill down Gu Yuxi's spine. Pressing her lips together, she remarked, such an act would be utterly reprehensible. We must find a way to prevent it. Fu Mingyan regarded Gu Yuxi's perspective as somewhat naive. The intertwining of power and corruption, coupled with a lack of transparency, fosters such occurrences. The issue of identity fraud in higher education persisted for a long time, only ceasing when information became highly transparent in later generations. Gu Yuxi, however, remained more optimistic. She pondered for a moment before suggesting to Fu Mingyan, "I could call home and see if my father's department can coordinate with his." Fu Mingyan was taken aback, studying Gu Yuxi's earnest expression. In the sunlight, her complexion appeared as porcelain white as snow, and as she contemplated, her delicate brows furrowed slightly. She spoke with caution, her crimson lips articulating each thought with precision. Yet, her words struck Fu Mingyan like a cannonball, leaving his mind in utter disarray. "Brother Mingyan, look, you mentioned that to enroll, one must possess another's admission notice, and, most crucially, utilize the other's academic record while altering one's name. Thus, to apprehend these impersonators, we can start from this point. When entering the campus, we can have the school authorities verify the academic and household registration records. If the academic record remains unchanged but the household registration has been modified, it indicates a problem." As she concluded, Gu Yuxi hesitated, adding, "This is merely my idea. I am unsure if it can be implemented. If someone genuinely attempts this and one case is caught, it would surely draw attention." Upon hearing this, Fu Mingyan embraced Gu Yuxi tightly. The public display of affection caused her cheeks to flush crimson. "What are you doing?" Gu Yuxi playfully swatted his back. Fu Mingyan released her, gently caressing her cheek. The man's dark, lustrous eyes shimmered under the sun, leaving Gu Yuxi in a daze. She had long been aware of Fu Mingyan's striking handsomeness, a charm that had captivated her since their first encounter. Though she had successfully wed him, the intensity of his gaze still sent her heart racing and enveloped her in a blissful haze. Fu Mingyan remarked, "Your ideas are splendid, far superior to my own." While he contemplated mailing his and his sister's admission letters to their address, Gu Yuxi's words ignited inspiration within him. He envisioned using this situation to enforce the law and establish a special task force to eradicate the issue of identity fraud in university admissions. Yu Shuwen. In his previous life, he had indeed sought revenge, yet Yu Shuwen had enjoyed years of glory. Now, he was determined to resolve this matter at its core. If Yu Shuwen aspired to attend university, he would either use his own admission letter or someone else's. Fu Mingyan had a clear memory of those in his village who had been accepted to university, particularly since he had never succeeded in pursuing higher education himself. If Yu Shuwen this time had not used his admission letter, but rather someone else's, he would be able to uncover it promptly, thereby facilitating the establishment of the special task force. Fu Mingyan chuckled, reassessing his earlier statement. Had he not just mentioned that the admission letters were to be sent to the capital? Now, it seemed unnecessary. They should be mailed home instead. Should someone attempt identity fraud, they would be promptly apprehended as a prime example. Gu Yuxi's response was somewhat delayed as she pondered. Is it possible for someone in the village to use another's admission letter? Her face radiated curiosity. Fu Mingyan gently caressed her cheek. I believe it is quite possible. There is someone who might do so. Once it is confirmed, I shall inform you. Gu Yuxi nodded in agreement. By the way, did you buy any candy today? I did. Gu Yuxi counted on her fingers the items she had purchased that day. She had a decent rapport with Sister Sue from the supply and marketing cooperative, acquiring several bags of hard candy, granulated sugar, peanuts, and most importantly, cigarettes, lightweight items that would ease Fu Mingyan's burden. Fu Mingyan had resolutely decided that Fu Mingzhu would sit for the college entrance examination this year, necessitating that he bring supplies to their school to expedite the issuance of her diploma. In 1977, the examination was open to all, regardless of educational background. Even those with only a primary school education could participate. However, rural students were required to possess a high school diploma. Fu Mingyan intended to secure Gu Yuxi's diploma tomorrow so that she could join in the examination this year. Chapter 53. Sister's diploma suspended from the bike handle was an oil paper package as Fu Mingyan rode to County No. 3 Middle School. The county boasted 3 high schools. The first and second were situated in the county seat, while the third was located in Fengmen Town. The reason County No. 3 Middle School was in the town related to a tale from the eve of liberation. An elderly man, once a landlord, had 3 sons who squandered the family's wealth on overseas education, leaving their father behind. When the elderly man fell ill, he was cared for by a eunuch who had fallen from grace in the palace. The eunuch was among the last to enter the palace after being castrated. Following the fall of the Qing dynasty, he left the palace within 2 years. A eunuch, unwanted by family and lacking any skills, was left to wander aimlessly. He traversed bustling cities, narrowly escaping the massacre just before departing from the southern market, and thereafter, he feared venturing into large urban areas. In his aimless wanderings, he encountered an elderly man in this town, who, despite having 3 sons, received no support. They provided mutual assistance to one another. Ultimately, the elderly eunuch, guided by the old man's advice, took to grave digging and amassed a considerable fortune. With no roots or descendants, the eunuch had suffered greatly in the palace, particularly during one incident where his illiteracy brought him trouble. Yearning to read and write, he, being unanchored by lineage and unable to bear children, hoped that future generations would remember him through their education. Thus, with the wealth he acquired, he established a complex of buildings in the town, emulating the county's first and second high schools. The townsfolk, envious, initially believed the structures were for the eunuch's personal use, given their grand design. Little did they know, once completed, he gifted the complex to the government. Eventually, the buildings became the county's third high school, and even a statue was erected in the eunuch's honor. Over the past decade, in efforts to preserve the statue, it had been moved to a corner of a warehouse. Due to its geographical location and lesser faculty quality, the county's third high school lagged behind the 2 leading high schools in terms of academic performance. Nevertheless, during turbulent times, merely attending high school was commendable. The county's third high school was conveniently close to the village, where the 3 siblings of the Fu family pursued their studies. Fu Mingyan rode his bicycle to the county's third high school. He handed the gatekeeper a cigarette and pedaled inside. Soon, he located the homeroom teacher of the second-year class and requested a conversation in the corridor. The young teacher, inexperienced in matters of bribery or facilitating early graduations, flushed with embarrassment. Her voice was barely audible as she replied, "I have not heard of such occurrences. It is truly unfeasible." Fu Mingyan maintained a cordial demeanor, suggesting she consult the grade director or other amicable senior teachers. With a smile, he added, "During my time as a student, I recall classmates mentioning that some who did not attend school still obtained their diplomas from the third school. The fees were substantial, hence the limited number of such cases. Here, take this, and should it be possible, I can offer an additional $2. Fu Mingyan spoke gently, his handsome appearance complemented by his constant smile, causing the young female teacher to blush as she retreated to her office to inquire further. After discussions with the senior teachers, it soon became apparent that regulations were lax during this era, as long as the school was willing to accept payment. It sufficed to secure a stamp from the Education Bureau for record-keeping. One of the senior teachers remarked, "The vice principal can handle this matter. It is clearly priced, $50 for expedited graduation certificates." "Understood," the young female teacher replied. Having clarified whom to approach and the corresponding fees, she returned. $50 was a significant amount, thus few were inclined to pursue expedited graduation certificates, particularly for students like Fu Mingyan, who were already in their second year. It seemed unnecessary, especially after having wasted over a year's time. In the eyes of the young female teacher, Fu Mingyan could certainly afford to wait. Although her academic performance was commendable, her shortcomings were also quite evident. Having just commenced her second year of high school, there remained a plethora of knowledge yet to be acquired. Participating in the college entrance examination alongside others would put her at a disadvantage. Even if she were to take the examination next summer, it would be too hasty. Would it not be wiser to adhere to a proper 3-year academic regimen before attempting the examination? Perhaps this approach would enable her to secure admission to a more prestigious university. After expounding on various connections, the teacher felt a twinge of regret. If she had articulated her thoughts in this manner, it was likely that the individual before her would be dissuaded from proceeding, which would mean forfeiting a $2 incentive. The young teacher, barely in her 20s and having recently given birth, hoped to earn some money for her child. Regretting her impulsive words, she found herself unable to retract them and could only continue to inquire, "So, will you still go through with it?" Fu Mingyan nodded, asking if it was possible to proceed immediately. At this point, the teacher refrained from posing further questions, fearful that Fu Mingyan might reconsider. Instead, she asked, "Do you have enough money?" Fu Mingyan nodded affirmatively, and the teacher escorted him to the vice principal's office. After presenting the money and gifts, they received a promise that the matter would be resolved by next week at the latest, and upon completion, Fu Mingyan's graduation certificate would be handed over to her. Upon departing from the vice principal's office, beneath a fragrant osmanthus tree, Fu Mingyan discreetly offered the homeroom teacher a $5 token of appreciation. The $50 fee for the graduation certificate had taken him by surprise. He had anticipated it would not exceed $20, hence his initial $2 gesture of gratitude. Since the requisite amount was indeed $50, Fu Mingyan decided to generously provide the teacher with an additional $5 fee for her assistance. The homeroom teacher, taken aback by the unexpected sum, hesitated to accept, as she had never engaged in such dealings before. "Teacher, I would like to trouble you with 2 more matters, for which I would be immensely grateful," Fu Mingyan insisted, extending the money toward her. His intent in securing the graduation certificate ahead of time was to facilitate the college entrance examination process. He wished for the teacher to arrange for a single dormitory room for Fu Mingyan to reside in. The second request was that during classes, Fu Mingyan's progress could be overlooked, allowing her to seek assistance from various subject teachers privately. However, it was imperative that Fu Mingyan's preparations for the examination remain discreet, as any public scrutiny could be detrimental to her delicate sensibilities in the event of failure. Fu Mingyan held unwavering confidence in his sister. After all, she had successfully navigated the college entrance examinations twice in the past, earning her place on the honor roll. He believed that, just as she had triumphed in the 1977 examination, she would undoubtedly succeed again. Upon voicing these requests, Fu Mingyan was taken aback, yet she remained diligently focused, not allowing herself a moment's respite. The homeroom teacher, upon hearing of the additional assistance required, finally accepted the money. The cost for accommodation was $1 per month, totaling 2 months, and the teacher graciously waived $2. With $7 in hand, the teacher hurriedly set about her tasks. As Fu Mingyan prepared to depart on his bicycle, he heard someone calling out softly, "Brother." Rushing toward him was Fu Mingyan, her bangs held back with a pen cap. She must have been waiting at the stairwell for some time, and upon seeing her brother about to leave, she hurried over. Without the hindrance of her bangs, her delicate features were unveiled. Though she had previously appeared somewhat gaunt, her recent good nourishment had added a touch of fullness to her physique. With no agricultural labor to toil over, her skin has become fair and delicate, resembling the appearance of Fu Mingyan from his previous life. "Brother, what brings you to school?" she asked. "Come, let me take you out for a meal. We'll return after we eat," he replied, as they conversed while dining. Chapter 54. Before the college entrance examination during this period, both her brother and sister-in-law firmly insisted on adding eggs to breakfast, which had already astonished Fu Mingyan. Now, at the state-run restaurant, her brother unexpectedly ordered 2 substantial dishes: braised chicken with potatoes and red braised pork, along with a serving of dumplings as the staple. This seemed excessively extravagant. Fu Mingyan felt a bead of sweat forming at her brow in distress, yet she dared not oppose her brother. The service staff at the state-run restaurant were not particularly friendly, and she feared that her protest might lead them to believe they were causing trouble, resulting in their expulsion. Once they were seated, Fu Mingyan spoke with a quivering voice, "Brother, this is too extravagant. Even if sister-in-law has money, it's inappropriate." She thought to herself that this time it was acceptable, but it shouldn't become a habit. The idea of her brother using sister-in-law Gu Yuxi's money made her anxious for Yuxi. "It's not your sister-in-law's money," Fu Mingyan replied succinctly. Hearing this, Fu Mingyan felt a sense of relief. Although Gu Yuxi wished for him to depend on her financially, Fu Mingyan held traditional values, believing that a husband should be the pillar of a family. In his previous life, he had provided a substantial material foundation for such a wife. In this life, with a spouse as beautiful and virtuous as Gu Yuxi, he naturally wished to offer her ample material support, ensuring she was well cared for. Fu Mingyan pressed her lips together. "Brother, you haven't made any money yet, right? You're not referring to the money from changing the sewing machine ticket, are you?" Her expression was somber. That money was a one-time deal and would be gone once spent. "No, I received payment for some submissions I made," Fu Mingyan explained. "You should also consider trying your hand at writing, but for now, focus on the college entrance examination." Upon hearing her brother's words, Fu Mingyan's beautiful eyes widened, sparkling with curiosity. Although she longed to inquire about the nature of his submissions, she felt a certain distance from him and silently wiped her chopsticks with a handkerchief. "Don't feel pressured about the college entrance examination," Fu Mingyan said, mistaking her silence for anxiety regarding the exam. "I spoke with your homeroom teacher today, and I've kept your participation in the exam confidential. You need to relax a bit." Only then did Fu Mingyan lift her head, attentively listening to her brother's words concerning the examination. Fu Mingyan continued, I arranged for your graduation certificate through your homeroom teacher, and I've already paid the fee. By next week at the latest, your homeroom teacher will give it to you, so keep it safe. I've also arranged for a dormitory for you at school. Your homeroom teacher said she would give you the key in the afternoon, so you can stay in the dorm tonight to avoid wasting time commuting. You won't need to return home on Sunday. You can study at school instead. Every day, Fu Mingyan spent nearly an hour commuting to and from school. And now that time could be entirely devoted to her studies. Upon returning home to prepare for her studies, Fu Mingyan instinctively took on household responsibilities, delighting in even the slightest praise from He Pingping. Fu Mingyan, having grown weary of this dynamic, seized the opportunity, now that dormitory arrangements were settled, to suggest that Fu Mingyan refrain from returning home. Fu Mingyan's lips parted slightly as she replied, "All right," entirely unprepared for the prospect of not going home on Sunday. Naturally gentle in temperament, she cherished her sister-in-law and longed for the chance to share whispers with her if the weekend permitted. However, respecting her brother's wishes, she acquiesced to his decision. "Brother, I will diligently prepare for the college entrance examination," she affirmed. Fu Mingyan shared a semblance of character with Fu Mingyan. If she were to undertake a task, she would ensure it was executed to perfection. Having committed to preparing for the examination this year at her brother's behest, she resolved to do just that. Yes, you are to participate in the college entrance examination this year, which necessitates extensive study. Should you encounter any uncertainties, do not hesitate to consult your subject teachers. In school, you possess an advantage over other students in this regard. The teachers will not find you bothersome. I will speak with a few of them this afternoon, Fu Mingyan advised. Fu Mingyan's cheeks flushed crimson. There's no need for that, brother. Students often felt a twinge of embarrassment regarding such connections. The mere thought of parental communication with teachers sent shivers down her spine. I have already made my decision. You may consider this matter as unknown to you. I will manage it, Fu Mingyan stated firmly. Now let us eat. Left with no choice but to remain silent, Fu Mingyan complied. Once the meal was served, Fu Mingyan observed his sister relishing the potatoes in her chicken stew and promptly offered her a generous chicken leg. Eat, he encouraged, prompting Fu Mingyan to finally indulge in the succulent piece. In those times, state-run restaurants served hearty fare, and even the local establishment boasted flavors not found in the county. The chicken, likely a free-range variety, was particularly delectable. In their teens, during a peak metabolic phase, Fu Mingyan ordered 2 substantial dishes along with a plate of dumplings, leaving nothing behind. After finishing their meal and departing the state-run restaurant, Fu Mingyan noticed a nearby supply and marketing cooperative and entered to purchase a sleek black hairpin. His sister, now shy about her appearance, had initially caught his eye with a red bow hairpin, but he ultimately opted for the understated design. Use this instead of a pin cap, he instructed, handing the hairpin to her as he escorted her to the teaching building. Fu Mingyan ran her fingers through her hair, realizing she had been securing it with a pin cap. "Thank you, brother," she murmured, pleased with the modest elegance of the black hairpin. Fu Mingyan accompanied her to the 3rd floor, urging Fu Mingyan to head to her classroom while he proceeded to the office to meet with the teachers. The subject teachers presented him with gifts, along with 2 yuan in cash, which garnered their admiration. Fu Mingyan's academic performance has always been commendable. Since she will be residing at school, I will help facilitate her understanding of subsequent material, one teacher remarked. Fu Mingyan's brother is quite thoughtful. This year's college entrance examination indeed presents an opportunity. I am also encouraging my son to participate in this round. During this period, Fu Mingyan has been studying with exceptional diligence. I was initially puzzled, but now I understand her brother Mingyan's intentions and appreciate that maintaining this momentum is entirely feasible. Indeed, the educated youth are required to engage in labor, and some have already spent many years in the countryside, forgetting much of what they once knew. The likelihood of success in examinations is considerably higher for those still enrolled in school. Listening attentively to the teachers, Fu Mingyan responded with a smile to each remark, ensuring their words did not fall on deaf ears. As a successful businessman, even if he never intends to engage in commerce again, his emotional intelligence remains fully developed. When the conversation turned towards the mathematics teacher's impending class, the homeroom teacher arrived, prompting Fu Mingyan to take his leave. He accompanied the homeroom teacher to tidy up the dormitory where Fu Mingyan would reside. Previously an empty storage room, it had gathered a significant amount of dust over time. After cleaning it thoroughly, Fu Mingyan rode home to fetch bedding and some daily necessities, thereby fulfilling all preparations for Fu Mingyan's upcoming college entrance examination. Starting from October 21st, Not only did the educated youth at Fu Mingyan Station enter a fervent phase of study, but all across the nation, in villages and cities alike, one could see young people clutching their books. After so many years of the college entrance examination being suspended, these individuals had finally arrived at a moment poised to alter their destinies. Chapter 55. The day of the college entrance examination, December 11th, marks the official date of the college entrance examination. On this day, young men and women gathered at the educated youth station, setting off together towards the third middle school of the town. At 6:30 in the morning, Fu Mingyan and Gu Yuxi quietly enjoyed their breakfast. The meal consisted of chicken soup that had been simmered the previous night, served hot and accompanied by fried dough sticks and eggs, ensuring they would be well fed and not distracted by hunger during the examination. As they were about to leave home, they encountered Fu Ping, who quietly emerged from his room. Fu Ping approached and patted Mingyan's shoulder, his gaze filled with anticipation for his son. Though not one for many words, he was deeply concerned for Fu Mingyan and felt genuine joy upon learning about the reinstatement of the college entrance examination. He remembered the teacher's past assessments of Mingyan, believing his son to be a promising student destined for university if the examinations were revived. As a parent, Fu Ping cherished the hope that his son would achieve success, especially since he had married a well-educated daughter-in-law. He wished for them to reach the capital city through the college entrance examination, a place with the grandeur of Tiananmen and esteemed educators. Do well in the exam and take care of little Gu. Have a good meal at the state-run restaurant at noon, he said, handing over some money and tickets. Since developing some grievances towards He Ping, Fu Ping had resumed selling vegetables on the black market, yet he refused to give any money to He Ping, keeping it for himself. This caused some tension, but there was little she could do. She planned to wait until Gu Yuxi had completed her examination before reclaiming the household funds. Fu Mingyan possessed some money of his own, but did not decline this token of his father's affection. Fu Ping smiled at Gu Yuxi, saying, "Little Gu, don't feel burdened. Just perform your best." "Thank you, Dad." Gu Yuxi replied cheerfully, "There is no problem for me and Mingyan." Gu Yuxi possessed confidence in both herself and Fu Mingyan. She recognized that Fu Mingyan had a solid foundation, an aptitude for integrating knowledge, and the dedication to review and practice diligently. Gu Yuxi firmly believed that her husband could aspire to the finest university. Listening to Gu Yuxi's assured words, Fu Ping smiled, his wrinkles smoothing out in delight. Initially, Fu Ping harbored reservations about his educated daughter-in-law, particularly after hearing his wife, He Ping, express concerns about her being somewhat spoiled. However, as they interacted daily, Fu Ping gradually set aside his worries. While Gu Yuxi indeed had a touch of delicacy, her character and demeanor were commendable. Her slight fragility was inconsequential as long as Mingyan was willing to cherish her. The paramount consideration was the strength of the bond between his son and daughter-in-law. Fu Ping proposed, "I shall accompany you both to the educated youth site." "There's no need," Fu Mingyan replied. "Dad, the site isn't far. We can walk together for safety. It's cold outside. You should return and rest." A late November freezing rain heralded the onset of winter for the land, yet fortunately, the days that followed turned fair. Although the temperatures remained modest, they consistently hovered above freezing. After urging Fu Ping to take a break, Fu Mingyan took Gu Yuxi's hand and headed toward the educated youth site. Gu Yuxi, wrapped in a bright red scarf, found it insufficiently snug, prompting Fu Mingyan to adjust it for her. She, in turn, wished to fix his gray scarf, but it was already perfectly arranged. As she gazed at the scarf she had purchased, Gu Yuxi thought of Sister Ding from the county government, who was always knitting. Once the examinations concluded, she intended to buy some fine yarn to craft a scarf for her husband. No, merely a scarf would not suffice. She aimed to knit gloves, sweaters, and long johns, ensuring that Mingyan would be adorned in her handmade garments. After their marriage, not only did they share mutual aspirations, but they also enjoyed a profound physical connection. Following the discomfort of their first night together, Gu Yuxi discovered pleasure in their intimacy. Regrettably, in an effort to prevent conception, they only dared to engage in their conjugal rites during the brief days surrounding her menstrual cycle. Gu Yuxi yearned to be close to Fu Mingyan in all endeavors, desiring to leave traces of herself on him. Observing her cheerful demeanor, Fu Mingyan pondered what could possibly bring her such joy. He chose not to delve into the source of her delight, for in his eyes, Gu Yuxi was a woman easily satisfied. She found happiness in good food, pleasant weather, and even a simple ring fashioned from a dogtail grass. The youthful beauty radiated a bright smile that frequently graced her face, offering a sight that was both pleasing and warmth-inducing. As Fu Mingyan held her hand while walking toward the educated youth's sight, their initial shyness had transformed into a comfortable intimacy. Now, as long as there were no prying tongues nearby, Gu Yuxi was more than willing to hold hands with Mingyan. Passing by the old residence, they were surprised to see lights on, as it was the off-season for farming. Lin Xiaofang emerged first, while Fu Wuqiang was reluctantly pushed out by his mother. Today marked the day of the college entrance examination, and Yu Shuwen, in pursuit of Fu Mingyan's acceptance letter, was also set to take the exam, assuring Lin Xiaofang that he was determined to make a final effort. For Lin Xiaofang, it is her earnest desire that Yu Shuwen be admitted to university through his own abilities. Thus, today holds significant importance. No matter how chilly the weather may be, or even if the wind howls and hail falls, she is determined to accompany Yu Shuwen to the youth station for his departure. Fu Wuqiang is reluctant to venture out, yet his mother insists that he sees Lin Xiaofang off, concerned for her well-being. It is Fu Wuqiang's mother, Yuli, who spots Fu Mingyan and Gu Yuxi. Mingyan, are you escorting Yuxi to the college entrance examination? Yuli observes the two with a pang of regret, thinking she should not have listened to her son and ought to have facilitated a union between him and Gu Yuxi. In the past, Fu Mingyan was somewhat slender, but since marrying Gu Yuxi, he has noticeably gained weight. More importantly, Gu Yuxi's family is quite unremarkable, while Lin Xiaofang, the daughter-in-law, is undeniably proud, often speaking harshly and expressing disdain for her son, coupled with a sense of laziness. Contemplating the child growing within Lin Xiaofang, Yuli reluctantly suppresses her discontent towards her daughter-in-law. Fu Mingyan interjects, "Aunt, I am also taking the exam." "Oh, indeed," Yuli responds. "You are also sitting for the examination. It's splendid for both of you to be taking it together." Although Yuli feigns enthusiasm, deep down she harbors no desire for their success, secretly wishing for their paths to diverge. Fu Wuqiang, initially yawning, becomes alert upon seeing Fu Mingyan. "Cousin, sister-in-law, you are both participating in the college entrance exam?" Fu Wuqiang exclaims with excitement. "In my opinion, cousin, you need not take the exam. It suffices for your wife to do so." Fu Wuqiang gazes at Gu Yuxi, who is adorned with a striking red scarf. Its vibrant hue is rarely worn by the average person, yet Gu Yuxi's delicate features and fair complexion are accentuated beautifully against it. After a fleeting moment of admiration, Fu Mingyan obstructs his view. "If I cannot see, then so be it," Fu Wuqiang huffed, casting a pitying glance at his cousin. Regardless of Fu Mingyan's efforts, he is certain that he will not gain admission to university, while Gu Yuxi is destined for Tsinghua University. Chapter 56. Onward to the examination hall. Lin Xiaofang is not inclined to engage in idle chatter. She is eager to reach the youth station, as this is her chance to stand openly alongside Yu Shuwen. With quick strides, she exits the courtyard. "Hurry," Yuli urges, pushing Fu Wuqiang forward. Then turning to Fu Mingyan, "Your sister-in-law is pregnant. We must be cautious, hence I have asked Jiangzi to accompany her." Yuli covertly glances at Gu Yuxi's belly, a hint of smugness in her eyes. "Aunt, Yuxi and I must also depart. The youth station will not wait for us. We agreed to leave promptly at 7. "Very well," Yuli replies with a smile, then heads inside, casting a disdainful glance over her shoulder as she turns. What nonsense, expecting to pass the college entrance examination. Yuli does not believe Fu Mingyan can succeed. She harbors aspirations for Gu Yuxi to attend university while wishing for Fu Mingyan to remain behind. It is as if she secretly curses him, believing that by voicing her doubts, he will indeed fail. Fu Wuqiang and Lin Xiaofang rush ahead, while Fu Mingyan follows closely behind Gu Yuxi. "I do not like this cousin of yours," Gu Yuxi whispers, finding his gaze unsettling. "If you dislike him, then ignore him. I also prefer to avoid him. Our families have already grown distant." In the past, Fu Ping toiled tirelessly for the sake of the extended family, and naturally, the Fu household thrived in harmony. However, with Fu Ping being led away by He Ping to establish a separate household, the once unified Fu family could no longer maintain its previous tranquility. Fu Mingyan harbored a deep disdain for the woman He Ping, yet curiously, this was perhaps the only commendable action she had taken. Alas, before they could exchange more than a few words, Fu Wuqiang turned around with a jovial smile. "Sister-in-law, why don't you walk with my wife? My cousin and I have some matters to discuss." Gu Yuxi glanced at Fu Mingyan, and upon noticing her husband's subtle nod, she hurried to catch up with Lin Xiaofang. "She listens to you, doesn't she?" Fu Wuqiang expressed a hint of envy. My wife certainly heeds my words. Fu Wuqiang's mood soured slightly, as Lin Xiaofang rarely listened to him, the only consolation being that she was now carrying his child. Cousin, seeing as my wife is pregnant, have you been making any efforts to ensure your wife conceives? Fu Wuqiang chuckled, his bulbous nose wrinkling, and his small eyes gleaming with mischievous intent. Fu Mingyan cast a sideways glance at his cousin, stating, she is preparing for university. We are not in haste to have children. Fu Wuqiang gazed at Gu Yuxi's silhouette, feeling that she bore little difference from his memories. He suspected that Gu Yuxi had yet to consummate her marriage with his cousin. We are family. Is there any reason to withhold the truth? Haven't you? Fu Wuqiang chuckled slyly, nudging his solemn cousin with an impish look. If one were to speak of misfortune, indeed, his cousin had it hard. Blessed with a wife who brought him fortune, he now found himself with Gu Yuxi, and soon the impending hurdle of college entrance exams awaited him. Unbeknownst to his cousin, opportunities to become a successful entrepreneur would also slip away. A clever and promising son would remain a mere dream, and all of this was due to Fu Wuqiang's doing. With a light-hearted spirit and a strong desire to confide, he began, Cousin, let me tell you, if you wish to enjoy a life of warmth with a wife and children, you should really reconsider pursuing higher education. Instead, take Gu Yuxi back and ensure she bears your child. Fu Mingyan found himself both amused and exasperated. Cousin, matters between my beloved and I are not your concern. If you wish to engage with someone, seek out your own wife. That won't do, Fu Wuqiang immediately retorted, my child is in my wife's womb already. Cousin, do not dismiss my advice too lightly. It is actually in your best interest. If you fail to get into university, Gu Yuxi's grades may surpass your expectations. And soon enough, she could leave you behind. Fu Wuqiang spoke with unwavering certainty. Without a wife, you would feel humiliated, as everyone would mock you, leading you to despair and possibly resorting to gambling, only to be caught. His mind drifted to the failures of his past life, and his eyes reddened. His hands trembled, and his body quivered. Cousin, are you not speaking of yourself? Fu Mingyan remarked. How could it possibly be me? I am speaking of you. Fu Wuqiang, agitated, refused to acknowledge the tragic life he had once led. Fu Mingyan chuckled, I will pass the entrance exams. In my previous life, without Gu Yuxi's support, I still succeeded. This time, it will only be an embellishment. Very well, if you choose not to heed my counsel, so be it. Fu Wuqiang thought with a tinge of pity for his cousin, believing him to have lost his mind over the entrance exams. Fu Wuqiang recalled a past life where a similar youth had succumbed to madness, meaningfully stating, I am doing this for your benefit. In that case, I shall also share something with you. Fu Mingyan interjected, your wife has been getting too close to Yu Wen. Are you not concerned about the green light above your head? What nonsense are you spouting? Fu Wuqiang retorted angrily, do you not fear my wrath? Your wife wouldn't be visiting the youth station specifically for him, would she? You are aware that the cow pen and pigsty are in close proximity, and I believe I have seen your wife there. She is searching for Lu Xiaoli. Fu Wuqiang countered, asserting that even if his wife were already with child, associating with a male youth, especially one who was Lin Xiaofang's first love, would certainly vex him. Fu Mingyan chuckled, just pay attention. Observe whether your wife is there for Lu Xiaoli or for Yu Wen. After a brief 5-minute walk, they arrived at the youth station. Fu Wuqiang instinctively followed Lin Xiaofang's gaze. She stood alongside Lu Xiaoli, her eyes occasionally darting towards Yu Wen. Fu Wuqiang's displeasure grew, as his cousin's words lingered in his mind, causing him further agitation. He positioned himself between the two, resembling a towering wall that obstructed Lin Xiaofang's view. What are you looking at? Gu Yuxi inquired curiously of her husband. Yu Wen and Lin Xiaofang. Fu Mingyan leaned closer to whisper in Gu Yuxi's ear. The warmth of his breath brushed against her ear, prompting her to shyly pinch her heated earlobe, feeling a tingling sensation in her ear canal. Please move a bit farther away, Gu Yuxi murmured, feeling a tad embarrassed. How can whispers be far away? Fu Mingyan was aware that her ears were a sensitive spot, and he dared not tease her further. He then stood up and mentioned, I was merely reminding my cousin about the encounter with those two. Earlier, Gu Yuxi had spotted Yu Wen and Lin Xiaofang together, and Fu Mingyan acknowledged this, deeming it pertinent to inform Fu Wuqiang at this crucial juncture. After exchanging pleasantries for a while and greeting Jing Qinghao, they waited a few more minutes until the person in charge of the youth station blew a whistle. The time had already reached 7 o'clock. Classmates, let us set off. The village party secretary lent his bicycle to the somewhat unsteady Jing Qinghao, who, despite being able to stand and walk for extended periods, still found his legs cumbersome. Thus, while the others walked, Jing Qinghao pedaled ahead with his long legs. Chapter 57. Entering the examination hall, the collective departure from the youth station was proposed by Fu Mingyan. Having perused reports from the afterlife, he recalled that in 77, a village party secretary had refused to allow the youths to return to the city simply because his son-in-law was a youth. Consequently, the secretary did not stamp the qualifications of the youths, barring them from participating in the college entrance examination. In his previous life, their village's party secretary had not acted in such a manner. However, not only had Fu Mingyan been reborn, but so had Fu Wuqiang. And Jing Qinghao had survived that fateful rainy night. The destinies that had already been altered were numerous, and Fu Mingyan understood the concept of the butterfly effect. He aspired to participate in the college entrance examination smoothly, thus organizing those intending to take the exam, allowing the youths of their village to coalesce into a small stream, of which he would merely be a single inconspicuous droplet. As the clock struck 7, the candidates for the college entrance examination began to move. Lin Xiaofang followed the crowd until she reached the village entrance, where she could proceed no further. Although her pregnancy had reached 3 months in the eyes of her in-laws, it was still deemed insufficient for labor, rendering her unable to walk for extended periods. She gazed at Yu Shuwen's retreating figure, sending silent blessings from her heart. Fu Wuqiang observed Lin Xiaofang lingering, her eyes fixed on the group of educated youth, feeling a sense of discomfort. Ever since his cousin Fu Mingyan had mentioned it, he couldn't shake the notion that Lin Xiaofang was indeed watching Yu Shuwen. "All right, let us head home," he announced, wrapping his arm around Lin Xiaofang's shoulders. Just as Yu Shuwen turned back, Lin Xiaofang, however, was unwilling to appear close to anyone in front of her beloved, especially not to a toad like Fu Wuqiang. With a forceful push, she sent him stumbling to the ground, drawing in a sharp breath. Lin Xiaofang then focused on Yu Shuwen, touched her braided hair, and waved her hand vigorously. "Good luck in the exams. You must return to the city." Although directed at Yu Shuwen, others interpreted her words as a blessing for all the educated youth. They erupted with enthusiasm, turning back to wave at Lin Xiaofang. "Thank you for your blessings. We will strive our best." They had maximized their time, and today was the day to test their academic efforts. "Thank you, comrade Lin Xiaofang. No need to see us off. We will all give it our all." The educated youth expressed their gratitude in unison. Someone began to sing, and the passionate melody floated through the air as the group continued onward. Fu Wuqiang, having regained his footing, observed Lin Xiaofang, still gazing at the youth, his expression darkening. For the first time, doubts crept into his mind about whether he had married the right woman. He recalled how well Fu Mingyan had fared in his previous life, with a son studying abroad and being a prominent businessman, all attributed to Lin Xiaofang's fortuitous influence. Gradually, he found his composure. Their future would be bright. Lin Xiaofang was carrying their child, something he had never experienced in his past life. Thinking of the outstanding Fu Zizong and recalling the grandiose image of Fu Mingyan he had witnessed before his rebirth, a smile crept onto Fu Wuqiang's face. Surely, their circumstances could not be worse than in his previous life. With Lin Xiaofang expecting, it was only natural for her to exhibit a bit of temper. "Wife, it's time for us to return," he said, once again wrapping his arm around Lin Xiaofang. She pushed him away once more, but this time, she refrained from resisting, suppressing the shivers that raced down her spine. "I'll stand here a moment longer," she insisted, waiting until the crowd thinned before finally following Fu Wuqiang home. Fu Mingzhu quickly made her way to County No. 3 Middle School, a 10-minute walk, but with so many people, their pace inevitably slowed. As they arrived with 5 minutes to spare before 8 o'clock, the energetic group of educated youth reached their destination, with an hour remaining until the exam began. They had ample time to rest, and some even pulled out their notebooks for a final review of their material, pondering the possibility of needing it for the upcoming test. Upon reaching the entrance of the 3rd middle school, Fu Mingyan instructed the crowd, "Those who have not yet dined should quickly grab a bite. Do not wander too far." Hisu approached, inquiring, "Mingyan, have you eaten?" "Yushi and I have already had our meal." Hisu sighed. Fu Xinyan had become pregnant last month, and since then, she had ceased cooking entirely. In the mornings, she would sleep in while Ping prepared breakfast, and Hisu would join her for the meal. However, today was the day of the college entrance examination, and with his mother-in-law absent, Hisu had no choice but to go hungry until he reunited with the others. Upon reaching the entrance of the county's 3rd middle school, he felt the urge to eat. I will go eat first, Hisu announced. It's best to stick to what you usually consume, so as not to upset your stomach, Fu Mingyan reminded him. Hisu agreed and asked other educated youth if anyone else wanted to join him for a meal. I wish to buy a bun from the state-run restaurant. I was too anxious to eat this morning, and now I feel famished. Fu Mingyan had previously advised him to avoid meat if he typically ate vegetarian, to prevent any digestive issues, suggesting he should settle for some steamed buns instead. I plan to buy steamed buns and eggs. I will accompany you to the state-run restaurant. Fu Mingyan and Gu Yuxi had already dined that morning and were now leisurely wandering about. When they reached the back entrance, they spotted Fu Mingzhu engrossed in a book inside. Although Fu Mingyan could not whistle, he could produce sound from a leaf. He plucked a leaf from a verdant camphor tree and blew into it to attract Fu Mingzhu's attention. Gu Yuxi glanced at her husband, realizing for the first time that he had this peculiar talent. Fu Mingzhu set her book aside and peered out at the sound, catching sight of her brother and sister-in-law. Closing her book, she dashed over and called out from behind the railing, "You've come." "Yes, it has been a while, Mingzhu. Living at school must be quite convenient for you," Gu Yuxi responded with a smile. "It is all thanks to my brother's arrangements." Fu Mingzhu had to concede that residing in the dormitory had significantly increased her study time. With her brother's support at school, preparing for the college entrance examination had become much easier. During her self-study sessions, teachers would help her outline the syllabus, focusing on key topics and ensuring she grasped the entire curriculum from the past 3 years. Fu Mingyan patiently waited for his sister and Gu Yuxi to finish their conversation, then added, "After the examination concludes, we will wait here. We will go to the state-run restaurant together for lunch." Fu Mingzhu returned to her studies, and Fu Mingyan continued walking with Gu Yuxi for another 10 minutes, arriving at the main entrance just before 8:30. The educated youth, clad in brown cotton jackets made from coarse fabric, formed a sea of bodies. As someone approached to open the gates, a ripple of excitement surged through the crowd. "Do not push. Form a line to enter," came the announcement, and as the iron gates swung open, young people from all over the country surged into the examination venue, poised to embark on this life-altering test. Chapter 58. The first day of examinations. Amidst the throng, Fu Mingyan held Gu Yuxi's hand tightly, releasing it only when the crowd thinned. "Good luck on the exam," Gu Yuxi said, her bright eyes fixed on Fu Mingyan. He smiled back at her. "Let us both do our best." In the tide of humanity, they exchanged few words before parting ways to their respective examination rooms. The young intellectuals from several nearby villages and local examinees were assigned to different examination rooms. Although Fu Mingyan and Gu Yuxi had registered together, their examination locations were not the same. Upon locating the examination room, Fu Mingyan retrieved his pen, eraser, and admission ticket from his backpack, placing the remaining items on a separate desk at the front. He now awaited the commencement of the examination. A slight commotion filled the classroom. The young intellectuals were brimming with words, yet the gravity of the impending examination stifled their voices, lest they jeopardize their own prospects. It is worth noting that 1977 marked the first year of examinations, and not every household, nor the village leaders, were willing to permit the young intellectuals to leave. Many had invested considerable effort to secure the opportunity to once again occupy a seat in the classroom. As the bell rang, the teacher, with a somewhat unrefined command of Mandarin, announced, "The first examination begins now. Please circulate the test papers from front to back. Do not put pen to paper until the official bell rings." Fu Mingyan found himself in an unfavorable position. Previously, he had sat by the window, but this time he was seated in the last row, centrally located in the classroom, one of the last to receive the test paper. During the distribution of the papers, an incident in the front row caused a scattering of sheets, rendering him the very last to obtain his exam paper. Just as he received it, the bell indicating the official start of the examination rang. He first filled in his name and admission details before turning his attention to the questions. This examination held immense significance, embodying the dreams left unfulfilled in his past life, causing Fu Mingyan's hand to tremble slightly. The first question required explanations of the following phrases: devoted wholeheartedly, to seek attention through ostentation, and to fabricate. When the phrase devoted wholeheartedly surfaced in his mind, it stirred long-buried memories. He envisioned himself clad in a coarse cotton garment, grasping a fountain pen, mentally rehearsing the answer before cautiously putting pen to paper. In that moment, Fu Mingyan's hand steadied. He was thoroughly prepared to embrace this examination. The idiom devoted wholeheartedly originates from Zhuge Liang's memorial on the expedition, where he penned the renowned line, "To devote oneself entirely, even to the point of death," signifying meticulousness and the complete dedication of one's efforts. With clarity of thought, Fu Mingyan wrote with conviction. The second major question was an essay prompt, allowing the choice of one of two topics for response. Fu Mingyan chose to elucidate, to confront with a furrowed brow and withstand the criticisms of 1,000 voices, yet willingly serve as a humble ox for the children, articulating its profound meaning. This phrase, drawn from Lu Xun's self-mockery, extols the virtues of the laboring masses, embodying the spirit of selfless contribution to the people and the courage to face criticism unflinchingly. Despite having received the test paper last, Fu Mingyan wrote as if inspired. The pen, a finely tuned imported fountain pen, glided smoothly across the paper, aiding him in his task, causing a subtle smile to grace the corners of his mouth. Soon enough, it was time for the final essay. On youth began to take shape as Fu Mingyan wrote. Mr. Lu Xun once remarked that what youth possesses abundantly is vigor, an infinite reservoir of strength. In a poignant citation from the esteemed Lu Xun, Fu Mingyan elucidates the preciousness of youth amidst the flowing river of time. This period embodies the most vibrant flame of life, akin to the gentle stream that breaks through the ice in spring, and the tender green that bravely emerges from the frozen earth. Youth is characterized by exuberant vitality and boundless potential. Within Fu Mingyan's narrative, he articulates that, from a personal perspective, youth is invaluable. Similarly, for the nation, this phase is equally critical, necessitating the engagement of the youth in monumental endeavors. Upon completing his composition, he turned his gaze towards an alternate theme he had not chosen. In his previous life, he had opted for the theme of In the Boiling Days, only to veer off course. This time, he selected a different topic, providing an answer to the college entrance examination and, simultaneously, to himself. After the Chinese language exam concluded, Fu Mingyan drifted away from the examination hall, following the current of students. Once outside, he paused momentarily and encountered Gu Yuxi and Fu Mingzhu, who arrived hand in hand. They decided to dine on dumplings for lunch. Fu Mingyan remarked, "With so many examinees to accommodate, the state-run restaurant surely lacks the time to prepare other dishes. Let's decide on the filling and quantity. I'll place the order shortly." The nearest village required a considerable journey, and with the exam impending, there was no time to return home. In the chilly weather, the optimal choice was dining at the state-run establishment, as a dry, cold-grain cake offered little comfort. Most examinees would opt for dumplings or noodles, deeming extravagant ordering unnecessary. Upon arriving at the restaurant, the bustling atmosphere was evident, with a server embroiled in a confrontation with a customer placing an order. Do you not see the throngs of people today? The chefs are preoccupied with making and cooking dumplings, boiling noodles, and stir-frying. There is no time for individual dishes. The server exclaimed, "You trouble me, comrade." The real trouble lies with the chefs inside. Today is the college entrance examination, and so many students wish to enjoy a warm, economical meal of dumplings or noodles. Is your ordering not creating chaos? The server continued, "You may choose to order or leave quickly. Can't you see we are at capacity?" This group appeared to be accompanied by a leader, attempting to engage the server politely, only to be rebuffed by the overwhelmed staff. Such scenes elicited no surprise, for the state-run restaurant displayed a sign prohibiting the assault of patrons. Clearly, this group was not merely seeking a simple meal. After realizing their pleas were futile, they departed, likely in search of a factory dining hall. Gu Yuxi, quick to act, seized a seat for Fu Mingzhu, placing her bag on another bench to secure their position. After they settled, a round-faced young woman promptly occupied the remaining single seat. Finding a place to sit in the state-run restaurant proved challenging. Many patrons were seen squatting outside with enamel bowls, consuming dumplings hungrily. Ultimately, the trio ordered pork and scallion dumplings. Fu Mingyan requested a portion of 3, while his wife and sister opted for 2 each. After handing the server the ticket and payment, they awaited their dumplings. Due to the kitchen staff's preparation, the dumplings Fu Mingyan ordered, being the best sellers, were ready within approximately 3 minutes, and a voice called out to collect the dumplings. After savoring the steaming dumplings, a few individuals vacated their seats and took a brief stroll around the campus to aid digestion. Fu Mingzhu proposed, "Sister-in-law, would you like to stay in the dormitory and live with me?" However, Gu Yuxi declined. Although remaining in the dormitory might seem to offer a bit more time for rest, the cramped quarters would likely disrupt their sleep. The notion of sleeping alone seemed preferable. And when others expressed a desire to stay, She also refused. Fu Mingyan understood his sister's gentle nature and speculated that perhaps the female-educated youth from their village might seek to save some distance by sharing a room with her. Fu Mingzhu nodded obediently. The mathematics examination commenced at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, beginning with simplification and evaluation. The questions encompassed a wide array of topics, ranging from trigonometric functions to inequalities and solid geometry. Yet, as Fu Mingyan recalled, the difficulty of the 1977 examination was not particularly daunting. Chapter 59. English major. After completing the Chinese and mathematics examinations, the return journey saw nearly half of the students walking with light steps, while the other half appeared despondent. Those feeling downcast had been away from their books for too long, even with Gu Yuxi's presence allowing for an early month of review. Their total preparation time did not exceed 3 months. For them, grappling with the vast subjects in the Western-style curriculum proved to be an arduous task. They approached the examination with a sense of unwarranted optimism. However, in the realm of examinations, such a mindset often leads to an overwhelming disappointment. While others entered the exam room fully prepared, those harboring a sense of luck found themselves struggling to recall important information, scribbling down answers haphazardly. Acutely aware of their slim chances, yet unable to suppress a flicker of desperate hope. Among those burdened with despair was Hisu, whose heart felt as though it were bleeding. With furrowed brows, I faced the scorn of the masses. With a bowed head, I willingly serve as a humble ox. He had only read this passage 2 days prior, and when he intended to delve deeper, Fu Xinyan had experienced morning sickness, prompting her mother-in-law, He Pingping, to assist. He had read it once, but had not transcribed it before hearing a knock at the door. He Pingping, a petite woman who appeared gentle and spoke in a kind tone, possessed an undeniable authority that left little room for contradiction. Son-in-law, I wish to speak with you. I understand the significance of the college entrance examination, and it is precisely due to its importance, along with Yin Er's pregnancy, that I have come to offer assistance. However, you must also attend to Yin Er. She is your wife, and she carries your child. A true man must ensure the well-being of his wife and offspring. You can see that I care deeply for Yin Er. I have borrowed money for her and come daily to prepare meals. Logically, it is your responsibility to care for Yin Er, to cook for her. Yet, considering your examination, I have come to help. How could you treat my Yin Er in such a manner? She is enduring the hardships of pregnancy, having just been ill to the point of tears. And you haven't even checked on her. I typically refrain from commenting on others, and I have only asked you to keep her company without ever criticizing you. But He Pingping's incessant chatter overwhelmed Hisu, leaving his mind in a haze, rendering the notion of facing the scorn of the masses a distant thought. The memories of selflessly serving others seemed to have faded away. He Pingping scolded him for a full half-hour, disrupting his focus on studying. While Hisu spent that evening accompanying Fu Xinyan in reading novels, Fu Xinyan's delighted feet gently swayed, while Hisu wasted an entire night. Hisu felt that his time away from textbooks was not as extensive as that of the seasoned youth. Had he pursued the humanities, perhaps he could have fared better. The first Chinese examination had utterly shattered his confidence, leaving him to ponder the daunting subjects of politics, history, and geography. Could he truly succeed? Tears welled in Hisu's eyes. Meanwhile, many disheartened individuals gradually sought solace within themselves. This time was merely an experiment. The college entrance examination had already resumed, and the 1977 examination had taken place in winter. The upcoming examination would likely occur around June or July, granting them another 6 months to prepare. Maintaining a calm demeanor. Perhaps everyone was struggling with their studies. What if he were to succeed against the odds? Yu Shuwen walked through the crowd with an air of ease. Within the entire village, he held the utmost confidence in Fu Mingyan, even more so than Fu Mingyan himself. It felt as if fate had decreed that he would undoubtedly receive Fu Mingyan's acceptance letter. Fu Mingyan was destined for a prestigious university, and with that acceptance letter in hand, Yu Shuwen envisioned a bright future ahead. After the large group entered the village, Fu Mingyan and Gu Yuxi returned home. He Pingping was assisting at Hisu and Fu Xinyan's residence, where Fu Ping was preparing the meal. The previous day, he had made chicken soup, and that evening, they were having pork rib soup. He urged his son and daughter-in-law to nourish themselves, omitting any mention of the hardships he faced earning money on the black market or the rare wild boar meat he had procured. After dinner, Fu Ping inquired if Mingzhu had enough to eat at school. After the exam, she would dine at the state-run restaurant before returning to school around 7 or 8. Fu Mingyan's intention to take the college entrance examination was concealed from He Pingping and Fu Xinyan, but not from Fu Ping. He, having never received formal education, deferred to his son's judgment after years of his son's studies. If his son believed Fu Mingyan should attempt the examination, Fu Ping consented, agreeing to keep it from He Pingping and Fu Xinyan for the time being. He Pingping initially complained about Fu Mingyan's absence, but soon became engrossed in the news of Fu Xinyan's pregnancy, directing her attention entirely towards that matter. After dinner, Fu Ping sent the couple to study in their room while he tidied up the remnants. The examination schedule for the following day was set: politics in the morning and physics and chemistry in the afternoon. Fu Mingyan, however, neither reviewed politics nor physics and chemistry, choosing instead to study an English reference book. For most students, the college entrance examination spanned 2 days. However, a select group of candidates, particularly those applying for foreign language programs, faced an additional 3rd day of examinations for English or Russian. Fu Mingyan was one of only 2 students from the village applying for a foreign language major, the other being a youth named Wu, who aimed for Russian studies. Fu Mingyan had long been resolute in his choice of majoring in English. His initial foray into the business realm stemmed from an unfortunate experience when a state-owned enterprise was deceived by foreign agents while purchasing a production line abroad, spending a substantial sum on an outdated model. In an effort to salvage the company and rectify its financial losses, Fu Mingyan explored numerous avenues. Eventually, his business flourished, and he found himself interacting with several foreign enterprises, having also self-studied English, which he regarded as a significant advantage during his university years. The tumultuous decade had left the nation's technological advancements lagging behind those of developed countries in Europe and America. He aspired to leverage his foresight to introduce advanced technologies from abroad back to his homeland. Chapter 60. Estimated scores the following day. The college entrance examination was marked by a vast throng of candidates. On the 3rd day, when it was time for the foreign language test, Fu Mingyan rode his bicycle, accompanied by Wu Yuxi, to the examination venue. Upon arrival, they found only a small cluster of individuals gathered outside. The once formidable sea of humanity ebbed away like a receding tide, leaving behind only those students who had chosen the niche field of foreign languages in the 1st year since the resumption of the examination. Observing these students, Fu Mingyan sensed a distinct vigor among this cohort, a palpable ambition that set them apart from others. In this era, those who bravely opted for the foreign language department seemed to possess an additional measure of conviction, believing that the college entrance examination was merely a beginning. The nation had opened its doors to the world, necessitating a greater influx of foreign language talents. After dismounting, Wu Yuxi bowed slightly to Fu Mingyan, whose face was flushed from the wind. "May I invite you to have dumplings at the state-run restaurant for lunch?" she inquired. "That is too kind of you," Fu Mingyan replied. "The examination has concluded, and my partner wishes to celebrate with me. We have already agreed to dine at home." "Then you need not wait for me at noon," Wu Yuxi offered courteously. "I plan to eat in town before heading back, having completed the exam just before noon." And with the weather being clear, no wind or rain to worry about, Fu Mingyan nodded, securing his bicycle and flexing his stiffened fingers. Their earlier departure had been brief. They had set out from the youth station close to 8 o'clock and arrived at the entrance of the 3rd middle school by 20 past. After a mere 10 minutes of waiting, they entered the examination hall earlier than on the previous 2 days. Upon receiving the test paper, Fu Mingyan gazed at the final subject, English, a realm he had never previously ventured into. The first question required him to write the plural forms of given words, while the last question was a translation task, asking for a segment of Chinese to be rendered into English. The vocabulary was not particularly obscure, nor did it delve into complex grammatical structures. Fu Mingyan surmised that the scarcity of revision materials might be the reason why, in later years, even middle school graduates could complete most of this exam. As the final bell rang, signaling the end of the examination, Fu Mingyan stepped out of the hall, squinting at the pale sun. The morning had been less than ideal, with heavy layers of clouds obscuring the sun, yet as noon approached, the sun began to break through, casting a warm glow reminiscent of winter's embrace. It was a promising omen, as if the past gloom and confinement had been swept away, heralding a resplendent future. Initially, Fu Mingyan followed the crowd out of the examination hall, but upon spotting someone amidst the throng, he could not resist the urge to dash forward. The wind howled past his ears, and nearby, someone complained about Fu Mingyan's swift pace. Yet, Fu Mingyan's gaze was solely fixed on that individual. He failed to notice how his eyes sparkled with brightness and a smile graced his lips upon seeing the approaching figure. Beneath the grand tree, Gu Yuxi donned a dark, diamond-patterned cotton coat, a garment rich in the essence of its era, complemented by a vibrant crimson scarf, rendering her a striking presence amidst the crowd. As Fu Mingyan dashed towards her, he restrained himself to envelop her in a brief embrace. Gu Yuxi's cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes shimmering with joy as she congratulated him on completing his English examination. "What brings you here?" she inquired. "My father sensed my desire to come. There wasn't much happening at home, so I decided to visit," Gu Yuxi replied, a hint of shyness in her voice. In truth, her mind had been wandering throughout the morning, frequently glancing at her watch, regretting not having accompanied Mingyan to the examination venue. After 9 o'clock, her inner voice became too compelling to ignore. Noticing her distraction, her father-in-law encouraged her to seek out Fu Mingyan. Once she arrived, standing beneath the tree, waiting in the chilly breeze, her heart brimmed with delight. She cherished the sight she had just witnessed, her man, distinct amidst the throngs, rushing towards her. In the crowd, Fu Mingyan regarded Gu Yuxi as a remarkable figure, and in her eyes, he was equally remarkable. Tall and robust, with striking features she had observed just days prior, that female students had been stealing glances at him around the examination period. The thought of them not attending the same university, and the potential of other girls approaching Fu Mingyan, stirred a twinge of jealousy within her. Yet, she felt powerless to bind him with the ties of motherhood. Gu Yuxi ventured to ask, "Was the English exam difficult?" "Not at all," Fu Mingyan replied. "It was somewhat easier than the preliminary test." With over 5 million candidates registered nationwide, the government instituted a preliminary examination to filter out a portion of applicants before the formal assessment. Fu Mingyan led Gu Yuxi to the parking area and helped her into the vehicle. "Aren't we waiting for Wu Wuqiang?" she queried. "She's dining at the state-run restaurant and will return afterward," he explained. Gu Yuxi settled into the back seat of the sturdy bicycle, clutching Fu Mingyan's attire as they made their way back to the village. Dust from the unpaved road swirled around them. And as Gu Yuxi contemplated the end of the college entrance examination, her heart swelled with joy, humming a cheerful tune. She was undeniably beautiful, seemingly proficient in all areas. Yet she possessed one flaw, her singing often strayed off key. Fu Mingyan stifled a laugh, half standing on the bicycle, as he accelerated, carrying the off-pitch songstress homeward. Gu Yuxi excelled academically, and after completing her exam the previous day, the youth from the commune invited her to discuss answers. However, she declined, as Fu Mingyan had yet to finish and she preferred not to compare notes. Consequently, the candidates at the commune organized the questions and their corresponding answers independently. Now that the examinations had concluded, the commune members, in gratitude to Gu Yuxi, presented her with the collated questions and answers they had pieced together. United in their efforts, the collective of dozens had successfully reconstructed the examination material. After piecing together the answers, Fu Mingyan calculated his expected scores. In the Chinese language exam, he identified 2 points of loss, estimating his essay score by deducting 5 points. With a perfect score of 100, he anticipated a range between 85 to 90 points, conservatively estimating a minimum of 85. In mathematics, he felt confident about achieving full marks. As for political science, he believed his answers aligned well with the reference responses. He expected to excel in chemistry as well, while in physics, he acknowledged his weakness in electromagnetism, which he recognized as a source of lost points. Excluding English, for which the perfect score is 400, Fu Mingyan conservatively estimated he could secure around 370 points. This was a figure he once dared not dream of. Yet now he was certain he would attain at least this score. Following the conclusion of the preliminary examination, when selecting his preferred university, he chose Peking University, specifically the foreign language department. Fu Mingyan was now confident that he would ultimately receive this admission letter. After reviewing the answers, Fu Mingyan grasped Gu Yuxi's hand, reassuring her. "No issues on my end. How about you?" Gu Yuxi nodded, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. "I think I'm fine too." A faint voice chimed in. The couple quickly separated, having momentarily forgotten that Fu Mingzhu was also present in the room. Fu Mingzhu felt a bit shy witnessing her brother and sister-in-law's intimacy. However, after confirming the answers, she felt a sense of elation, breaking the couple's flirtatious atmosphere. Fu Mingzhu had diligently prepared for the college entrance examination as per her brother's guidance. Though prior to the preliminary exam, she had harbored doubts about her prospects. After the preliminary exam, She set her sights on another prestigious institution in Beijing Normal University, convinced that she could gain admission to this historic university. Chapter 61. Top scorer in individual subjects after completing their examination papers. The young intellectuals who participated in the 1977 college entrance examination immersed themselves in fervent labor. Following the official announcement of the examination results, the village secretary issued qualification certificates for the college entrance examination, allowing many young people to pause their work and devote themselves wholeheartedly to preparation. Now that the examination was over, these young intellectuals felt compelled to repay the village with their diligent labor. Fu Mingyan joined a team engaged in land reclamation, having not lifted stones for some time, causing the leather strap to chafe his back. Gu Yuxi applied red flower oil to soothe his discomfort, her eyes glistening with concern. Yet, she refrained from suggesting he ease his burdens, as the atmosphere of industriousness was palpable. And the village secretary and team leader had indeed facilitated the young people's pursuit of higher education. Her role was to diligently apply the oil on her husband's body, using her hands to ensure the medicinal properties penetrated his skin. Originally, Fu Mingyan had intended to write a novel, but the toll of physical labor forced him to pause his aspirations. Lying beside his fair and beautiful wife, he found himself unable to engage in direct labor every day. Instead, he dedicated himself to tending to various parts of her body every other day. Now, all such activities had come to a halt. Each day, after soaking his feet, he would nearly collapse into bed, only to rise the next morning to face another round of arduous labor. Fu Mingyan's physique, once concealed beneath a delicate layer of fat, now boasted a more defined outline. As he chopped wood in the backyard, his well-toned muscles bulged, glistening with beads of sweat that could leave a woman spellbound. Due to his father's chronic back pain from years of labor, Fu Mingyan forbade him from splitting firewood, previously allowing only for the dragging of logs to the yard. Now, with some leisure time after work, Fu Mingyan took it upon himself to neatly stack the firewood with an axe. While Fu Mingyan toiled in the fields and split wood, the teachers of the examination committee were engrossed in grading papers. As snowflakes began to fall outside, a nameless paper found its way into the hands of a teacher named Li, and upon seeing Fu Mingyan's work, his eyes sparkled with delight. In the past few years, the nation had prioritized education, particularly focusing on literacy, striving to transform the uneducated into those who could recognize simple characters. Higher education was still finding its footing, while the foundation of basic education remained inadequately established, leading to a disparity in teaching quality and student outcomes. Amidst the flurry of papers resembling delicate snowflakes, few exhibited neat handwriting, but Fu Mingyan's clear and elegant script stood out remarkably. After reviewing several submissions that resembled the scrawls of a spider or chicken's foot, Fu Mingyan's paper caused teacher Li's brow to unfurl, even allowing him a moment to appreciate the beauty of the writing. Fu Mingyan's penmanship was exceptionally exquisite, with powerful strokes and an essay devoid of ink blots, presenting a refreshing clarity. Teacher Li momentarily became lost in thought, recalling how in ancient imperial examinations, rulers favored elegant calligraphy for these very reasons. A fine hand represented a serious attitude towards learning and a solid foundation. Teacher Li believed that Fu Mingyan's paper must have been well answered, and as he graded it, his admiration for the talent grew. This was undoubtedly a promising individual. After grading Fu Mingyan's work, the student anticipated a deduction of 3 to 5 points for 2 minor errors, though Teacher Li was not known for being overly harsh. In his view, the first potential deduction could be overlooked, while the second warranted a 2-point reduction at most. As Teacher Li approached the final essay, he could not help but exclaim that this young man was remarkable. This was the highest scoring paper he had assessed in the past 2 days, with such impressive handwriting. He mused that as long as the essay remained on topic and was well written, a score above 90 was assured. As he began to read the essay, Fu Mingyan opened with a famous quote from Mr. Lu's son, followed by a series of parallel structures that advanced the argument. While some misuse parallelism, Fu Mingyan's usage truly achieved a progressive build-up, resonating with great momentum. As Teacher Li read, he felt the fervor of youth striving upward, contributing to the modernization of the nation, a fire igniting within his chest. Teacher Li could not help but recall a student who, despite past turmoil, remained unscathed. Having protected a student labeled as an old rightist, that individual had been called to work in a confidential unit last year and had come to see him before departing. Teacher Li, I have finally awaited this day. Indeed, I have ventured abroad, and the capitalist nations have showered me with their sugary enticements. I indulged in the sweetness and retaliated against their bombardments. I believe it is only natural for me to be scrutinized repeatedly, as there are far too many adversaries among us. While the overt warfare has ceased, the clandestine surges have never abated. My love for my motherland remains unwavering. It has persisted through the most arduous times, bolstered by the encouragement of commendable comrades like you, teacher. I am still that fervent youth, determined to contribute to my country. Teacher Li could not help but exclaim, "Excellent." This exclamation drew the attention of the other teachers in the grading panel. He then placed the lid back on his enamel cup, preparing to approach the group leader, convinced that the essay in his hands deserved to be awarded full marks. The group leader had previously mentioned that discussions with colleagues from the education department had concluded that only 3 essays would be designated as full marks this time. Having already identified 2 such essays, Teacher Li sought to nominate this elegantly penned piece as the third. "Old Li, where are you headed?" inquired Teacher Qian. Holding Fu Mingyan's essay, Teacher Li replied, "I possess a splendid composition here, which I believe merits nomination for full marks." The group leader was absent, but the other teachers in the grading panel examined the essay and unanimously agreed that its caliber exceeded that of the previous 2 full-mark compositions. If this receives full marks, it would indeed yield the highest score in the province, wouldn't it? Indeed, I noted that only 2 points were deducted from the previous evaluations. Upon the group leader's return from the restroom, he too cast his gaze upon this essay. The power of eloquent writing is infectious, and many teachers have navigated their profession amidst turbulent times with trepidation. In such eras, there were still those who dedicated themselves to study, awaiting the opportunity provided by examinations to serve their country. The group leader, having recognized that all the teachers had reviewed the essay, awarded it full marks. Noticing that only 2 points had been deducted, he surmised that this individual was likely to be this year's top scorer in the language subject for the entire province, and he personally graded the essay. Once the tedious grading process was completed, the anonymity of the essay was revealed. The candidate's origin and name were transcribed. Fu Mingyan from Fengmen Town, Wuxing County, Fanhuaxi. Chapter 62, the top scorer of the college entrance examination. In early December, the examination was conducted, and the grading panel worked diligently to assess the essays. Following the exams, transcribing and compiling the candidate scores was a monumental task. The young teachers, confronted with densely packed tiny characters, were overwhelmed as they completed the transcription and sorting tasks. Their originally clear eyes were gradually marred by bloodshot veins, and by the time they finished compiling the results, each of them was nearly overwhelmed, suffering from sore backs and necks. In an age devoid of computers, reliant solely on manual statistics, such tasks were both intricate and laborious. This meticulous work left no room for error. A single mistake could irrevocably alter a candidate's life. The nation has restored the college entrance examination, and countless educated youth eagerly anticipate returning to the city through this pivotal event, which carries the hopes of many individuals. The teachers have clearly defined roles. Some engage in meticulous comparison and transcription, while others compile the examination papers of the candidates into a single dossier, organizing them by rank according to their scores, with every 100 papers forming a distinct unit. Amidst the swirling snowflakes, the teachers worked diligently, often extending their hours. By the end of December, after 3 thorough verifications of both the arts and sciences lists, the finalized rankings were submitted to the provincial education department. The officials at the provincial office instructed their staff to transfer the documents, and once archived, this list was duly stamped with the official seal and entrusted to an official heading to the capital for delivery to the Ministry of Education. During this bustling period, the Ministry of Education was abuzz with activity, as people came and went in a steady stream. The list from the capital was among the first to reach the ministry, allowing universities nationwide to begin the admission process based on these rankings. When the officials from Jiangchuan province finally arrived, the receiving staff greeted them with smiles, exclaiming that they had been eagerly awaiting Jiangchuan's list. The large office erupted in laughter, all aware that Director Yu was teasing Director Gu, who had been making multiple trips throughout the day. The young staff member responsible for delivering the examination results, oblivious to the underlying dynamics, felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He cautiously spoke up, stating that the college entrance examination is a significant matter, and given the province's large population and number of candidates, they had organized a grading team that worked tirelessly to ensure accuracy, thus causing a slight delay in their submission. The young official believed that this delay in their province's results was the cause of the heightened attention. No, a staff member chuckled as he clarified. The focus is on Director Gu's daughter, who took the exam in your province, and he is eager to know her results. After much anticipation, Director Gu was finally able to receive the list from Jiangchuan province. I'll go fetch Director Gu, someone said. Please have a seat. Someone has already gone to invite him. He has no meetings this morning, so he should arrive shortly. The young official felt a wave of relief wash over him. Initially, he pondered asking why the director's daughter was in Jiangchuan for the examination, but he reconsidered, realizing there might be complications, and thus held his tongue. With a foolish grin, he merely remarked, "It's perfectly natural to be concerned about a child's performance. If she excels, she could return to the capital. It must be quite arduous for a young girl to work in the countryside. The tasks are indeed demanding." Indeed, another responded. Fortunately, Director Gu's daughter has done well. I honestly believe there is no need for him to worry. Oh, here comes Director Gu. As the conversation unfolded, Gu Fang arrived, looking weary from his travels. Compared to just over a month ago, the sides of his hair had begun to show signs of gray. He had distanced himself from Qin Sui Sui, the daughter of a former benefactor, and in those early days, he had tossed and turned, unable to sleep, leading to the premature graying of his hair and a more haggard appearance. Observing this, several colleagues at the ministry urged Gu Fang to undergo a health check, concerned that his health might be deteriorating. The words of many weighed heavily upon her, including those of the well-meaning neighbors in the large compound, who advised Gu Jia to have Gu Fang undergo a medical examination. Reluctantly, Gu Fang complied, and aside from slightly elevated blood pressure, there were no significant issues. Recently preoccupied with the impending college entrance examination and anticipating her daughter's return, Gu Fang gradually emerged from her sorrow. Addressing the young official from Jiangchuan province, she expressed her gratitude. "You have worked hard." Not at all, the young official replied with a smile. "Director Gu, allow me to assist you." As the file was opened, the first item Gu Fang retrieved was the list of science candidates. Given her daughter's commendable academic performance, she presumed her ranking would be commendable as well. However, she was taken aback to discover that the top position was held by an unexpected name, Fu Mingyan. Fu Mingyan ranked first, surpassing her daughter? Was it truly possible that a modest county school could outshine institutions in the capital? Or perhaps Fu Mingyan's exceptional aptitude had allowed him to thrive under her daughter's tutelage, thereby excelling beyond her. Gu Fang had memorized her daughter's and son-in-law's examination registration numbers by heart. Her son-in-law's number ended in 0510. Confirming this, she found herself momentarily dazed, her fingers absent-mindedly tracing the names on the list. In her distraction, she even neglected to check her daughter's ranking. The young official from Jiangchuan, surnamed Wang, noticed her bewilderment and cheerfully remarked, "Congratulations, Director Gu. Your daughter's results are excellent. The first page lists the top 50 in Jiangchuan province. So she is assured a place in her desired university." Wang's interjection jolted Gu Fang back to reality, and she sheepishly admitted, "I just lost my train of thought. I haven't looked closely yet." Wang was momentarily taken aback. Gu Fang's demeanor hardly suggested ignorance of the results. Standing beside her was a colleague named Yu He, who suddenly recalled another individual who might also be in Jiangchuan province, Gu Yuxi's partner. Old Gu's daughter had found someone in the countryside, a fact known only to him. With many people in the office, it was not the right time to inquire, so Yu He jestingly said, "Old Gu, you must have had a restless night worrying about your daughter's results. Go on, take a look." Gu Fang then turned her attention to her daughter's score. Upon glancing down, she found her daughter's name positioned directly beneath Fu Mingyan's, ranking second in the province. Having not scrutinized Fu Mingyan's score closely at first, she now compared their results side by side. As the science top scorer in the province, Fu Mingyan achieved a perfect score in mathematics, 93 in science, 98 in Chinese, and 90 in politics, totaling 381. Her daughter also secured full marks in mathematics and science, but scored only 87 in Chinese and 88 in politics, bringing her total to 375. Moreover, Fu Mingyan had an additional subject score. He scored 98 in English. Chapter 63. Your son-in-law is impressive. After reviewing the list, Gu Fang noticed the intense gazes of her colleagues upon her and couldn't help but chuckle. "Thank you all for your concern. I have indeed seen my daughter's scores and ranking." "How many?" "Old Gu, do not leave us in suspense," Yu He interjected. wrapping his arm around Gu Feng's shoulder. Seeing you only glance at the top of the first page, it's clear that little Gu has made the list. But we're all curious about her exact position. I'm certain she's within the top 50. Indeed, your eagerness is palpable. Gu Feng's brows unfurled in surprise at his daughter's remarkable academic achievement, which rendered even her own results somewhat surreal. The words of his former colleagues jolted him back from the ethereal realm to solid ground. His youngest daughter had secured the second position in the science stream of the provincial college entrance examination in Jiangchuan province. As soon as Gu Feng finished speaking, the office erupted in astonishment. What an extraordinary feat it was to rank second in the entire province. Jiangchuan province, being a stronghold of education, meant that such an accomplishment signified exceptional prowess. Competing against the exams of other provinces, she would undoubtedly excel as well. The only reason her results were not merged with the national examination was due to the autonomy of local examination papers. Had the national paper been utilized, the director's daughter might have easily landed in the top 10, perhaps even the top 3. In ancient times, with far fewer candidates, her achievement would have classified her among the distinguished scholars, earning her an audience in the imperial court. Ah, how impressive! A girl excelling in the sciences and achieving second in the province, exclaimed one colleague. I am not at all surprised. Yuxi, the daughter of Director Gu, has always been academically gifted. My son is her classmate, and I can attest to her exceptional abilities. Last year, she even secured a position in the district government, but alas, she was reported and had to return to the countryside. Now that the college entrance examinations have resumed, she has immediately claimed the second spot in Jiangchuan science stream. This is what one might call a transformation akin to a dragon emerging from a mere carp at the onset of a storm. Jiangchuan province, with its vast population and one of the highest numbers of candidates in the nation, made her achievement even more remarkable. The director's daughter, having emerged as a true prodigy, was a testament to the notion that a tiger begets no dog. With such lineage, Gu Feng was curious to know what field of study his daughter had selected. Wang, a close colleague, chimed in with a smile. Director Gu's daughter has indeed performed splendidly, ranking second in the province. Congratulations. Yet, a fleeting thought crossed Wang's mind regarding the identity of the candidate who had outperformed Gu Yuxi. This inquiry quickly dissipated, overshadowed by the significance of Gu Feng's daughter. Gu Feng, momentarily distracted by Fu Mingyan's triumph as the provincial science champion, redirected his focus back to his daughter amidst the celebratory remarks of his colleagues. Of all his children, he was most concerned for his daughter, Gu Yuxi, who resided in the countryside. The matter concerning Qin Sui only amplified his feelings of guilt towards her. As he listened to the praises, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes relaxed, and he expressed his gratitude for the congratulations from his co-workers. Surprisingly, his daughter chose not to attend Tsinghua or Peking University, but instead opted for her mother's alma mater, Beijing Medical University, aspiring to become a doctor. This decision raised eyebrows, as Tsinghua and Peking University are the country's premier institutions, with the government offering substantial support for graduates of these schools. Given her exceptional academic performance, many deemed her choice to pursue medicine a waste of her talents. In the office, a bespectacled staff member evidently disapproved of Gu Yuxi's choice, expressing a profound sense of regret on her behalf. A hushed silence enveloped the room as many turned their gaze toward Director Gu. Those working in the Ministry of Education understood well the nation's esteem for these two prestigious universities. If one were to place themselves in the parents' shoes, it was only natural to aspire for their children to attend Tsinghua or Peking University, especially if they had achieved such commendable results. For those who performed moderately well, it was reasonable to opt for a slightly less esteemed institution. However, to secure the second rank in the science stream of Jiangchuan province, only to choose a medical college, was indeed lamentable. Gu Feng slowly began to speak. Previously, she too had aimed for these two universities. When the news of the resumption of the college entrance examination reached her, her daughter had expressed aspirations to attend Tsinghua or Peking University. It was unexpected that a mere visit to the countryside would alter her resolve. Gu Feng recalled the moment her daughter called to share her experience of participating in rudimentary surgeries to save lives, expressing her desire to study medicine. Her daughter, filled with trepidation, felt as though her choice might disappoint the family. But how could they possibly be disappointed? Young individuals should shine brightly in fields they are passionate about and excel in. It was commendable that her daughter had identified her direction before the college entrance examination. Choosing the wrong major only to switch to medicine would have been nearly impossible. Thankfully, She had timely recognized her true passion. Gu Feng smiled gently and remarked, "In the rural area where Yuxi resided, barefoot doctors had a slight aversion to blood. Yuxi had learned some surgical knowledge in her youth, which she applied that fateful night to successfully save a life, igniting her passion for this noble profession. After that evening, she resolved to pursue a career in medicine. I believe a child's interests are of utmost importance. If she loves medicine and intends to delve deeply into it, shining brightly in her field, I wholeheartedly support her." Yuhi also smiled, adding that, moreover, old Gu's wife is a doctor, so it is likely that little Yuxi was influenced by her mother's profession. Previously, Yuxi had not found her true calling, hence her initial goal of attending Tsinghua or Peking University. Now, having discovered her direction upon the resumption of the entrance exams, I, as her uncle, am genuinely pleased for her. Wang, the staff member, could not help but interject. In fact, Beijing Medical University is also a top-tier institution, and upon graduation, she would undoubtedly remain in the capital for work. As the conversation progressed, others joined in, affirming that Director Gu's daughter had made a commendable choice by opting for medical school. Upon reflection, it was indeed a prestigious university. After conversing for nearly half an hour with this group, Director Gu returned to his desk, retrieving his notebook to record the scores he had just memorized. Fu Mingyan, Chinese total score 381, English 98. Gu Yuxi, Chinese total score 375. Just as he finished writing and exhaled a sigh of relief, his notebook was snatched from his hands by none other than Yuhi. Yuhi glanced at the name above, raising an eyebrow. Fu Mingyan, he elongated the name. Addressing Gu Feng, "Your son-in-law is quite impressive." Chapter 64. A worthy son-in-law. Gu Feng chuckled and waved his hand, dismissing the exaggeration. "He's just an ordinary rural lad. It is a common custom among our people that, until one becomes family, they tend to speak highly of each other, even if the praise is unwarranted. Once genuine acceptance occurs, however, they often diminish one another in front of outsiders, adopting a modest demeanor." In light of Qin Suisui's situation, Gu Feng had sincerely begun to regard Fu Mingyan as his son-in-law, instinctively adopting a humble stance on his behalf. He merely studies hard. This year's college entrance examination was relatively easy, and he happened to benefit from it. When I asked my daughter which university he intended to apply to, she merely mentioned it was a school in the capital. I can't help but worry. If he ends up at a prestigious institution like Tsinghua or Peking University, will he be able to keep pace? Yuhi regarded Gu Feng thoughtfully, waiting until he finished before speaking. "Old Gu, this won't do. It's one thing to say this in my presence, but you shouldn't express such sentiments publicly. Your words might hurt others' feelings." "How could that possibly hurt anyone's feelings?" "You're being overly dramatic," Gu Feng countered. Yuhi shook his head, speaking with a meaningful tone. "It's not exaggerated at all. Your daughter possesses remarkable qualities. You are a civil servant, your wife is a physician, and your father-in-law is a hero. Your late brothers were also martyrs. While your wife's family has produced many notable individuals. And what does Fu Mingyan have? As you said, he is just an ordinary rural boy, a stark contrast to your daughter." Yuhi contemplated for a moment, empathizing with Fu Mingyan's predicament. All he had was Gu Yuxi's affection and his own merits, nothing more. He pointed at Gu Feng's notebook, emphasizing that Fu Mingyan's greatest asset was his intellect, which had earned him his current achievements as the top science student in Jiangchuan province. If you belittle him academically, it would be downright bullying. Just look at his scores, they reflect his strengths. For instance, a score of 98 in Chinese indicates a solid cultural foundation, suggesting he is adept at writing. And if his handwriting were poor, as a teacher, I would have deducted points for presentation alone. It's inconceivable that he could achieve such high marks otherwise. His English scores are particularly remarkable, he continued. What level of education can one expect in a county town? A score of 98 is undoubtedly exceptional, a gateway to the wider world. After listening to his friend's remarks, Gu Feng reflected and replied earnestly, "You are right. I must change my ways." During their phone conversations, he could sense his daughter's genuine concern for Fu Mingyan, and he didn't want to say anything that would distress his daughter, who had just returned home after a long time away. A pang of sadness struck Gu Feng as he contemplated his little girl being courted, leaving him with an uneasy feeling. Indeed, Yuhi clapped a hand on his old friend's shoulder, his gaze affirming. Even though this year's college entrance examination was easier, achieving the top score signifies your son-in-law's considerable talent and diligence. Now that he is in the capital, with your support, I am confident that he and Yuxi will lead a prosperous life together. Gu Feng chuckled softly, asserting that even without assistance, their lives would be quite satisfactory. Yuhi, puzzled by this statement, watched as Gu Feng retrieved a book from his drawer and placed it in Yuhi's hands. This is a gift for you. An important publication from the People's Publishing House this year. You can take it home and have a look. In a few days, the Xinhua bookstore will stock it uniformly. Yuhi gazed down at the book, which bore a pale yellow cover adorned with the black silhouettes of a man and a woman. The man wore a round hat, his hand resting casually on its brim, while the woman, clad in a qipao with elegantly curled hair, held a gun in a poised manner, ready to fire. The title read Dual Lives, pinned under the pseudonym Wentan. The cover did not evoke the spirit of the working class, nor did it align with the fashion trends that emerged post-1960. It instead exuded a style reminiscent of the Republic of China era. Intrigued by the prospect of a narrative set in that period, Yui felt a surge of interest. In a market saturated with accounts of the struggles of the working class, the mere sight of this cover piqued his curiosity, compelling him to delve deeper. As Yui flipped to the first page, he spotted the year 1945 and nearly succumbed to the urge to read further, only to quickly close the book. Is this the publisher's new release? How did it come to you? The pseudonym is unfamiliar. Surely it's a newcomer? Despite possessing only a high school education, Yui had immersed himself in literature since entering the workforce, making him well-versed in the contemporary literary landscape, and he was almost certain this was a debut author. Indeed, a new author, but our conversation is not off topic. This book is written by my son-in-law, Gu Feng replied, his hands forming a steeple on the table, a glimmer of mirth in his eyes. Yui was momentarily taken aback. The book, though not thick, contained around 100,000 words and was published by the reputable Beijing People's Publishing House. A writer? Your son-in-law is a writer? How old is he? Is he an old educated youth? Publishing a book does not make one a writer, nor is he an old educated youth. He hails from a rural background and is merely a year older than Yuxi. Just look at this book. The royalty is 7 yuan per 1,000 words. With just this publication, they have earned enough for their university expenses over the years. University also provides subsidies, so this income can be wholly devoted to enhancing their quality of life. Gu Feng also contemplated the film adaptation, recalling his friend's assertion that the book indeed possessed cinematic potential. His friend had submitted a proposal, which was nearly approved. However, he wished to secure greater leverage for Fu Mingyan before finalizing the contract, awaiting the sales figures from the publisher's first quarter. If the book were adapted into a film, and if Fu Mingyan chose to partake in the screenplay, he could potentially earn a substantial fee. Oh, Yui laughed. Old Gu, I now suspect that your initial remarks about your son-in-law were a deliberate understatement, a subtle way to showcase your pride in having such a remarkable son-in-law. What other admirable qualities does he possess? Do share them all. Gu Feng had already extolled many virtues of Fu Mingyan, and at this moment, Tongquai Shoujie remarked, he is tall, standing at 180 centimeters, and possesses striking good looks. Yui stroked his chin, contemplating that Xiao Yuxi is indeed a beauty, and thus they exemplify a match made in heaven. Do you have any pictures? He inquired. The pictures are at home. Gu Feng replied. Next time you visit, I shall show you. Let us not wait for another occasion. Let it be today. Yui laughed, expressing his eagerness. I adore reading and can hardly contain my curiosity about this new author. I have a premonition that I shall enjoy this book. As midday approached, Yui followed Gu Feng to her residence. Within Gu Feng's home hung a large frame containing several small black and white photographs. In the bottom left corner, there was an image of a young girl seated beside Fu Mingyan. Their bodies leaned slightly toward one another, emanating a natural intimacy. Both wore expressions of youthful exuberance, their ages scarcely reaching 20, embodying the most beautiful phase of life, and a refreshing aura enveloped the moment. Perhaps it was the youthfulness and striking handsomeness of the subjects captured in the photograph that led Yui to unconsciously envision such features on the male protagonist, Yu Zixing. While immersed in the novel, Chapter 65, the first reader Yui preferred to read in one uninterrupted flow, but found himself a slow reader. Estimating the time spent, he began reading after dinner. As he continued until 11 at night, he was swept away by the emotional highs and lows of the characters, eventually closing the book. The emotional fluctuations did not imply that the author, known by the pen name Wentan, wrote with fervent intensity. On the contrary, there were no lengthy, impassioned passages. Yu Zixing, as a covert spy, exhibited an extraordinary restraint in his emotions and expressions. He resembled the molten lava beneath the serene surface of a mountain. calm outwardly yet fervent within. Having such a character as the protagonist elucidated why he firmly embraced communism, vividly reconstructing the tumultuous disputes between the two parties from over 20 years ago. It also clarified why the ultimate victory belonged to our party rather than the Gu party. What a remarkable book! Yui could not help but reflect. Initially drawn to dual lives for its rare perspective, Yui found his interest peak from the very first page. Novels set in the Republic of China were scarce in the 1970s, and upon learning that the author Wen Tan was Gu Fang's son-in-law, his intrigue deepened. As he delved into the text, extraneous thoughts faded, and Yui focused entirely on the narrative. When Yu Zizheng's girlfriend, Lin Lan, met her demise, he wept just as Cuiping did, and when Cuiping was shot dead, Yui's heart raced in tandem with Yu Zizheng's, captivated by this guerrilla leader. Cuiping's hair shimmered, her charisma stirring deep emotions. Although the narrative had previously indicated Cuiping's role as a guerrilla leader, the perspective derived from Yu Zizheng made her seem like a burdensome arrangement, riddled with flaws and exasperatingly foolish. However, following Lin Lan's death and the display of marksmanship, Cuiping's allure became evident. Resonating in Yuhi's mind with a singular thought, she was the true embodiment of a communist, steadfast in her unwavering convictions. It is only natural for Yu Zizheng to fall in love with her. Such a person is truly deserving of affection. As Yuhi closed the book, he pondered why the People's Publishing House had chosen to sign this story, even bypassing the customary practice of serialization in contemporary magazines. From a political standpoint, the book posed no issues. The most significant problems had been resolved, and the next consideration was the readership. History enthusiasts could explore historical narratives from a fresh perspective. Literary aficionados would find the structure and themes of the writing worthy of investigation, and for fans of popular novels, it offered a distinctly different story that harkened back to the tumultuous era of the Republic decades ago. That period was characterized by a clash between the new and the old, where the populace endured great hardships and the nation lay in ruins. Yet, literature flourished, giving rise to many remarkable works and authors. The author, Wen Tan, evoked in Yuhi reflections of writers from that era, leading him to believe that this book would achieve commendable sales in the year 78. Yui mused that a literary masterpiece at the start of the year could potentially reach a print run of 1 million copies. While the figure seemed immense, a distribution across various provinces and cities through Xinhua bookstores would likely see it sell out swiftly. The policies established over the past decade have culminated in a national yearning for scientific talent, alongside the public's desire for new forms of entertainment. It was certain that the book would sell exceptionally well. Yuhi could not help but contemplate the story's conclusion, which was steeped in regret. Although they had met, one remained on the mainland while the other departed for the island. On a superficial level, this ending might evoke a sense of tragic beauty. Yet a deeper reflection revealed that the separation between Yu Zizheng and Cuiping was inevitable, primarily due to Yu Zizheng's superior, Wu Jinzhong. Wu Jinzhong was acutely aware of Yu Zizheng's true identity. He valued Yu Zizheng for becoming his indispensable aide, tirelessly working to amass wealth for him. Such a selfless comrade was rare within the ranks of the Guomindang. Moreover, should Zizheng encounter any issues, Wu Jinzhong would not be immediately implicated, as he could leverage his considerable wealth to navigate the situation. Considering these factors, it was clear that Yu Zizheng would be escorted to the island by his superior. Wu Jinzhong was also cognizant of Cuiping's identity, having previously made a mistake by allowing her to venture into the city. He would not err again by permitting her to accompany Yu Zizheng to the island. The sum of 1 + 1 exceeds 2. Wu Jinzhong could not allow more communist comrades to unite. Cuiping, what are you thinking? Zheng Yu, Yuhi's wife, had already completed her evening routine and was waiting just outside the study. Upon seeing her husband close the book and sit in contemplation at the desk, she could not resist urging him. Zheng Yu voiced her frustrations. You've closed the book, yet you remain there in the light, lost in thought. You won't sleep. But I still need my rest. Apologetically, Yuhi quickly finished his evening preparations and lay down, turning off the dim light in the room. His heart lingered in the story, regretting that it was too late. Otherwise, he would have rushed to Gu Fang's home. How could someone under 20 produce such an outstanding work? The intertwining of history and narrative is executed splendidly, with characters vividly and multidimensionally crafted. The structure of the article is commendable, and such a polished novel leads one to hardly believe that the author is so young. A twinge of envy strikes. How can old Gu's son-in-law be so accomplished? He shifts restlessly, rousing Zheng Yu from her slumber. Zheng Yu, somewhat displeased, remarks, I told you last time. Do not read past 10 o'clock. With a sigh, she decides to retreat to the study to write a review instead. Xingyu abruptly sits upright. Even if she cannot converse with Gu Feng, it matters not, as she can engage with a wider audience through her writing. Are you out of your mind? Xingyu exclaims incredulously. At your age, you still stay up late to write articles. This time is different, Yuhi replies. Do you know whose book I was reading last night? Whose? Old Gu's son-in-law. Yuhi chuckles, surprising, isn't it? Let me tell you. Old Gu's son-in-law is the top science student in Jiangchuan province. Chapter 66. The mother-in-law learns of the science top student. Xingyu's primary occupation is that of an elementary school teacher. She once taught Gu Yuxi. During a period when the Gu family was preoccupied, Gu Yuxi would join Xingyu for lunch, and she regarded the young girl as a daughter of sorts. The two families even considered establishing a formal kinship. But Xingyu's daughter, Yu Fei, was quite resistant to the idea, leading to its abandonment. How can he be both a top student and a writer? What is the situation with Yuxi's spouse? Pray, do tell me more. Xingyu, invigorated, sits up in bed. Gu Yuxi is such a wonderful girl. Upon hearing the news of her being sent to the countryside, Xingyu felt a pang of concern, even upon learning of her marriage. Despite knowing that Gu Yuxi possesses discerning judgment, she could not help but worry. Now, upon hearing that Yuxi's husband is an exemplary student, her spirits lift immensely. The adage all professions are inferior, only education is supreme may have waned in its validity, yet the reverence for learning remains deeply ingrained in the hearts of our people. For education transforms destinies. After briefly summarizing the situation, Xingyu is elated, exclaiming her approval and hurriedly urging her husband to write the review. Yuhi playfully inquires, now you don't mind that I'm staying up late? Regardless, you surely cannot sleep. You might as well write an article about Yuxi's husband to help the book sell better. Yuhi chuckles and shakes his head. Aware of his wife's fondness for Gu Yuxi, I shall commence writing now. I wonder what Yuxi's husband looks like. When Xiao Gu and her husband return to the city, you shall find out. All right, it's getting late. You should rest. Upon returning to the study, Yuhi lights a cigarette, allowing the smoke to envelop him as he settles his thoughts, transporting himself back to the year 1945. However, after only a few puffs, inspiration strikes. He places the cigarette in a dim corner, letting the ember quietly burn above the ashtray. As the unconsumed but dims, a layer of ash gradually accumulates. When the ash finally collapses under its own weight, Yuhi begins to write. The tip of his hero fountain pen scratches against the paper, producing a delicate sound as vigorous and elegant characters find their way onto the page. Title: Reflections on Dual Lives. Embracing character flaws in literary works, Dual Lives boasts numerous merits, with an excellent structure and a narrative that unfolds gracefully. The writing style is notably restrained, intertwining seamlessly with historical context. However, what left Yuhi most impressed were the vividly drawn characters. Fu Mingyan's portrayal lacks perfection. The imperfections of these characters imbue them with substance and authenticity, rendering them remarkably relatable. The protagonist, Yu Zhajing, chooses to assassinate a traitor following his superior's demise. He embodies a simplistic sense of justice, while simultaneously revealing his vulnerabilities. After years in the military intelligence, he naively believes that Japan's surrender will bring an end to all strife. He perceives his involvement in the undercover operation as an act of love, grappling with regret and confusion over his inability to meet Lin Lan. Yu Zhajing is on a path of growth, while Cui Ping's journey diverges, transforming from a guerrilla leader to someone who adeptly learns the nuances of undercover work, making her own significant contributions. After penning 1,000 words, Yuhi expresses his astonishment at the handling of Cui Ping's character. Despite her lack of education and fiery temperament, her steadfast beliefs and noble character shine brightly. He greatly admires her reactions to Lin Lan's death and cherishes the moment she dispatches a traitor with a single bullet. She states that on Tying Mountain, she personally issued over 20 martyr certificates, asserting that the widows can endure, contrary to Yu Zhajing's claims. At the novel's conclusion, Yuhi shares his belief that she will indeed persevere, although he laments that, historically speaking, Yu Zhajing will meet his demise a year after the narrative's end. Yuhi holds a particular fondness for Cui Ping. Had one suggested from the outset that Yu Zhajing would fall in love with her, he would have scoffed at the idea. Yet, after immersing himself in the novel, he finds it effortless to embrace such a notion. In moments of excitement, Yuhi seizes a burning cigarette, inhaling deeply until his lungs are filled with nicotine, before resuming his fervent writing. A sprawling 3,000 words are completed within 2 hours. enveloping the study in a haze of smoke. Upon finishing, a wave of mental fatigue washes over him. He pinches his brow and, eschewing the master bedroom, retrieves a blanket from the upper cabinet of the study and settles onto the plush chaise lounge to sleep. As he drifts into slumber, Pei Xiongfang, utterly exhausted, returns home. She had attended a meeting and was expected back that evening. Yet an unexpected incident at the hospital compelled her to assist in the emergency care of several factory workers. Amid the chaos, a worker's finger was caught in machinery, and in the ensuing panic, another's hair was entangled, with reckless operations causing further injuries. Ultimately, she was transported home by car after a long night of labor. After changing into comfortable attire and switching on a flashlight, Pei Qiongfang nimbly heads to the bathroom to freshen up. The Gu family residence is spacious, featuring 2 bathrooms. The larger one, situated away from the bedrooms, alleviates concerns about disturbing anyone's slumber upon returning late. Once dressed, Pei Qiongfang quietly enters the secondary bedroom, familiar with the room's layout, and makes her way to her designated spot along the wall. To her surprise, the bedside lamp was turned on as soon as she entered. Pei Qiongfang exclaimed, "It's so late. Why are you still awake?" Noticing that the alarm clock indicated it was already 3 in the morning, she continued, "I couldn't sleep until you returned." Dr. Pei felt a blush creeping to her cheeks as she burrowed under the covers, playfully pinching the soft flesh at her husband's waist. "After all these years, you still say such things. It was an unexpected situation today, and I couldn't make it back. You should just go to sleep earlier." Gu Fang's eyes sparkled as she handed over a notebook she had concealed nearby, flipping it open to reveal a page for her wife to see. "I primarily wanted to wait for you to see this. The college entrance examination results from Jiangchuan province have been released. The scores of Fu Mingyan were inscribed above, while their daughter's scores were noted below." Pei Qiongfang's gaze immediately fell upon her daughter's score, which proudly declared her as the second in the science stream of Jiangchuan province. Upon glancing at Fu Mingyan's scores, Pei Qiongfang couldn't help but rub her eyes, wondering if her vision had deceived her. Not only did he have an additional English score, but his total was also higher than Gu Yuxi's. It was noted that he was the top scorer in the science stream. "Is Xiao Fu the top science student?" Gu Fang nodded vigorously, a grin on her face. That rascal won't reveal where her partner intends to apply, only mentioning Beijing, assuring me that there's no issue. At this rate, considering the preliminary results, Fu Mingyan's ranking must be excellent enough to gain admission to the best 2 universities. The uncertainty now lies between Tsinghua and Peking University. Pei Qiongfang chuckled. "If before the results were released I had mentioned that Xiao Fu wanted to apply to Tsinghua or Peking University, would you have thought she was getting ahead of herself?" Gu Fang reflected, acknowledging his wife's insight. Indeed, had their daughter disclosed her aspirations of applying to Tsinghua or Peking University ahead of time, he might have felt a surge of anxiety. After all, gaining admission to those prestigious institutions is no simple feat, particularly as they primarily recruit from Jiangchuan province, where a single program may only admit 1 or 2 students. Fortunately, during the application process, he had refrained from voicing his concerns. Otherwise, it would have been a regret if the top science student had not applied to Tsinghua or Peking University. Gu Fang grasped his wife's hand. "Today, even Lao Yu commented on this, reminding me not to underestimate Xiao Fu. Yuxi has a keen eye. She has matured significantly after her time in the countryside and embodies a sense of adulthood now. I have complete faith in my daughter's judgment, as well as in Xiao Fu. Is she not an adult now?" Pei Qiongfang remarked, gently touching Gu Fang's graying hair. "Have your parents been informed of this good news?" "Father is still on the train. I've managed to obtain the phone number of the guest house where he is staying, so he should arrive tomorrow. Mother said she would call." Pei Qiongfang withheld a thought, curious about how her elderly mother would react upon learning that Fu Mingyan was the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Chapter 67. Anticipation of coming to Beijing yesterday. When Gu Fang informed her mother, she was busy knitting a sweater. Li Aihua was quite skilled with her hands. Having devised numerous knitting techniques herself, she would knit sweaters for the people in the courtyard, charging between 2 to 5 dimes depending on the size and complexity of the garment. This time, the design she was working on featured an adorable panda adorned with a bow, munching on a bright red apple. The panda motif has captivated the entire neighborhood, winning the hearts of children aged 3 to 13. The slightly older ones seek guidance on how to knit, and after mastering the craft, they create sweaters for their families. Meanwhile, the younger wives, unable to tackle such intricate patterns, resort to spending 50 cents to have the elderly ladies knit sweaters for them. These wise women can customize various panda designs, whether it be a panda munching on bamboo, a panda chasing butterflies, or even a panda swinging on a swing. This makes the 50 cents a willingly spent sum for a unique, one-of-a-kind creation. As Li Aihua's knitting venture flourished, Gu Fang approached her with news that Fu Mingyan had achieved the top score in the science category in Jiangchuan province. The smooth knitting needles jabbed into Li Aihua's fingers, causing her to shiver in disbelief. Really? The top scholar? Mom, does your hand hurt? Not at all. The knitting needle is fine. Is he truly the top scholar? Li's eyes sparkled as she tossed the sweater back into the basket, grasping her son's hand. It must be emphasized that it is not merely the national top scholar, but the top in Jiangchuan province. Oh my! Exclaimed Li, rising to her feet and pacing back and forth. I've heard that Jiangchuan province has a large population and the exams are quite challenging. Historically, the top scorer from there is considered the national champion. Having perused the book Gu Fang brought back, Li Aihua already perceived Fu Mingyan's remarkable talent. Now, upon learning of his achievement as the science top scholar, she silently repeated to herself, the star of literature. The elderly lady, well versed in the operas, recalled that in the tales, the top scholar descends from the star of literature. But we cannot say it that way, Gu Fang gently interjected. Li's grandmother clicked her tongue, aware that one should not speak of the past too freely. I shall refrain from further comments. By the way, I must convey this news to your father. How unfortunate that he is on a business trip at such a pivotal moment. Gu Fang couldn't help but smile wryly at her mother. Dad's trip was planned long in advance. I can simply call him with the news. I will inquire about the guest house's phone number at his workplace this afternoon. Though Li's grandmother refrained from vocalizing her thoughts about the star of literature, she harbored genuine joy for her granddaughter in her heart. Find out your father's contact number, and I will share this news with him. After Gu Fang stepped out to use the restroom, she returned to find that Li's grandmother had mistakenly knitted the panda's eyes in the wrong color. Mom, the panda eyes are the wrong color. The originally black eye patches had turned a bright red, prompting the elderly lady to quickly unravel her work. Shoo, it's your fault for being in my way that caused the mistake. That night, Gu Fang recounted the amusing incident to his wife, Pei Xiaofang, who chuckled softly. Mother has a fondness for cultured individuals. Li's endorsement of Fu Mingyan brought great joy to Pei Xiaofang as well. We Chinese hold scholars in high esteem. Later, you should inform the Pei family about the child's situation. They will surely be pleased. Of course, they will be pleased. By the way, when is the admission notice expected to be issued? When will classes commence? In mid-January. After the new year, they will likely begin attending school around the Lantern Festival. Pei Xiaofang was taken aback. Did you not mention earlier that the results of the 1977 college entrance examination were released, and that enrollment would commence in September 1978? Subsequently, a more detailed agenda was provided, indicating that the college entrance examination would become a regular occurrence. Hence, the candidates from 1977 would commence their studies in the first half of 1978, with one semester counting as an entire academic year. By September 1978, the candidates of 1977 would be second-year students. The prospect of seeing her daughter soon brought a smile to Pei Xiaofang's face. She also conveyed to Xiao Gu that this year's Spring Festival would be celebrated in Beijing, and that next year, Yuxi would return to her hometown with him. Gu Fang remained silent. The mere thought of his daughter spending the new year away from home next year unsettled him deeply. After all, Xiao Fu was not even a son-in-law by formal ties, and it was inevitable that she would return to Xiao Fu's family for the festivities, Pei Xiaofang remarked. Moreover, they would be attending university in Beijing and eventually working there as well. Was there truly a need to worry about seeing Yuxi less often? Only then did Gu Fang's furrowed brow begin to relax. The couple exchanged a few more words, reminiscing about how old Lady Li claimed she could knit sweaters with her eyes closed, yet now, due to the science top scorer incident, she had managed to knit them incorrectly. Pei Xiaofang's voice carried a hint of drowsiness as she expressed her own yearning to see Xiao Fu soon. Indeed, everyone is looking forward to it, Gu Fang replied before urging his wife to retire for the night. Before settling down, Gu Fang glanced at the little alarm clock on the bedside table, noting that the shorthand had already pointed towards the west. On a Sunday when she had some free time, Pei Xiaofang visited her maternal home, sharing the academic achievements of her daughter and son-in-law. She also mentioned that once the admission notices reached the village, the young couple could prepare to return to the city, and they would inform her as soon as their plans were confirmed. Naturally, the Pei family was overjoyed. Pei Xiaofang left with a beaming smile, her face almost rigid from joy. As Pei Qiongfang passed by the Xinhua bookstore, she noticed a striking artistic poster displaying the black silhouettes of Yu Zhezhing and Shui Ping from Double Lives, accompanied by promotional phrases for the new book released by the Beijing People's Publishing House. She paused to admire it, and beside it was an advertisement proclaiming that the novel Double Lives, depicting the story of the staff of the Nationalist Party being subverted by our party to engage in covert operations, was now available for purchase, with ample stock for the public. Just then, someone wearing round tortoiseshell glasses approached the clerk and inquired about the newly advertised book. "One copy, please." "How much?" 63 cents, replied the clerk. Pei Qiongfang lingered for a few minutes, observing that Double Lives was selling quite well before she continued her journey home. Chapter 68. Seeking purchases of Double Lives in Shanghai. Everyone at the Beijing People's Publishing House was aware that this year's highlight was Double Lives. An author named Wen Tan had caught the attention of the chief editor. During a meeting, the chief editor engaged in a spirited debate with the intellectuals present and decided upon an initial print run of 1 million copies. With such a substantial volume established, the challenge now lay in distributing them to various Xinhua bookstores across the nation. Previously, initial print runs were around 100,000, with allocations to bookstores ranging from a few dozen to just over a few hundred copies, which had sufficed to spread the inventory. Despite a staggering print run of 1 million copies, it is impractical to compel Xinhua bookstore to purchase hundreds or thousands of copies. Such an approach would result in goods being transported only to be returned unsold, ultimately leading to a waste of resources. Editor-in-Chief Chiuze proposed a strategy. Initially, the Xinhua bookstores in other provinces and cities would refrain from receiving shipments, allowing Dual Lives to be extensively distributed in the capital for a month. Based on the sales performance in Beijing, further distribution across the nation would then be considered. Beijing comprises 14 districts, along with one municipal Xinhua bookstore, totaling 15 establishments. The municipal bookstore was allocated 2,000 copies, while the others received quantities proportional to their size, the smallest receiving 300 copies and the largest 1,000. In total, 15,000 copies of Dual Lives were distributed among the city's Xinhua bookstores. Colleagues from the publishing department coordinated with the Beijing Xinhua bookstores to create promotional advertisements and prepare marketing materials, culminating in the official sales launch yesterday. They spent the entire day prior assisting with the setup, and today, the team was able to relax a bit now that the work was completed. They acknowledged the quality of Dual Lives, yet expressed concerns that the print run of 1 million was perhaps overly ambitious. Nevertheless, as approval had already been granted from higher-ups, focusing exclusively on Dual Lives was deemed beneficial for the publishing department, particularly since the yearly allocation of paper is limited, with this title consuming a substantial portion of the company's paper supply. Once this project is completed, the remaining workload would significantly diminish. Recently, considerable effort had been made for the distribution of Dual Lives in Beijing, and now that the distribution was complete, it was anticipated that these books could sell over a quarter or even a year before running out, indicating a time for some respite. The Spring Festival of '78 fell on February 6th, and the publishing department felt there would be no additional work to attend to before the holiday. Staff members in the office busily prepared reports, sipped tea, and engaged in light conversation until a call from the Shanghai Xinhua bookstore shattered the tranquility. The call was answered by Wang Li, a newcomer in the office. Wang Li, known for her exuberant voice, often moderated her tone, but in moments of excitement, her volume soared. At this moment, her voice certainly amplified, for the caller specifically requested Dual Lives, which had just completed its distribution in Beijing. Wang Li was taken aback. After all, the author of the book was relatively unknown, and the initial print run was excessively large. The team had previously deliberated on how to sell 120,000 copies, yet here was Shanghai proactively seeking to assist in diminishing their inventory. "What? You want 10,000 copies?" Wang Li exclaimed. The Shanghai Xinhua bookstore replied, "Yes. May I inquire about your initial print run? I believe that in the case of a modest initial print, larger cities should stock up a bit more, while smaller cities need not." Wang Li could not resist responding. "We have a substantial supply. Our initial print is 120,000 copies." The manager of the Xinhua bookstore in Shanghai initially anticipated a first print run of 200,000 to 300,000 copies. Hence he thought that securing 10,000 copies would be satisfactory. His intention was to allow other bookstores in different regions to receive fewer copies, prioritizing the supply for major cities. Upon hearing that the first print run reached 1 million copies, he immediately grasped the microphone, eager to revise the order quantity. This figure has taken me by surprise. Are you confirming that there are 120,000 copies in your warehouse? No, there are not 120,000, Wang Li replied, her tone now calm. A few days ago, we sent 15,000 to Beijing, leaving over 110,000 copies. All right, said the manager of the Xinhua bookstore in Shanghai. I need to reassess the situation and report back to my superiors. I will call you later today with the confirmed order quantity. After hanging up, a colleague inquired, Wang Li, what is the situation? Shanghai wants 10,000 copies. Perhaps there has been a misunderstanding. Wang Li waved her hand and smiled. They mentioned wanting 10,000 copies of Dual Lives. And I informed them that our first print run is 120,000. They then said they would hold a meeting to determine the final order quantity and call back. Upon hearing Wang Li's words, her colleagues began to comment. In my opinion, there is an 80 to 90% chance they want to call back to place an order. I finally understood why Xiaoli was astonished. Dual Lives hardly enjoys any notoriety, and it is indeed rare for them to suddenly request 10,000 copies. Wang Li chuckled. Wouldn't it be wonderful if Shanghai did order 10,000 copies? At least that would reduce my workload after the new year. Li Yi adjusted his black-framed glasses, exclaiming, I believe they think they need fewer copies. But once the meeting concludes, they will certainly request a larger quantity. They will definitely call back. Wang Li was astonished. 10,000 copies were already a significant amount. And given that the book lacked fame and its promotional efforts were solely in Beijing, why would Shanghai be interested in Dual Lives? I suspect the editorial department is making an effort, Li Yu remarked with a grin. Have you forgotten what magazines are popular in Shanghai? The most renowned literary magazine there is Harvest, founded in 1957 under the leadership of Ba Jin. Ba Jin's literary achievements are well documented, and his creation, Harvest, is undoubtedly a sacred place in the hearts of literary youth. Li Ye's implication was straightforward. The editorial department had nurtured a group of authors to champion Dual Lives. After the book was published, the editorial department sent numerous copies to various authors, hoping they would write reviews of Dual Lives in the magazine. The release of literary articles could significantly enhance the sales of Dual Lives, and now that the book was set to launch, it was likely that the authors invited by the editorial department had penned some articles. Harvest is scheduled to be published tomorrow, Li Yi asserted confidently. There will surely be review articles, which is why the Xinhua bookstore in Shanghai has received the news and is coming to place an order for Dual Lives. It was in the evening that the Xinhua bookstore in Shanghai made the call. With ample supply from Beijing, after their meeting, the Shanghai bookstore revised their order to a larger quantity of 23,000 copies of Dual Lives. Wang Li meticulously recorded the subscription information and could not help but inquire. Our senior colleagues in the editorial department mentioned that an evaluative article on Dual Lives was published in Harvest. May I ask who authored it? The manager of the Shanghai Xinhua bookstore smiled and replied, The issue will be released tomorrow. You will know then. Filled with curiosity, Wang Li eagerly sought to read Harvest the next morning. However, while the magazine was indeed delivered, it had already been taken by colleagues from the editorial department who arrived earlier. Chapter 69, The Phenomenal Success of Dual Lives. Guang Yu, a newly appointed employee at the Hongqing Steel Plant's office, harbored a profound appreciation for literary works. He was an ardent reader of literary magazines such as People's Literature, Beijing Literature and Art, and Harvest. After attending to the mundane tasks of a meeting, with half an hour remaining before the lunch break, he opened the latest issue of Harvest. The first article in the January edition was a critique of Dual Lives penned by the pseudonymous Xiu Lansheng. Indeed, the very review written by Yu He. Yu He had developed a habit of writing. Although his earlier works went unpublished, they enriched his reservoir of experience. After turning 30, he began submitting manuscripts to Harvest. Initially, his acceptance rate was modest, but by the time he reached his 40s, every submission he made was invariably accepted. Upon receiving Yu He's manuscript, the editorial team at the Shanghai Harvest office promptly reviewed it and, leveraging their connections, procured a copy of Dual Lives. The novel was commendable, and the critique was exceptionally engaging, securing Yu He's article the premier position in Harvest. As Guang Yu beheld Yu He's pseudonym, his eyes sparkled with delight. He greatly admired this author's reviews, which astutely analyzed the work from perspectives often overlooked. Yu He possessed a broad literary knowledge, yet his writing was neither arcane nor convoluted, but rather accessible and comprehensible. This accessibility did not imply a lack of sophistication in Yu He's works. On the contrary, It was his deep understanding of literature that enabled him to articulate ideas with precision and elegance. Having perused the author's name, Guan Yu glanced at the article title and then skimmed a portion of the text. Dual Lives, authored by Wen Tan, was a new release from the Beijing People's Publishing House this year. Upon absorbing this information, Guan Yu restrained his impulse to continue reading the article. He felt compelled to first experience the novel, believing that the synergy between the critique and the narrative would enhance his appreciation. During the ensuing hours of work, Guan Yu found his concentration waning. As soon as he clocked out, he hastily rode his bicycle to the nearest Xinhua bookstore. Upon arrival, he encountered a staff member engaged in restocking books and rushed forward to inquire, "Do you have Dual Lives by author Wen Tan available?" Like Guan Yu, many literary enthusiasts flooded into the bookstore after reading Harvest. Having perused the magazine, their immediate instinct was to dash to the bookstore, heedless of the advertisements hanging at the entrance, and directly approach the staff to inquire. Many staff members expressed their frustration, yet there was little they could do. Eventually, they simply moved a stack of books to the checkout counter, facilitating the literary youth in settling their purchases. At this moment, the cashier remarked, "The checkout area is right here." A surge of joy welled up within Guan Yu. This Xinhua bookstore was the smallest in Beijing, and he had initially feared he might have to venture across districts to find what he sought. Being able to purchase it here was indeed a stroke of fortune. As Guan Yu perused the books, he noticed the selection was dwindling and proactively suggested, "Comrade, it would be wise to stock more of this title. It is sure to sell remarkably well." The cashier responded, "There are still plenty in the warehouse, so no need to worry about availability." This book is a major release from the publisher, with a national stock exceeding 1 million copies. When a staff member from the Beijing People's Publishing House arrived to post advertisements, he had conversed with the employees and revealed that the initial print run of this book was a staggering 120,000 copies. The cashier thought the publisher's leadership was indeed audacious. In this day and age, what book could possibly achieve such sales? Even if it were Howren's works. Only Sunny Days could manage it. Daughters of Shisha hardly sold at all. Guan Yu nodded with a smile. That's reassuring. After acquiring the book, he immediately returned home to delve into it. From the very first glance, he found himself utterly captivated. The portrayal of the Guomindang figure Yu Zhizhen was striking. A narrative setup that drew him in like no other book of this era. With insatiable eagerness, Guan Yu began to read. He was particularly fond of the early appearance of Lin Lan. Under the relentless urging of the station master, the illiterate Suiping was brought to the city, which drove Yu Zhizhen to near madness, and Guan Yu found himself equally disenchanted with Suiping. When mealtime arrived, Guan Yu managed to consume a hasty meal while still clutching his book, finishing in a mere 5 minutes. Ignoring his mother's scathing remarks, he retreated to his room to continue reading. Upon reaching the poignant moment of Lin Lan's demise, tears streamed down his face, and Suiping's heartfelt words directed at Yu Zhizhen profoundly resonated with him. How could such a remarkable woman exist? Suiping displayed exceptional marksmanship, and her fortitude as a widow of a martyr captured both Yu Zhizhen's and Guan Yu's hearts. Witnessing this conclusion, more tears fell from Guan Yu's eyes. He lay on his bed without even washing up, his tears flowing freely. How could this be? How could Suiping wait hopelessly with her child, while Yu Zhizhen continued to lurk on the island? Guan Yu read swiftly, and when the narrative captivated him, he would hastily skip over unappealing segments to hasten his reading pace. When the words "the end" appeared, an overwhelming emptiness enveloped him. He ought to be reading commentary articles, yet he felt no inclination to do so, still immersed in the tale of dual lives. Throughout the city of Beijing, there were many literary youths shedding tears like Guan Yu. The following day, he finally mustered the energy to read Yu He's commentary, which reignited the unresolved feelings he had while reading Dual Lives. "What's wrong, little Guan? Why do your eyes look like that?" inquired Xiao Wu from the office. Her curiosity piqued. The result was Guan Yu silently lending her a book, leading to Xiao Wu, who was sneakily reading and weeping, also finding her eyes reddened. Xiao Wu has developed a profound affection for this book. Although she has already completed reading it, she believes she will revisit it. After work, she intends to purchase a copy of Dual Lives from Xinhua Bookstore for her collection. Literary enthusiasts who have perused Harvest have been fervently recommending Dual Lives. The inventory of Dual Lives in Beijing is swiftly depleting, while literary aficionados in Shanghai are finally awaiting the arrival of the 23,000 copies that the bookstore has received. The Xinhua bookstore buzzes with activity as citizens wave their cash and tickets, eagerly anticipating their turn to acquire the book. This is my money. I want a copy. This is my ticket. I had prepared my funds in advance. Serve me first. The Shanghai Xinhua bookstore believes that 23,000 copies is a substantial amount. Yet it overlooks the significant impact Harvest has had on literary youth. Given the refreshing perspective and exceptional quality of this book, readers will subsequently recommend it to friends and family who may not typically read magazines but enjoy novels. After engaging with the text, readers are driven to possess such an exquisite book, resulting in a rapid decline of the already limited stock at the Shanghai Xinhua bookstore. Before the arrival of the newly ordered 20,000 copies, the bookstore must announce that it has sold out and that customers will need to wait. Chapter 70. The publisher in a frenzy. The distribution department of Beijing People's Publishing House enjoyed a brief respite following that phone call from Shanghai. They leisurely sipped tea, perused newspapers, and engaged in casual conversation, blissfully unaware that a whirlwind of activity was about to ensue. As the first issue of Harvest for the new year was widely distributed across the nation, intellectuals from major provincial capitals such as Guangzhou and Shenzhen flocked to bookstores inquiring about dual lives. In just a day or two, hundreds of inquiries flooded in, prompting bookstores across various provinces to place orders for dual lives with the Beijing publisher. The phone in the distribution office rang incessantly, with Wang Li tasked with answering calls, her voice booming. What? You wish to order 5,000 copies of Dual Lives? Are you certain you mean the book by this author? You are from the Xinhua bookstore in Jiangchuan province? You want Dual Lives? How many shall I note down? As time progressed, Wang Li's tone became more subdued. You mean Qingtan's Dual Lives, correct? We have a first print of 2 million copies that is quite ample. You still wish to order 3,000 copies, yes? Initially, the distribution department fulfilled the requests from various provinces for 3,000, 5,000, and 8,000 copies, but they quickly realized that this strategy needed revision. With 15,000 copies in stock and an additional order of 20,000 in Beijing, the situation took another turn when Shanghai requested a resupply of 20,000 copies. Notably, the nearby municipality of Tianjin also placed an order for 10,000 copies. Given that Beijing's total requests amounted to 35,000 copies and Shanghai's to 23,000, it is astonishing that such quantities have already sold out in such a short time. In light of this, the shipments of 3,000 and 5,000 copies destined for provincial capitals are woefully inadequate. They should have dispatched at least 20,000 to 30,000 copies. In Beijing, the volume in the Shanghai market, along with that of Tianjin, cannot be significantly increased. The allocation of 120,000 books is intended for nationwide distribution through Xinhua bookstores, rather than being confined to a few major cities, as such an approach contradicts the values of socialism. The distribution department convened a meeting to delineate the national quotas, subsequently tasking Wang Li with informing the Xinhua bookstores in each province of the updated allocations. Initially, Wang Li accepted this responsibility, but soon found it overwhelming. The reason was straightforward. These provincial capital cities were unaware of the potential success of Dual Lives. A demand of 20,000 to 30,000 copies appeared excessive to them, as they feared unsold stock would accumulate. Xinhua bookstores have annual procurement targets, and they are reluctant to allocate a substantial portion to an obscure author's Dual Lives. Convincing them to procure such quantities required considerable time and effort, resulting in Wang Li's voice becoming hoarse after numerous calls. She realized that communication with bookstores nationwide was unmanageable and that the task must be shared. Consequently, the entire distribution department became engaged in persuading various provinces and cities to adhere to their distribution plan. For those who had already agreed, prompt arrangements were made for warehouse shipments. It was within this fervent atmosphere of activity that Xiao Zhe from the editorial department entered the distribution department. He had anticipated a tranquil environment conducive to leisurely tea and conversation, only to find employees making calls, jotting notes, and bustling about. Xiao Zhe inquired, "Why is everyone so busy?" Li Yi, having just concluded a phone call and gulping down water, handed the phone to another colleague and replied hoarsely, "It's all due to the excitement surrounding Dual Lives. You were able to invite the talented Xiao Lan from Harvest. That is truly impressive," Wang Li remarked with admiration upon seeing Xiao Zhe. "But the main reason is that Dual Lives is genuinely captivating." Li Yu teased, "Our little Li is notoriously averse to reading. Yet she managed to finish Dual Lives. Although Wang Li herself did not enjoy reading, she had a sister who did. After her sister read Harvest, she immediately sought out Dual Lives. Anyone who loves reading cannot resist the allure of Dual Lives, with its rich and unique character portrayals that deeply moved Wang Li's sister. When she learned that her sister had not yet read Dual Lives, her eyes swollen with emotion, she insisted that Wang Li read the novel. Wang Li typically shunned didactic literature, as she found the characters within such texts to be mere figments of paper. Once she recognized their fictional nature, she would lose interest. Unfortunately, many contemporary books carry some didactic undertones. Although Wang Li worked at a publishing house, she was well known for her aversion to reading. Eventually, after much persuasion from her sister, Wang Li read Dual Lives. Fu Mingyan's prose bore no moralizing tone, and she found herself captivated by the narrative. The characters seemed vividly alive to her, allowing her to feel deeply for their stories, and she too came to cherish the book. Now, in the presence of editor-in-chief Qiu Zhe, she freely expressed her admiration for the work. Qiu Zhe noticed the keyword Xiaolansheng and curiously remarked, "I did not invite this author to write a commentary." Indeed, Qiu Zhe had intended to enlist a group of authors to contribute articles, but a recent back injury had confined him to bed, preventing him from visiting the writers he had already planned to meet. Now that he was free to move about, he intended to visit each of the familiar authors in turn. "I'll check Shihua later. According to your words, Reincarnations is selling quite well?" Wang Li responded swiftly, "Not just well. I estimate that 120,000 copies won't be enough." After reviewing the records from the distribution department, Qiu Zhe realized that Wang Li's statement was not an exaggeration. The combined sales in Beijing, Shanghai, and Tianjin had already consumed 100,000 copies of the inventory, leaving the remaining 110,000 woefully insufficient. Returning to the editorial department with the distribution records in hand, Qiu Zhe intended to share this good news, but was met with a flurry of discussions among the staff. Upon seeing the article from Shanghai, I knew Reincarnations would be a hit. I visit the bookstore daily and always see someone purchasing our book. One colleague mentioned that he lived in the same residential complex as Wang Li, who had congratulated him that morning, expressing his admiration for Reincarnations and his intention to submit a commentary to Reincarnations. If we have more commentary pieces from other authors, then 120,000 truly won't suffice. With a smile, Qiu Zhe felt the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes relax as he heard someone say, "The mailroom just delivered letters from readers. There are already over 20. When will we ask Tan to come to the capital to give him the materials? With such sales, we must certainly hold a seminar for him." I recall that Tan is a college entrance examination candidate this year. A connection I have in the Ministry of Education mentioned that the results are already out. They are now providing scores to the corresponding universities based on preferences, and the admission list should be out soon. Thinking of Fu Mingyan's relationship with Gu Fang, Qiu Zhe chuckled, "The letters from readers are in my office. I will take them to the Ministry of Education shortly." He planned to inquire about how Fu Mingyan had fared. If he were admitted to the capital, it would undoubtedly be a top score. However, if he did not succeed, they would likely need to extend an invitation to Fu Mingyan for a seminar in Beijing. Chapter 71. The admission notice. Gu Fang had been riding high these days. His daughter ranked second in the province for the science stream in the college entrance exam, and his son-in-law was the top scorer in the science category. After conversing with his daughter and son-in-law, he learned that his son-in-law had chosen to apply to the English department at Peking University. With such outstanding results, admission was a foregone conclusion. Gu Fang could finally set his mind at ease. Although his daughter aspired to study medicine and did not choose Tsinghua or Peking University, he would have felt a pang in his heart if Fu Mingyan had opted for a second-tier institution. Fortunately, his son-in-law had chosen Peking University. Additionally, Gu Fang discovered that Fu Mingyan's sister, Fu Mingzhu, also participated in this year's college entrance exam. After checking, he learned that Fu Mingzhu scored 330 points, considerably lower than her brother and sister-in-law, yet it was still a commendable score in Jiangchuan province, ranking 169th in the humanities. It is uncertain whether Fu Mingzhu will be admitted to her first choice, yet her aspirations lie within the capital, ensuring that she will undoubtedly attend university in Beijing. Fu Mingyan expressed that upon receiving the admission notice, he would travel to the capital with Gu Yuxi, celebrating the new year together this winter, and would be a slight inconvenience to the Gu family. But what kind of inconvenience is that? They would be eager for the young couple to hasten their arrival in the capital. A series of delightful tidings have illuminated Gu Fang's countenance in recent days. This morning, she received further exhilarating news. The admission lists from Peking University and Beijing Normal University had been released, once verified by the Ministry of Education. The notification letters would be dispatched. Upon reviewing the lists, Gu Fang noted that Fu Mingyan was clearly indicated as a prospective candidate for the English department at Peking University, while Gu Mingzhu was marked as a prospective candidate for the history department at Beijing Normal University. As Qiu Zhe, the chief editor, entered Gu Fang's office with a briefcase, he immediately perceived the buoyancy of her spirits. Gu Fang had her legs crossed at the edge of the desk, reclining with a cigarette in hand, exhaling clouds of smoke, her expression jubilant as she hummed a tune. Upon noticing Qiu Zhe's arrival, Gu Fang hastily lowered her legs, momentarily forgetting her decorum in her excitement over the 2 admission lists. A tad embarrassed, she quickly extinguished her cigarette, rose from her chair, and grasped Qiu Zhe's hands warmly. "Chief Editor Qiu, what brings you here today?" "I have letters from the readers of Dual Lives," Qiu Zhe replied with a smile, producing a stack of letters bound with a rubber band. "All from our readers in Beijing. I brought them to you to see how you wish to respond to Xiaofu. By the way, based on our publishing house's experience, sometimes these letters may include grain stamps or even cash, so be cautious when opening them. In this era, readers possess an insatiable thirst for intellectual nourishment, and upon discovering a remarkable book, some affluent readers may send both tickets and money to the author." Qiu Zhe offered this caution, mindful that should Fu Mingyan neglect to open the letters, he might miss out on the occasional monetary contributions, which, although not predominant, do exist. Discarding them without a glance would be a waste. "Oh my, I had no idea that Dual Lives had already begun selling. I've been so preoccupied with the college entrance examination matters lately," Gu Fang exclaimed. The 1977 college entrance examination was a significant national event, and the Ministry of Education, as the leading department overseeing it, was at its busiest. As a cadre in the ministry, Gu Fang focused on examination results and had not noticed that Dual Lives was already on sale in bookstores. She slapped her forehead, chiding herself for her forgetfulness. Feeling the weight of the stack of reader letters, she genuinely rejoiced for Fu Mingyan, realizing that readers from Beijing had taken the time to write. It appeared the book was performing well. Gu Fang was aware that a first print run of 1.2 million copies was a considerable figure, and while her tone suggested it was doing well, she subtly observed Qiu Zhe's expression, anxious that perhaps the 1.2 million copies might not sell as anticipated. Thanks to a review article published in Harvest, Dual Lives was flying off the shelves, with approximately 35,000 copies sold in Beijing bookstores and 22,000 in Shanghai. Across the nation, Xinhua bookstores have been reaching out to our publishing house, expressing concern that the inventory of 1,200,000 copies may not suffice for demand. "Your son-in-law," remarked Qiu Zhe, giving a thumbs up. 1,200,000 copies might not be enough? Gu Feng found it hard to believe. "Chief Editor Qiu, are you jesting with me?" "I am not jesting," Qiu Zhe replied. "I came to inquire about your son-in-law's performance in the college entrance examination. Will he be coming to study in the capital?" Gu Feng chuckled, a pre-admitted student of Peking University. "He just made the call. And once he and my daughter receive the admission letter, they will head to Beijing together." Gu Feng felt a bit shy to mention that Fu Mingyan was the top science student in the province, yet he proudly puffed out his chest. The prestigious name of Peking University alone was enough to bring honor. Qiu Zhe began to understand why Director Gu was so elated upon his arrival. "Congratulations. As I was leaving, I mentioned to the editorial team that if sales continue to surge, we should hold a seminar. If young Fu comes to study in the capital, it would be convenient to invite him to the discussion." Qiu Zhe had come to deliver a message and to gather information on whether Fu Mingyan could indeed make it to the capital. Having accomplished his purpose, Qiu Zhe departed with his briefcase. Barely had Qiu Zhe left when someone approached with a smile, saying, "Old Gu, I just overheard outside that your son-in-law has published a book and has also been admitted to Peking University." Gu Feng's heart stirred. Leaning against the door was the office's know-it-all, who had just informed him that everyone in the department was now aware. Since there was nothing clandestine about his son-in-law, Gu Feng proceeded to formally introduce Fu Mingyan. "Indeed, my daughter, during her time in the countryside, formed a revolutionary partnership with a young man from a rural background, whose academic performance was commendable. He scored well in the recent college entrance examination and gained admission to Peking University. Before the examination, he even penned a novel, which was published by the People's Publishing House." "Scored well enough for Peking University? The People's Publishing House published a novel?" The office's know-it-all had caught the keywords and began to inquire about the particulars of Director Gu's son-in-law. Gu Feng conveyed the details clearly, and by the afternoon, the entire ministry knew that Fu Mingyan, the top science student from Jiangchuan province, had been admitted to the English department at Peking University, and that his published novel was titled Dual Lives. The office buzzed with admiration and discussion. No wonder old Gu appeared so uneasy upon seeing the report card. It turned out that the first-place student was someone he knew, his own son-in-law. My daughter recommended this novel to me, saying it was a new book highly praised by a featured author in Harvest. She enjoys reading it. And who would have thought the author was actually the son-in-law of Director Gu? Yu, the author of the article in Harvest, leisurely sipped his tea, refraining from revealing his pen name to anyone. Oh, it's snowing, Yu remarked, looking out the window, unaware of when the heavy snow had begun to fall, nor whether it would delay the mailing of the admission letters. The Academic Affairs Office of Peking University was in the process of drafting the admission notices, placing them into envelopes marked with addresses. These admission letters would be dispatched promptly as soon as the Ministry of Education approved the list from Peking University. The admission list from Peking University was returned to the university's Academic Affairs Office early the following morning, and by that afternoon, these registered letters had been dispatched to the post office. Chapter 72. The sisters' fate begins to turn as a thick blanket of snow fell in Beijing. Jiangchuan province had already been graced with heavy snowfall a few days prior. The snow continued to descend, accumulating to a height that reached the calves. A bicycle, painted green and adorned with postal insignia on its rear seat, entered the county government building. Regardless of the inclement weather, the postman was resolute in delivering newspapers and letters to the county government. However, in the village, should the weather prove too severe, the postman might opt to accumulate several days' worth of correspondence for a single delivery. Postman Xiao Zhang was tasked with delivering newspapers and letters to several major establishments in the county, as well as to 5 villages. During snowy weather, he would modify his bicycle, attaching 2 boards to both the front and rear wheels, allowing him to glide effortlessly over the snow. After placing the government-subscribed newspapers in the reception room and collecting 10 letters to leave there, he was about to depart when Ding Yu from the logistics department poked her head in and called out to him. Xiao Zhang, wait a moment. You need to deliver a message to Gu Yuxi. Her father from the capital called this morning. He saw the admission list for her sister, who has been accepted into her first choice, Beijing Normal University. Xiao Zhang's heart leaped with joy. Each time he carried news for Gu Yuxi, he received a token of appreciation, at the very least, a piece of candy, and sometimes as much as 20 cents. This time, with the news of Gu Yuxi's sister being accepted into such a prestigious university, he was certain to receive something substantial. I'll head over shortly, he replied. His spirits lifted. Beijing Normal University is indeed a remarkable institution. I wonder if anyone from our county has ever attained such an honor. Perhaps Gu Yuxi could be the one. Dingjia, do you have any idea where Gu Yuxi has been accepted? I wasn't present when the call came through, so I'm unaware, Dingyu replied, her expression one of deep regret. Had she been in the office, she would have surely heard the details. As it stood, all they knew was that Gu Yuxi's sister had excelled in her exams. What a pity. Still, I suspect Gu Yuxi must have performed well. I wonder if her husband was accepted too. After exchanging a few more words, Postman Xiao Zhang returned to the post office to organize the accumulated letters, filling 2 postal bags before heading into the countryside. On snowy days, he donned a thick Lei Feng hat and wrapped himself in a military coat. Having taken sufficient measures to keep warm, he pedaled onward, feeling relatively comfortable despite the cold. As he rode past the town, the landscape gradually transformed into a sea of white fields. Following the snowfall, agricultural activities in the villages had come to a standstill. Many young intellectuals seized the opportunity to take family leave and return home, leaving the outside world eerily quiet and devoid of human presence. Familiar with the area, Xiao Zhang swiftly located the Fu family amidst the transformed village. Upon arrival, Fu Mingyan emerged from the restroom, hearing the commotion, and rushed over. Hello, Brother Zhang. Is there a letter for my family? Fu Mingyan was somewhat puzzled, as in the past, postmen typically delivered letters to the village chief, who would then notify the recipients to collect them. No letter. I am merely delivering a message to your sister-in-law, Xiao Zhang said with a smile. Call her out, and tell her I have arrived. She will understand. During his leisure moments, Fu Mingyan diligently chopped ample firewood, sufficient to last through the winter. However, in a bid to conserve resources, he decided to kindle a warm fire in the main room, where the family gathered to seek warmth. The sound of sunflower seeds being cracked filled the air, and Fu Mingyan, momentarily at a loss for thought, glanced at He Pingping, who was enjoying her seeds. Fu Xinyan had a fondness for sunflower seeds, but disliked cracking them. Hence, He Pingping took it upon herself to prepare the seeds, accumulating several generous handfuls of kernels over a few days to deliver to her. Fu Mingyan pondered the fleeting days He Pingping would spend at home. In a previous life, the Li family had come over after a heavy snowfall. Li Yin had broken his leg, and the Li family, unable to manage, had sent He Pingping to assist them. That had been the opportune moment to unite He Pingping with the Li family as a bride. Once He Pingping had settled into the role of a Li family wife, Fu Xinyan, now married, would no longer need to return, and the household would feel refreshingly uncluttered. With little inclination to draft an outline, Fu Mingyan found himself contemplating the aftermath of He Pingping's departure. He envisioned diligently writing novels to earn royalties, accumulating wealth to purchase a home, and once acquired, inviting his father to join them in Beijing, uniting the family. A property with clear ownership could be a lucrative investment. Simply owning a home in Beijing could yield substantial profits. Your sister-in-law's postal worker, Brother Zhang, has arrived. He called for you, saying he has something to discuss. Fu Mingzhu said, peeking in. Coming. Gu Yuxi responded, rising to her feet. The room was crowded and warm, and as she heard Fu Mingzhu call her, she donned a thick cotton jacket and a hat. Fu Mingyan stood as well, casually grabbing his own hat and adjusting its brim. The knitted cap, timeless even decades later, showcased the exceptional craftsmanship of the elderly lady who had designed it. Its aesthetic appeal, a harmonious blend of peach pink and white, featured a fluffy pom-pom the size of an infant's fist atop it, with ear-covering designs on either side. Though Gu Yuxi hesitated, Fu Mingyan had already placed the rosy knitted hat upon her head, ensuring her ears were snugly enveloped. The weather in Beijing was indeed colder than that of Jiangchuan province. However, Gu Yuxi's home was well equipped with heating. Yet, she was evidently unaccustomed to the chill of this winter, having caught a cold after the first snowfall and developing frostbite on her ears. As Fu Mingyan applied ointment for her frostbite, he couldn't help but reflect on how, regardless of the circumstances, the current living conditions of the Fu family were significantly better than those of the previous youth service locations. He couldn't fathom how Gu Yuxi had endured last year. Stepping into the biting wind and snow, Gu Yuxi shivered. Xiao Zhang addressed her, saying, "This morning, when I visited the county government, Sister Ding from the logistics department mentioned that your father called to share good news. Your sister has been accepted into her first-choice university, Beijing Normal University. Congratulations, dear educated youth." As Fu Mingzhu's heart raced with excitement, it dawned on her that within the Gu family, only Gu Fang remained. Gu Yuxi had but one elder brother and a younger sibling. Regarding her mother's family, the Pei clan, Gu Yuxi had mentioned a cousin but never a sister. Thus, the sister referred to by the postman could only be herself. Upon exiting the examination hall, Fu Mingzhu felt confident about her performance. However, she was acutely aware of certain topics she had not mastered, leading to a sense of shallow responses that stirred a mild anxiety within her. At times, she felt a substantial likelihood of acceptance, yet at others, she questioned her chances amidst the multitude of candidates. Uncertain of her fate regarding admission to a university in Beijing, her heart fluttered with anticipation. Upon learning of her acceptance into Beijing Normal University, tears cascaded from her long lashes. Gu Yuxi had been indecisive while filling out her application. She could have opted for a local university, as her province boasted many esteemed institutions, allowing her to remain closer to home. It seemed as though she ought to have pursued this path. Ultimately, she resolved to apply to schools in Beijing, the cultural and political epicenter of the nation. She adored the city, especially because it was home to her brother and sister-in-law, and she yearned to be nearer to them. Now, upon discovering her admission to Beijing Normal University, Fu Mingzhu wept, feeling as though she had lost something profound, yet that sense of melancholy faded to reveal genuine joy. For Fu Mingzhu, Beijing Normal University embodied her dreams. Her most cherished teacher had once aspired to attend this institution. At merely 16, she could escape the fate of being arranged for marriage and instead embrace the promising future of a female university student. Gu Yuxi handed 50 cents to Xiao Zhang and turned her head to witness Fu Mingzhu's tearful excitement. After giving the postman the small amount, Gu Yuxi grasped Fu Mingzhu's hand and exclaimed, "Congratulations. Let us take a moment outside before heading back in. Fu Mingyan had advised his sister to keep their preparations and outcomes hidden from He Pingping and Fu Xinyan, only revealing the news during their train journey. Now, seeing Fu Mingzhu in tears, Gu Yuxi worried that if they entered, any inquiries from He Pingping would unravel their secret. It's better to calm down outside for a bit, Gu Yuxi suggested. Fu Mingzhu's voice trembled, and tears flowed unbidden. Sister-in-law, you're sensitive to the cold. I'll be fine walking outside alone. Fu Mingzhu herself could not fathom the cause of her tears. She simply felt an overwhelming urge to cry. Gu Yuxi understood that the tears of a reserved person often stem from a profound sensitivity. For Fu Mingzhu, gaining admission to Beijing Normal University was a monumental achievement for a girl suppressed by her mother, hence her emotions, long bottled up, now overflowed as tears. It's just a short walk. It's nothing to worry about. Besides, the snowy scenery in the village surpasses that of the city by far. Although Beijing was also blanketed in snow, the authorities would organize snow clearing, turning the dirt-laden snow into a dull gray, leaving only the branches and rooftops adorned with pristine white snow. The rural landscape is distinctly enchanting, enhanced further by the presence of her beloved. She once envisioned a life of eternal companionship here, yet with the reinstatement of the college entrance examination, she and her partner must part ways. The existence of love transforms the snow-laden village into a place of poignant beauty, rendering every corner exquisite. I too find joy in the snowfall. Fu Mingzhu wiped her tears and smiled, suggesting they take a stroll. As they walked upon the thick layer of snow, they created a delightful crunching sound beneath their feet. Fu Mingzhu grasped her sister-in-law's hand and asked, Sister-in-law, I really did get accepted, didn't I? This sister refers to me, right? Indeed. Gu Yuxi playfully pinched Fu Mingzhu's nose. I have no other sister applying to Beijing Normal University. Fu Mingzhu had suspected as much, but sought confirmation from her sister-in-law. Beijing Normal University, what a prestigious institution. The thought of Beijing, the imperial capital of numerous dynasties, and the city where great leaders once guided the nation's endeavors, filled her with eagerness to receive her admission letter and explore this magnificent city. As they stepped out of the courtyard and ambled around for a while, allowing Fu Mingzhu's excitement to settle, Gu Yuxi inquired, I noticed a fleeting moment of sadness on your face. What troubles you? Sister-in-law, when I was filling out my application, I hesitated about whether to apply to universities within our province. Now that Beijing Normal University is set to accept me, I certainly want to attend a provincial school. For a moment, I felt a twinge of sadness, contemplating whether I should have applied to a local university. Ah, now I understand, Gu Yuxi replied with a smile, her porcelain complexion aglow beneath her fluffy coat. As Gu Yuxi pondered, her long eyelashes fluttered. Sometimes I think about how wonderful it would be to study architecture at Tsinghua University. The nation will undoubtedly require many new buildings for its future, and there is a pressing need for architectural talent. The modernization of our country is inseparable from skyscrapers, and Gu Yuxi could foresee the demand for professionals in this field. Perhaps if she pursued architecture at Tsinghua, she would meet many friends and gain invaluable experiences, yet one should not romanticize paths untaken. By merely holding on to this thought, one feels assured that the present choice is indeed the best one. Sister, I can assure you that Beijing Normal University is an excellent institution. The torchbearers igniting the flames of that summer in 1919 included the faculty and students of the school. It embodies a sense of social responsibility and boasts a robust teaching staff. Fu Mingzhu contemplated this notion repeatedly in her heart as they arrived at a fork in the road. Gu Yuxi suggested, shall we build a snowman here as a marker? As Gu Yuxi and Fu Mingzhu began constructing the snowman, Fu Mingyan noticed their absence and rose to don his cotton coat before stepping out of the main room. Rather than hastily searching for Gu Yuxi, he returned to retrieve 2 pairs of gloves and took up a shovel before setting off. With the gloves tucked into his pocket, he strode purposefully in search of Gu Yuxi. He Pingping, witnessing Fu Mingyan's departure, muttered, your wife steps out for a few minutes, with Mingzhu accompanying her. And you're worried she might get lost? How embarrassing, a grown man chasing after his wife. Fu Ping was diligently studying characters from a notebook. During the village's literacy campaign, he had been unable to participate, but after the college entrance examination, his daughter created a booklet for him, and he had since learned many characters. Now, he was interrupted by his wife, and irritation crept into his demeanor. Why do you concern yourself with so much? Since discovering that his years of hard labor for money had yielded little, as he Ping claimed to be saving, Yet nothing substantial was ever saved. A rift had formed between him and his wife. The meager earnings he had earned through toil were now spoken of lightly by her, who lamented her illness as the reason for the depletion of their funds. She attempted to divert the focus of their argument with tears and accusations of distrust. Unable to win the argument, Fu Ping appeared to concede, yet he harbored a mental ledger of grievances, having always been the affable one. He felt a profound sense of frustration that he could not vocalize, opting instead to treat He Ping with a cold indifference. If only Fu Xinyan were present, she would surely speak on her behalf, but alas, Fu Xinyan had married. Observing the weariness etched on Fu Ping's face from labor, He Ping felt a pang of sorrow for herself. Her late husband had been so much better, unlike this stubborn man. Unable to contain herself, she donned a cotton coat and stepped out of the main room, gazing longingly into the distance. It was on a snowy day, just like this, that she and her late husband had exchanged vows. Since September of this year, she had not visited the Li family due to financial constraints, and she wondered how they were faring. She resolved that once the roads were passable, she would make a trip to see them. Fu Mingyan soon found his wife and sister building a snowman, following their footprints. "Did you bring a shovel?" Gu Yuxi asked with a smile. "That's wonderful. Now that we are out, we don't want to go back for it. And gloves too." Fu Mingyan handed them gloves, originally intending to shovel snow himself. But Gu Yuxi insisted he refrain, claiming that the snow he would shovel would be dirty, making their snowman less aesthetically pleasing. Thus, he simply stood by, watching them. At the end of the path, a figure approached, and Fu Mingyan noticed a woman in a floral cotton coat with a prominent mole on her face. His cheerful expression instantly turned frosty, and he lost interest in watching his wife and sister. "I have matters to attend to. You two can return once you finish playing." The woman before him was the eldest sister of the Li family, who, by all rights, should have come after the snowfall had settled. It was perplexing why she had ventured out in such treacherous conditions. Fu Mingyan quickened his pace, ready to confront the eldest sister of the Li family. Chapter 74. He Ping's sister-in-law Li Hui felt a chill beneath her feet. She genuinely detested traversing the icy landscape for prolonged periods. She had set out at 6 o'clock that morning, walking from their village to Shutian town, then enduring a 3-hour bus ride from Shutian town to Fengmin town. Had it not been for the snow, she could have taken a bus directly to the village from Fengmin town, but the heavy snowfall had reduced the bus schedule, forcing her to wade through deep snow. The streets were eerily deserted, and at times, Li Hui had to venture deeper into the village to ask for directions to continue her journey toward her destination. Thus, on a sunny day, a journey that should have taken around 6 hours had taken Li Hui a grueling 8 hours before she finally approached her destination. The shoes she wore, borrowed from her familial home, were poorly repaired by the cobbler, allowing the melting snow to seep in, encasing her feet in a frigid embrace that rendered them akin to ice blocks. Despite the pain and swelling, Li Hui dared not pause for respite. She silently cursed He Ping, pondering how, had it not been for the latter's failure to provide financial support for 6 months, she would not have found herself trudging through this snowy terrain. Old Master Li and his wife, the elderly Mrs. Gu, were blessed with 1 daughter and 2 sons. Their eldest daughter, Li Hui, their second son, Li Yan, and their youngest child, the late-born Li Jun prior to the passing of Old Master Li. The family's circumstances were relatively prosperous. He was an adept hunter, capable of venturing into the depths of the mountains. On one remarkable occasion, he even managed to slay a tiger, the pelt of which fetched a handsome sum. Thanks to Old Master Li's exceptional skills, Li Hui was able to marry into the county town, and Li Yan found employment in the mines. However, following Li Yan's unfortunate incident, the family's fortunes took a downturn. Both Old Master Li and Mrs. Gu fell ill in succession, and the compensation Li Yan received was entirely devoted to their medical expenses. Ultimately, Mrs. Gu survived, but Old Master Li did not. With the loss of a primary breadwinner, Li Hui's marriage became strained. Her children were still young, and Mrs. Gu, frail and weakened, led the entire Li family into disarray. When He Ping wed Li Yan, their love was fervent, and the Li family treated her with utmost kindness. Tragically, Li Yan passed away just as He Ping adored him most, causing her to regard the Li household as her second family, willingly allocating all compensation funds for their benefit. Once He Ping confirmed she was expecting a daughter, she resolutely married Fu Ping, determined to establish her footing within his family. After gaining stability at the Fu household, she encouraged Fu Ping to earn money in the black market and began sending financial assistance every 2 to 3 months. He Pingping felt profound compassion for Li Jun. While Li Yin was alive, he often remarked how much Li Jun resembled him as a child. He Pingping came to regard her brother-in-law as her late husband's son. Thanks to He Pingping's generosity, Mrs. Gu and Li Jun's lives improved, as she genuinely cherished her daughter-in-law. However, it had been nearly 6 months since any assistance had arrived. Mrs. Gu contemplated approaching her former daughter-in-law for financial aid, yet her traditional values quickly quelled the thought. Her daughter-in-law was now part of another family. If she chose to give, it would be out of kindness, and if not, that would be acceptable as well. Mrs. Gu considered that Fu Mingyan was now grown, and He Pingping might be saving money for her own son's wedding. Thus she dismissed her desire to request assistance. The reason Li Hui sought money now was due to an unfortunate incident. In the heavy snowfall, Li Jun, in a moment of mischief, kicked at a snowman, only to discover it was built atop a stone pillar, resulting in a fractured leg. After receiving treatment at the county hospital, Mrs. Gu found herself without funds and turned to her daughter for help, which incensed Li Hui. While Mrs. Gu held traditional views, Li Hui was different. She vividly recalled He Pingping's declaration of her allegiance to the Li family, pledging to prioritize their needs above all else. Why, then, should they not receive financial support? What did Fu Mingyan's impending marriage have to do with their plight? He is not even a member of the Li family. He Pingping herself confessed that having a child was merely fulfilling a duty, and giving birth to Fu Mingzhu was an unforeseen event. She harbors no affection for either child. In her heart, only Fu Xinyan and the Li family hold significance. He Pingping must provide financial support. Moreover, Li Hui's mother-in-law has fallen ill and is unable to care for the children, making it imperative for Li Hui to bring her own mother home for assistance. With her brother now having a fracture, it implies that their mother must attend to him. If He Pingping were to provide financial aid punctually, Li Hui might have been willing to wait a little longer. However, with both matters intertwining, she could no longer afford to wait and promptly set out to find He Pingping. Not only must He Pingping take care of Li Jun, but she must also provide monetary support. If He Pingping were to offer a bit more, Li Jun could secure a respectable job, preventing him from idly kicking snowmen and descending to such a state. Li Hui was filled with resentment towards He Pingping. Upon encountering Gu Yuxi and Fu Mingzhu, who were building a snowman, Li Hui adjusted her scarf and inquired, "Excuse me, could you please direct me to Fu Ping's home? His wife is named He Pingping." The two exchanged glances, and Fu Mingzhu replied, "You are referring to my mother. I can take you there." Hearing this, Li Hui speculated about their identities, saying, "Mingzhu, your mother has spoken of me." She then asked, "Is this lovely lady your sister-in-law?" Gu Yuxi nodded. "Hello, may I know your name?" A flicker of jealousy crossed Li Hui's eyes. Li Jun was still single, while Fu Mingyan had married such a beautiful wife. Gu Yuxi appeared immaculate, adorned with a plush hat, indicating that she had spent a considerable amount of money and resources. Li Hui's animosity towards He Pingping intensified. No wonder she withheld funds from the Li family. Clearly, the money was being spent on marrying such a stunning wife. He Pingping had the audacity to claim that she had only one daughter, Fu Xinyan. Nonsense. It was evident that she valued her son, Fu Mingyan, highly. Furthermore, Fu Mingzhu's beauty surpassed that of Fu Xinyan, revealing He Pingping to be a person of many lies. Taking a deep breath, Li Hui managed to force a smile. "You may call me cousin. I am a relative from your mother's side. Xinyan has met me. I am quite cold. Let us hurry to your home to warm up." Fu Mingzhu carried the shovel while Gu Yuxi lagged slightly behind. "Cousin, Mingzhu has a good memory. Haven't you met me before? Which side of the family are you from? Your mother refers to mine as aunt and calls me elder sister. My mother once saved yours, so we share a close bond. As for Mingzhu not having met me, it is because I married into the city and only happened to meet Xinyan, since their home was not far." Gu Yuxi did not ask many questions and led her back to the main room. He Pingping stood in the icy wilderness, feeling melancholic. When she suddenly turned to find her sister-in-law, "What brings you here?" He Pingping, feeling guilty for not providing financial support to the Li family, grasped Li Hui's arm and said, "Come, let us talk in my room." "Mother, let our relatives in to warm themselves," Fu Mingyan stated from the doorway. Addressing He Pingping, "On such a cold day, I see that your shoes are wet. The cold is seeping in from your feet, and I fear you might catch a chill." "Indeed, Pingping, allow your sister to come in and warm herself while we converse." Chapter 75. Fu Mingyan is also going. Upon entering the main room, Li Hui seemed to come alive under the warmth of the fire, the pallor of her face giving way to a hint of color. She let out a long sigh and imperiously commanded, Fetch me a pair of shoes and socks. My feet are freezing. I will get them for you, He Pingping immediately responded. Mingzhu, Mingyan, and Xiao Gu refer to her as auntie. Her mother is my benefactor, so I call her mother. If you see her in the future, address her as grandmother. Old Fu, you can call her elder sister. Her surname is Li, and her name is Li Hui. After a moment of tension, He Pingping regained her composure, recalling their previously agreed-upon terms of address. Mingyan, you are quick on your feet. Go summon Yenner to meet auntie. Fu Xinyan is truly of the Li family by blood. An elder sister had previously mentioned wanting to introduce her to someone from the city. Unfortunately, Fu Xinyan is now married and has children of her own. Though He Pingping was unaware of Li Hui's intentions for coming, her daughter still needed to greet her biological aunt. No need, Li Hui interjected. Elder sister is pregnant and cannot be bothered. Both Fu Mingyan and Li Hui spoke simultaneously, and then Li Hui incredulously exclaimed, Yenner is married? Li Hui remembered having casually mentioned wanting to introduce a partner to Fu Xinyan. Indeed, He Pingping replied softly. Yenner has married a young intellectual and is now 3 months pregnant. It is indeed inconvenient to visit in this snowy weather. I will accompany you to her home later. What is there to see in a mere girl? Li Hui thought of the snow outside, feeling her feet grow colder, and thus refrained from pursuing the matter further. Pingmei, bring me the socks and shoes. My feet are freezing. He Pingping then went to the room to fetch slippers and socks. As for the socks that Li Hui had removed, He Pingping thoughtlessly tossed them to Fu Mingzhu, instructing her to wash them. Fu Mingyan promptly returned the socks to Li Hui's embrace. My sister has been washing her own socks since she was 5. Who would want to wash such stinky socks? My sister would never touch them. Li Hui's voice grew urgent. What kind of upbringing is this? How dare you speak to an elder in such a manner? When Li Hui first laid eyes on Fu Mingyan, she found the young man strikingly handsome and tall, forming an excellent impression of him. She even lamented why Fu Xinyan could not be the daughter of Fu Ping, while Fu Mingyan was indeed her brother's offspring. However, hearing Fu Mingyan's words now made her find him detestable. Thankfully, he was not a member of the Li family. How dare this distant cousin, with no relation to me, command my sister to do chores? I declare that my sister will not wash those socks. If she is unwilling, let her wear your wet socks and be on her way. I will wash them. He Pingping swallowed her indignation, not wishing to quarrel with Fu Mingyan, and took the socks from Li Hui. Your aunt has traveled a great distance. She is here for a reason, and it is quite inconvenient for her to wash socks in this cold, He Pingping interjected, attempting to mediate. After smoothing things over, she exited with the shoes and socks. Once finished, He Pingping re-entered, her hands rosy from the cold, holding the socks and shoes. Placing them at a suitable distance, she turned to Li Hui and asked, Sister, what brings you here today? My brother has fractured his leg. Li Jun has fractured his leg. As He Pingping contemplated Li Jun's fracture, which bore an uncanny resemblance to her husband's plight, her heart twisted with concern. Her voice trembled, and her lips turned pale as she inquired, What has happened? How could he suffer a fracture? Is it severe? Will he recover fully? It cannot possibly have repercussions, can it? If only she could unfurl her wings and soar to Li Jun's side, she would have done so without hesitation. Li Hui regarded He Pingping but refrained from answering her questions. Instead, she abruptly stated, If it weren't for his fracture leading him to the hospital, I wouldn't have realized that you haven't visited my mother in 6 months. He Pingping, oh He Pingping, what has become of you? After my brother's passing, what did you profess? You claimed to treat my family as your own, yet this is how you demonstrate your kinship? Half a year has elapsed. Half a year without contact. He Pingping, has your conscience been devoured by dogs? My mother remarked that you must be under considerable strain. With your son preparing to wed and likely preoccupied, the finance is tight. I recently met your daughter-in-law, and indeed, she is both beautiful and vibrant. A well-educated young woman from the village. Surely it took considerable effort to secure such a daughter-in-law. Li Hui's words left He Pingping with unspoken grievances. She had exerted no effort in securing a bride for Fu Mingyan. All her funds had been lent to He Su, leaving her with nothing but a sewing machine ticket, which was forcibly handed over to Fu Mingyan. With neither money nor ticket, how could she face the Li family? She contemplated pilfering funds during the new year to visit them, but unexpectedly, her sister-in-law arrived. It was not solely about the wedding. Yenner was also marrying, and she too had chosen a well-educated partner, necessitating the construction of a house. Fu Mingyan chuckled softly. Do not say that the expenses fell upon me. I truly required nothing for my wedding. The household items were all pre-existing, wardrobes and such, previously used by Fu Mingyan. In fact, it was my elder sister who married a well-educated man, and my mother assisted them in building their home, depleting all their funds. Li Hui, having lived in the countryside, understood the significance of constructing a house and the substantial costs involved. She frowned and remarked, "Why would you allow Yenner to marry such a person? Is borrowing necessary for building a house?" Because the bond between sister and brother-in-law was profound, they had shared a connection that transcended mere friendship prior to marriage. Fu Mingyan spoke with understated eloquence, yet his words struck He Pingping like a searing slap to the face. Ironically, Fu Mingyan's discretion left He Pingping at a loss for how to admonish her son. Li Hui, equally astonished, urged, "Let us cease this discussion." He Pingping shook Li Hui's hand, acknowledging the hurried nature of the marriage and the necessity for the young couple to have a place to reside. Li Hui understood that the financial assistance would not materialize. She furrowed her brow and said, "Your brother has suffered a fracture. You must lend a hand. Injuries to bones and muscles take not less than 100 days to heal. It will require time. I intend to bring my mother to the county for a while, so you should go to my home to care for him. Yenner is pregnant, and I cannot be absent from this side," she added. "What of your brother?" Li Hui's voice rose. "Yenner is only 3 months along. This is still early. In a month or two, you can return." After a period of silence, contemplating the immobility of Li Jun, He Pingping finally replied, "I shall accompany you first thing tomorrow morning." She turned to Fu Ping, the head of the household, and stated, "With the snow having fallen, and all in the home accounted for, I shall first assist at the Li family for a while. I regard the elderly matriarch of the Li family as if she were my own mother." Fu Ping nodded. Although he had never met this venerable lady, he was aware that He Pingping regularly accompanied Fu Mingyan on visits. Given the recent troubles the Li family faced, it was only natural for his wife to pay a visit. At that moment, Fu Mingyan spoke up, "To care for a patient, it is essential to bring some fine flour and meat. Just a couple of days ago, I purchased 20 jin of white flour, and we have some sweet potato starch at home. Additionally, I've saved a few eggs, and oh, I almost forgot about the canned goods. Let us take them all." Li Hui's brows unfurled. This sounded like a sensible suggestion. Gu Yuxi felt a stirring in her heart. The items Fu Mingyan mentioned were quite heavy, and 2 women could hardly manage them alone. Naturally, the most suitable choice for carrying everything would be Fu Mingyan himself. Gu Yuxi gazed at Fu Mingyan, suddenly realizing that he intended to accompany He Pingping to the Li household. Chapter 76. "Uncle, do you have the strength in one leg?" Before the snow fell, Fu Mingyan had prepared 20 jin of fine flour, 8 cans of yellow peach, each weighing 2 jin, and had collected some eggs from the village. As Gu Yuxi had anticipated, he was indeed planning to bring these supplies to the Li family. He Pingping, lacking money and tickets, saw bringing some provisions as the best option for making a respectable visit. Li Hui, having worked in the county for a long time, had lost her physical strength, and He Pingping was similarly unfit. Thus, only Fu Mingyan and Fu Ping could manage the burden. Unlike in his previous life, Fu Mingyan was not nearly as integrated into the village chief's family. Now, as he was at home, his departure alongside He Pingping was only natural. "Father, tomorrow I will accompany Mother. Once we arrive, I will see what assistance I can offer. Afterward, I will return." Fu Ping agreed. Even feeling that Fu Mingyan's departure was somewhat delayed, He Pingping repeatedly referred to the elderly matriarch of the Li family as her savior. And according to Fu Ping's straightforward perspective, it was only right for the eldest son to go along. Thus, Fu Mingyan's journey was entirely logical in Fu Ping's eyes. He Pingping opened her mouth, inexplicably resistant to the idea of Fu Mingyan going to the Li household. However, with 20 jin of flour, nearly 20 jin of canned goods, a dozen eggs, and about 10 jin of sweet potato noodles, it was impossible for her to carry everything alone. Fu Mingyan then instructed Gu Yuxi, "I may stay for several days. You need not worry about me. If the notice arrives, keep it safe. If it does not, do not fret. We shall discuss everything upon my return." Gu Yuxi nodded in understanding. He Pingping furrowed her brows tightly, wishing only for her son to deliver the supplies and return promptly. No need for an extended stay. Yet, additional help was indeed necessary. Li Hui was eager for another pair of hands. Her biological mother, the elderly matriarch, was diligent, but her age limited her strength. Her brother, Li Jun, was idle and unwilling to work, leaving plenty of chores for the Li family that required attention. Li Hui counted on her fingers. "The firewood at home is running low. Let Xiao Fu fetch some dry wood to chop." The pigsty's fence has some issues and is barely holding up. Also, one of the storage rooms has a leak, perfect for a young man to climb up and make repairs. He Pingping looked at Fu Mingyan, hoping he would refuse. To her surprise, her son lifted the corners of his mouth, assuring her that everything would be taken care of, and it was quite delightful to assist this Uncle Li. He Pingping felt an unusual sensation growing within her. Her lips quivered slightly, yet ultimately, she remained silent. After enjoying dinner at the Fu residence, He Pingping took Li Hui to seek out Fu Xinyan. There was no room to accommodate He Pingping at the Fu household, but Fu Xinyan had an available room. Upon meeting her aunt, Fu Xinyan did not exhibit much warmth. Her previous cordiality stemmed from the fact that her aunt had promised to introduce her to suitors. Now that she was in a relationship with His Su, her expectations of her aunt had naturally diminished. Among the Li family, Fu Xinyan held a special fondness for her grandmother, who treated her with genuine kindness. However, she found her Aunt Li Hui's demeanor haughty and her uncle Li Jun trivial. Thus she harbored little affection for them, while her mother seemed to enjoy the company of the Li family. His Su was puzzled by He Pingping's affability. Considering Li Hui merely a distant cousin, he hardly expected cordiality from his own wife, and thus remained aloof. After all, it was his mother-in-law who had brought this far-off cousin, so he left the task of preparing a bed for her to He Pingping. He Pingping busied herself with dusting the guest room and arranging a bed fit for sleeping, and by the time she finished, her back ached slightly. After a night's rest, the three set off. The night before, Fu Mingyan had already packed the items into 2 baskets, securing them with smooth wooden boards underneath so they could glide over the snow when pulled by a rope. He Pingping worried about her son possibly consuming some of the prepared items, so she diligently assisted him in packing. She found everything neatly arranged and, before departing the next day, quietly checked once more to ensure nothing was amiss, which eased her mind. Fu Mingyan allowed He Pingping to inspect the items, as he had no intention of tampering with them. After all, these were gifts for He Pingping's dowry. Although he often resorted to less than honorable means to assist his mother in marrying off her son, there were certain matters that required a degree of integrity, and the dowry was among the few genuinely honorable actions he had undertaken. He Pingping and Li Hui walked ahead while Fu Mingyan, donning gloves, held the rope and followed behind. The wooden boards helped reduce friction, yet the uneven terrain still posed challenges. If His Su repays the money, you must send it to my mother and brother, Li Hui urged. I met that youth named His Su yesterday. How can he have the audacity not to repay? She lamented. Yuan really should reconsider her choice. I had promised to introduce her to suitable suitors. He Pingping's face flushed. News of her daughter and His Su had spread through every village, except for her sister-in-law who remained oblivious. Once they marry, and after the college entrance examination, His Su can bring Yuan to the big city to live. After all, it is Shanghai. Once he repays, I will definitely send it to our mother, He Pingping reassured. Li Hui did not forget to admonish her sister-in-law earnestly. Indeed, Juner is growing up. We must find him a good livelihood and a suitable bride. As his sister-in-law, you must be attentive. This is the foundation of our Li family. Such words need not be emphasized by Li Hui. He Pingping is already quite concerned about Li Jun. In her heart, He Pingping harbors a rather unsavory thought. As Li Jun grows older, she occasionally perceives an uncanny resemblance to her deceased husband. Well, He Pingping remarked to Li Hui, I was contemplating whether I might discover old Fu's hidden stash during the new year. At that time, I could send a portion of the money to our mother. He Pingping speculated that if she were to pilfer some money from their home during the festive season, Fu Ping would likely scold her only once or twice at most. He was not the type to resort to violence. The Fu family currently had little need for funds, as her sister-in-law, Gu Yuxi, was financially secure, whereas the Li family was not faring as well. By the way, regarding where I hide the money, Li Hui confided in He Pingping, the beams above, the loose tiles on the walls and floor, the movable back panel behind the table, and even the bed itself. He Pingping, who had previously managed the family finances without ever stealing, listened intently as her sister-in-law shared her insights. Their hushed conversation was carried by the wind to Fu Mingyan's ears. Upon hearing the mention of stealing money and witnessing He Pingping glance at him with a hint of guilt, Fu Mingyan chose to disregard their plan. If it allowed them to acquire some money, it would feel as though he had been granted a second chance at life. When he arrived at the bus stop, Fu Mingyan carried 2 baskets in each hand as he squeezed onto the bus. After a bumpy and slow ride, he alighted in another town. The basket slid across the snowy ground, and Fu Mingyan's back had already broken into a sweat. After the initial layer dried, a second layer followed. At long last, He reached the Li family home. Old Lady Gu, hearing the commotion, emerged to greet them. Upon seeing He Pingping, her eyes sparkled with joy. Pinger, you've come. The elderly woman's frail hand grasped He Pingping's, her loving gaze lingering on her, before she noticed the goods. Good, good, good. It's wonderful that you've come. What have you brought? Upon seeing the handsome and tall Fu Mingyan, she momentarily lost her composure, her eyes slightly misting. Her youngest son, a late blessing, was all the more cherished due to the loss of her second son shortly after his wife became pregnant. She doted on this youngest son, but as he had grown into his 20s without maturing, he had become more akin to a village ne'er-do-well than the lively boy he once was. Li Jun, now in his 20s, had even managed to injure himself while kicking at a snowman. The young man before her, however, held himself upright, silently carrying his burdens. He was surely a fine lad. Why must he be a son of the Fu family? How I wish he were of the Li lineage. I'll take care of the things, old lady Gu said. No need, Fu Mingyan replied. Where's the kitchen? I shall bring the items there myself. Once Fu Mingyan had deposited the goods and settled in the main room, he spotted Li Jun reclining in a bamboo chair, casually munching on sunflower seeds. It was evident that he had been cooped up indoors for too long and was feeling restless. Fu Mingyan approached Li Jun and inquired naturally, Uncle, how serious is your leg injury? Are you managing to relieve yourself comfortably? Li Jun, addressing him as cousin, seemed quite at ease in the presence of this newcomer. Oh, it's fine. I'm quite strong, you know. I can hop to the toilet on one leg, urinating 3 meters high. Care to compare? With a single foot firmly planted, one can exert considerable effort when inspiration strikes. Fu Mingyan smiled, acknowledging that it was good for Uncle to possess strength. Hearing that Li Jun had ample stamina, He Pingping couldn't help but reveal a slight smile. Observing the smile on He Pingping's face, Fu Mingyan suddenly felt a stirring sensation, perhaps without his encouragement. He Pingping already harbored feelings for Li Jun in her heart. In Chapter 77, a stimulating book, Li Hui, who still had work in the county town, took advantage of the Sunday to request 2 days off and returned specifically to find He Pingping. Although she hadn't made any money, she managed to bring back He Pingping as a laborer to care for Li Jun, intending to return to the city with her mother. Before heading back, Li Hui made a list of urgent household chores that needed attention. The most pressing task was chopping firewood, followed by replacing the tiles in the main hall, repairing the pigsty and chicken coop, reconstructing the stone slab in the toilet, reinforcing the bed with nails, fixing the hooks in the kitchen, and cleaning the cutting board. A multitude of chores emerged, indicating that Fu Mingyan wouldn't be able to leave for at least 3 to 5 days. He Pingping felt a deep sense of frustration. Yet Fu Mingyan readily agreed to assist. What are you thinking? Unable to contain herself, He Pingping pulled Fu Mingyan aside to inquire. You're not someone who enjoys these tasks. After her son's marriage in September of last year, he had transformed from a taciturn individual into someone markedly different. While he remained silent at times, when he did speak, his words were often laced with aggression. It seemed that Fu Mingyan had drawn a circle within the family, enclosing Fu Ping, Fu Mingzhu, and Gu Yuxi, while she and Yin remained on the outside. Yin having married, was fortunate enough to be spared, but her son relentlessly pushed the burdens onto her, forbidding Fu Mingzhu or Gu Yuxi from assisting. How could he treat her this way when he was her own son? He Pingping twisted her hands, her gaze fixed on Fu Mingyan, as if trying to peer into his heart. What are you really up to? I must tell you, their family is of utmost importance to me. You're overthinking it. I simply wish to treat the Li family well, Fu Mingyan replied with a smile. What ulterior motives could I have? You mentioned that Grandma Gu is your benefactor. I'm here to repay your mother as kindness. You tend to overthink things, dear. It's getting late. You should rest. Suppressing her inner turmoil, He Pingping reflected on the fact that she had never disclosed the circumstances surrounding the Li family, allowing her to find solace. Then please be swift. Once you finish, you can return. There is no need for me to rely on you for any favors next time. I can manage on my own. He Pingping desired more time to spend with Li Jun. Rest assured, this is the first and last time. After this, even if you call for me, I shan't come again. You won't use me like a beast of burden for all these chores. He Pingping coughed lightly, having already arranged these tasks. If Fu Mingyan were to express a desire to leave now, she would be the first to refuse. All right, let us not dwell on this anymore. Get some rest. As you said, this is just once. Thank you, mother. Fu Mingyan looked at He Pingping, noting that it was the first time she had expressed gratitude to him, and it was for the sake of the Li family. For the Li family, she, as a wife, had urged her husband Fu Ping to risk arrest by venturing into the black market. For the sake of the Li family, she acted as a mother, disregarding Fu Mingyan's high fever and her own situation of being exchanged in marriage, solely because her heart was consumed by Fu Xinyan. In her previous life, she bore the guilt of causing her father's death and her sister's demise. Given these burdens, she was utterly reluctant to accept such a mother. The Li family was truly the place she yearned to return to, and she was aware that Li Jun also held a place in her heart. As her son, he decided to lend her a helping hand. After Fu Mingyan finished speaking with He Pingping, he spent the night in the same room as Li Jun. Once the outside world settled into silence, Fu Mingyan retrieved a torn booklet from his bosom and presented it to Li Jun. "What is this?" Li Jun furrowed his brow. "I don't like reading." He felt overwhelmed at the sight of the book. He had barely managed to graduate elementary school and had purchased his middle school diploma. "Uncle, it's quite all right if you don't enjoy reading. This book is unlike any other. I found it with great difficulty at the recycling station," Fu Mingyan reassured him. Skeptical yet intrigued, Li Jun opened the book, only to discover it was a colorful pamphlet. He became engrossed, his thirst growing as he suddenly noticed someone beside him. Flushing, he quickly closed the book, expressing his gratitude. "Uncle, have some water," Fu Mingyan smiled, "to soothe your throat." Li Jun was pleased with Fu Mingyan's demeanor and particularly appreciated the book, as his leg injury made it inconvenient to go out. It was perfect for passing the time. The following morning, Li Hui brought the elderly Mrs. Gu back to the city. He Pingping hurried Fu Mingyan to work, but he remained unhurried. As the snow melted, he observed the rooftops, ensuring the snow was completely cleared before making repairs. Rather than converse with Li Jun, Fu Mingyan strolled outside. In the village, no one was laboring, yet the lively children were engaged in snowball fights and building snowmen. Fu Mingyan, with a handful of candy, easily coaxed the children into conversation. He learned which villagers enjoyed gossiping and meddling, their loose tongues revealing much. Just as He Su and Fu Xinyan's romance was a grand affair, so too must He Pingping and Li Jun's blossoming relationship be lively and extraordinary. Chapter 78. He Pingping's intentions during his stay at the Li family home. Fu Mingyan uncovered matters he had previously overlooked. He was aware that He Pingping cared for Li Jun and wished to find him a good wife, even plotting to match him with the university's student Fu Mingyu. However, unbeknownst to him, He Pingping secretly desired to be Li Jun's bride herself. Her gaze upon Li Jun was soft enough to draw tears, yet he remained oblivious. With the divine favor of fate, Fu Mingyan felt compelled to foster their mutual affection. Perhaps the heavens conspired in his favor. Believing that since He Pingping was unhappy with Fu Ping, she might find happiness with another. This notion propelled Fu Mingyan to locate that book some time ago. In this era, passionate romantic tales were rare. If a handwritten manuscript contained even a hint of a love story, it would be treasured, read and reread, and even copied with fervor. The current manuscripts, however, entirely narrated the affairs between men and women, featuring two stories, each more sensational than the last. Two stories were torn apart by Fu Mingyan, with the first story being given to Li Jun. This initial narrative, a 30,000-word short tale, intricately weaves the physical and emotional entanglements between men and women. He noticed that Li Jun's eyes were red-rimmed, indicating the emergence of peculiar thoughts. Li Jun and He Pingping occasionally exchanged glances, revealing a shift in their mutual sentiments. After 2 or 3 days of contemplation, Li Jun felt unsatisfied and approached Fu Mingyan hesitantly, expressing, "The book you provided is truly captivating. Is there more to it?" He quickly added, "It seems like the book you gave me is in 2 parts. I wonder if there is another half. If you don't have it, could you tell me where I might find it?" At that moment, Li Jun contemplated that if Fu Mingyan lacked the other half, he would venture to the recycling station to retrieve it, for such a treasure must be kept close. "There is more," Fu Mingyan replied softly, his expression hesitant. "Uncle, the first part is acceptable, but the latter delves into darker themes. It continues the story of Xiao Shui and Xiao Mei, but in this version, Xiao Mei is reluctant, and Xiao Shui coerces her. I pondered whether this book should be burned." Li Jun became exhilarated, exclaiming, "I love it. Nephew, you must let me see it. I need it." Although Li Jun could rely on crutches to move, prolonged use was exhausting, leading him to seldom venture outside. His restless nature made him feel stifled at home, and Fu Mingyan's book offered a welcome distraction, resonating deeply within his heart, igniting an eagerness to read the second half. "Uncle, Once I give it to you, you must burn the book afterward. I believe it is harmful after you read it. Please destroy it, Li Jun readily agreed. The first story depicted a blissful trajectory for Xiao Shuai and Xiao Mei, where mutual understanding blossomed into affection. The second version, however, told a tale of forceful acquisition, where Xiao Mei's heart belonged solely to the Shuai, while Xiao Shuai attempted to seize her against her will. Echoing the sentiment, you tell me a forcibly twisted fruit is not sweet, yet I shall twist it nonetheless. Sweetness shall be determined by me. Li Jun had always been a contrarian, and while the first story opened a new realm for him, the second truly captivated his rebellious spirit. It featured various reluctant scenarios, with Xiao Mei in distress and Xiao Shuai leveraging the Shuai to manipulate her, leaving her in tears. It was evident that Li Jun had completely immersed himself in Xiao Shuai's character, while Fu Mingyan awaited the unfolding events. The pale sun took 5 full days to melt away the snow, and after Fu Mingyan conducted a thorough cleaning of the Li household, all bedding and clothing were laid out in the courtyard to dry. The front yard was filled with garments, providing an additional layer of security. Fu Mingyan recognized that Li Jun could no longer contain himself and sought out his mischievous companions. During these days of reading about Xiao Shuai and Xiao Mei, Li Jun had completely identified with the male protagonist, with He Pingping naturally embodying Xiao Mei. Fu Mingyan spent the night with Li Jun, and at that moment, his eyes gradually filled with bloodshot veins. Hearing faint sounds from He Pingping's room, he decided to investigate. He found He Pingping feverishly twisting on her bed, while Li Jun stood at the door, beginning to disrobe. He Pingping made no attempt to stop him. In fact, as Li Jun matured day by day, he increasingly resembled her late husband. She could not help but envision him as her deceased spouse, a man she had adored fiercely, with everyone else relegated to the shadows of his memory. In her hazy consciousness, she mistook him for her late husband and even began to acquiesce to him. When Fu Mingyan summoned Li Jun's raucous companions, they fortuitously overheard his voice. These so-called companions were nothing more than idle miscreants, prone to mischief and petty theft. Requiring no encouragement from Fu Mingyan, after a flurry of exclamations, they surged into the room. The bedding billowed in the yard, and the two occupants instinctively reached for their clothes. Li Jun's garments lay discarded at the door, leaving only He Pingping's attire, which they both grasped in a futile attempt to cover themselves. Fu Mingyan paid them little heed. As he exited, he observed an elderly woman from the village, surnamed Zhu, pulling a man inside. Upon entering, the elderly woman instructed, "Seize their clothes." Her son had monopolized the garments, and the old lady, with remarkable speed, rushed out, exclaiming, "Help! Come quickly, we've caught them in the act." Chapter 79, the conclusion of events from prior inquiries with the children. Fu Mingyan had gleaned the backstory of this elderly woman. Granny Zhu harbored a grudge against the late Li Yin and also against He Pingping. Her son, Zhi Baoqiang, had suffered a severe head injury while trying to protect his mother from domestic violence. Witnessing her obedient son lying in a pool of blood, the frail grandmother, fueled by desperation, had pushed her husband, causing him to strike his temple against the corner of a table. She rushed her son to seek medical help. Although he survived, he was left with lifelong impairments. Afterward, Granny Zhu returned home with her son, while her husband, struck in the unfortunate incident, succumbed to his injuries. From that day forward, she despised her past self and doted on her son, fearful of any harm befalling him. However, people often fail to perceive the unseen during their childhood. Li Yin would seize opportunities to bully Zhu Baoqiang, even stooping so low as to urinate in his mouth during one particularly egregious incident. Upon discovering this, Granny Zhu confronted Li Yin with a wooden stick, engaging him in a fierce struggle. When Li Yin attempted to retaliate, villagers intervened. Yet Granny Zhu managed to land several blows. Thus began a bitter enmity between the two families, punctuated by numerous subsequent altercations. After He Pingping married into the family, her deep affection for Li Yin led her to deliberately torment Zhu Baoqiang, tricking him into the river to fetch something, nearly leading to his drowning. This incident further fueled Granny Zhu's animosity towards He Pingping. The Zhu residence was not far from the Li household, and it was evident that Granny Zhu had heard the commotion and had come with her son. Zhu Baoqiang possessed the intellect of a mere 3-year-old, obediently following the commands of the elderly lady, which led to the theft of their garments, leaving Li Jun and He Pingping in a state of acute embarrassment. On the bed, He Pingping trembled. Ever since Zhu Baoqiang had seized her clothes, there was no place to hide, and she could only weakly turn to lean against Li Jun, with her gentle weight upon him. Li Jun suddenly found that being caught in such a compromising situation was not as grievous as he had initially thought. The toxic influence of Fu Mingyan's hand-copied book had indoctrinated him. In the second tale, Xiao Shui and Xiao Mei were apprehended, with Xiao Shui claiming that it was Xiao Mei who had initiated the encounter, thus implicating her as the primary culprit. In her infatuation with the handsome figure, Xiao Mei tacitly accepted Xiao Shui's slander. After being labeled with derogatory terms such as fallen woman, Xiao Shui came to understand his true feelings and chose to share the burden of disgrace and marry Xiao Mei. Now, Li Jun, having bypassed all preliminary steps, resolved to wed He Pingping. What was the worst outcome, if not marrying her? He had no qualms about it. After all, he was a bachelor. Addressing his raucous friends, Li Jun remarked, "Isn't that right, my brothers? While it may be amusing to jest, how could Gu Yuxi snatch away the clothes? Lend me a hand and return the garments." He spoke dismissively. What's the big deal? It's merely a wedding. A true man indeed. Hey Jungu, you truly are a man. Which damsel have you seduced into your bed? We can't wait to see the true face of your bride. Gu Yuxi may have been strong, but Li Jun's friends were not to be underestimated. They swiftly reclaimed the clothes from Gu Yuxi's grip. With tears streaming down her face, He Pingping donned her attire. She was not a naive girl. Unlike Fu Mingyan at that moment, who was utterly lost, He Pingping's mind was still engaged even as she dressed. She harbored a deep love for her deceased husband, and the sudden rush of heat had instinctively led her to comply with Li Jun's movements. Now, as she regained her composure, she lamented having compromised Li Jun. Despite being considerably older than him, she felt a spark of affection. Yet she should not have yielded to his advances. At that moment, villagers began to flock into the room. Oh dear, how shameless. I just heard Granny Zhu say that, and I thought it was a joke, but it turns out to be true. This must be He Pingping, married to the eldest of the Li family for over a decade, and now entangled with the second son? He is more than a decade younger than her. I wonder who made the first move. Well, the battle seems quite fierce. Just look at the marks on Jun's chest. Jun, what do you plan to do? Marry He Pingping? Li Jun, clad only in trousers, revealed his bare chest, adorned with suggestive marks. Faced with such chaotic circumstances, he declared with confidence, "Is this truly a cause for alarm? I am merely marrying my bride." He Pingping remained silent, yet Li Jun's promise to marry her brought her a measure of relief, intertwined with a profound sense of sorrow and confusion. This should not be, this is not right. Li Jun should not wed me. A voice deep within her roared, insisting that he ought to marry a young and beautiful university student, someone like Gu Yuxi, youthful, lovely, and cultured, akin to a delicate flower. He Pingping felt as though she had irrevocably ruined Li Jun, and at that moment, her gaze fell upon a figure outside the window. There, a series of quilts fluttered gently in the breeze, and a person, burdened with 2 empty baskets, strode forward with determination. A book had been carelessly discarded within one of the baskets. Upon catching sight of Fu Mingyan, He Pingping trembled involuntarily, her eyes betraying a profound despair. She had always regarded Fu Ping merely as a tool, but suddenly, a realization struck her. After Li Yan's demise, she had remarried. She now possessed a husband. She had a husband and 2 children, Fu Mingyan and Fu Mingzhu. Her emotional turmoil felt utterly unfounded, for she was indeed married. Fu Ping, echoing He Pingping's murmurs, became the subject of gossip among the onlookers. Oh dear, whose name is being called? Could it be that there were others besides Li Jun? This could not possibly be resolved simply by marrying off Jun. He Pingping was a married woman now. Wasn't that tantamount to engaging in an illicit affair? Li Jun's expression darkened as he realized that He Pingping was not only older than him but also not the innocent maiden of a tale. In those stories, the heroine was a widow, yet He Pingping was still married, her husband alive, and she had a son who even referred to him as uncle. Fu Mingyan is my son, and I came here with him. He must not leave. He Pingping's tone grew fervent, desperate to prevent his departure. A shiver coursed through her as she recognized the striking similarity between her current predicament and the act of infidelity involving her daughter. Clearly, Fu Mingyan was at the center of it all. Yet, she subconsciously overlooked the fact that her own glances at Li Jun had been far from innocent in recent days. If Fu Mingyan was indeed behind this, then she could not allow him to escape. However, as her words hung in the air, laughter erupted from the crowd. It was old Lady Zhu, who, with her infectious mirth, captured everyone's attention. You've committed such a disgraceful act, and you still wish for your son to stay? Are you expecting him to joyously celebrate your wedding night? He Pingping screamed in protest. No, no. It was he who caused this. He cannot leave. As one ages, Lips grow thinner, and old lady Zhu's words dripped with venomous sarcasm. I have never encountered such shamelessness. You engage in an affair and blame your son for it? Li Jun, even with a limp, still manages to be with you. Do you suggest your son pushed him into your arms? Even Li Jun's friends could not suppress their laughter. The elder generation had a way with words that ignited boundless imagination. Numerous villagers stifled their chuckles. Indeed. What connection did this scandal have with He Pingping's son? He Pingping's lack of shame was apparent, and her son, embarrassed, had already fled the scene. This was all too typical. To act shamelessly and yet seek excuses. How ludicrous. The old woman spat a mouthful of phlegm onto the ground. With Li Yin deceased, she felt a sense of joy, yet He Pingping had not faced her reckoning. But now, with He Pingping entangled with Li Jun, the old lady was utterly delighted. With the old lady's sputum of yellow phlegm, the entire matter reached a conclusion. Li Jun and He Pingping had indeed engaged in an illicit affair. The focus now shifted to the attitude of He Pingping's current husband. Should Fu Ping pursue the matter, both individuals would face labor reform. As for Fu Mingyan, who left carrying a basket, he was merely a pitiful child, witnessing his own mother engage in such disgraceful conduct in his presence. In Chapter 80, Meeting You in Beijing, the seemingly pitiable Fu Mingyan walked with a light step as he exited the Li family courtyard, heading towards the village latrine. Everyone in the village had gathered at the Li residence to witness the commotion, allowing Fu Mingyan to burn his handwritten manuscript, totaling less than 70,000 words, in solitude. In less than 3 minutes, the pages were reduced to ashes, leaving only the scent of smoke in the air. From the moment of his rebirth, he had resembled a lurking beast, poised in the shadows, targeting its prey. This dark creature had remained dormant for 5 long months, enduring provocations from its quarry. But today it struck decisively, bringing down the shameless target that had danced around so recklessly. Fu Mingyan's steps were light, and the gloom that once clouded his features dissipated. As he anticipated the forthcoming admissions letter incident, he sensed that Yu Shuwen was quite interested in his admission notice. However, there existed a significant taboo regarding Gu Yuxi's father. To alleviate Yu Shuwen's concerns, Fu Mingyan downplayed the stature of his father-in-law, who, in Fu Mingyan's narrative, transformed from a distinguished director Gu into an elderly part-time worker responsible for serving tea and performing mundane office tasks. The supposed participation of Yuxi's father in a Ministry of Education meeting was, in reality, merely serving refreshments, as he was a temporary employee. Due to his long tenure at the Ministry of Education, others were willing to extend him some courtesy, which resulted in him receiving 2 copies of the documents. Although undoubtedly more were not forthcoming, Yuxi's family's affluence stemmed primarily from her being an only child, despite her father being a temporary worker. He had been in his position long enough to benefit from Beijing's decent welfare system. Coupled with her mother's employment as a nurse in a hospital, they were able to send Yuxi various items. Her aptitude for organizing meetings was commendable, and there was potential for her to be seconded to the organizational department, although specifics were not disclosed. Regardless, he remained a temporary worker. Fu Mingyan's words provided Yu Shuwen with reassurance. What could a temporary worker achieve? All of Lin Xiaofang's relatives were formal employees, many of whom held positions of authority. Once it was established that Fu Mingyan's in-laws lacked any significant background, Yu Shuwen began inquiring about Fu Mingyan's examination results and application choices. In this regard, Fu Mingyan continued to provide false information. He claimed to have barely passed the preliminary exam, but felt confident about the college entrance examination, particularly due to his modest foundation in English. His first choice was Peking University, while his second was actually a university with a higher likelihood of acceptance, Beijing Foreign Studies University. Choosing to pursue English did not indicate exceptional proficiency. He merely believed that many struggled with the language. With a slightly higher score, he could potentially outshine a multitude of competitors. If he truly managed to gain admission to his first choice, Peking University, it would be a dream come true. However, he recognized the challenge. Merely getting to Beijing would be a significant achievement, and if he failed to do so, he doubted there would be any future with Yuxi. She harbors feelings for me, yet her parents have stipulated that our relationship can only continue if I secure admission to a university in Beijing. Should I fail to achieve this, it is likely that our bond will reach its conclusion. On the swaying bus, Fu Mingyan reflected on the arrangements he had made in the past. He was nearly certain that the acceptance letter from Peking University had found its way into Yu Shuwen's hands. Traveling from the village to the town, and then between towns by bus, Fu Mingyan ultimately returned to the familiar embrace of his village. As he entered the village, he encountered someone departing with a basket on their back. It was Wang Yin, the leader of the educated youth station. Upon seeing Fu Mingyan, Wang Yin strode over and clapped him on the shoulder, exclaiming, "You're back." After spending 6 years in the village, Wang Yin had shed his urban persona. The burden of agricultural labor had transformed him into a true villager, save for the fact that he remained unmarried. Yet now, despite still carrying a basket, he bore a hint of urban sophistication. His hair was slicked back with a touch of oil, and he wore leather cotton shoes. Most importantly, he radiated a spirited enthusiasm, a confidence born from the life-altering experience of passing the college entrance examination in '77. In a previous life, Wang Yin had not been admitted to university, but this time, armed with materials from Gu Yuxi, everything had changed. "Comrade Fu Mingyan," he said, grasping Fu Mingyan's hand firmly. Upon receiving his acceptance letter, Wang Yin was overwhelmed with emotion. He felt unworthy of such good fortune. He attributed his success primarily to Gu Yuxi, believing that without her study materials, he might have faced failure. As Gu Yuxi's husband, Fu Mingyan naturally garnered Wang Yin's gratitude. "Your acceptance letter must simply be delayed. I am confident you will make it to Beijing. I look forward to reuniting with you there." The acceptance letters had begun to be dispatched gradually. Gu Yuxi, due to her rapport with the postman, was among the first to receive her own acceptance letter, as well as Fu Mingyan's, and she meticulously secured both letters for safekeeping. However, Gu Yuxi had yet to receive Fu Mingyan's acceptance letter. She visited the educated youth station in the village to inquire about the results of others, discovering that those who were confident in their chances had indeed received their letters. In fact, some even accompanied Gu Yuxi to the post office, but they found no trace of the missing acceptance letter. Yu Shuwen adjusted his glasses and remarked, "Comrade Gu, your beloved has surely not been admitted to university. There is no need for you to inquire here daily. Those who succeeded this time have all worked diligently. Some were even reprimanded by the scorekeeper for their lack of enthusiasm in labor." Fu Mingyan, having grown up in the countryside and attended County No. 3 middle school, where educational resources were scarce, had never heard of any student from that school gaining university admission. "In truth, your marriage to Fu Mingyan was never well suited. It would not be a loss for you to part ways now." Despite Gu Yuxi providing study materials, not all at the educated youth station achieved university acceptance. In addition to the old educated youth who have already married, there are 32 educated youths in the village. Among those who are married, only Gu Yuxi has received an admission notice. The others have only received notices from the educated youth station, totaling 9 admission letters. The unsuccessful candidates chattered among themselves, saying, "Gu, indeed, the college entrance examination is not an easy feat." They advised against discussing it too much with Fu Mingyan to spare him any distress. After recounting the situation at that time, Wang Yin continued, "After that, your spouse seldom ventured outside. She is the only one in the village who did not leave after being admitted to university." Wang Yin, catching sight of the bus in his peripheral vision, hurriedly added, "When you return, tell her not to worry. The school that admitted her may send the notice later. I really must take my leave now, Comrade Fu Mingyan. I look forward to our meeting in the capital." Chapter 81. Caring for others until they are bedridden upon returning home. Fu Mingyan found only his wife and sister in the living room by the fire. Their father, Fu Ping, was absent. Fu Mingzhu was focused on sewing, while Gu Yuxi sat at the table, engrossed in writing. Fu Mingzhu was the first to notice her brother's return. She quietly set aside her sewing and tiptoed out. Gu Yuxi, unaware of her beloved's arrival, continued to bite her pen as she contemplated her words, diligently writing a letter. She was imitating Fu Mingyan's tone, pretending to call the Academic Affairs Office of Peking University. With nothing to occupy her time at home, Gu Yuxi thought that Fu Mingyan could use this draft to converse with the office staff. "Hello, leaders of the Academic Affairs Office. I am Fu Mingyan, with the examination number from Jiangchuan Province. I am acquainted with staff from the Ministry of Education and can confirm my college entrance examination scores." In essence, Fu Mingyan could use this to inquire about how students should report to Peking University if the admission notice could not be delivered by post, whether to present verification materials to the school or to go there on the day of registration. As Gu Yuxi prepared to review her letter, she initially mistook the arrival for her father, only to realize it was her beloved Fu Mingyan. "Mingyan Gu." Gu Yuxi's voice soared as she sprang into Fu Mingyan's embrace. Her long hair, loosely tied with a hair tie that had lost its elasticity, cascaded down her back as the tie slipped away during her sudden movement. Burying her head in Fu Mingyan's chest, she looked up at him, her beautiful peach blossom eyes curving with joy. Her bright gaze seemed to illuminate the room, reminiscent of the moon hanging high in the sky. And Fu Mingyan felt a swell of happiness as he stroked Gu Yuxi's hair. He noticed her hair was rather coarse. An old blind man had once boasted that such individuals possess a stubborn character. At times, Fu Mingyan found truth in the old man's words, recalling how, in a previous life, Gu Yuxi had discovered the matter of remarriage and had resolutely turned down Fu Wuqiang. Yet in this life, Gu Yuxi nestled against him like a gentle woman, making him feel that she was not so stubborn after all. "May I take a look?" Fu Mingyan asked, gesturing towards the draft paper. "Certainly. Here is the refined version of the text." Gu Yuxi eagerly awaited Fu Mingyan to finish reading before she promptly recounted the events of recent times. The paramount concern during this period was the admission notice. Hence, she began her discourse with this matter. "Both my sister and I have already received our admission notices. Rest assured, my sister's notice remains confidential. No one in the village is aware of it. After we received our notices, I visited the post office and the youth point. And by now, everyone who was supposed to have received their admission notices should have done so. However, your notice is yet to arrive. You previously mentioned the issue of someone impersonating you to gain admission to college, which made me ponder whether you might have some inkling that someone is keeping an eye on your admission notice. You asked me to wait for your return, and I have been patiently waiting at home. I called my father when I received my notice, but I have not spoken to him in recent days. He is still unaware of the admission notices. Outsiders may perceive Gu Yuxi as anxious, having been accepted into a university in Beijing, while Fu Mingyan has yet to receive his notice, leading to the impression that the couple might soon part ways. In truth, only Gu Yuxi knows that she had learned of Fu Mingyan's results from her father quite some time ago. If Fu Mingyan's background were questionable, there might be cause for concern regarding his admission. However, it is a foregone conclusion that he has been accepted. If the top science student from Jiangchuan province cannot gain admission to Peking University, who else could? You have done exceptionally well, Fu Mingyan remarked. But I believe a phone call is unnecessary. Gu Yuxi blinked in surprise as Fu Mingyan suggested. Let us first contact the academic office at Peking University. They haven't closed for the holidays yet, so we can arrange for the reissuance of your admission notice. Are we going to Beijing? Gu Yuxi exclaimed with excitement, recalling that she had returned home during last year's family visit, and it had been a year and a half since she last saw her family. It was one thing not to mention Beijing, but now that it was brought up, Gu Yuxi's heart raced with longing. She yearned to see her family and introduce them to her beloved. Should I inform Dad? Should my sister join us on the trip to Beijing? The school year will commence after the new year, and we must consider our parents in the countryside. She began to contemplate. Fu Mingyan interrupted her train of thought, advising that the news of her admission should remain between them and that it sufficed for her father and sister to know. He would merely accompany her to the capital to meet her parents. As for whether his father and sister would join, he would inquire later. Before Gu Yuxi could voice any further thoughts, Fu Ping entered the room. "I have something to discuss with Dad," Fu Mingyan said to Gu Yuxi. "I will talk to you later. Then I shall step outside," Gu Yuxi cheerfully declared, grabbing her cotton coat. "No need. I will go with Dad." Fu Mingyan gently restrained her hand. "Dad, let us take a stroll. I have something important to discuss with you." Fu Ping observed his son, who had returned to the room to retrieve something before they headed to the riverside. The riverside was desolate, and the winter breeze, laden with moisture, stung their faces, making it a rare spot for visitors during this season. Fu Mingyan leaned against an empty wall, remnants of a once grand estate belonging to a landlord, now reduced to mere low mounds following the land reforms. Fu Mingyan first expressed his concern about not having received his admission notice, yet he was certain of his acceptance. Considering that Gu Yuxi had not seen her family for a year and a half, he planned to celebrate the new year with her, which was indeed appropriate. Fu Ping remarked that he would return home to bring her money, urging her not to be frugal in Beijing and to indulge in some purchases. He pondered whether she and her sister should accompany him to Beijing. However, Fu Ping declined, feeling that his presence there would be inappropriate, and preferred to spend the new year in the countryside with Gu Yuxi. As Fu Ping believed their conversation about the new year had concluded, Fu Mingyan unexpectedly produced a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. "Dad, would you like a smoke?" he offered. He returned to his room for the cigarettes, which were the esteemed Zhonghua brand. Although Fu Ping had a habit of smoking, he hesitated at the sight of these fine cigarettes, feeling they were too luxurious. "I must tell you something regarding Mom's ex-husband," Fu Ping began, initially intending to refuse the cigarette but then silently accepted it. After her ex-husband Li Yan passed, my mother has been thinking about the Li family, which consists of 3 members, the elderly matriarch, Li Hui, whom we last saw, and the injured Li Jun. This time, she went to care for Li Jun. A torrent of emotion surged within Fu Ping as he took a deep drag from the cigarette, the nicotine coursing through him, calming all negative feelings in his central nervous system. He could reflect on his wife, He Pingping, with a tranquil mind. Initially, when He Pingping asked him if he had a beloved and expressed her desire to marry him while heavily pregnant, he found the notion absurd. How could he possibly marry such a woman? Under pressure from his parents and the village gossip, coupled with He Pingping's desperate suicide attempt, Fu Ping felt engulfed by despair regarding his parents and life itself, his heart akin to still waters. Resigned, he nodded in agreement to the marriage, ultimately marrying the pregnant He Pingping. It was at this moment that Fu Ping first realized he was akin to an old ox tethered by a nose ring, plowing the fields, understanding that his parents did not truly love or care for him. Everyone insisted this was his path in life, and he accepted it. When He Pingping gave birth to their first child, Fu Mingyan, he felt life regained its significance and promise. The newborn was a mere bundle, and as he held his son's tiny hand, he contemplated his own life's trajectory, resolved to ensure the child's proper upbringing. Having initially agreed with He Pingping to have only one son, Fu Ping was determined to shower his son with love, dedicating everything to him. He projected his own emotions onto his son, yearning for the happiness he had been deprived of in his own childhood. Unable to pursue education himself, he enrolled his son in a high school that he deemed devoid of purpose. Gu Yuxi expressed her deep gratitude for the life-saving kindness shown by her son, hoping to marry into his family. The villagers remarked on her good fortune, noting the advantageous circumstances of the Gu family. However, Fu Ping was not swayed by the Gu family's favorable conditions. His son's willingness to marry Gu Yuxi meant that Gu Yuxi would become his daughter-in-law. If his son were unwilling, the prosperous background of the Gu family would hold no significance for them. Fortunately, Gu Yuxi was indeed an exemplary daughter-in-law. Fu Ping himself had not married the woman he cherished, yet he found solace in his son's good fortune of marrying for love, and he observed their passionate affection with a sense of contentment. Although Fu Ping did not harbor love for his daughter-in-law He Pingping, he felt gratitude towards her, not only for giving birth to Fu Mingyan, but also for unexpectedly bringing forth a daughter, Fu Mingzhu. Having attended a literacy class, he had learned a few characters and understood that the character for good is composed of one son and one daughter, which he now possessed. This son and daughter inspired him to treat He Pingping and Fu Xinyan with kindness. To Fu Ping, He Pingping had 3 children, with the latter 2 being her biological offspring, thus he felt compelled to care for them, while the first, lacking a biological father, was a pitiable girl. Fu Ping believed that He Pingping's previous husband had passed away, and there were no lingering ties between them. However, his son revealed a different truth. It turned out that Fu Xinyan's name bore a deeper significance. Xian actually represents heart, while Yin signifies rock. Despite being married to Fu Ping for many years, He Pingping's heart still lingered on the Li family, reminiscing about her former husband. As Fu Mingyan observed his father's calm demeanor, he slowly divulged further details, each segment prompting Fu Ping to smoke intensely. The crimson ember of his cigarette advanced rapidly, while Fu Mingyan continued his narration, offering his father a fresh cigarette as the previous one dwindled to a mere stub. Unbeknownst to them, the ground was already strewn with several cigarette butts. The Li family faced no financial worries. Old Lady Gu did not work, nor did Li Jun, as Fu Ping's mother regularly provided them with various supplies and money. Father, I know you venture into the black market to earn money, aiming to support the 3 children, but my mother's actions favor only Fu Xinyan. Allocating the remaining funds to the Li family, Fu Mingyan disclosed. In truth, he felt that his mother treated him fairly, but he had recently realized that she often belittled his younger sister, as her affection for Fu Xinyan was more pronounced. His mother took Fu Xinyan back to the Li household because Fu Xinyan was, in essence, a child of the Li family. For a duration of 6 months, his mother had not sent any money to the Li family. At that time, her former sister-in-law, Li Hui, came to demand funds. When his mother was unable to provide any, she instructed Fu Mingyan to carry items over, while she chose to stay behind to care for her brother-in-law, Li Jun. Fu Mingyan discerned that her gaze towards Li Jun was anything but innocent. Finally, Fu Mingyan had articulated all matters clearly, awaiting his father's decision. If it were up to Fu Mingyan, he would advocate for Li Jun and He Pingping to face penal labor. However, Fu Ping was reluctant to condemn them to such a fate. He considered his 2 children, both of whom were destined for university in Beijing. They could not afford to have a mother branded as a convict. After finishing his 5th cigarette, Fu Ping waved his hand when his son offered him a 6th. "That's enough," he said. Perhaps it was the soothing effects of nicotine that kept him at ease. His mind was clear about the course he needed to take. Li Jun was the only male heir of the Li family, cherished by both the elderly matriarch and Li Hui. Though the matriarch had little money, Li Hui had more than enough. Over the years, He Pingping had taken much from the Li family, and Fu Ping had always sought to reclaim it from Li Hui. As long as he remained unforgiving, the two would inevitably face severe consequences, even being sent for re-education through labor. Li Jun was still young, and the Li family would never stand idly by while their unmarried son faced such a fate. They would go to great lengths to gather the necessary funds. If they were to forgive the two, would their son feel weak and unmanly? Fu Ping gazed at his son, a youth of less than 20, standing in the wind like a tall, proud bamboo. In truth, he himself lacked the courage. He had succumbed to the pressures and married He Pingping years ago, resigning himself to fate. Now, he would choose to pursue financial gain, allowing both He Pingping and Li Jun to escape labor reform. Fu Ping's lips moved as he struggled to articulate, "I want money. Once I have it, I will divorce your mother, and they will not face labor reform." Fu Mingyan could see the anxiety in his father's eyes and smiled, fully respecting his father's decision. The amount of money He Pingping had taken over the years was considerable for a farmer, and Fu Ping had to consider both his and his daughter's reputation. Having a mother with a criminal record was not a flattering association. While Fu Mingyan could disregard the stigma of having a mother who was a convict, he had to think of his sister. This arrangement seemed sufficient. He Pingping would not face labor reform and would marry into the Li family. But her fate would not be pleasant. The rumors of her and Li Jun's indiscretions would likely linger for quite some time. "Well, after all, my sister and I are your flesh and blood. We will certainly stand by you. We have both been accepted into university, and in the future, we will ensure you live well. As for that mother, let her go. Return the money to the Li family. She was always a daughter-in-law of the Li family. And by the way, our eldest sister will no longer be part of our family." Seeing his son speak with such nonchalance, Fu Ping felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Perhaps this was not as dire as he had thought. He had lost He Pingping to a distant marriage, but his 2 children remained by his side. Patting his son's shoulder, Fu Ping said, "You and your sister should discuss this matter well. I will head to the Li family now. I might not return for a couple of days." "Dad," Fu Mingyan said, handing his father the cigarettes and matches. "You should take these." The Zhonghua cigarettes were something Fu Ping had never smoked in his life, but now he took them and tucked them into his pocket. As Fu Ping was about to leave, Fu Mingyan added, "Dad, you were hesitant about going to Beijing before. What about now? If you agree to go, when you return, our whole family can buy tickets to Beijing. We have money now, and we can stay there for a while, claiming it's to prepare for Mai and Yuxi's wedding. By the time this matter is settled, we can return, and the commotion will have subsided." Fu Ping had initially been reluctant to go to Beijing due to financial constraints. Although his son had earned some money, Fu Ping was unwilling to spend it. Now, Fu Ping can tolerate being ridiculed and mocked, but what about his daughter? From the preceding narrative, Fu Ping has come to realize that his daughter is consistently subjected to verbal assaults from He Pingping. Fu Ping harbors a profound resentment towards He Pingping for placing such a burden upon him and for treating their daughter in this manner. "When I return, we shall journey to Beijing together," Fu Ping ultimately declared. Chapter 83. The cousin who loves to speculate. Not long after Fu Mingyan parted ways with Fu Ping, he encountered a figure striding toward him. It was none other than his cousin, Fu Wuqiang. Fu Wuqiang had actually arrived some time ago. Ever since the distribution of admission letters commenced, this rural youth, who had opted out of the college entrance examination, was overjoyed. He recalled how Fu Mingyan had been greatly disheartened in the previous life for failing to pass the exam. His cousin had even suggested that he would likely perform well, only to find himself unable to enter university and subsequently seek to verify his scores. Lin Xiaofang, in concert with her family, had persuaded the Fu family to dissuade Fu Mingyan from attempting the exam a second time. This clearly illustrated that the college entrance examination was an obsession for his cousin, Fu Mingyan. Whenever Fu Wuqiang recalled the last encounter with his cousin, he felt a pang of jealousy at the latter's successful demeanor, his envy reddening his eyes. He longed to witness the once prominent figure wallowing in the mire, forever unable to lift his head, and to see Fu Mingyan driven to madness by the failure of the college entrance examination. Particularly, When Gu Yuxi inquired about Fu Mingyan's admission letter at the youth station, Fu Wuqiang felt an unspeakable delight in his heart, laughing to the point of waking himself in the dead of night. The villagers at the youth station remarked that Gu Yuxi's family did not hold Fu Mingyan in high regard. Should he succeed in the examination, they might even continue their union, whereas failure would lead to their divorce. Divorce. What a splendid prospect. Fu Wuqiang eagerly anticipated watching his cousin tread the path he had traversed in the previous life. After all, he himself would require several years to amass wealth, often wavering in his conviction of whether he could truly achieve prosperity. Now, seeing Fu Mingyan's misfortunes brought him joy, solidifying his belief that he was indeed on the right path toward wealth. Fu Wuqiang yearned to personally mock the so-called winner of life from his past. Yet Fu Mingyan was not present in the village. During a meal, upon hearing from his mother that Fu Mingyan had returned, he hastily sought him out. After a considerable effort, he discovered Fu Mingyan conversing with his second uncle by the riverside. However, as he approached, Fu Mingyan, accompanied by Fu Ping, moved away to the side. Even a dullard like Fu Wuqiang realized that this father-son duo had matters to discuss and were deliberately avoiding him. Thus, Fu Wuqiang braved the cold wind, waiting until Fu Ping departed before making his advance. As he stood there, his hands and feet grew numb, prompting him to stomp on the ground before speaking. "Cousin, what could you possibly have to discuss with our second uncle that you must hide away here? It's so cold," he insisted. "Let us just converse here." Fu Mingyan led his cousin away from the riverside. Although it was fortunate to relive the year 77, he could not forget the incident where his cousin had driven him into the path of a vehicle. Fu Mingyan was determined not to be pushed into the river by his cousin during the winter months. Even though there is no threat to life, the cold weather makes it unwise to set off for Beijing, causing further delays. "Cousin, did you know that the admission letters have already been sent out in our village? Your wife has also been accepted into Beijing Medical University. By the way, what about Jing Qinghao? You were quite close to him, weren't you? He has also been admitted to Beijing University of Chemical Technology." Upon mentioning Jing Qinghao, Fu Wuqiang felt a twinge of confusion, for he distinctly recalled that this individual had passed away. It was perplexing to learn that he was now alive. Nevertheless, Fu Wuqiang quickly dismissed the matter, deeming him inconsequential. Beijing University of Chemical Technology, quite impressive indeed. Fu Mingyan chuckled. Has he already left? Fu Mingyan knew that Fu Wuqiang must be curious about this, so he decided to extract information from him. Yes, he has already returned home. He is now a university student, after all. What is the point of staying here? Fu Wuqiang remarked. You still have time to concern yourself with others. What about yourself? Fu Mingyan replied leisurely. It matters not that I have not received my admission letter. I have something far more pressing to attend to. What could possibly be more important than the college entrance examination? Fu Wuqiang exclaimed dramatically. Do you not wish to know your scores? Why did you not gain admission? Should you not be considering retaking the exam this year? Fu Mingyan deftly shifted the topic. I am not preoccupied with the examination. Rather, I am contemplating a trip to Beijing. To Beijing. Fu Wuqiang could not contain his exclamation. What do you intend to do there? I have been married to Yuxi for quite some time, and now that she has been accepted into university, I must make a trip to Beijing, especially with the new year approaching, to meet her parents. Fu Wuqiang became animated, realizing that Fu Mingyan was undoubtedly seeking to salvage this marriage. Gu Yuxi is so beautiful, and her family is well off. Now that she has gained admission to a university in Beijing, her family will surely be reluctant to allow them to remain together. Fu Mingyan's trip to Beijing is a bid for the family's approval. In Fu Wuqiang's imagination, his cousin would surely be weeping and pleading before her parents, imploring them to give him another chance, though it was likely they would be unwilling. How delightful! Just the thought of this scene filled Fu Wuqiang with an exhilarating sense of joy.